Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 99. Brain, the leader who was still searching for Nirvana, felt 3 lines on his body disappear in succession, and realized that the 3 of them had failed. Damn it, how come even midnight lost? Damn it! Bang! Brain punched the stone hard, and it cracked, revealing a hole. Brain, who was getting angry, saw a green light coming out of the hole. What is this? Finally found it. Our future. As he spoke, his face gradually became excited and he slowly walked into the cave entrance. On the other side, when Yaang and others were walking forward, Yaang suddenly felt a familiar figure. When the 2 men and the cat approached, they saw scattered wizards of the Dark Guild lying around, and in front stood a man holding a katana. Carla asked in confusion, "Who is this person? He doesn't seem to be one of the 6 demons." "Wendy, it seems that she defeated all these Dark Guild members. Is she from another guild to support us?" Yaang recognized the woman in kimono and cherry blossom-colored hair at a glance. "It's you? Why are you here?" Wendy asked. "Brother Yaang, do you know this sister?" Yaang nodded. When the turtle dove saw Yaang, it slowly walked over. "Long time no see, Lord Yaang. I have been waiting here for a long time." Yaang asked in confusion, "Are you employed by Oration Cease?" The turtle dove shook his head. "That's not the case. I've thought a lot since that day, especially about what you did to me, Master Yaang. I still can't forget it." Carla simply covered Wendy's ears. "Don't listen, little kid." Wendy panicked. "Ah! What, Carla, why are you covering my ears?" Yaang looked at Wendy and Carla speechlessly. "You're talking as if I did something to you. There are children here, don't talk nonsense." Banjia covered her mouth and laughed. "Haha, I was just stating the facts. I didn't expect that the invincible Lord Yaang has such a side. So why did you come here to see me today?" Banjia slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yaang with a serious expression and said, "I decided to follow you, sir. It is because of you that I found out why I drew my sword. I also hope that Lord Yaang will allow me to follow you." "Oh? So you want to join Fairy Tale?" Turtle Dove shook his head. "I've said it before, my hands are stained with too many sins, joining the Guild of Light is no longer an option for me. I just want to follow you, sir, and protect you. I will use the sword in my hand to kill all your enemies for you, sir. I swear on this Sakura snow in my hand." Yaang looked at the other party's serious look and knew that it was unlikely to let her join the guild for the time being. "Since you have made up your mind, let's go together. The enemies in the future will be very powerful. You have to work hard to improve your strength." "Yes. Lord Yaang." Wendy and Carla had no idea what the 2 were talking about and were completely confused. But after all, it was their own business, so they didn't want to interfere and could only keep it in their hearts. Along the way, Banjia talked to Yaang about the information she had collected in the past few days. At this time, Jura and Yi were dealing with a group of wizards, and Jura felt a powerful magical power. "Mr. Yi, have you made your inquiry clear?" "Well, we already know where the enemy's base is." "Then go back and tell everyone the news." Yi looked at Jura with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't understand why Jura did this. "I just felt a strong magical force coming this way. I will stop you here. You leave here first and pass the message back. I'm afraid that person will be difficult to deal with and I won't have time to take care of you." After listening to it all night, I knew what it meant. The 6 demons were coming. "Mr. Jura, I'm counting on you to be careful here." As he said this, he threw 2 bottles of perfume on Jura that night. After Jura smelled it, he felt that his strength and speed were slightly improved. Jura smiled and said, "Don't worry, I am one of the 10 saints, even if I am only at the end." After a night of leaving, Jura shouted, "Come out, I know you are there." Suddenly the entire ground began to flow and became extremely soft. After seeing this, Jura stomped his foot, and the magic power was transmitted into the ground, and the originally soft ground instantly became extremely hard. A person slowly walked out from the side. As expected of the Holy 10 Mages, your strength is indeed impressive. Jura didn't want to waste time talking to the other party. He pressed his little finger and ring finger with his index finger, then exposed his index and middle fingers and waved them. Rock Iron Fist. The rocks on the ground bulged out, and the front end of the rock turned into hard rock iron to form a fist shape, attacking Heddle. Seeing this, Otai waved his hand gently, and the Jura rock instantly became soft, broke in the middle, and fell to the ground. It's really unfortunate. Your magic can make rocks extremely hard, while my magic can make hard rocks extremely soft. Let's see whose magic is better. Jura said with a serious face, magic has never been divided into strong and weak, it's just that the people who use it are different. Only by strengthening your own beliefs can you overcome everything. Otai retorted, aren't all winners rich? Only money can conquer everything. I imagine the bounty on your head on the black market should be quite high. Then let's see if you have the ability to take it away. Stone Crushing Formation. Jura controlled a large amount of rocks around him and threw them at Otai. Otai waved his hand, and the hard rock instantly turned into soft rock and slid off his body without causing any damage. Activity Plaza. The ground suddenly became extremely soft, and Otai controlled the soft ground and rushed towards Jura. Jura used magic to erect a large number of rock and iron walls around him to surround himself. The soft land directly covered Jura. Just when Otai was about to take the next step, the rock under Otai protruded and sent Otai directly into the air. Then a large number of sharp rock pillars emerged around and stabbed Otai. Otai's eyes glow. It's useless. I've seen everything about you. Pit. The ground beneath Otai suddenly became soft, and Jura's rock pillar sank directly, with the protruding rock tips on all sides colliding with each other in the air. Jura manipulates the rocks to appear from beneath the surrounding land. It was the first time that he felt that his magic would be suppressed so severely by the opponent that it became completely harmless. If the fight continues, he might be the winner. It's just a competition of magic power, but he can't afford to waste time. He doesn't have that much time. It would be disastrous if the opponent finds Nirvana. Just then there was a loud noise. Boom! A black beam of light shot up into the sky from the endless sea of trees. The earth began to tremble violently, and all the birds and beasts began to flee in all directions. Everyone looked at the ominous beam of light and had a bad feeling in their hearts. Chapter 100. Lucy was shocked. What on earth is this? Urza, oops, this could be Nirvana, but the other party found it first. Hurry, we have to gather quickly. Wendy, brother Yaang, look over there. Yaang looked up at the dark beam of light. Has it been found? At this moment, the originally dark column of light instantly turned white and surged into the sky. Hotel looked at the beam and said, it seems that the leader has been found. The hope of your bright magic world is about to disappear. Jura said disdainfully, you don't understand how powerful that person is. You won't be able to succeed as long as he's around. Heddle, perhaps you don't know what Nirvana is yet, so you can say this without any fear. Nirvana is a magic that can transform a person's good and evil. As long as this magic exists, light will never exist. Jura understood immediately after hearing it, but he was not panicked at all when he thought of Yaang's strength. Will it really be as you wish? Haha, you'll see. By then, I will have countless money. Money is the most important thing. Suddenly, Heddle's eyes widened. Jura was confused for a moment as he looked at Heddle, who had suddenly stopped. What's going on here? Otai, money is the most useless thing. Only love can accomplish everything. Hi. Jura looked at Otai in shock, and suddenly remembered what Otai had just said, about transforming a person's good and evil. There really is magic that can change a person's goodness or evilness. What on earth is going on? No. What will happen to the others? At this time, Otai hugged Jura directly. Let's use love to stop my other companions. Otai's tears kept dripping on Jura's big bald head, making Jura not know what to do for a moment. Inside Nirvana. Brain looked at the magic circle in front of him with a crazy look on his face. This is Nirvana, what a great magic, now you are mine. Wake up! Nirvana! Show everyone how powerful you are. Boom! The entire sea of trees began to shake violently, and huge legs made of rocks rose from the ground. Everyone was still thinking about the beam of light just now. The sudden vibration made everyone even more confused. They didn't know what was going on and hurriedly grabbed the surrounding objects to stabilize themselves. It took a while before the vibrations began to subside. What on earth is that? Everyone looked up at the huge object that appeared in the sky. It was a small island supported by 6 huge rocks, like an octopus. Looking closely, I discovered that there were actually some protruding rocks on the huge object. Since I couldn't see it clearly from below, I wasn't sure what it was. Brain stood on top of the building in the center of Nirvana, overlooking the entire view of Nirvana. Finally! I finally got it! The ultimate weapon to destroy light, super reversal magic, Nirvana. The unity and trust that a regular guild relies on will become completely useless from this moment on. It's a pity that the 5 of you can't witness this miracle with me. It seems like it's time to let that guy out. Then Brain chanted a spell and a magic circle unfolded, but nothing happened after the magic circle disappeared. Urza and the others quickly gathered together based on the positioning magic in their hands. Urza, is everyone okay? Fine. The 3 cats looked at Natsu and asked, where's the second dog? Natsu, Urga was injured and has been placed with Blue Pegasus. The 3 cats said indifferently, Well, Grey and I didn't encounter any decent enemies along the way. They were just minions. There was no point at all. Urza, okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Now there is only one leader left among the 6 demons, Brain. If my guess is correct, Nirvana should have been found by this guy. Let's hurry up. Everything will be over if we take care of this guy. Oh! Suddenly, the 4 of them quickly ran towards the top along one of Nirvana's legs, and Happy took Natsu and flew quickly towards it. Leon and Sharia saw the fairy tale people running in the distance and also started running upwards. Because Jura was within the range of Nirvana, he was sent directly into the sky. Fortunately, Otai pulled Jura in time and prevented him from falling. The other side. Wendy was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Brother Yaang, what should we do now? Carla, take Wendy and fly over there. Urza and the others have already gone over there. You go meet up with them first. Carla, okay. Turtle Dove, you follow along. Yes, Lord Yaang. As he spoke, Yaang turned into golden light and went straight towards Nirvana. Natsu, who was flying, saw a beam of light and immediately became anxious. Ah! Yaang is going to take the lead again. Happy, speed up, let's get there. Like. At this time, in a research institute under the sea of trees, in an incubator, a humanoid monster was quietly suspended in the culture fluid. Suddenly, the monster opened its eyes, as if it had received some instructions or sensed something. Yang! Bang! The incubator burst open instantly, and the monster looked at its own body. A memory that did not belong to it appeared in its mind. Magic, magic! The monster raised his arm and a dark magic circle appeared in front of his hand. A powerful dark energy surged out instantly, directly blasting a big hole in the research institute. The monster looked at its hands, a little bit unconvinced that this was its own power. Who am I, Fab? Then the monster looked in the direction it sensed in its mind, exerted force with its feet, and rushed forward. The research institute could not withstand Fab's power and collapsed directly. Just after Brain gave Nirvana the order, a golden light appeared in front of him. Brain smiled and said, I guess you are Yaang, the number 1 person in the magic world. Yaang looked at the other person, you should be the only one left. The others should have been dealt with by me and my companions. Yes, I am the only one left. I know I am no match for you, so I have already arranged an opponent for you. I think he should be looking forward to meeting you. Yaang didn't know what the other party was talking about. What's the meaning? You'll find out soon enough. At this time, Happy flew over with Natsu and shouted in the air, Yaang! Leave this guy to me. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Always guard in darkness. Bang! Natsu failed to break the opponent's barrier. Under the strong reaction force, his body slid backwards quickly. It seems your partner is more anxious than you. Chapter 101. At this moment, there was a sound of air being torn apart in the sky. Natsu and Yaang looked up and saw a dark energy coming towards them at a very fast speed. Boom! The unknown creature landed directly behind Brain, and the surrounding buildings shattered instantly, leaving a huge hole. At this moment, an ominous breath came out from the pit, and Natsu and Happy suddenly felt a look of fear in their hearts. This breath made them shudder, as if it was the breath coming from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Disgusting. Yaang sensed this familiar yet unfamiliar breath, and his expression became gradually solemn. Brain burst out laughing when he saw his helper coming. Ha 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 ha. The strongest biological weapon is finally completed. When Yaang heard the name, it reminded him of that thing a few years ago. But then he thought that the opponent should have been defeated by his attack. At this time, Fab slowly walked out of the pit and came to Brain's side. Yeah, Yang. After Yaang saw the other person's appearance clearly, his expression changed drastically. In an instant, an astonishing murderous aura spread from Yaang's body, mixed with the domineering aura of the king. Everyone on Nirvana felt this breath. Happy fainted immediately. Natsu held Happy in his arms, holding on tightly. The confrontation between the two auras made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The people from other guilds were confused and thought it was an enemy, but Urza and others who had been with Yaang for a long time instantly realized that it was Yaang's aura. Oh no! Something unexpected may have happened, everyone hurry over there. Jura and the others didn't know what it was, but when they saw Urza's expression they knew something must have happened to someone in their guild, as evidenced by the two energies coming from a distance. One is full of evil, the other is full of rage. Yaang! Why are you still alive? Yaang's tone was extremely cold, his eyes fixed on Fabu. Brain joked, ha ha ha, you're talking about him. I should really thank you for this. A few years ago, when I was searching for suitable materials outside, I saw this guy flying across the sky. When I found him, he was already lying in a pit, dying. I thought he was just a monster that was defeated by someone, until later, he actually spoke and said something golden. That got me a little interested in the creature. Then I brought him back to my research institute. To my surprise, this guy actually possessed human genes and an unknown energy. It is this energy that sustains his life. The transformation of organisms, this is a field that even I have never touched before. The power to turn a person into a living monster is like the alchemy in the legend. After that, I conducted a series of investigations on him, which eventually led me to discover a certain cult. I think you should know more about it than I do. I have to admit that the person who came up with this biological genetic modification is a genius. Unfortunately, all the files in it were destroyed, which also put an end to my idea of biological research. So I wanted to save this creature, and he didn't disappoint me. In just a few days, he recovered as before. Unfortunately, the damage to his brain tissue was severe and it was almost impossible to recover. It also makes him a mindless monster. In order to better control this monster, I placed a ban in his mind. But I really underestimated this energy. All the restrictions I set were defeated by this power. Fortunately, I saw the magic of the slavery contract in a book. It took me several years to find this magic, which is why he has been hiding it until now. After this monster was under my control, I transferred my magic and combat memories into this guy's mind and injected some new factors into it. Now he is the real ultimate biological weapon. Kill them, Fab. After hearing Brain's order, Fabu stared at Yaang intently. Now, when he looked at Yaang, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. Yaang pushed Natsu away, condensed the armament color in his right hand, and punched out. The moment the two fists collided, the resulting wave directly raised the surroundings to the ground. Yaang activated Ryuying, and a force directly hit Fabu's body. The severe pain made Fabu scream miserably. Yaang's fist hit Fab's chest hard, and Fab's body flew backwards like a cannonball. Yaang did not give the other party a chance to breathe. A flash of golden light appeared behind Fab, and he directly summoned out Ama Murakami and stabbed Fab's body with a sword. Puff! The sword penetrated into Fab's body. At that moment, Fab seemed to have lost his sense of pain. He did not make a single scream as the lightsaber pierced his body. On the contrary, his body began to become stronger. He threw a punch at Yaang, who immediately turned into an element. The fist went straight through Yaang's chest. Although Fabu had now turned into a beast and had lost his intelligence, he was still confused when he saw the scene in front of him. Golden light condensed under Yaang's feet and he kicked Fabu directly, sending him flying and hitting the ground hard. On the other side, Natsu stared at Brain intently. Although I don't know what you did to make Yaang so angry, I must beat you up. Happy, go find everyone, leave this to me. Natsu, wait for me to come back. Happy knew that he couldn't win against Natsu now, so he was very worried about Natsu's safety. But there are more important things at the moment, he can only choose to trust Natsu. Brain joked, just you? A mere fire dragon. Stop looking down on others. As he said that, Natsu quickly ran towards Brain, with flames wrapped around his hands, and punched hard. But the blow did not cause the slightest ripple on Brain's protective shield. You are such an ignorant brat. Chang and Palm. Bang. Wah-ah-ah-ah. Natsu was knocked away directly. Brain saw that no one came to stop him, so he controlled Nirvana to continue moving forward. Natsu was about to stand up when he felt like vomiting and his whole body instantly went limp. Damn, this thing, how can it still move? Just when Natsu was wondering what to do, Urza and others appeared directly behind Natsu. When everyone saw Natsu, they came forward to ask, but Natsu looked so uncomfortable that he couldn't explain clearly. Wendy asked in confusion, what happened to Natsu-san? Lucy complained, they are both dragon slayers, why is he the only one who is dizzy with transportation? When Wendy heard this, she put her hand on Natsu's body. A green light flashed, and Natsu instantly felt himself recover and quickly stood up. Chapter 102. Along the way, Happy had told everyone what had just happened, but everyone only knew the surface of what happened that year, and no one knew what exactly happened. Everyone looked at the golden light flashing in the distance, and they only knew that Yaang was suppressing the opponent. But it was precisely because of this that people were worried that the opponent was still not dead after suffering such a fierce attack from Yaang. Natsu, let's quickly deal with that Brain. That monster is controlled by Brain. Once we defeat Brain, that monster will stop. Urza slapped Natsu hard. Bang! Bang! It hurts? Very good, Natsu, you have grown up and learned to think about problems. Then everyone went towards Brain, who was on the rooftop looking at everything around him, and of course he also spotted Urza and the others. If it was just Natsu, he wouldn't be afraid at all, but if he were asked to deal with so many people alone, he might not be able to do it. It's time for the president to take action. Soon everyone came to Brain. Brain looked ahead at his former subordinates. Otai, I never thought you would betray me. Otai looked at Brain without any shame, I did a lot of bad things with you in the past, but now I want to be a good person again. The bond between partners is the real love. I was too obsessed with money before. Reminiscence of the Everdarkness. Before Otai could finish his words, a green energy came towards Otai. Be careful. Jura hurriedly cast the rock wall to try to block Brain's magic outside, but the rock wall only lasted for a moment before it was directly broken. The energy directly hit Otai and knocked Otai out. At this time, another black line on Brain's face disappeared. This is what happens when you're a traitor. Wendy rushed to check on Otai's injuries, and everyone looked at Brain angrily. Natsu, UBD. Jura exuded powerful magic power, and the surrounding rocks began to vibrate slightly. I will not let you go. Rock Iron Fist. Reminiscence of the Everdarkness. The green energy directly destroyed the rocks. Grey used magic to create several ice shields. After the energy destroyed one ice shield after another, it stopped at the last one. Natsu, Urza, and the three cats attacked from three directions. After Wendy rescued Otai, she felt exhausted and was a little dazed when she stood up. Wendy, you can do it. Everyone still needs you. The galloping wind. The strength of steel arms. The power of armor. Layers of light appeared on everyone's body, and they felt their bodies become lighter and strength surged out. Natsu, oh! This feels so good. Urza, great job Wendy. After casting 3 spells, Wendy collapsed and sat down. Carla and Happy hurried forward to support her. I'm counting on you all. Wendy fainted after running out of magic power. Change your outfit, Purgatory armor. Purgatory, heaven shaking and weeping ghosts. Urza held the heavy-duty serrated knife close to Brain, clenched her right hand, and exerted force with her left foot, slashing at Brain fiercely with the knife mixed with a large amount of magic power. Brain swung his staff and a large number of arms emerged from the magic circle and grabbed at Urza. Gray and Leon in the distance worked together to cast magic, and a large number of ice spears shot out, piercing through the green arms. Seeing Urza coming towards him, he quickly deployed a barrier. Boom! Urza's serrated knife slashed fiercely on the barrier, and the 3 cats instantly appeared on the other side of the barrier, placing their hands on the barrier. A powerful force instantly burst out, penetrating the barrier and hitting Brain. Brain spat out a mouthful of blood, and the barrier weakened for a moment, allowing Urza's serrated blade to break through the barrier. Damn it! Teleport! When Brain appeared again, he felt a heat coming from behind him. I've been waiting for a long time. Dragon killing secret, Red Lotus blade. Always guard in darkness. Natsu wrapped his hands in flames, which formed into sharp blades, and spun his body quickly. 2 flaming slashes directly broke the barrier and knocked Brain out. Fortunately, the barrier offset most of the damage, and although Brain was injured, he had not fallen down. Suddenly, a large number of rocks around him rushed towards Brain, and Brain suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Oops! It was too late for Brain to take defensive measures. Overlord rock shatter! Boom! As the smoke slowly dissipated, everyone saw that Brain had fainted, and they were relieved. Gray, finally defeated this guy. He's really a tough guy. We had to suffer so many attacks before we defeated him. If we fight him alone, we really won't be his opponent. Urza looked in Yaang's direction and saw that they were still fighting. Something's wrong. That monster didn't stop. Lucy was surprised, what? But weren't all 6 demons destroyed? Yaang. As Yaang continued to slaughter the opponent unilaterally, he found that the opponent's strength was increasing little by little. No matter how badly he beat him, Fab could always recover in a few breaths. This reminded him of a creature, Majin Buu. What's even more terrifying is that the other party is still evolving. Boom! Yaang smashed the fabric again, and soon the flesh on the ground began to wriggle constantly, and finally returned to its original appearance. However, Yaang also found that the opponent's life breath was constantly weakening. I don't know what kind of factor Brain injected into this guy to make his recovery ability so strong. Or maybe this monster's ability is that it has the attribute of immortality. Since you can rely on your own decayed flesh and blood to be reborn, then all I have to do is annihilate you completely. Awaken. In an instant, with Yaang as the center, all the surrounding buildings and the land turned into light particles. Everyone looked at the glowing ground in front of them with puzzled expressions, except Urza and Lucy, who did not change at all, because they had seen Yaang in this form in the Tower of Heaven. Leon, what is this? Jura, I don't know. I think no one except Lord Yaang can use this power. It can directly transform all non-living things around into light elements. That's amazing. At this time, Brain's cane began to speak. Oh no! I have to leave quickly, this guy is about to come out. 3 cats, what's that sound? When everyone heard the voice, they were all confused and looked around, only to find that there was no one else except their own people. Gray, 3 cats, did you hear me wrong? There is no one else here except us. Can this staff speak? As Gray finished his words, the staff floated up by itself. Gray was surprised, what the hell? The staff is alive. You are such an impolite little brat, but I don't have time to explain to you. I have to leave now. Chapter 103. At this time, a terrifying magical power emerged from Brain, who was lying on the ground, and the surrounding buildings continued to vibrate under the influence of this magical power. Suddenly Brain's eyes opened instantly and became extremely red. Everyone felt this powerful magic and looked at Brain warily. Then Brain slowly stood up, and scattered magic power rushed into the sky. Urza, everyone be careful. Brain looked around, and a wave of memories suddenly flooded into his mind. Oh! Even midnight was dealt with. Brain took a deep breath. I haven't felt this way in a long time. This body, this voice, this magic, I miss them all. After saying this, without using any magic power, the clothes on his body turned into a green military coat. Urza and the others all looked at the Brain in front of them with serious expressions. Natsu yelled, "Who the hell are you?" Sanmao, he's like two completely different people from the guy just now. Wu looked at them and smiled, are you talking about me? I am the president of Oration Cease, Wu. My lovely members are being taken care of by you guys. It's really pitiful. As the president, I have to make a decision for them. You said so, Clodua. The staff, which was about to sneak away, shuddered when Wu called its name. That's right, my great president. These little brats are nothing compared to your greatness. Wu directly grabbed the staff and asked, did you want to escape just now? Clodua broke out in a cold sweat. How could that be? I just went to check out what's going on over there for you. Wu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, really? Then he looked towards the golden light shining in the distance. What a fascinating force! Brain saved this monster and really wanted to destroy him with his own hands. But now it seems that the other guy fascinates me more. Then Wu exerted force with his right hand, broke the staff and threw it aside. But before that, I still have to eat an appetizer. In an instant, Wu disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Natsu and Grey. The two had no time to react, and Wu grabbed their heads and threw them to the ground. Boom! Lucy Natsu! Leon Grey! Natsu and Grey fainted immediately. Everyone turned around hurriedly and saw the three cats using the shaving technique and instantly appeared behind Wu. Point the gun! Wu couldn't help but become interested when he saw Sanmao's physical skills, and allowed Sanmao's attacks to fall on him. Sanmao felt as if his fingers were poking on steel, and his fingers were twisted. Wu said, this is a very good taijutsu. The person who created this taijutsu is really a genius. It's a pity that your strength is too weak. You haven't been able to bring out the full potential of this taijutsu at all. Often alluding. Jura waved his hand hastily, and the rock iron protruded from the ground. The extremely penetrating magic power directly pierced through the hard rock iron and passed by the three cats' faces. Boom! Ice shape, freeze! Leon cast a spell to freeze Wu directly, and Urza swung the serrated knife and chopped it hard. The ice only lasted for a moment before it cracked from the inside, and when Urza's knife was about to fall, Wu simply raised his hand and a green magic circle appeared in his hand. Eternal Dark Rondo. Ah! A spiral of energy sent Urza flying. You two are next. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu appeared behind Leon and Sharia. Two energy bombs hit the two directly, and they were instantly knocked away. Jura's anger rose instantly, and with a wave of his hand, he controlled a large amount of rocks to attack Wu, but Wu didn't care at all. Void Whip. A green magic circle appeared in Wu's palm, and a long energy whip emerged from his hand. Wu controlled the whip and kept swinging it wildly, and the flying rocks were defeated one by one. Wu looked at Jura and swung the whip violently. Rocky Mountain. Jura put his hands together, and a huge stone statue rose from the ground, protecting Jura inside. When the whip fell on the stone statue, it shattered instantly. At this time, Urza, who was knocked away, was wearing the armor of the giant, holding a spear in his hand, condensing the magic power into the spear, and throwing the spear out with all his strength. Without looking back, he directly deployed the protective shield. Bang! The spear that touched the protective shield was unable to penetrate it at all. It only lasted for a moment before being bounced away. At this time, Urza also came over here quickly, jumped up, grabbed the spear that was bounced away, clenched his hands like a tiger descending from the mountain, and stabbed Wu fiercely. Chang'an Fantasia. A spiral of green energy was released from Wu's hand, and the moment Urza's spear tip touched the green energy, he felt a powerful force coming from the spear. Lucy suddenly felt something was wrong. Open the gate of Virgo. Your Highness, is there anything I can help you with? Go save Urza. It's Her Royal Highness the Princess. After holding on for a while, the spear could not withstand such a powerful force and broke directly. Just when the energy hit Urza, Virgo drilled out from the ground, grabbed Urza's feet, and dragged Urza underground, avoiding Wu's attack. Wu glanced at Lucy calmly. It turns out there is a little mouse here, it's really in the way. Just when Wu was about to attack Lucy, the ground kept shaking. Jura's body was emitting a light yellow light, and a large amount of earth energy poured into Jura's body. Jura waved his hand, and condensed energy instantly appeared under Wu's body. Ring the rich prison. Boom. Jura was panting, his eyes fixed on the front. He was not sure whether he had eliminated the opponent. Snap. 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 The sound of hands clapping reached Jura's ears. You have such magical power at your age. You are indeed talented. However, you are more valuable when you destroy things. Suddenly, a powerful shock wave surged out with Wu Wei as the center, directly knocking Jura and Lucy away. Wu glanced around and saw an unconscious girl, guarded by two kittens. He slowly walked over after seeing her. Carla and Happy quickly opened their arms and protected Wendy behind them. His body kept shaking, but his eyes never flinched. Wu said, "What an amazing look! This is the determination of your bright magic world to protect your companions. It's really disgusting." Then Wu slowly raised his finger, black energy condensed at his fingertips, and a small magic bullet flew towards Happy and Carla. Carla and Happy saw the magic coming towards them and closed their eyes in fear. At this moment, a sword flashed and directly cut the magic in half. Chapter 104. Just after Virgo sent Urza back to the ground, he saw Lucy being knocked away. Virgo, who lost his magic support, was teleported back to the celestial spirit world. Wu looked at Urza and smiled, "What a clinging fly! Urza, Happy! Carla! Take Wendy away from here." Happy's eyes were filled with tears. "Urza! Quick!" Wu sneered and said, "None of you can escape. Chang'an wipe." A large amount of green energy bullets poured out from the magic circle. Urza summoned the diamond armor and released a diamond barrier to block all the attacks. Wu waved his hand, and a powerful repulsive force spread out from Wu's surroundings. Urza was directly bounced out and hit the wall hard. Ah! Gravitational! Happy and Carla suddenly felt a powerful force pulling them, and they cast wing magic, trying to escape. However, no matter how hard they tried, this powerful attraction always sucked them towards the direction of nothingness. Urza Happy! Carla! Moonless Flow, Garuda Flame! At this moment, a blade energy mixed with a large amount of flames rushed towards Wu quickly. Wu had to withdraw his gravity and deploy a protective shield. Happy and Carla exited the wing magic due to using too much magic power and fell to the ground. Wu looked forward and saw a woman in a kimono holding a sword running towards him quickly. Banjiu swung the Sakura snow knife in his hand, and a blade of energy slashed out and landed on Wu's protective shield, but it did not create any ripples. Banjiu's eyes gradually became solemn. She knew that the gap between her and Wu was too big and she could never be his opponent. But as long as she could bring Yaang back, it would all be worth it. Urza changed into the pure heart clothes and came to Akariga with two swords in hand. "Although I don't know who you are, since you saved my companion, you are our friend." The turtle dove smiled and said, "Don't hold me back." Then the two rushed towards Wu from both sides. Yaang had just unfolded his awakening field, ready to completely destroy Fabu. Just as he was controlling Fabu with golden light, he felt a powerful energy in the distance. Before long, those familiar auras became extremely weak. Damn it, why did Wu show up at this time? How could Natsu and the others be a match for this guy? Ding! Congratulations to the host, the evolution and fusion are indeed successful. Host, Yaang. Age 19. Panel, Borsellino 100%. Ability, Armament Haki Top Level, Observation Haki Top Level, Pika Pika no Mi Awakened, Magic Awakened Sun, Navy 6 Styles Top Level, Great Swordsman, Conqueror Haki Top Level. Moves, Fake Flash, Light Speed Kick, Aim Kun, Divine Avoidance, 8-Foot Mirror, 8-Foot Ninja Megatama, Annihilating Heaven Arrow. Money 135445974J. Solar Ability Release, 20%. You can unlock abilities by spending money or sunbathing. The amount required for the next stage of liberation is 1 billion, and the liberation ability is the Blessing of the Sun on the host. Backpack, none. Note, 20% liberation, the host will get a comprehensive 200% improvement at noon. You damn system, you asked for 1 billion right away, you're really something. But you've awakened the magic of the sun? You came just in time. From now on, I will be the sin of pride, Borsellino, Escanor, Yaang. As he spoke, Yaang felt a blazing fireball appear within the power of light within his body, and Yaang also felt that he possessed magic power as vast as the sea. In other words, Yaang can now use magic power to release solar magic and use physical strength to unleash the power of the Pikachu fruit. The combination of the two greatly enhances the power. As Yaang released his magic power, the temperature around him rose instantly. Yaang condensed the sun fire in his palm, felt Natsu's position, and threw the magic power directly over. Everyone hold on for a while, wait for me to finish off this beast. Fab's sense of danger told him that this glowing land was full of dangers, so he kept slapping the cage of light that imprisoned him, wanting to leave here as soon as possible. Every time his arm touched the light column, the light energy would burn his skin. Although he had a strong recovery ability and had cut off his pain nerves, he could not break the cage no matter how much brute force he used. Suddenly, Fab remembered that power and began to mobilize all the magic power in his body, concentrating it on his palm. Boom! The powerful dark force directly destroyed the cage. Roar! Then Fabu circulated the energy throughout his body, protected himself, and fired a large amount of dark energy bombs towards Yaang. Before the energy bombs flew far, countless light bombs shot out from the golden ground and destroyed them all. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Fabu quickly turned around and ran away. Yaang looked at Fab, who was about to escape, and waved his hand. A huge golden arm emerged in front of Fab and grabbed Fab. Fabu gathered the energy at his mouth, and a powerful dark ray shot towards the golden palm. Boom! Just when Fab thought he had destroyed the arm, the smoke dissipated and the arm appeared intact before his eyes, directly grabbing Fab. The other side. No matter how Urza and Acariga attacked, they could not break Wu's energy shield. Although they cooperated well, it was very difficult for them to deal with Wu's attacks. My magic power is almost exhausted now. Wu looked at the two people with a relaxed expression and said, "This won't work, ladies." Urza and Acariga looked at each other, understood each other's intentions, and prepared to fight with all their strength. Urza swiftly charged at Wu Gong with two swords in hand, while Banjiu closed his eyes, held Yingxiu, and concentrated his sword intent around him. Wu fired a large number of dark energy bombs again. Urza, who was running wildly, cut the flying energy bombs one by one. The moment he got close to Wu, he stomped his left foot on the ground, twisted his body, and swung his two swords fiercely, and the sword energy formed a tornado. The surrounding debris attracted by the tornado turned into ashes the moment it touched the sword energy. Wu looked at the storm coming towards him without showing any panic. This was a reflection of his confidence in his absolute strength. "This is so boring. I've played with you guys long enough." Wu raised his palm, and the powerful shock wave directly defeated the sword energy storm. Wu watched as Urza, who originally had two swords, had changed to a single sword and closed his eyes like Banjiu. "Oh! There's still a show. The secret of the moonless style, modified, soul-piercing sky. Desperate faith slash." The blade flashed by in an instant, so fast that before Wu could even see what it was, Acariga and Urza appeared behind him. The protective shield on Wu's body shattered directly, which surprised Wu a little. He did not expect that these two ants could shatter his magic shield. Was one of the two knives a stabbing? The other one? Before he could finish his words, Wu's clothes tore apart and a stream of blood slowly flowed out from his skin. Chapter 105. Wu touched the wound on his chest, and after seeing his own blood, his expression became even more crazy. The magic power in his body can't stop overflowing. Ha 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 ha. The desire to kill is somewhat uncontrollable. Ha! An astonishing magical power suddenly surged from Wu's body, which was much stronger than before. Urza and Banjio felt this power, and they had no intention of resisting. Urza looked incredulous. How could there be such powerful magic? As Wu released his magic power, the wound cut by Urza healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and wisps of black gas began to emanate from Wu's body. At this time, a strong magical power flew quickly from a distance. Wu looked up and saw that this energy fell on the person who had just been killed by him. Urza, Natsu. After hitting Natsu, the energy gradually merged into Natsu's body surface. Natsu opened his mouth and began to eat the power. Gurgle gurgle. It's delicious. I've never tasted such delicious fire. My whole body feels warm as if it were illuminated by the sun. Eat it and the power will surge up. Natsu slowly stood up, and layers of dragon scales began to appear on his body. Suddenly, a layer of golden hot flames burned on Natsu's body. In just a moment, the rocks around Natsu turned into magma. Roar! Natsu roared towards the sky, like the roar of a dragon, and powerful sound waves spread out in all directions. He looked at the boy in front of him with a serious expression, which actually made him feel a little sense of crisis. What kind of flame is this that is so violent? Natsu looked around and saw that all his companions were lying on the ground. Urza and another unknown woman were also covered in wounds. The anger in his heart gushed out, and the heat wave gushed out towards the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. I'm going to beat you up, UBD. Fire dragons roar. A column of fire with a diameter of nearly 10 m burst out from Natsu's mouth, and the speed of the flame was extremely fast. Wu hurriedly deployed a barrier to block the flames outside, but the scorching heat made Wu unbearable. After only holding out for a moment, Wu's protective shield could no longer withstand the blazing flames and began to shatter. Wu immediately used instant movement upon seeing this and moved behind Natsu, but who knew that the temperature around Natsu was so high? Fortunately, the surface of his skin was protected by magic, and although he would not be burned by the flames, the scorching heat made him extremely uncomfortable. Just when Wu was about to attack, a flame suddenly surged out from under Natsu's feet and surrounded Natsu. Wu saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly retreated behind him. Damn kid, what on earth was that power just now? Void whip. A green energy turned into a long whip, and as Wu swung it, the whip swung quickly towards Natsu. Natsu used his right foot to push forward and quickly dodged the whip's attack. But Wu's attack did not stop there. When the long whip did not attack, it was quickly retracted. Then Wu's right hand began to swing quickly, and the long whip was impenetrable to Wu's swing. Natsu continued to attack, and Natsu moved quickly around Wu, but he couldn't find any opportunity to attack. Natsu simply jumped out of Wu's attack range, releasing dragon flames with his left hand and golden flames with his right hand. Combining the two forces, Natsu raised a blazing golden fireball above his head and threw it towards Wu. Wu stopped swinging the whip and raised his hand. A powerful energy barrier appeared in front of Wu. The golden fireball exploded the moment it touched the barrier. The barrier was destroyed in an instant, but fortunately Wu put on another layer of shield in front of himself, so that Wu himself was not harmed. At this moment, Natsu took advantage of the gap between the explosion and rushed towards Wu quickly. By the time Wu saw Natsu, Natsu had already rushed in front of Wu. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Bang! Boom! The barrier was broken instantly, and Natsu took the opportunity to kick out. Wu also raised his leg and collided with Natsu. The collision between the two directly blew away the surrounding smoke. Then the two of them started a fierce fist fight. The other side. No matter how hard Fab tried, he couldn't break free from Yaang's golden arms. Yaang slowly exerted force with his palm, and the golden palm began to shrink continuously. Fabio felt the pressure on his body suddenly increase. Gradually, his body could not bear the pressure anymore and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Now, Fab's body had a strong adaptability. After suffering such strong external pressure, it directly changed its body structure and shrunk itself into a spherical size. The body can withstand all kinds of pressure. Seeing this, Yaang sneered and emanated golden magic power from his body, which instantly poured into the giant palm. Gradually, the temperature of the golden arm began to rise, and the air around it began to evaporate. A hissing sound of burning began to be heard from the golden giant palm. Fab, who had curled up into a ball, was unable to withstand the heat at all. His body began to twist continuously, but he was unable to break free from the palm. Instead, the twisting body almost broke the spherical state, and the external pressure increased suddenly. Fab's body heated up rapidly, his limbs and skin were burned into red charcoal. The cells in his body had no time to adapt and evolve, and were all burned to ashes by the scorching heat. Roar! After a roar, Yaang realized that Fabu's life signs had completely disappeared. He slowly opened his golden giant palm, and a gust of hot wind blew, blowing the ashes around. It's a really hard creature to kill. If you were to continue evolving, who knows what kind of monster would appear. Okay, time to go deal with that. Natsu is almost out of mana. Then Yaang disappeared in a flash of golden light. The other side. Natsu and Wu fought fiercely with fists and kicks, and gradually Natsu fell into a disadvantage. Wu taunted as he fought, "Why, this won't work? Where's the powerful force just now? Is it consumed?" Natsu looked solemn because just as Wu said, he had almost used up all the strength he had just exerted, and the dragon power was beginning to fade away. His body could hardly bear the few punches he had just exchanged with Wu. It was at that moment that the dragon's power faded completely, causing the unbridled blazing flames to cease to exist, and instead the heat emanating from Natsu had a slight chill to it. As Mujima kicked out, Natsu quickly raised his hand to block it, and then he felt a huge force coming at him, and his body quickly slid behind him. After he stopped moving, he felt a sense of weakness and fell down. My body can't move." Without giving Natsu any chance to breathe, he raised his fingers and powerful energy gathered at his fingertips. "Go to hell, you little brat!" Often eluding. Chapter 106. Boom! Wu looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "Looks like you solved that monster." Yaang sensed the surroundings and said, "It is indeed solved. Although the strength is not that good, it is too weak. It took a lot of effort to solve that thing." Natsu raised his head with difficulty and looked at Yaang who had arrived. You are finally here." Urza and Banjia finally felt relieved when they saw Yaang arrive. As long as he was there, nothing would be a problem. When Happy saw Yaang coming, tears slowly flowed from her eyes, and Carla felt relieved. Yaang said, "How was it, Natsu? It felt good just now, didn't it?" Natsu nodded. "I know that is your power, but it is a little difficult for me to grasp it now. One day I will hold this power in my hands, and then I will challenge you." "Tisk tisk tisk, you really never forget to fight. Just lie down and take a rest. I'll kill this old BD first." Several golden arms appeared behind Yaang and grabbed all the fainted and injured people away. The fainted people also slowly woke up during the movement. Then Yaang looked at Wu. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Wu said, "I have been pursuing great power all my life, and fighting against powerful people. Destroying those so-called geniuses one by one gives me great satisfaction. And you are the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. I feel your magical power that is as deep as the ocean. I can't wait to destroy you." As he spoke, Wu tore open his shirt, revealing his upper body covered with black lines. The ban on demons is lifted. The black lines on Wu's body gradually faded away, and a large amount of ghost energy emanated from Wu's body. The dark power became extremely thick and formed droplets, which continuously dripped onto the ground. Gradually, ghosts began to wander around Wu, making sharp cries from time to time. "Young man, I hope you won't let me down. I can't even control my current posture. This is the power from the abyss." Yaang felt that there was an extremely evil power in Wu, which was like the difference between a small stream and a big river compared to Fab just now. The people in the distance were extremely shocked by the changes in Wu. Urza, is this the true attitude of Mu? Jura, the leader of Oration Cease has such a strong power. How powerful are the other two Balam alliances that are even stronger than him? Sanmao said confidently, don't worry, everyone. The boss will not lose. At this time, a hot wind blew towards them, and they suddenly felt a powerful magic power coming from a distance. Compared with the terrifying evil power just now, this power was full of light. This power directly took away the discomfort just now. When everyone looked, they found that the source of the magic power was Yaang. Urza and the others looked at Yaang in confusion, because they knew that Yaang had no source of magic, but now he had this huge magical power. Wu felt this power, and the corners of his mouth rose wildly. So it was you who gave that kid his strength. Very good, very good. Wu spread out his right hand, and the magic wand that was originally broken into two halves by Wu turned into a spot of light. When it appeared in Wu's hand, it turned into a book with a black cover. As Wu concentrated his magic power into the book began to flip rapidly. Come, mighty power from the abyss. Devour everything here and let me peek into a corner of that vastness. Book of Genesis Chapter 1 Devil's Abyss. Suddenly, a small pool of dark liquid droplets without any surrounding area began to boil continuously, and gradually a large amount of dark power surged out of it, and soon the dark power swallowed up the surroundings. As the dark power continued to erode, just as it spread to the edge of Yaang, the ground with Yaang as the center turned into light elements, blocking the darkness outside. Traveler from the depths of the abyss, drag those who stand in your way into the endless darkness. The Book of Genesis, Chapter 2, The Way Back. As the spell was cast, the dark liquid in front of him gradually swelled up, and a pitch-black monster about 10 meters tall, similar to the faceless man, appeared in front. Then a large number of dark tentacles stretched out from both sides of the monster. It quickly moved towards Yaang, and just as the tentacles approached Yaang's territory of light, several light arms emerged from the ground, grabbed the dark tentacles and destroyed them. Yaang raised his palm and condensed the power of light and solar magic on his palm. A ball of energy with red spots in the light appeared in his palm. The merciless sun. Call out. The scorching little sun quickly flew towards the monster. At this time, the monster's body opened from the middle, and inside was a constantly rotating energy pattern that seemed to be able to absorb everything. The little sun was directly eaten by the monster. Wu Xiao said, everything will return to nothingness. No power can escape the fate of dissipating into nothingness. Yaang said disdainfully, the sun can contain everything, and it can also destroy everything. Your nothingness is not worthy of it. Suddenly, the monster's body began to expand continuously, flashing red light. After a while, the monster exploded and a red ball of light appeared in front of Wu. Exploding arrogance. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose in the center of Nirvana, and the surrounding darkness disappeared without a trace in an instant. The smoke quickly dissipated, and Wu's whole body was surrounded by darkness. Just when the monster disappeared, Wu's intuition told him that he would die, so Wu covered his body with all the dark power and blocked the attack just now. The dark droplets slowly receded, leaving Wu with a pale face. This was the moment when he was closest to death. Kid, I still underestimated you. With such power at your age, if you continue to grow, the dark world may not be able to exist. Yaang appeared behind Wu with a flash of golden light. Whether the dark realm exists or not has nothing to do with me, and I am not interested in it. I only know that you want to be without President Wu. Light speed kick. Bang! The dark droplets under Wu's body quickly climbed up Wu's body, and Yaang kicked directly on the dark protective film covering Wu's body. The protective film offset most of the force, but could not offset the impact of Yaang's kick. Wu was directly kicked out and fell into Yaang's field of light. Suddenly, countless spears made of golden light emerged from the ground and headed towards Wu. Wu condensed the dark power at his fingertips, and a dark shock wave surged out from his fingertips, destroying all the light guns. Wu condensed the dark power under his feet and stepped into Yaang's field of light. Suddenly, a large number of arms of light emerged from the surroundings and grabbed towards Wu. Reminiscence of the abyss. Wu Meng twisted his body violently, and the dark power formed a dark vortex with Wu as the center, destroying all the arms of light. Chapter 107. Traveler from nothingness, please send your miracle and take me to the other side of nothingness. Book of Genesis Chapter 3 Nativity. Suddenly, a huge black magic circle appeared above Wu's head, and a dark beam of light descended from it, directly wrapping Wu up. Yaang controlled the light energy, and a large amount of energy surged out from the surroundings of the light field, heading towards Wu Luo in the light column. Just when the beam of light touched the dark pillar of light, what Yaang didn't expect was that his attack had no effect on it at all. The beam of light fell into the dark pillar of light and was directly swallowed up by it. At this time, there was a faint laughter from below. Ha 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 ha! How can a mere human possibly understand the greatness of nothingness? No matter how strong you are, the void will devour everything you have. Wu waved his hand, and the dark beam of light slowly dissipated, but the magic circle in the sky still existed, and there were faint threads connecting Wu. At this time, Wu's appearance also changed greatly. His eyes became pitch black, and only his pupils emitted red light. There was a black line on his face that slid from the right forehead to the chin. The lines that had disappeared on the upper body were once again all over the body, and a dark red light was shining on the chest. Wu walked forward step by step, and wherever he passed, the golden ground was stained with darkness. Void technique, darkly locking the heaven and earth. In the light area stained by darkness, chains emitting purple light flew out and directly blocked the surroundings. Boy, you are good at running, right? Now let me see how you run. Yaang said disdainfully, run? You are not worthy. You used your life to buy this power. Do you think you can beat me? I'll let you know how ridiculous your behavior is. Yaang stomped his foot, and suddenly 3-meter-wide golden light pillars emerged from the surface. The light pillars surged into the sky and collided violently with the chains. For a moment, no one could do anything to anyone else. This chain is used to trap the ghosts in the land of nothingness. It is a magic with rules attached. Now it is just borrowing that power. Yaang entered the light column and instantly emerged from another light column. Energy was condensed on his fingertips and a strong energy burst out from his fingertips. Flash! Wu turned around hurriedly and raised his palm. A dark vortex appeared in Wu's palm, and Yaang's light energy was directly absorbed. Wu controlled the chains and moved towards Yaang. Yaang directly summoned Ama no Murakami, swung his sword, knocked the chains away and entered the light column again. Wu's eyes kept scanning the surroundings, because he felt that Yaang was swimming quickly in the light column, and he was not sure where the other party would come out from. It's so annoying. Void technique, hollow. Wu condensed the power of nothingness that could devour everything in his hand, and soon a small black hole appeared in front of Wu. Suddenly, a strong wind blew and everything around rushed towards the black hole like crazy. The light was also pulled into the black hole the moment it touched the black hole. For a moment, the already dark sky seemed even darker. Soon Yaang used awakening to restore the surrounding light elemental earth to its original state. Yaang's figure also reappeared in front of Wu, and a powerful suction force was constantly pulling Yaang. Yaang was not at all panicked, and flew quickly towards the black hole following the suction force. On the way, Yaang condensed the armament haki and domineering haki on his right leg, and dark lightning was released from around Yaang. Yaang looked at the black hole that was so close to him and kicked it hard. Seeing Yaang's self-destruction, Wu smiled and said, "You don't know your own abilities." But soon I couldn't laugh anymore. Because he saw that not only was Yaang not absorbed by the black hole, he also saw that bright light continued to appear in the black hole. Yaang exerted force with his right foot again, and the black hole shattered instantly. 9 days in the sky. Yaang waved his hand, and 9 crimson fireballs instantly appeared in the sky. Everyone suddenly felt a surge of heat coming towards them. Then 9 fireballs flew towards Wu. Wu once again condensed the devouring power of nothingness, and all 9 fireballs were sucked into nothingness. Bang! At this moment, Yaang snapped his fingers lightly, and 9 fireballs exploded directly. The powerful force directly defeated the power of nothingness. Wu's expression suddenly became solemn. He found that the power of nothingness he released could not defeat Yang's power of light. You little brat! What kind of magic are you using? Yang smiled slightly. How can nothingness contain the sun? The sun is across the sky. In an instant, a huge fireball appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire sea of gas trees. Yang waved his hand lightly, and the fireball fell quickly towards Wu. He stared at the fireball in the sky expressionlessly, feeling the scorching heat wave blowing towards him. I don't believe it. How could there be magic of the sun in this world? This is all just your bluff. Open it. Gate of Nothingness, bring everything into the other side of nothingness. Book of Genesis Chapter 4 The Beyond of Nothingness. A black magic circle unfolded under Wu's feet, and suddenly a huge door emerged from the magic circle. The door slowly opened, and a large amount of cold air poured out from the door, followed by countless evil spirits pouring out of the door like crazy. After a while, a fireball fell from the sky, continuously burning the evil spirits. For a while, shrill screams were heard continuously. The evil spirits only held out for a moment before being burned to ashes by the flames. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wu bit his finger and kept carving something on his chest. I will sacrifice this body to drive away all my enemies. Everything will eventually return to nothing. The Book of Creation, Final Chapter, Soul returns to hometown. Laozi is the president of Oration Cease. How could he be defeated by a young man like you? Come with me to the other side of nothingness. Ha 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 ha. The faint threads behind Wu suddenly became extremely clear and absorbed all of Wu's flesh and blood. Wu turned into a blood ball and entered the magic circle in the sky. The fireball fell directly to the ground, causing a huge explosion. A fiery red mushroom cloud rose from the ground and directly pierced through the center of Nirvana. Suddenly, an extremely thick chain appeared from the magic circle and moved towards Yang. Seeing this, Yang condensed his conqueror's haki and armament haki into Aim Murasake, and black lightning continued to entangle around Aim Murasake. Yang swung his sword fiercely, and a dark sword energy went towards the chain. The chain was cut in half the moment it touched the sword energy. The sword energy continued to fly and cut the magic circle in half and flew into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were cut in half, and the moonlight filtered through the gap and fell into Nirvana. Chapter 108. Everyone watching was stunned. Yang's strength once again refreshed their cognition, especially the people from Fairy Tale. I thought that during the guild civil war, a large part of Yang's strength was revealed, but who could have thought that this was just the tip of the iceberg? Everyone came to Yang and asked questions. Natsu, who was originally chattering, suddenly lay down weakly with a nauseous look on his face. Lucy asked in confusion, Natsu, what's wrong with you? This ground, is still moving. Sigma_. Lucy, hi. Only then did everyone realize that the surrounding scenery was indeed moving, and loud noises reached everyone's ears. Leon, strange? Aren't all 6 demons destroyed? Why hasn't Nirvana stopped yet? Jura, perhaps this question should be asked to Mr. Yi Yet and the others. They have the magic of ancient documents, so they must know something. The other side. In the Demon Cat and Guild, President Robinla was looking at Nirvana with a worried look on his face as he continued to move towards this place. President, what should we do? That guy is coming. What should we do? Robinlu, don't worry, everyone. The side of light has an extremely powerful force. That young man will stop everything. Let's think about how to say goodbye to Wendy and Carla. I can't hold on any longer. These 2 children shouldn't be trapped here by us. They have a future outside. The scene changed and everyone returned to the temporary base. At this time, the trio and Yi Ye were all looking at the ancient document with serious expressions. Seeing that everyone returned safely, they all smiled happily. Yi, it's so great to see you guys return safely, man. We just detected 2 very powerful magic powers and thought you were in danger, but now it seems that the magic power should belong to you, Yang. Yang nodded and said, in one night, the 6 demons were all destroyed, so why is Nirvana still moving? We were just thinking about this question, and finally we saw from a very ancient document that the energy source of Nirvana lies in the 6 supporting legs. And once Nirvana is set, it will not stop. Even if its controller is dead, it will continue according to the program set by the controller. According to Xiang's calculations just now, it turns out that Nirvana is walking in this direction. Yi pointed in the direction of the map, and Wendy looked panicked when she saw it. This is the location of the Demon Cat Inn, it's my guild. Lucy was surprised, you said this is the location of your guild.
But
why is it our guild? Jura, I think it's because Brain wants to take revenge on us. Your guild is the only one in the sea of gas trees, so you became their target. After hearing this, Wendy sat on the ground with a look of despair on her face, tears streaming down her face. Yaang walked forward, squatted down, and touched Wendy's head. Wendy raised her head, still sobbing. Yeah, brother Yaang. Don't worry Wendy, everything will be fine. Carla, take everyone to the Cat Demon Inn and wait for me to come over. I see. Then Yaang disappeared in a flash of golden light. At this time, Nirvana had already walked into the range, and its 6 legs continued to absorb the energy of the earth. The trees around the 6 legs instantly withered and turned into a dead place. Robinlu and others walked out of the guild and looked at Nirvana, which was gathering energy. Suddenly a golden light flashed and appeared in front of the Nirvana cannon. Yaang raised his finger, a large amount of golden light condensed at his fingertips, and a huge golden cross appeared in the sky. After Nirvana condensed the energy, he aimed at the guild headquarters of the Demon Cats Inn and a powerful energy ray surged out. Su Shanji! Wow! The 2 energies collided violently, and powerful energy fluctuations quickly spread around. After everyone repaired the Christina, they saw the energy wave rushing towards them, and Yaya shouted, everyone hold on tight. Christina was swayed left and right by the waves of energy coming from her. After a long while, the shaking feeling gradually subsided, but fortunately, Christina arrived above the Demon Cats Inn safely. Wendy heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that everyone in the guild was fine. After everyone landed safely, they looked in the direction of Yaang and found that the entire Nirvana had been cut off at a corner and stopped in place. Just when everyone thought everything was over, Robinlu said, it's not over yet. As long as the 6 cores of Nirvana are not destroyed at the same time, it will continue to absorb the magic power of nature to recover as before. When everyone heard this, they were shocked and looked at Nirvana. Just as Robinlu said, Nirvana was recovering little by little. Urza said, so if we destroy the magic energy absorbing devices in the 6 legs at the same time, we can stop Nirvana. Robinlu nodded solemnly. Urza, we must inform Yaang immediately. Maybe Yaang can do it. Just as Xiang was about to pass it to Yaang through telekinesis, Yaang, who was still in the air, instantly dissipated from his original position and appeared at the bottom center of Nirvana. The merciless sun. Suddenly, 6 balls of light flashing with fiery red flares appeared around Yaang. As Yaang waved his hand, 6 fireballs flew quickly towards the center of the 6 legs. Boom! 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 The violent explosion directly destroyed Nirvana's 6 legs. Nirvana, which was being repaired, stopped instantly and slowly disintegrated and fell from the air. When Robinlu saw that Yaang actually knew the secret of Nirvana, he wondered what was going on in his mind. After a while, a golden light fell in front of everyone, and when the golden light faded, Yaang's appearance appeared. Wendy happily ran to Yaang's side and shouted, "Thank you, brother Yaang." Yaang touched Wendy's head without saying anything. When he looked up, he saw Robinlu and everyone from the Demon Cat Inn coming to Yaang. "Thank you very much, young man. If it weren't for you, we really don't know what to do." Yaang said, "It's okay, President Robinlu, these are what I should do." Robinlu kept looking at Yaang. He had never seen such a powerful young man in his entire life. When Robinlu saw Wendy's happy look, his last worries were put to rest. Then Robinlu bowed deeply to everyone. Jura hurriedly helped Robinlu up. "President Robinlu, you don't have to do this. This is what we should do." Chapter 109. No, this all started because of me. Except for Yaang, everyone was confused by Robin Lu's words. Robin Lu thought for a moment and then said, "Please rest here for a while. I will answer your questions later. Wendy, Carla, take our distinguished guest to get fixed up." "Okay, Grandpa Robin Lu." Then Robin Lu came to Yaang. "Young man, can you come alone with me for a while?" Then Yaang followed Robin Lu into a room. Robin Lu stared at Yaang. "Young man, I want you to promise me something." Yaang nodded. Robin Lu asked in confusion, "Young man, you agreed so easily without asking clearly what it is about." Yaang shook his head and said, "Old man, you don't have much time left." Robin Lu was shocked, "How do you know?" "Because I can feel the energy in you draining away quickly." "Ha ha ha, I really can't hide it from you. I was still wondering why you knew Nirvana's weakness. It's not surprising that you have this perception. Yaang, if you really disappear like this, Wendy will be sad. I'm sure you'll make Wendy happy." The other side. Wendy and Carla brought everyone to the dressing room of their cat demon inn. "Wow! This is so cute." Lucy put on clothes similar to those of ethnic minorities. "I'm still cuter." Sharia also put on her clothes and looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction. "Well! It is indeed very unique. I want to collect a set. It is a piece of clothing I have never seen before. It is ancient yet luxurious." At this time Sharia asked in confusion, "Wendy, I may be a little rude to say this, when did you join the Guild Alliance? I have never heard of the name of this guild before." "Me too." Lucy had been a member of the guild for half a year, but she had learned about many wizard guilds before. There were so many guilds in the kingdom of Ophelia that she had some impression of some of the names, but she had never heard of the name of the Demon Cat Inn. Urza was thinking the same thing, not hearing any relevant information in her mind. Wendy said dejectedly, "Oh really? Maybe it's really a guild with no reputation." Carla said, "It doesn't matter, let's go ahead." Then everyone walked out of the room. Everything outside was almost ready, and delicious dishes were served up one after another. Robin Lu sat on the main seat and said, "I am here to thank all the allies of the coalition on behalf of the other alliance guild for repelling Oration Cease and saving our guild." Yi stood up and said righteously, "You don't have to be so polite, President Robin Lu. Although we fought fiercely with the 6 demons, we finally relied on the bond between our partners to eliminate all the enemies." Yi acted as if it was thanks to his leadership that the 6 demons were defeated. The trio immediately applauded and echoed, "As expected of you, Teacher Yi." San Mao was speechless and said, "You are really good at taking advantage of others." "I, San Mao, have always claimed to be the originator of shamelessness, but who would have thought that this person would be even better than me? Whose general is this?" On the other hand, Leon and Sharia were both a little depressed, because they basically did not contribute anything in this expedition against the 6 demons, except for killing some miscellaneous soldiers. All of the Oration Cease were solved by fairy tale. Jura also noticed the loneliness of the few people and said to comfort them, "You have done a great job. There are many powerful wizards in this world. I think after this incident, you should be able to see your own shortcomings more clearly. You can also see the strong people from other guilds. This trip is worthwhile. Don't forget that there is always a giant ahead of us, leading the way and letting us know that humans can become more powerful." Then the 3 of them looked in Yaang's direction, and Lion's expression suddenly became firm. "I understand, Mr. Jura." Snap! 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 At this time Robin Lu clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. "I'm sorry, everyone, for disturbing you all at this banquet, but if you don't tell me now, I'm afraid I won't be able to tell you again." Everyone looked at Robin Lu with a serious expression and stopped what they were doing. Robin Lu said, "I was the one who created Nirvana 400 years ago." "What? 400? Nirvana?" Every word seemed to explode, resounding in everyone's ears. Lucy was puzzled, this must be a lie, how can a person live for 400 years? Sharia, yet. Quiet! Jura shouted. "President Robin Lu, please continue. 400 years ago, our country and other countries were constantly at war, and countless people died every day. In order to prevent the spread of world war, one created this magic that can change a person's good and evil, which is Nirvana. At that time, Nirvana could be said to be a symbol of the times. But the good times didn't last long. The peaceful days didn't last for more than a few years because the balance between good and evil was broken and retribution befell us. It is impossible for there to be only light in this world. Wherever there is light, there must be darkness. From that day on, darkness entangled our country, and our people began to kill each other, until finally only I was left alive. But my body was destroyed at that time. Now I am nothing more than a body of thoughts. In order to atone for the sins I committed, I sealed Nirvana here and have been guarding it, hoping that someone will appear who can destroy it. For 400 years, I have been guarding this place. Until one day, a young man brought a little girl here and found me, asking me to help raise the child for a while. When I saw this young man's frank look, I agreed. Everyone seemed to have thought of something and looked at Wendy. Yes, that little girl is Wendy. I also asked the young man what his name was, and he said his name was Jalal. Urza was stunned when she heard the name. She didn't believe that Jalal could do such a thing. At this time, Yaang said, "That person is Mist Ogan." On the day of the guild civil war, Urza chased after him to find out what was going on, but she didn't catch up, and this question remained in her heart. Everyone at Fairy Tale looked at Yaang. Yaang explained, "This matter is the secret of Mist Ogan, I cannot tell you, but one day you will know it." Seeing that Yaang was unwilling to talk, Urza suppressed the questions in her mind and stopped asking. Chapter 110. Robin Lu continued, "But I waited for months but that young man never showed up. I looked at Wendy's cute appearance and thought that this was God's revelation that he was letting me feel the warmth of family love in my last moments." Jura was surprised and said, It's an amazing magic. Not to mention the magic of creating Nirvana, he can survive for a full 400 years just by relying on his thought body." Wendy was in disbelief after hearing this. "How so?" At this moment, the members of the surrounding demon cat and began to slowly dissipate. Wendy stood up quickly and said in panic, "Everyone, what's going on?" No matter how Wendy shouted, no one spoke. They just looked at Wendy with a smile and slowly disappeared. Meguna. Babel. This is. Everyone. The disappearance of everyone immediately made Wendy and Carla panic. These were family members who had lived with them day and night for several years, but now they were disappearing one by one before their eyes. Wendy said desperately, "Grandpa Robin Lu. Everyone. Are they all gone?" Everyone was also confused. Everything that happened today overturned their cognition. Robin Lu looked at Wendy apologetically. "I'm sorry, little Wendy, these are all illusions created by this old man. Because the day little Wendy met you, you asked Grandpa where that person had gone, and said that person was going to take you to the Magic Guild. Grandpa said at the time that this was the Magic Guild, so Grandpa created the guild. In order to make the guild more like it, Grandpa created them." What? Everyone was shocked by Robin Lu's words. The phantom possessing personality, this kind of power can no longer be described as magic, it is simply a miracle. Lucy was moved when she heard this, a guild that exists for one person. But these words were undoubtedly bad news to Wendy. She covered her ears tightly and didn't want to hear them. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know this. I don't want everyone to disappear. Wendy doesn't want to be alone. Carla told me none of this was true." Carla was so shocked that she couldn't speak, and she stared at Grandpa Robin Lu in a daze. Robin Lu rubbed Wendy and Carla's heads and spoke in a very gentle tone. "Don't cry, Wendy, Carla, you have real friends now. You don't need fake friends like us anymore." Wendy felt the feeling of stroking her head suddenly disappear, and when she looked up, she found that Robin Lu's figure also began to dissipate. "No, don't, Grandpa Robin Lu, no, don't go." Robin Lu looked up at Yaang. "Young man, you must promise me that you will protect Wendy and Carla for me. Rest in peace, old man." Oh, I wish I could have met you earlier. Wendy and Carla, don't be sad. Grandpa thanks you for accompanying me in my last moments. This may be the best arrangement of God. It's time for me to meet you all. Grandpa Robin Lu. Wendy's shouts and cries continued to echo throughout the guild square. Carla held back her tears and hugged Wendy tightly. At this time, Yaang squatted down and rubbed Wendy's head. Okay Wendy, old man Robin Lu has lived alone in this world for 400 years. His sin has been fulfilled. You should be happy for him. But everyone is gone. Woo. Wendy threw herself into Yaang's arms and kept crying. Gradually, Wendy's crying gradually subsided, and she slowly fell asleep in Yaang's arms. Carla sat on Yaang's shoulder, looking at Wendy with red eyes. She didn't know how to comfort Wendy when she woke up. She had to be strong herself. At this time, waves of mighty footsteps came from outside. Many magic soldiers surrounded everyone, and Yaang directly released his domineering aura. The people in the freshman council who wanted to give everyone a warning were suddenly suppressed by this momentum and could not move. 3 cats, 2 dogs, and a dove immediately protected Yaang. Lahar looked at the young man in front of him in shock. He knew who this person was, and when he saw the woman in front of Yaang, he also recognized who she was. But the current situation is a little out of his control, and arresting the 6 demons is the most important thing. We are from the Freshman Council, and we are here to capture the remnants of the 6 demons. Yaang then put away his momentum. Be quiet. Otai knew that these people were here to arrest him. He knew the sins he had committed before and he wanted to atone for himself. But he was always worried about his brother. Can Mr. Jura help me with something? Jura said, you tell me, I will do it for you in a moment. Can you help me find my brother? His name is Wally. Urza and the others asked when they heard the familiar name, does your brother have a square face like you? Otai looked excited, yes. Have you seen my brother? How is he doing now? Don't worry, your brother is doing well now and is traveling in this world with his friends. Otai's tears slowly flowed down as she was so happy to hear the news about her brother. Ha ha ha, that's good, I will definitely atone for my sins, and then go see my brother. If you meet my brother again, please tell him that I will come to see him soon. Urza, don't worry. I'll tell you. Otai was taken away by the council without any regrets. Lahar looked back at Yaang and he finally understood why his teacher Ouge reminded him not to provoke Yaang. The feeling of powerlessness he had just felt made him realize the gap between him and his opponent. The next day, everyone was on their way back on the Christina. After waking up, Wendy did not have the sad expression that everyone imagined. Instead, she returned to normal. However, everyone knew that she had hidden everything, so no one mentioned it again. Natsu no longer felt dizzy thanks to Wendy's treatment and was running wildly on the spaceship. Ha ha ha. I love riding public transportation the most. Natsu's arrogance didn't last long before he became dispirited again. Wendy, please cast some magic for me again. Wendy laughed and said, no, Natsu-san, this magic will create resistance. You can't keep releasing it, or the effect will become weaker and weaker. Gray said, let him lie down. He's really annoying. Chapter 111. Soon everyone returned to the guild on the Christina. Wendy, Carla, and Turtle Dove followed Yaang and the others in. When everyone saw new people appear, they all looked at Wendy and Turtle Dove. Wendy was extremely nervous being stared at by everyone and for a moment she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. On the other hand, Banjiu stood beside Yaang with his eyes narrowed and a knife in his hand. Hello everyone, my name is Wendy. I'm good at using Sky Dragon Slayer magic. Please give me your guidance. After hearing Wendy's introduction, everyone became excited instantly. Oh! Another Dragon Slayer, so we now have 3 in our guild. Look at that cat. Does it look like Happy? Is there any need to look at this? It's obviously Mother Happy. Welcome, welcome. How old are you, little sister? Everyone surrounded Wendy and Carla and asked them all kinds of questions. Wendy was so overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm. Myra saw that there was suddenly a beautiful woman next to Yaang, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. Hey, how come you brought back 2 beautiful girls after going out? What's this girl's name? Banjiu also sensed a faint aura of danger from Myra, and after seeing her appearance he understood a little. My name is Turtle Dove, and I have entrusted my life to Master Yaang, but I am not planning on joining the guild. When the boys saw how lively it was here, they all gathered around, but Wendy was still surrounded by many girls. Myra saw that the other party had ill intentions, but she still kept smiling. However, everyone saw a little bit of black air emerging behind Myra. Is this the so-called Jura field? I'm so envious. Isn't this guy just a little more handsome, richer, and more capable? What else does he have? Woo. Cry the hammer and watch the show. At this moment, the two people's eyes met and a spark was generated. Yaang couldn't stand this scene and was about to speak when he saw Myra holding Banjiu's hand and starting to chat. Sister's clothes are really beautiful. Where were they made? Yaang was stunned. I was so scared. I thought a fight was going to break out. No? Why should I panic? I don't have a partner. Seeing that there was nothing exciting to watch, the crowd dispersed in disappointment. At this time, a pair of eyes were staring at Yaang. Yaang looked and found that it was Makarov, and immediately thought of something. Makarov had never taken his eyes off Yaang since he returned to the guild. When Yaang got closer, he said, "Your body, little BD." Yaang knew what Makarov was going to say. "Yeah, I'm awake." Makarov said excitedly, "Really? You saw it, didn't you? Very good, very good. What kind of magic did you awaken? Is it the same as your unknown light attribute energy?" Yaang didn't say anything but circulated a trace of magic power in his hands, and suddenly a burst of hot energy emanated from Yaang's hands. Everyone in the guild suddenly felt a wave of heat, as if they were being illuminated by sunlight. Why is it suddenly getting a bit hot? Is that BD Natsu using magic? I didn't see it. Aren't they fighting over there? And this doesn't feel like Natsu. In order not to cause any disturbance, Yaang hastily retracted his magic power, a tiny bit of which was enough for Makarov to sense. What kind of magic is this, brat? Why is there such a strong and violent fire power? But being surrounded by this heat also gives me a familiar feeling. Just like the sun. Yaang nodded. When Makarov saw Yaang nod, he was stunned. This was a magic he had never heard of before, the sun magic, an extremely destructive magic that was infinitely more powerful than Gildarts' shattering magic. Makarov leaned over to Yaang and whispered, "Who else knows besides you?" I think they should have some guesses. People from other alliance guilds should just think that this is my power. Makarov thought for a moment and said, "Don't tell anyone about this, brat. If they ask you, just say you have awakened light magic. Got it? Okay, I got it. Don't worry, old man. It's not as troublesome as you think." Makarov stopped talking and looked at Yaang, who was lying on the chair like a useless person. At this moment he really wondered if he was overthinking. "By the way, brat, what's the situation with that turtle dove?" "Oh, you mean her? She was a member of the Dark Guild hired by Gajil during the Tower of Heaven. I saw that she was very talented in swordsmanship, and I originally wanted to recruit her into the guild, but unfortunately she felt that she had too many sins and was unwilling to join the guild. Now that she wants to follow me, I will bring her back to see. Perhaps her mind will change after she stays in the guild for a long time, and then we can let her join the guild." It's possible, but I'm afraid it will be hard to explain if those guys on the council find out." "You're talking about this. She's already been discovered, but it doesn't matter. She just looks like that girl. That girl was destroyed by the magic spirit power when she was in the Tower of Heaven." Makarov's eyes lit up. "You are still capable, brat. Your ability to play rogue is exactly the same as mine back then. How about it? Now that you have magic power, do you want to inherit my legacy? How about I teach you both light magic and giant magic?" Yaang looked shocked. "Are you telling the truth, old man?" "Of course, that kid Laxus inherited his grandfather's lightning magic, and he's not interested in my light magic at all. It was you who gave me hope at the beginning. I wanted to pass this on to you, but you don't have any magic source. It's all right now. Although I don't know what changes have taken place in your body, this is just right. My magic will not be buried. Okay, old man, you can arrange it. And when I saw a figure on the second floor, and saw that Natsu and Wendy both had a cat, I suddenly felt a different feeling in my heart. Tisk, it's just a cat. I'm not envious at all, really. Ah! Why would I have such a thought? From that day on, there were always cats screaming in the alleys in the middle of the night. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Makarov stood up, picked up his glass and shouted, "You bastards! Let me celebrate Wendy and Carla joining the guild. Let's have a party." Oh! Chapter 112. Almost a week has passed since Wendy and Carla came to the guild, and they have basically adapted to the living habits of the Fairy Tale Guild. Fairy Tale Guild? Yaang asked, "How is it, Wendy? Carla, are you used to it? If anyone in the guild bullies you, I will call 3 cats and 2 dogs to deal with him." Suddenly 3 cats and 2 dogs appeared beside Yaang. "Boss, you called us." Yaang looked at the 2 of them speechlessly. "Oh, right, that's right. Ergo should drag San Mao out and give him a good beating." "San cat, huh? Ergo, ah. Degree. Okay." As he said that, Ergo grabbed San Mao and walked outside. San Mao's brain was still in a state of shutdown, so he was dragged out like that. Wendy smiled and said, "No one bullied me. Everyone in the guild took good care of me. Moreover, the guild even had a girls' dormitory, which saved me a lot of trouble. But I don't think I've seen Lucy in the dormitory. Doesn't she live with us?" At this time, Lucy came over and said miserably, "I only found out that the guild has dormitories after I rented a house outside. Otherwise, I wouldn't worry about the rent every day." Yaang said expressionlessly, "Lucy, don't forget the rent later." XX knows. Wendy looked puzzled and asked, "What happened to Lucy?" At this time Happy came out and said, "Because my boss is Lucy's landlord." Wendy was a little surprised. "Ah? Brother Yaang, you have a house for rent? I didn't even know that." "Happy, my boss is the man with the most properties in Magnolia Town. If you go outside, 1 out of every 10 houses is his." "That's amazing, Carla." Carla was a little surprised and said, "It's really amazing. They make money by completing tasks, use the money to buy houses, and then rent out the houses to make money. I didn't expect there are such smart people in the guild. I thought they were all idiots who only knew how to fight." Yaang looked at Carla with an expression like, "You understand me? I am helpless too. These guys laughed at me and said my dream was unrealistic. I didn't expect that they didn't see things as clearly as a little kitten like you, Carla. How pathetic and lamentable." Wendy looked at Lucy and said, "Yes, Lucy, you can also make money and buy your own house like brother Yaang did, so you don't have to rent a house anymore." Lucy cried even harder when she heard this. "I want to, but the money I make from teaming up with Natsu isn't enough to pay for it, so how can I save any money?" Wendy smiled awkwardly, "You've really worked hard, Lucy. Yaang, how about it, is there anyone you want to team up with? In the guild, people basically team up to complete tasks, and only a very small number of people will act alone. With your Sky Dragon Slayer magic, there will definitely be a lot of people looking for you to form a team." Wendy thought for a moment and said, "I don't know. Everyone seems so enthusiastic. I don't know what to do for a moment." Happy raised his hand and suggested, "Zinxin, do you want to team up with us?" Carla said directly, "And you want us to use all our money to compensate for the damaged buildings?" When Carla said this, Happy broke out in a cold sweat out of embarrassment. Just then, a crisp sound came from outside. Ding! 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 What is this bell? Yes, it's him. Calculating the time, given his strength, it should be about the same. Everyone looked delighted when they heard this voice. Only Lucy and Wendy Carla, who had just arrived at the guild, had no idea what was going on. Lucy asked in confusion, "What on earth is going on?" Yaang explained, "It's nothing, just a perverted uncle is coming back." "Huh? Perverted uncle?" At this time, Natsu looked outside excitedly and shouted, "Gildarts is back!" Gildarts! Lucy felt that the name was familiar. Wendy looked confused. "Lucy, do you know who this person is?" "Yeah, I seem to have heard Natsu say that this person is the strongest wizard in the guild." Wendy was surprised and asked, "Huh? Isn't Brother Yaang the strongest?" "Gray, Yaang is so powerful that he is not even considered a human. We don't count him in this category anymore." Yaang said, "Huh? I can't pretend I didn't hear that. I feel like you're scolding me, but I don't have any evidence." Lucy was a little confused and asked, "Why is everyone so excited about his return?" At this time, Myra came over, because he hasn't been back for several years. "Lucy, you haven't been back for several years? Did you go on a mission? But what kind of mission would take several years?" "Myra, Lucy, you should already know about the S-level tasks stored on the second floor. In fact, there are also divisions of tasks within the S-level. Above the S-level is the 10-year mission, which means no one has completed the mission in 10 years, and above the 10-year mission is the 100-year mission, which means no one has completed the mission in 100 years. And the mission that Gildarts is going to do is a century-long mission." Lucy looked like she had realized it. No wonder everyone is so surprised. Does that mean he has completed the task? It's not clear yet. We have to wait for him to come back and report. Turn on Gildarts mode. While Lucy and Wendy were still wondering what this meant, the entire Magnolia town began to shake, revealing the mechanical structure underneath. The houses began to move in rows, and eventually a straight passage appeared from the town entrance to the guild gate. What is this? House? Myra, this is the so-called Gildarts mode. Gildarts uses the super advanced destruction magic smash. Because the destructive power is too strong, and because he will be dazed from time to time, he will unconsciously release magic when he is dazed, so he destroyed many buildings. People transformed Magnolia Town into this to avoid being destroyed by their own houses. Lucy was speechless. How could there be such a stupid person? Just as Lucy said this, several white lights appeared on the wall of the guild and kept intersecting. The wall was directly broken open and a scruffy middle-aged man with a beard walked in. "Miss, I remember there is a guild called Fairy Tale nearby. Please tell me how to get there." Myra smiled and said, "This is it, and I'm Myra Jane, okay." Gildarts narrowed his eyes and compared the Myra in his memory with the Myra now, and found that it was true. "Hey! It's really you, you've changed so much." At this time Natsu shouted, "Gildarts, come and duel with me." "Oh! Isn't this Natsu?" Natsu rushed over quickly, and Gildarts hit him casually, sending Natsu flying and hanging on the ceiling. Chapter 113. Makarov saw this and yelled, "Why don't you just go through the main gate when you come back? You have to tear a big hole in the guild. You punched a hole through the ceiling." Gildarts laughed heartlessly, "Haha, it's been a long time, I'm a little excited to see you all." Natsu pulled his head off the ceiling, and he looked excited after being beaten. As expected of Gildarts, he is still incredibly strong. At this time Makarov asked, "How is the mission going?" Everyone fell silent when they heard Makarov's question. "Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I didn't complete this task. I embarrassed everyone." Everyone felt disappointed when they heard that the task was not completed. Gildarts' task completion rate in the guild was 100%, just like Yaang's. Makarov said, "As far as I know, you should be the first person to come back alive from this mission. If even you can't complete it, then..." Makarov said as he looked at Yaang. Gildarts came directly to Yaang. "Ha ha ha, isn't this Yaang? You're so handsome now. How about considering doing this mission? I think you can definitely complete it." Yaang looked at Gildarts with disdain, "You're too close, uncle. I don't have that fetish. Besides, this crappy task looks like it will take a long time. I don't have that idea for the time being." "Hey, don't say that, Xiao Yang. The guild's reputation still depends on you." Yaang kicked Gildarts in the face, "Hey, that's disgusting. When did you change your fetish? Stay away from me." After the two of them played around for a while, Gildarts stood up. Ha ha ha, okay, let's stop playing around. I'm so tired. I need to go and have a good rest. Oh, by the way, Natsu, come to my house later. I have a present for you. Boom. A hole appeared in the guild's wall again. Natsu heard the gift and made another hole in the wall and walked out with Happy. Happy, what gift do you think Gildarts will bring me? Will it be a precious flame from a foreign country? Like. Then the guild became lively again, and everyone was discussing the failure of Gildarts' mission. Makarov walks up to Yaang. Brat, are you really unwilling to accept Gildarts' mission? If it were you, I think you could complete it. Oh, I'm definitely not available for the time being. I still have a lot of rent to collect. I'll go in a few years. With that, Yaang stood up and left the guild. On the other side, at the Gildarts' home, Natsu was looking left and right with excitement, wanting to know what his gift was. Gildarts, where's the gift you mentioned? Oh, this, I'll tell you later. You've become much stronger after not seeing you for a few years. Ha ha ha, of course, in a few years I will definitely be able to beat you down. Ha ha ha, really? I'm really looking forward to that day. How's things going between you and Lysina? Are you together? Natsu's expression instantly turned cold when he heard that. Lysina is dead. If that's all you want to tell me, I'm going to go back now. Natsu said as he turned to leave. Gildarts didn't expect Lysina to die and shouted, "Sorry Natsu, I don't know about this." Natsu shook his head and headed outside. At this time Gildarts spoke up, "Natsu. I encountered a dragon while I was out on a mission." Natsu stopped dead in his tracks upon hearing the dragon's news. He turned to Gildarts excitedly, "Really? Is it Acnologia?" Gildarts shook his head. "I'm not sure if it's the dragon you mentioned, but this dragon is black, and I sense an extremely evil power from it. I don't think it's the one you're looking for." Natsu doesn't care about that. He finally hears news about Long. Where is it? It was also thanks to this dragon that I was unable to continue this mission in Lingfeng's Wania. Natsu ran out immediately after hearing the location, but Gildarts grabbed Natsu. "What are you going to do?" "Of course I'm going to find the dragon and ask him about Acnologia." "It's useless Natsu, the dragon is no longer there, it's flying all over the world." Natsu said unwillingly, "Even so, I can't let go of any clues." Just as Natsu broke free from Gildarts and was about to run away, Gildarts simply lifted up his cloak. Gildarts' body was covered with scars, and his left arm and left leg were missing and replaced by prosthetic limbs. Natsu and Happy were both stunned when they saw Gildarts' appearance. "Although I don't know whether the Acnologia you mentioned is a companion of mankind, but that black dragon is definitely an enemy of mankind. I was injured like this after just one encounter with it. Then defeating the dragon is what we dragon slayers are supposed to do." Gildarts shook his head. "If that's what you think, then I have nothing to say." Natsu clenched his fists tightly. He knew that even someone as powerful as Gildarts was defeated by that dragon, so there was no way he could be his opponent. Damn it! Natsu couldn't accept this. There were clues, but he couldn't go there. Happy couldn't help but feel a little worried when he saw Natsu leaving. "Natsu," Gildarts said, "don't worry Happy, Natsu will definitely cheer up, and he still needs your help." "Love," Happy said and flew towards the direction Natsu ran. Yaang came out slowly from the side carrying a big bag. "Tisk, tisk, tisk, the injury is really serious." "Ha ha ha, I still can't hide it from you? There's nothing I can do about it because I'm not strong enough." Then Yaang put the big bag behind him on the ground. "See if there's anything you can use. These are my collection of precious potions and precious magic metals. I think these should help you recover. It's time to change your tattered wooden clothes." Gildarts squatted down with a curious look on his face. "Oh wow! I didn't expect you have so much stuff. They're all good stuff. Since you are so generous, I will not be polite. I will treat you to a drink some other day." "Tisk, that's it. You know I like money. I want 10% of your future mission commissions." "Hey! You want money? Why don't you go out and ask around, how much does it cost for Gildarts to take your Yaang's things?" Yaang then activated his giant magic, and his fist as big as a casserole was placed across Gildart's body. See this fist as big as a casserole? If I punch you, you'll cry for a long time. Chapter 114. Gildarts looked at Yaang's arm with excitement. I remember you didn't have a magic source, when did you get one? You also learned the old man's giant magic. You're great, kid. Who am I? I am just magic. It won't take a minute to awaken. Gildart's expression suddenly became extremely serious and he patted Yaang with his right hand. You really don't want to consider doing this century-long mission. You've made one before, I'm sure it won't take you long. Yaang refused outright, I definitely don't have any plans for the time being. This crappy task is too long and too tedious. Wait until I finish off that stinky dragon you encountered. Then Yaang left the things and left. Gildarts cursed inwardly as he watched Yaang leave. You little brat! Gildarts didn't think that the dragon could be defeated by human power at all. Only a dragon can defeat a dragon. That night, Natsu broke into Yaang's house. Bang! Yaang, I want to become stronger. Yaang, Banjio, and the other three who were eating were confused when they saw Natsu suddenly barging in. Yaang stared at Natsu with unfriendly eyes, and Natsu felt a little flustered by Yaang's eyes. You have to pay for the gate repair. Natsu fell straight to the ground. What did he think? Yaang then stood up and walked outside, and Natsu, Banjio and the others followed him out. Although the three of them were a little unclear about what was going on. Yaang looked at Natsu and said, is it because of what Gildarts told you? Ah! So I want to become stronger quickly, I want to master that power quickly. Yaang shook his head, you are not strong enough Natsu, your body can't withstand that power. Natsu said unconvinced, but I used it last time. That's different Natsu, that's just me separating the gentle energy for you to use, but it's a one-time thing, so it won't cause too much damage to your body. If you want to master that power, you can. Dragon lungs can fuse other elements, but this power is not something your body can withstand. At least for you now, there is only one result of integrating this power, and that is death. Natsu said, I can do it. Seeing that Natsu was so stubborn, Yaang said no more and directly concentrated the solar magic power in his hands. Suddenly, a heat spread quickly around, and several people felt as if they were in flames. Even Natsu felt the heat. As long as you can pick it up, you are qualified to obtain this power. Natsu gritted his teeth and moved closer to Yaang step by step, but with every step, the burning sensation became stronger. I can do it. I must master this power. At this time, Natsu's clothes had begun to smoke, and Natsu's hands were slightly burned, but even so, Natsu was still frantically using his magic power to protect his body. Seeing this, Yaang immediately withdrew his magic power, and Natsu immediately knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Happy looked at Natsu with a worried look on his face, and at the same time blamed himself for not being able to do anything. Yaang flashed behind Natsu and knocked him out with a knife. Ergu, take Natsu home and let him calm down. Okay, boss. Yaang touched Happy and said, don't worry, this kid just lost his mind a little, he will recover soon. Love. A few days later, everything returned to normal, and there was a drinking and boasting uncle in the guild. July 7, 777. So all three of your dragons disappeared on the same day. Natsu and Wendy nodded. But this is too strange. They even specified a specific date. Could it be that they are going on a picnic together? Wendy looked at Lucy speechlessly. Lucy, you sometimes have some really unique ideas. At this time, Happy ran to Carla excitedly with a fish tied with a bow. Carla, look, this is the fish I caught, I want to give it to you. Carla was so angry when she saw Happy's innocent face. He slapped the fish that came close and sent it flying. I hate fish. Happy didn't think anything of it. I see. What do you like, Carla? I'll give it to you next time. It's so annoying. Stop bothering me. Carla said and left the guild directly. Wendy felt something was not right and chased after her. Happy stood there with a lost look on his face. Lucy, did I do something wrong to make Carla hate me? Lucy shook her head. Probably not, but Carla seems to be getting colder and colder towards you in the past few days. Eh? Why is this happening? On the other side, Wendy caught up with Carla and asked, Carla, what's wrong with you lately? Why are you so weird? Carla looked at Wendy and said, I will definitely protect you, Wendy. Wendy was confused by what Carla said. Ah? I don't understand what you mean. Wendy, you don't need to understand, you just need to know that I will protect you. Wendy touched Carla's head. Yes, yes, Carla will protect me. Just then it started to rain heavily. Wendy looked up and said, oh, why is it raining all of a sudden? Come on, Carla, let's go back to the guild. After all, that's Happy's love for you. Even if you don't like him, there's no need to do this. Carla said hurriedly, I don't dislike him, it's just, oh, I can't explain it clearly at the moment. Okay, let's go back first. Suddenly a man in a black cloak blocked Wendy's way. Carla rushed to protect Wendy. Who are you? Mist Ogden said, leave here, leave this city, I can't control it anymore. Carla and Wendy both looked confused. Wendy always had a familiar feeling when looking at the person in front of her. Carla yelled, who the hell are you? Mist Ogden simply pulled down his mask, revealing his appearance. Wendy recognized the person in front of her at a glance and said in surprise, Jalal. It's me, Wendy. Please leave this city quickly, or it will soon disappear. Carla said, you must be the Mist Ogden that Yaang mentioned. What exactly did you mean by that? Why did the city disappear? Mist Ogden watched the vortex above his head grow larger and larger. There's no time to explain. Just listen to me and leave this city right away. Wendy saw that the other party was not joking and something big must have happened. Then Wendy ran away in a hurry, no. I have to tell everyone this news. Carla looked at Mist Ogden, then saw Wendy leaving and hurriedly chased after her. Mist Ogden tried to stop her, but Wendy had already run away, and the vortex in the sky became bigger and bigger. Damn it, I can't save anyone. Chapter 115. At this time, in the fairy tale guild, everyone was drinking happily when suddenly there was a loud thunder and the weather turned gloomy. Macau, the weather is really strange. It changes so suddenly. Wakaba, hey, it's just raining, no big deal, come on, keep drinking. Kana took a sip while holding the barrel and said, ha. It's more refreshing to drink on a rainy day. Hey, you drank all the Kana wine by yourself. Tisk, that's impossible. At this time, Myra called Elfman and left the guild with a basket in her hand. Seeing this, Lucy asked in confusion, it's about to rain, why do Myra and the others want to go out? After hearing Lucy's words, everyone looked at the backs of Myra and Elfman, and thought of something. The atmosphere in the guild suddenly became slightly solemn. Lucy watched as the noisy guild suddenly became quieter, thinking she had said something wrong. Eh? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? At this time, Levy came over and said, calculating the time, it should be that time. Ah? When? Xilu, you probably don't know since you just arrived, but Myra actually has a younger sister named Lysina. Lucy was surprised and said, what? There is a younger sister? I have never seen one before. Lucy suddenly thought of Myra holding the flower basket, and seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that Myra's sister? Levy nodded, yes, Lysina is dead. Has something like this ever happened before? After everyone sighed for a while, they gradually came out of the sad atmosphere. Looking at the weather, it's going to rain heavily. I have to go home and collect the clothes, otherwise they will all be wasted. I'm leaving first, Levy-chan. Yeah, bye Xilu. After a while, Yaang suddenly opened his eyes, and Banjiu asked, what happened to Lord Yaang? Yaang looked solemn, I feel like the magic power nearby is draining away, and at a very fast speed. Banjiu asked in confusion, I don't have such a feeling? Is it that you, Lord Yaang, are misperceiving? Suddenly Yaang seemed to think of something. It turns out that time has come. It's time to pick up that little girl. At this time Wendy rushed in from outside. everyone! Everyone run! The sky, the sky! Boom! The moment everyone looked at Wendy, they felt a strong pulling sensation. In just a moment, the entire Magnolia town disappeared and became a wasteland. Soon, Wendy crawled out from the pile of dirt. I watched as everything around me disappeared, with no end in sight. Wendy panicked. Everyone! Why did everyone disappear again? Don't leave Wendy alone, woo. At this moment, a golden light flashed, and Yaang appeared in front of Wendy. Wendy saw the person coming and rushed over. Brother Yaang, woo, everyone has disappeared. What should I do? Yaang rubbed Wendy's head. Okay, Wendy, don't cry. I'm here. I will rescue everyone. Just then, an arm emerged from the soil. Natsu came out from the ground with Happy on his head. Wow! What happened? I almost thought I was going to die. Natsu looked ahead, everything seemed so strange. Huh? Where is this place? Am I not sleeping in the guild? Wendy saw that there was still a living person and hurriedly shouted, Natsu-kun. Natsu heard someone calling him and turned to see it was Wendy, Yaang and Carla. I ran over with a puzzled mood. Everyone, what exactly happened? Where did the guild go? Wendy pointed to the ground. This is the guild, but everyone was sucked away by the vortex above. Natsu looked up and wondered, what on earth is that? At this time, Carla flew over from outside and said, that's the entrance to Edela's. Wendy immediately smiled happily when she saw that Carla was fine. That's great. Carla, you're okay? Natsu asked in confusion. Edela's? What is that place? Carla, that's my hometown, and it's also the hometown of this blue cat. Happy looked confused. My hometown? Wasn't I born here? Natsu said, yeah, I hatched Happy myself, how could he come from that Edela's? Carla stared at Happy and asked, do you really not remember anything? Remember what? Your mission here? I don't know. Carla immediately got angry. Damn it, why do you come here and know nothing, but you can live so happily every day, while I have to bear so much? Seeing that Carla was somewhat out of control, Wendy hugged Carla in her arms. Calm down Carla, what happened? Carla said, this male cat and I are both from Edela's, and we were born into this world to find magic. Natsu and Wendy looked at Carla with confusion, looking for magic. Suddenly Carla saw Yaang's calm face. Do you know something? He asked doubtfully. Yaang nodded without denying. Mist Ogden is from Edela's, so I know something about Edela's. Even Carla was a little surprised this time. She didn't expect that besides these cats, there would be other people from Edela's coming here. I learned from Mist Ogden that Edela's and Islander are parallel worlds. What our world has, that world will also have. But the only difference between the two worlds is magic. Wendy, magic again. Natsu, what happened to magic? Can they be without magic? Yaang, that's right, Edela's is a world lacking in magic. So Edela's has been trying to find a way to obtain magic power, so they set their sights on Islander. And that vortex above is the super subspace magic created by Edela's. It can absorb magic from other worlds. It's called F***CK. And what Mist Ogden has been doing all these years is preventing F***CK from happening. I have tried to help this guy many times, but he was confident and said he didn't need it. Now it seems I have failed. Natsu wondered, but the whole of Island is so big, why did they choose this place? Carla said, it could be that there is more magic power here, or it could be random. Wendy, then why don't we have any problems? Probably because you're Dragon Slayer. What about Brother Yaang? Isn't he okay? I don't know about that. You have to ask him. Yaang said, I sealed my magic power, so it was not sucked in by them. Chapter 116. Wendy turned into a dot-eyed. Is it possible to do this? Can you seal yourself? Natsu was also confused. When did you have magic power? Wendy, Brother Yaang doesn't have magic power. No. Hi. Yaang gave Natsu a big fight. You ate shit before. Happy said seriously, Carla, tell me, who am I? How would I know who you are? I get angry when I see your ignorant expression. Sorry. Yaang patted Happy's head. Okay, Happy, don't think too much, you have always been the Happy of our fairy tale. Alright everyone, it's getting late, we have to go get our friends back. Natsu wondered, but how do we get there? Yaang pointed to the sky. Since this thing can absorb the magic power here, it can also be the entrance to that world. Natsu instantly became excited. Oh! Happy, take me upstairs, let's go rescue everyone. Like Wendy said, Carla, we are also members of this guild now. Let's go and bring everyone back. Carla nodded, flew towards Yaang and whispered, if the male cat and I do anything to offend you, don't hesitate to kill us. After saying that, Carla took Wendy and flew into the sky. Yaang shook his head helplessly. Then Yaang stepped on the moon and ran quickly towards the vortex in the sky. Soon Yaang surpassed Natsu. Natsu shouted, Go Happy, surpass Yaang. Like. After a while, several people entered AF*CK, and accompanied by a dazzling white light, everyone arrived above Edila's. Wow! This is Edila's, Happy, look, the river is flowing in the sky. Like. It's completely different from our world. This is your hometown, Carla. It's so beautiful. I haven't been here before, so I have no influence on this place at all. They saw large islands floating in the sky. The most peculiar thing was what Natsu just said, the river flowing in the sky. Everything around them surprised them. Carla reminded, don't forget the purpose of our trip. We are not here to have fun, but to rescue everyone. At this moment, the wings of Happy and Carla, who were still flying, suddenly disappeared. Natsu and Wendy were still watching this world, not knowing what was happening. They were looking curious when they suddenly noticed that the scene around them was rapidly reversing. Natsu yelled, What's going on Happy? I don't know either. Magic suddenly doesn't work. Didn't I tell you that you can't use magic here casually? Wendy complained, Now is not the time to talk about this, let's think about how to survive first. Help! At this moment, two huge light arms grabbed Natsu, Wendy and Carla Happy. The two men and two cats felt themselves being lifted up. They slowly opened their eyes and found themselves surrounded by a ball of golden light. Brother Yaang! Boss! Yaang! How come you guys disappeared in the blink of an eye? Fortunately, I sensed you, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to save your people and would have been implicated. After a while, everyone fell to the ground, surrounded by a vast forest. Natsu became excited as soon as he landed, ha ha ha, it's a forest. Happy, let's go on an adventure. Like. Carla looked at the two speechlessly, I just told you that we are not here for fun, have you forgotten it? You have no sense of crisis at all, should I say you are insane or stupid? Wendy felt herself and found that magic was indeed unusable. Why can you use magic, Brother Yaang, but we can't? No, my magic is also unusable. I can't mobilize magic power here. What was that golden light just now? Oh, this is what you're talking about. This is not magic but a power that belongs to me alone. Natsu looked at Yaang with envy, that's great, as long as you have the physical strength you can release the energy, why don't I have it? Wendy was surprised and said, Hi? There is such a thing, it's amazing. Carla. Carla's forehead was also covered with cold sweat. This is too foul. Yaang said, Okay Natsu, saving people is the most important thing. I just saw a building in the forest from the sky. Let's go get some information first. Yes. Captain. So Natsu followed Yaang into the depths of the forest with excitement. An hour later, Natsu and Happy, who were originally excited, now looked depressed. Goo goo. Why hasn't it arrived yet, Yaang? I'm starving. Yeah, boss, why haven't we arrived yet? Did you really see the building? Are you going in this direction? Wendy was also a little confused and asked, Yes, Brother Yaang, it is really in this direction, we are not going the wrong way. Okay, stop complaining, it's just ahead. Just then, Natsu seemed to smell something and kept sniffing the air. What a nice smell! It smells like food. Natsu looked in the direction of the smell and saw a familiar sign. Look everyone! I found fairy tale! Wendy asked in confusion, really? Natsu-san? But why is fairy tale here? Yaang explained, didn't I say that this place and island are two parallel worlds? Except for magic, the people we have over there will also be here. So the fairy tale you see is the fairy tale of this world. Let's go and see the fairy tale of this world. Ooh! Soon everyone arrived at the door of fairy tale in Eslanden. When everyone went in and took a look, they found everything was so strange. Natsu wondered, what happened to them? Wendy also looked confused, no. I don't know. Everyone saw Gray, who was wearing several layers of clothes, approaching Juvia and showing his courtesy. Juvia, can you take me with you on your mission? Ah? I don't want to. I'm so hot next to you. Wait until you have less clothes on before talking to me. How can you be like this? I'm just cold. Natsu felt uncomfortable seeing Gray like this. So disgusting. Not only that, everyone else looked different from what they remembered. Sarasuke and Droy were scolding Elfman. Elfman lowered his head and cried. Nab was busy working. Kana dressed very ladylike and conservatively, and she kindly refused when others asked her to drink. Wendy, everyone is so weird. Yaang reminded, didn't I say that this is the parallel world of Eslanden, they are not the people we know. Chapter 117. At this moment, everyone in the guild also noticed Yaang and his group. Hey! I noticed you guys a while ago. You've been sneaking around here and mumbling non-stop. Who are you? Lucy, dressed in dark clothes, looked at them with an unfriendly expression. Natsu and Wendy looked in the direction of the voice and froze in place. Lucy. Lucy took a closer look and found that the person in front of her was so familiar. Huh? Isn't this Natsu? You changed your makeup and I didn't recognize you at first. As she said that, Lucy grabbed Natsu from behind and started spinning her fists wildly on Natsu's forehead. Tell me. Where have you been all this time? Ah! Everyone in the guild became excited when they saw this scene. It appears. One of Lucy's 48 execution attacks, spin attack. Wendy looked at Natsu being bullied by Lucy in silence. In Eslanden, it was Natsu who bullied Lucy with fire. Happy pulled Yaang's pants and said, Boss, I feel like Natsu is going to break down. It's okay Happy, Natsu is a dragon and his constitution won't break down that easily. It will just hurt a little at most. At this time, Myra came out from the bar. Hey, Natsu, you're back. Are these your friends? Wendy looked at Myra and found that Myra was the same as her own guild. Brother Yaang, you see Miss Myra is still as gentle as ever. Suddenly Yaang recalled Myra, the little gangster-like girl. Haha, it's the same. Wendy glanced around and found someone who looked very similar to herself sitting at the bar. Wendy finally felt relieved after seeing the two bulges on her chest when she grew up. It's okay, I've grown up. At this time, someone next to the grown-up Wendy said, Wendy, look at that little girl, she looks like you. Ah! Wendy turned her head and was stunned, because she knew that the little girl in front of her was her childhood self. At this time, Natsu also broke free from Lucy's attack. Yaang, Wendy, I discovered something terrible. I found that everyone here is not the person we know. Yaang and Wendy looked at Natsu speechlessly. Happy complained, you just realized it now. Didn't the boss say that this is a parallel world, and there are beings just like us? A light bulb lit up in Natsu's head. I see. That's what I said. Suddenly Natsu seemed to have thought of something. Happy. Do you think Urza in this world will? Then Natsu imagined Urza groveling to him. Happy directly complained, Natsu, you have grown up, don't live in your own fantasy. Then Happy directly imagined Urza kneeling in front of him and calling him Happy-sama. Carla was speechless, you are not much better. Wendy looked around. I don't think I saw you, brother Yaang. Nonsense, I'm not from this world, so I definitely don't exist. Maybe I'm not here. Look, there are many other people who are not here either. That's right. Just then a man rushed in from outside the door in a panic. No, oh no! The fairy hunter is coming. When everyone heard this name, their expressions suddenly changed and they all became panicked. What should I do? What should I do? How did you find us so quickly? Do these BD royal soldiers want to kill us all? Happy asked in confusion, King. Carla, the one who sent us to Eslanden. But in this world, fairy tale is actually the king's enemy. At this time, Levy was operating a machine frantically. Lucy yelled, "You BD Levy, your magic isn't done yet. Stupid Lucy, can't you see I'm busy here?" Compared to the panicked guild, Yaang and the others seemed so calm. Natsu asked in confusion, "Who is it? Why should we run? Can't we just knock him away?" Myra said, "Natsu, you haven't been back for a long time. You forgot that this is Urza Nightwalker, the strongest fairy hunter and one of the kingdom's magic combat forces." Sigma, what? Urza is the enemy. Yaang said, "You seem to be in trouble, do you need my help?" Lucy said impatiently, "Can't you see we are busy? Stop making trouble." Yaang was more or less uncomfortable with what Lucy said. Wendy and Natsu also felt a strong sense of disharmony when seeing this scene. "Wendy, Lucy here is so fierce." Natsu, "Yeah, it's really inflated." After hearing this, Lucy yelled, "Where is it fierce? Where is it swollen?" Happy, but the loud voice is exactly the same. At this time, Levy finally debugged it and hurriedly pressed the start button. Magic power fills 45%, 54%, 72%, 100%. Bang! Start! The entire guild began to shake violently, and everyone slowly floated into the air. In a flash, the entire guild disappeared from the spot. The mount at Urza Nightvoka's feet dived fiercely into the ground. Fortunately, the guild left in time and had a mouthful of mud. Urza looked at the disappearing guild with a sneer on her face. "Next time, you won't be so lucky." At this time, somewhere in an unknown desert, the space was distorted and a huge guild appeared here. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, everyone in the guild relaxed. Lucy walked directly in front of Levy angrily. "It's all because of you. You almost killed us because of my procrastination." "Shut up, you BD Lucy. Do you know how hard it is to operate this? Why don't you do it?" Yaang was a little surprised at what had just happened. "I never thought that in this world where magic power is exhausted, the attainments of magic items can be so high." Wendy and Natsu nodded in agreement. After the quarrel, Lucy slowly walked over and looked at Natsu. She felt something was wrong. "Hey! Are you really Natsu?" Natsu looked at Lucy with a confused look on his face. "Hi? Who else could I be if not Natsu?" As soon as Natsu started speaking, everyone in the guild drew their weapons and looked at Natsu and the others with vigilance. In their minds, there was no way their Natsu would talk to Lucy like that. Yaang said, "He is indeed Natsu, but not the Natsu from your world. We are from the world of Eslanden." Yaang then told everyone what had happened. Chapter 118. What? You are from a world called Eslanden. And there's a fairy tale there too. You came to this world to save your companions. Urza is still your companion. When the people of Fairy Tale heard the descriptions of Yaang and others, every detail seemed incredible to them. "Carla, that's pretty much it." Although Lucy was a little bit unbelievable, this Natsu was definitely not the one she knew. #F#2 equals. "Okay then, I'll trust you for now. So you want us to tell you the route to the capital?" Yaang, "Yes, I can find it myself, but it takes too much time." When everyone heard the request, they all fell silent because they were already afraid. Wendy looked at everyone who was silent and pleaded, "We must rescue our companions. We must rescue them before they are completely absorbed and turned into magic. I hope everyone can help us." The big Wendy saw her small self and explained, "Although it's not nice to say this to a small me, I still advise you to give up quickly. There is no way to survive if you go against the king's army. This country controls the magic power of the entire world. You can't be their opponent. You have seen our current life. It is not easy to survive. We have to face the pursuit of the king's army every day." At first, everyone fought back, but we were too weak in front of the king's army's magic troops. The guilds were defeated one by one, and in the end, only our guild was left. Of course we are not unscathed. More than half of the guild members are gone, and even the guild leader has died. You just saw it. It was so hard for us to escape. No one was willing to take you there. Wendy said sadly, how can this be possible? Sorry, little me. Wendy shook her head. She could understand everyone's thoughts. Natsu said, you don't need to take us there, just give us a map of this world and point us in the direction. Lucy was still a little hesitant when looking at Natsu. After all, looking at Natsu's familiar face, Lucy couldn't let him go to die. I'm sorry, I can't take you there. If you insist on doing it, we won't stop you. I can tell you the direction of the capital. Natsu excitedly held Lucy's hand. As expected, both Lucy from Eslanden and Lucy from Edelas are kind. Lucy's face turned slightly red after hearing what Natsu said, and she quickly pulled her hand away and punched Natsu in the face. Poor. At this time, Yaang said, in this case, I have to take someone with me. Everyone in the guild looked at Yaang with confusion. Listen, I know you are behind us, come out quickly and leave with us, I don't want to look for you later, come with us to save your brother and sister. When everyone heard Yaang mention Listena's name, they all became alert. Lucy said in a bad tone, what are you doing? The Listena you're looking for isn't here. Natsu Happy and Wendy Carlo looked at Yaang with confusion. Natsu, Yaang, the Listena here is not our Listena. Yaang didn't even look at Lucy, his eyes fixed on the entrance behind. Listena, your brothers and sisters miss you very much, come out quickly, you know me, although I am lazy, but as long as I want to do it, no one can stop me, and these people can't stop me either. I don't want to do anything to these familiar faces. Everyone in Fairy Tale got angry when they heard this. What did you say? UBD, look at what you can do. Brothers, grab your weapons. Go get him. Buzz. Yaang released a trace of domineering aura, but for those people without magic power, this trace of domineering aura was not something they could bear. Everyone instantly felt a mountain-like pressure pressing down on them. This made it impossible for everyone to stand and they were all pressed to the ground. Lucy suppressed the pressure and said angrily, damn it! What kind of magic item is this? Listena is not here. You want the map and directions of this country. I've already promised you, you can go away now. Yaang, you know best whether she is our Listena or not. I must take her away today. Just when Yaang was about to increase the power of his conqueror's haki, Listena ran out directly from inside. Don't hurt them, brother Yaang. Natsu and Happy were both stunned when they heard the name. Before Wendy came, only Listena called Yaang brother, and everyone else either called him by his full name, or called him Big Brother Yaang, or Boss. Sana. Is Yaang really Listena? Yaang nodded. What are you still standing here for? Come here quickly. Okay, I'll be right over. Yaang's head slammed directly onto Listena's head. Ouch! It hurts. If I don't call you, are you not going to come out? No, I haven't figured out how to meet you yet. At this time, Natsu and Happy were already in tears. It's really you, Listena. Listena bowed slightly and smiled, long time no see, Natsu Happy. Natsu and Happy rushed over and hugged Listena. Woohoo, Listena, it's really you. Wendy and Carla were slightly surprised, she is really Miss Myra's sister. Listena pushed Natsu away and said, Brother Yaang, can you please let us go first? Upon seeing this, Yaang immediately retracted his domineering aura, and everyone in Fairy Tale felt relieved. He immediately picked up his weapon and shouted, Listena, come here quickly, these people are bad guys. Listena directly protected Yaang. Brother Yaang is not a bad person, and he doesn't really mean to hurt anyone. And I. When Listena saw the gazes of Myra and Elfman, she was unable to open her mouth for a moment. At this time, Myra said, It's okay Listena, we know you are not our Listena, but you are as gentle and lovely as her. But the king's army is too powerful. We don't want you to die. We have already lost Listena, and we don't want to lose you again. Lysina burst into tears immediately after hearing this. Sister Mila, Brother Elfman. But we can't stop you from saving your real brothers and sisters? At this point, Lysina threw herself into Myra's arms and started crying. Chapter 119. Yaang also didn't want to break the warmth of their farewell. After all, they had taken good care of Lysina for 2 years. Don't worry, I will destroy the kingdom before I leave. This is your reward for taking care of Lysina for the past 2 years. Lucy sneered, everyone can brag, but we can't just watch Lysina die with you. Yaang was too lazy to talk nonsense with Lucy, and directly raised his fingers to condense golden light. A golden light flashed quickly and landed on the rocky mountain in the distance. Boom! The entire rock turned into nothingness in an instant, and everyone watching stared with their eyes wide open. They never expected that the other party actually possessed such a powerful magic item. Under the powerful threat of Yaang's force, all the members of the guild could only stare at him but did not dare to take any action. Well, we don't have much time left. We have to leave quickly. Myra has been telling Lysina some safety precautions, and Lysina quietly listened to Myra's nagging in this world. Don't worry, Sister Myra, Brother Yaang will protect me. He is the strongest wizard. Myra slowly walked to Yaang's side and bowed deeply. I'll be grateful to you for taking care of Lysina from now on. Although Yaang knew that this was not the Myra he knew, he was still not used to it and slowly helped Myra up. I'm sorry Myra of this world. I promised Myra of my world that I would bring Lysina back. It's okay. I know everything. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Yaang and his companions left the place with the map. The guild fell into silence for a moment. At this time, Levi suddenly said, do you think this could be an opportunity for us? Sarasuk, don't be ridiculous. They are the king's army. How powerful are they? It's already difficult to escape, let alone overthrow it. Levi, but we don't have much mana left. We will run out of mana after performing a few more jumps. Then we will face. Levi didn't say anything else, but everyone knew what the result would be, and the atmosphere in the guild became increasingly heavy. At this time, Lucy stood up, sorted out her equipment, and walked out the door. She wanted to see if that slim hope really existed for her guild. Yaang. Several people walked towards the direction of the royal capital. Lysina asked excitedly. Hey, Brother Yaang, are you with my sister? Huh? That's not true. Hey. Your progress is so slow, I thought you already had a baby. Children should stay out of adult matters. Wendy asked in a low voice with a curious look on her face, aren't Brother Yaang and Urza a couple? I heard that they often go on missions together, but it seems that Miss Myra and Brother Yaang have a very good relationship as well. Happy shook his head, then stretched out his little finger and made a triangle. Wendy then realized that Carla had directly dunked on Happy. Don't teach Wendy a bad lesson. XX love. At this time, Natsu was searching nearby. Suddenly, he found a small frog and said excitedly, Happy, look, I found something. What do you think about giving this to Lucy as a gift? Happy looked helpless, I don't think Lucy would be happy. Lysina looked at Natsu and said, Natsu is still the same as when he was little. I thought he would be older. Yaang, haha, you said you wanted to be his bride when you grow up. Now there's Lucy, you might have to compete with her. Lysina's face suddenly turned red. Those were just jokes we told when we were kids. I hate Brother Yaang so much. Humph carrot. At this time Natsu suddenly shouted, Happy come and help me quickly, I caught a big guy. Everyone looked in the direction of Natsu's shouting and saw that there was indeed a huge black shadow in the forest. Bang! The shadow suddenly leaped up, a huge black shadow blocked out the sun and landed in front of Natsu. As the smoke dissipated, the shape of the black shadow gradually became clear. It is an extremely huge frog. Wendy hurriedly shouted, Be careful Natsu-kun. Natsu became even more excited when he saw the giant frog. Ha ha ha, I'll give you to Lucy. Lucy will definitely be happy. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu leaped up with all his might and punched the frog hard on the head, but the frog just sat there motionless. Natsu and the frog stared at each other awkwardly. Natsu suddenly remembered that he had no magic power, and cold sweat slowly flowed down his forehead. The giant frog opened its huge mouth in an instant and spit out its tongue rapidly. Natsu hurriedly dodged. The tongue rubbed Natsu's waist and smashed a huge hole in the ground. "Help, Yaang!" Natsu ran straight towards the group, and as soon as Natsu moved around, the frog's favorite thing was things that moved, and its tongue stuck out again, wiping Natsu's face before landing in front of the group. The frightened people fled in a hurry. Carla shouted, "This is too unreliable." Like. Yaang looked at the panicked people and shook his head helplessly. Just as the frog was about to open its mouth, a hand was placed directly on its head. Buzz! A breath instantly swept through the frog's body, and the frog shuddered. Looking at the male creature in front of him, cold sweat slowly flowed out, his mouth slowly closed, and he stood there not daring to move. Finally, the frog lay on the ground, expressing its submission to the man in front of it. Wendy and the others finally felt relieved. "Okay everyone, the crisis has been resolved, come over here." Listener said, "Luckily, Brother Yaang is here, otherwise we would have to die here." Then Yaang took out the map and pointed in front of the frog, then pointed at himself and several other people. Then a murderous aura was released. The frog was frightened again and nodded slowly, indicating that he understood. Yaang's actions left everyone stunned. "Carla, you can tell from this that he has done this a lot." Several people nodded in agreement. Just as several people sat on the frog, Yaang looked at the rocks in the distance. "Since you are here, let's come together." Everyone looked towards the rock with confusion, but didn't see anyone. Suddenly, a figure slowly walked out from the rock. "It's terrible Lucy." "Who is the scary Lucy?" Lucy felt a little embarrassed after being caught. "I'm not worried about you guys, I'm just worried that Listener might be in danger so I can bring her back in time." "Yaang, tisk, 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 you are really not candid." Lucy's face suddenly turned red. "Why bother with that? I'm so annoyed." Chapter 120. Then Lucy also got on the frog car heading to the royal capital. "I say, you guys, you dare to step into this forest without even bringing magic weapons, aren't you afraid of being eaten by wild beasts? And you, I don't see any magic weapons on you, so how come you can subdue this frog?" Several people looked at Lucy with confusion. "What magic weapon?" Seeing that they didn't seem to be joking, Lucy took out the whip from her waist. "Hey, this is it. This is my magic weapon. In Edelas, people rely on magic items to defeat monsters and rule the world. Aren't you the same?" Several people shook their heads. Wendy said, "In Eslanden, magic belongs to the wizards themselves. We also have these things you mentioned, but they are usually used as auxiliary tools. It's just that after coming to this world, I can no longer use magic freely." Then Lucy pointed at Yaang. "Then why can he use it?" Happy explained, "That's because this is the boss's own power. He doesn't need to consume magic power at all, he only needs to consume physical strength." Jealousy made Lucy unrecognizable. Damn it! If only this ability belonged to this world. At this time, Listener watched Natsu sitting on the frog without any discomfort. "Natsu? Have you gotten over your fear of transportation in the past few years?" "Ah? Where is the transportation? Dragon Frog is our partner." Carla was speechless. "You've already named the frogs in just a short while." Edela's capital. The group was looking at the huge magic crystal in front of them and discussing excitedly. "Urza, you saw it, it's really amazing, I have never seen such a big magic crystal. I had already seen Hughes when I came here. He really was emitting a beautiful luster. That's made up of the magic power of tens of thousands of people from other world. Shugboy, to be precise, it should be 100 wizards, plus other lives. I feel really bad watching these people turn into magic crystals. That kind of disappearance is nothing to worry about, right? Shugboy. I only care about this huge magic crystal. Listen carefully, when I say huge, I don't mean the usual huge. I mean super huge." At this time, an old man with a wretched look spoke up, "Urza, haven't you destroyed Fairy Tale yet? Bayro. If you continue like this, your title as a goblin hunter will be tarnished. The only guild left now is Fairy Tale. Although they are indeed trying desperately to escape, His Majesty hopes that you can deliver results immediately. If you delay any longer, the king will be unhappy. Shug boy, don't be so anxious, old man. The day when the goddess hunts fairies is coming soon. Hughes agreed, that's right, Urza's sword isn't just powerful, it's super powerful. After hearing what they said, Bayero suddenly burst into strange laughter. Suddenly a voice sounded, stop laughing so disgustingly, Bayero. Panza Lily. The one who came was a tall and mighty black cat, wearing armor, and very sturdy. He was also the captain of the kingdom's first magic combat unit. I don't like long-winded people, and you, Hughes. Usse said with an unhappy look on his face, Tisk. Why are you talking about me too? You think you are the best among us, don't you? Lily listened to the other party chattering non-stop, you'd better be quiet, I'm afraid I can't help but kill you. Zyug boy seemed to have noticed something, are you in a bad mood, Lily? Lily didn't even look at Shugboy and walked straight forward. Urza looked at Lily's back as he left and said, he seems very dissatisfied with the recent military reinforcements. Shugboy, as a soldier he should be happy about this. Obedience is the first thing a soldier should do. Shiuz, that's right, it's nothing to take it out on me when you're unhappy. Urza, but I think so too. Our country is almost unified, so there is really no need to strengthen the military. Hughes, I think there may still be some resistance left. Shugboy, if that's the case, then we're enough. Inside the Edela's palace. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The deputy chief of staff of the kingdom army rushed to the king to report, the plan is going well. It will take about 4 days to extract the magic power from the magic crystal. It has finally succeeded, Your Majesty. King Faust said slowly, it's not enough. Your Majesty, what did you just say? I mean, this amount of magic power is totally not enough. But Your Majesty, that magic crystal contains the magic power of the entire town of Eslanden, which is enough for our country to use for 10 years. It's only been 10 years. You have to understand that we are the great kingdom of Edelas, and limited magic is not allowed to exist. Give me more and more magic power. What I pursue is eternal magic power. Magic power that will never run out. The other side. Yaang and his companions rode on frogs and came to a nearby town. Natsu and Happy waved goodbye to the departing frog with tears in their eyes. Woo woo, goodbye long wa. Woo, we're going to miss your dragon frog. The frog ran away like crazy, without any reluctance to leave. Yaang looked at the two funny guys with a helpless look on his face. Okay, stop being sentimental. I'll be acting alone once we get to the capital, so you guys should find some tools to protect yourselves first. Lucy immediately said, then leave this to me. As she spoke, Lucy led a few people to sneakily go to the underground black market, and Natsu and Wendy took a torch and a box respectively. However, the two of them studied it for a long time but still couldn't figure out how to use this thing. After a while, someone saw Lucy's face and reported to the king's army, and soon a large number of troops surrounded the entrance to the black market. Come on, right here, it's Fairy Tale. Lucy and Natsu, quickly catch these criminals. By the time Lucy reacted, she was surrounded by the army. Damn it, we were discovered so soon? There's nothing we can do but fight. Everyone be careful. At this time, Natsu finally understood how the torch was turned on. Oh! I finally know how to use it. Look at me, I'm going to beat you up. Wow! A fierce flame burst out from the torch and swept towards the king's army, but the king's army reacted quickly and set up a magic shield in front of them to block all attacks. Natsu saw that the power was actually quite good, then he pressed the switch again and swung it out fiercely. But there was no trace of fire, and the scene suddenly became awkward. Chapter 121. What's going on? Is this thing disposable? Lucy yelled, are you an idiot? You were told to use it all at once. If you could adjust the size, you could use it 100 times. At this moment, Wendy accidentally dropped something on the ground, and the magic prop was instantly activated. A gust of wind blew out, directly blowing away the soldiers surrounding her, as well as Natsu, Lucy, and others. Lucy complained in despair, "You guys are too unreliable." Natsu, Wendy, sorry. Listen, haha, Natsu is still as thick-skinned as ever. Yaang sighed, alas. Then Yaang raised his finger, and a golden light condensed at his fingertips. Call out. The golden light fell directly on the magic shield of the king's army. Boom. The king's army was defeated in an instant. The king's army that was not affected had never seen such a scene before. They all pointed their guns at Yaang tremblingly. Natsu and others fell from the air and hurriedly got up and came to Yaang's side. Lucy finally saw how the wizards of Eslanden fought and defeated the king's army, which they could not defeat, with just one blow. This also gave her hope of overthrowing the kingdom. Buzz! Wherever the conqueror's haki passed, all the king's soldiers lay on the ground with their eyes wide open. Seeing this scene, Lucy was no longer confused as to whether this was the power that Yaang had released in the guild before. She also finally understood why Natsu said that she was inflated. She was indeed inflated in front of Yaang. Natsu and Wendy were relieved to see that the crisis was finally resolved. Natsu, luckily you're here, Yaang. Natsu looked at the magic item in his hand and threw it away. This thing is too easy to disable. I only played it once and it's already unusable. Lucy, you guys don't know how to use it. Didn't I tell you that all magic has a usage limit? If you use it at full power like you guys, it will definitely be gone in one go. Lucy looked at Yaang and asked, are all the wizards in Eslanden as strong as him? Wendy, how is that possible? Brother Yaang is known as the best magician in our place. He is the strongest magician I have ever seen. Lucy felt better after hearing this. After all, he was the strongest, so having such strength was indeed acceptable. Then Natsu and Wendy picked up the weapons of the king's army. Ha ha ha, now we have the fighting power. Boom. At this moment, an explosion suddenly came from the other side. Yaang sensed it and found that it was a trace of magic. Let's go over there and take a look. I sense a familiar scent. The other side. Why are you arresting me? What crime have I committed? Lucy was surrounded by a group of the king's army. You are Fairy Tale Lucy, right? What's wrong with me? It's you, of course. Arrest the rebels who are rebelling against the kingdom. Then the king's army stepped forward and subdued Lucy. Damn it, you're hurting me. If you keep doing this I'll do it. The king's army paid no attention to Lucy's words. At this time, Lucy stepped directly on the foot of the soldier who was holding her. The soldier felt pain in his foot and let go. Lucy took the opportunity to push away the soldier in front of her and took out the key from her waist. Open. Scorpius Gate. Scorpion. Sandstorm. Suddenly a violent sandstorm came out and the king's army was blown to the ground. Yaang and others rushed over and saw that the person was actually Lucy. Lucy! Natsu shouted excitedly. Lucy heard someone calling her name and looked over to find it was her friend. Natsu. Wendy. Yaang. And Lucy. Come and save me. These guys are coming to catch me as soon as I get here. Huh? Lucy? And me? We found other fairy tale wizards and 2 Luces here, requesting backup. As soon as the soldiers finished speaking, they felt dizzy and fell to the ground. When they woke up, the people were gone. At night, in a hotel somewhere in a small town. The 2 Luces looked at each other. Lysina looked at the 2 and said, they are exactly the same. I can't tell there's any difference at all. Yaang said, no, there is still some difference. Lucy here has a better figure and you can tell she exercises regularly. And our Lucy has a bit looser meat and is heavier. Lysina was surprised and said, hey! Brother Yaang, you observe so carefully. Scary Lucy saw Yaang boasting that his figure was better than Lucy's, and looked at Lucy with a smug look on his face. Lucy complained, what's going on with this awful feeling of being outdone by myself? Lucy looked at the girl she had never seen before and asked, who is she? Wendy, she is Lysina, Miss Myra's sister. Lucy then remembered that Myra did have a sister. So you are Lysina of Edela's. No, I'm Lysina from Eslanden. Eh? Isn't Myra's sister already? No, but by some coincidence, I was sucked in by F***ck, and came to this world. Oh, so that's how it is. At this time, the scary Lucy kept staring at the key on Lucy's waist and asked, the key you just used is a magic prop, right? Lucy looked at the key on her waist. You mean celestial spirit, right? It's fine if you think so, but to me they are all my best friends. So there are people in Eslanden who use magic items to fight, but why can you use magic? Natsu and Wendy chimed in, yeah, why can you use magic, Lucy? Lucy asked in confusion, huh? You can't use magic. Natsu and Wendy shook their heads. Wendy, you can't use magic freely here. Huh? I'm not sure. I was collecting clothes at home when everything went black. I was protected by horologium. When I came out, I found that everything around me had disappeared. Then I met Miss Ogden, who gave me a pill and sent me here. Then I was walking on the street when I met those guys who wanted to arrest me. Natsu excitedly said, do you still have that pill? Lucy shook her head, no, he just gave me one. Natsu and Wendy looked disappointed. Okay. Lucy also reacted at this time, so I am the only one who can use magic here. Ha ha ha, don't worry everyone, I will protect you. Natsu and Happy stared at Lucy with suspicion. Lucy said angrily, what's with that expression? Ha 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 ha. After playing around for a while, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Chapter 122. The next morning. At this time, bursts of uniform footsteps were heard from outside the hotel. Sir, the person is in the room above, please go there quickly. The leading officer looked at the inn owner and said, are you sure they are really up there? If I find out that you are lying to us, you will be in trouble. Oh, how dare I lie to you? This morning when I went upstairs to get something, I saw the person on the wanted poster, so I came to tell you right away. I've asked the store's people to guard the door. They must still be upstairs now. You'll know when you get there. The leading officer took a look at the shop owner, waved his hand, and several soldiers with weapons came to the door of each room. Open. The commander gave an order and the soldiers broke open the door and rushed in. But what the soldiers didn't expect was that there was no one inside, only an open window. At this moment, a soldier in one of the rooms looked out the window and saw several people running forward. Report to the captain. The criminal has escaped. Upon hearing the sound, the captain hurriedly ran out with his soldiers, and sure enough, he saw several people running in front. Damn it! Chase him! Yaang et al. Terrified Lucy said, really, how could we be discovered? Lucy said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I was a little sleepy when I went out, and the store owner saw me. If it weren't for Yaang's strong perception, I think we would have been surrounded. Lucy was so embarrassed that she felt terrible, but when she saw that it was another herself, she didn't know what to say. It felt like she was talking about herself. Lucy, speaking of which, where are we going? Are we going to the capital like this? Yaang, what are you thinking, Lucy? If I were alone, I could go there directly, but I'm really worried about you guys. So now we have to go to the military headquarters here, rob their magic airship and fly over. By the way, you can also use your Gemini to get some intelligence. Lucy suddenly realized, oh, yes, I can use my Gemini to gather intelligence. Why didn't I think of that? At this time, bursts of noise came from behind everyone. Quick! We see them, magic troops get ready. All the soldiers with guns raised their spears, and the tips of the spears continued to condense energy. Seeing this, Yaang did not even turn his head and directly fired an energy bomb that fell at the feet of the soldiers. Boom! Yaang's attack directly defeated all the pursuing soldiers. After a while, everyone arrived at the flying boat's base. The two soldiers on guard were yawning when they suddenly saw dust flying in the distance. Huh? What's going on? What's running over there? You don't know. Then he called out to the soldier in the watchtower, and the soldier took a look with a magic telescope. Not good. Before he could finish his words, a golden flash pierced through him and he fell from the tower. The leading soldier hurriedly pressed the button beside him, and the alarm sounded instantly. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! As soon as he finished speaking, Natsu and the terrifying Lucy kicked the two men in one by one. Natsu yelled, "Ha ha ha! Even without magic power I can still beat you guys away." Terrible Lucy said worriedly, "But we have been discovered by them, so we can't get the magic airship, right?" Yaang explained, "I didn't even intend to go in properly, and now this station has been occupied by me." At this time, a large group of soldiers hurried over and surrounded Yaang and others. "Who are you? Why are you trespassing?" The captain felt dizzy before he could finish his words, and instantly all the soldiers surrounding Yaang and others fainted on the ground. Although it was not the first time that Lucy from Edalas had seen such a scene, she still found it incredible. Then Lucy summoned the Gemini to copy the captain, and asked another Gemini to copy a person who could control the magic airship. Soon the airship took off and everyone headed towards the royal capital. Everyone learned from the copied captain's memory that the king would completely transform the magic crystal into magic power in 3 days, and Yaang's eyes instantly turned cold. There was a faint murderous aura emanating from his body, and the people around him all looked at Yaang nervously, not daring to move. Terrifyingly, Lucy whispered, "Is this also his ability? Why does it feel so different?" Lucy explained, "I heard that it was caused by killing too many people. Everyone in the guild is afraid that he will become like this and lose control." Scary Lucy swallowed and said, "It seems like you guys are not having an easy time either." After a while, Yaang calmed down, and everyone dared to breathe deeply. A day later, they encountered several waves of attacks from the king's army. Fortunately, Yaang discovered them early and defeated them all. Then they arrived at the outskirts of the royal capital safely. Edalas' royal capital suburb. Lucy asked, "What should we do next? There isn't much combat power here except for me and Yaang. Should we wait for Mist Ogden to come?" Yaang shook his head, "We have to act separately here. I will attack the king's capital directly to attract his main forces. You will ask outside where the magic crystals are scattered. Once you have found your bearings, go look for Mist Ogden. He may have a way to restore these magic crystals to their original state." Lucy couldn't help but feel a little worried when she heard that Yaang was going to face the entire kingdom alone. "But can you really do this alone? I'm worried." "Don't worry, I don't take these guys seriously. If I wasn't afraid of destroying those magic crystals, I could wipe the entire capital off this map in an instant." After hearing this, Lucy looked at the expressions of the others and didn't see any distrust in them at all. Natsu said unconvinced, "Why can't I use my magic? Why does Yaang have to defeat everyone by himself? I want to fight too." Happy complained, "Natsu, you should just forget it now." Carla thought about it and said, "Indeed, this is the best option now." Terrible Lucy asked doubtfully, "Aren't you afraid that something might happen to him?" Everyone looked at the scary Lucy with confusion. "Why worry about him? The people we should worry about are the people in this capital, okay?" The terrible Lucy was speechless after being humiliated by everyone's unanimous words. Lucy patted scary Lucy's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Yaang is telling the truth. Even if all the people in the capital are added together, they are not enough for him to defeat alone. A man who can defeat the magical elf power is himself a walking magical elf power." Chapter 123. Royal Capital Commercial District. At this time, Natsu and others have sneaked in. Everyone was looking at the bustling street and was completely shocked by the scene before them. This is completely different from the villages and towns outside. People outside use less magic power every day, but in the royal capital, there are signs of magic everywhere. The fountain, the moving carriage, and so on, every object in motion relies on the support of magic. Lucy complained, "Didn't you say your magic power is almost used up? There's no sign of it running out here." Lucy clenched her fists tightly when she saw Wang Du's appearance. "This is damn it. They deprived us of our magic power just to provide it here for the enjoyment of these so-called nobles. It's so unfair." Yaang looked at everything in front of him, and when he thought about his partner turning into magic to provide magic power to those construction tools, the hostility around him became a little heavier. Yaang looked at Lucy and Edelas and said, "If you want, I can kill everyone here." The terrible Lucy shook her head after hearing Yaang's words. She still couldn't bear to do it. "No, as long as we can overthrow the king, they are just tools used by the king to rule the country." Then Yaang took off his cloak. "Okay, let's split up here." I sensed a familiar presence nearby, in that direction. I think it might be Gajil. You guys should go meet up with him first. It's time for this kingdom to feel my wrath. Call out. Yaang disappeared from the spot in a flash of golden light. At this time, a huge magic crystal was standing in the center of the square, and many residents living in the royal capital came to watch the magic crystal. It's a really huge magic crystal. I've never seen one this big before. Haha, yes, this is all thanks to the great king. I heard that the magic power absorbed from the other world this time is enough for us to use for 10 years. Oh, this number is really reassuring. At this time, a man in a cloak was watching everything in front of him and hearing the words of the surrounding residents. Tisk, they use other people's lives as food for their own entertainment. They are really a bunch of hopeless beasts. I don't know where Yaang is. If he comes, your good days will be over. Now it seems that we can only trust the words of the man called Mist Ogan. Use dragon-slaying magic to attack these magic crystals and rescue our companions. At this time, someone from the king's army guarding here suddenly came to report that a hijacked magic airship was found in the suburbs, and that personnel needed to be deployed to various places to guard it. 1/3 of the soldiers in the square were withdrawn at once, and in order to prevent any accidents, the remaining soldiers began to drive away the spectators who were nearby. Everyone, move away. This area is under control now. No one should get close to this place. After hearing this, the surrounding residents retreated one after another, except Gajil, who stood there motionless. "Hey! That guy with the cloak over there, I'm talking to you. Get out of here. Can't you hear me?" Gajil smiled evilly and lifted his cloak. "Just let me make a big scene." Then Gajil leaped up with all his might, lengthened his arms and swung them over fiercely. Boom! Wah-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. Who is it? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In an instant, all the remaining troops in the square rushed out from behind and surrounded the magic crystal tightly, holding spears and staring at the people in front of them. Gajil looked at the group with disdain. "Do you think you can stop me like this? That's ridiculous." Gajil put his hands together and turned them into a huge black iron sword, then swung it down fiercely. Dragon-killing secret infernal demon iron sword. Boom! Seeing this, the soldiers picked up their shields and deployed magic shields to try to block this powerful attack. However, the magic shield was instantly destroyed as soon as it touched it, and all the soldiers guarding in front were knocked away. The iron sword directly hit the magic crystal, and the magic crystal shattered instantly and turned into star-like light. Natsu and the others followed Yaang's words and ran towards the square. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise coming from inside, and a large number of people fled in the opposite direction of them. Lucy shouted, "Everyone, look, there seems to be some movement over there." Natsu sniffed the air, "It smells so ripe." Terrible Lucy yelled, "Are you born in the year of the dog?" At this time, the smoke in the square slowly dissipated, the magic crystals had completely disappeared, and two familiar figures appeared. Gajil looked at the two in shock. How could it be? There are only two people with such a large magic crystal. Gray and Urza slowly woke up and looked around with confusion. Gray, huh? What happened? Wasn't I drinking in the guild? Urza looked around and found everything so strange. At this time, Gajil slowly walked over. "Why are there only two of you?" Gray and Urza looked up and saw that it was Gajil, and asked hurriedly, "Gajil, it's you, what happened?" Suddenly, a series of footsteps were heard from a distance, and Gajil said hurriedly, "This is not the place to explain, let's get out of here. If we don't leave, we will be surrounded." Gray said, "They are just random soldiers. What's there to do? Freeze them all." Gray said as he prepared to activate his magic power to cast magic. "How? My magic? Why can't I use my magic power?" Urza activated her magic and said, "It's not that we can't use magic, but our magic disappeared." At this time, Gajil directly opened a bottle of medicine and gave Gray and Urza one pill each. "Eat this. You can use magic after eating it. This was given to me by the guy called Stockings. I don't know what it is, but he said that if I eat this, I can use magic freely here." Gray and Urza swallowed the pills without saying anything. Sure enough, the moment he took the pill, the familiar magic power returned to him. Urza said, "Now that our magic power has been restored, let's get out of here." At this moment, a large number of soldiers poured out from all over the street and surrounded Urza and the other two. "Damn it, it's too late." At this moment, a sound came from behind. "Open! Scorpius Gate Scorpion! Sandstorm! Boom! Wah! It's Lucy from Fairy Tale, requesting support. Requesting support." The strong storm blew a gap in the encirclement of the soldiers. The three looked in the direction of the gap and found Natsu and others. Natsu, Urza, Gray, and Gajil. Then the three of them cast magic to defeat all the soldiers in front of them, but there were still a large number of soldiers rushing towards them. Gajil turned around and roared to defeat all the soldiers who wanted to chase them, and everyone took advantage of the chaos to escape into the alley. Chapter 124. They walked through the alley and came to a hotel. Fortunately, the identities of Urza, Gray, and Gajil had not been exposed yet, so no one knew who attacked the square. So the three of them opened the room and hid inside. Urza looked out the window and saw a large number of soldiers searching for them, so Urza asked what happened. Then Gajil and Lucy told them everything that happened at that time. "That's great, Lysina, I didn't expect you to be okay. Myra and Elfman would be very happy if they knew. Hehe, I miss them very much too, but the most important thing now is to rescue everyone." "Gray, that's right, but I didn't expect that I couldn't use magic here." Natsu immediately became anxious when he heard this. "Why are you three able to use magic? Did you encounter Stockings?" Urza shook her head, "I don't know about that either. At first we couldn't use magic either, but after taking the pill Gajil gave us we were able to use it." Natsu hurried over, "Anything else?" Gajil didn't waste any time and directly took out a transparent bottle, which was full of pills. When Lucy saw the pill, she immediately shouted, "That's it! That's what Stockings gave me." Natsu simply took the bottle of medicine, poured it out and swallowed it. Suddenly he felt a surge of magic power gushing out of his body and Natsu was completely surrounded by flames. "Ha ha ha! My power is back!" Then the other people swallowed the pills one after another, and suddenly a lot of fresh breeze blew around Wendy. Lysina also recovered her magic power and received the bird's wings to fly in the air. Edila's Lucy was surprised when she saw it. "Is this the magic of Eslanden? It really can be used without relying on magic props, it's really magical. Even you, Lysina." "Hehe, Lucy, don't forget that I'm from Eslanden too. The receiving magic I use can receive some monsters." "Natsu, I am Fire Dragon Slayer magic." "Wendy, I am Sky Dragon Slayer magic." "Oh, that's great." At this time, Happy and Carla took the pills, unfolded their magic wings, and flew into the air. Edila's Lucy exclaimed upon seeing this, "You two are transcendents." Happy and Carla looked at each other, not understanding what Lucy from Edila's meant. Carla asked, "What is a transcendent?" Then Lucy from Edila's explained to everyone what a transcendent is, and everyone was shocked when they heard it. "Lucy, you said Happy and the others are angels. They are beings that are above the entire kingdom of Edilas." "Happy, Am I so noble?" Then Happy looked at Carla. "How would I know this? Don't forget that I also grew up in Eslanden." Edila's Lucy nodded. "Yes, it is said that the Queen of Transcendence has a power that is like a miracle. Even the king has to obey her instructions. As for the specifics, I don't know much." Edila's Lucy glanced at Urza and then quickly looked away, but Urza still caught it. "Lucy from Edila's, you seem to be afraid of me, is there something I did?" Edila's Lucy waved her hands hastily, "No. Nothing, that person is not you, I'm just not used to it." Urza became even more confused after hearing what the other party said, and then their Lucy explained to Urza what was going on. Bang! Damn it! I didn't expect that I would be the enemy of fairy tale here. Urza stared at Lucy and Edela's. Lucy was a little flustered and cold sweat kept pouring out. Why don't you just punch me to vent your anger? Edela's was stunned when he heard this. No, this has nothing to do with you. Shall we discuss what to do next? Urza nodded and her expression became serious. Yes, have you come up with any countermeasures? By the way, we were chatting just now, why didn't I see Yaang? Shouldn't he be with you guys? Lucy said helplessly, Yaang has already gone to the palace alone. I think it won't take long before the problem is solved. Hey! Grey Gajil and Urza were shocked upon hearing this, but then they thought that this was indeed in line with his style. I feel much more relieved with him here, but we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must find all the magic crystals. If even one member of the guild is missing, I will sacrifice the king with blood. Natsu immediately got excited when he heard it. Oh! I'm almost exhausted from not being able to fight these past 2 days. I'm going to beat those guys up. Edela's Lucy said, in that case, I will go back to the guild and gather everyone to overthrow this kingdom. At this time, the palace of the kingdom of Edela's was located at the top of the royal capital. A large number of troops were patrolling around the palace. Ever since King Faust learned that someone had hijacked the magic airship and 2 Lucis appeared, he guessed that it was Eslenden's people who came to look for their partners. In order not to affect the normal extraction of magic power, a large number of guards were deployed around. I saw a flash of golden light at the gate of the palace, and the golden light gradually formed a human shape and came towards the front. When the palace guards saw this, they immediately surrounded Yaang. Stop! Who are you? Yaang ignored it and walked straight ahead. Bang! Yaang took a step forward, and a burst of momentum emanated from his body. The soldiers around him rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Soon Yaang arrived at the gate, and then a golden light blew up the gate directly, and then he walked straight forward. A huge explosion resounded throughout the entire palace. After hearing the noise, several members of the demon squad hurried out, wanting to see who was so desperate as to attack the palace. Soon, several leaders of the magic teams led their soldiers towards the palace gate. When they turned a corner and were only a few thousand meters away from the palace gate, they found that all the soldiers in the palace were lying on the ground motionless, as if they were dead. Zyug Boy was surprised and asked, what on earth happened? Hughes looked ahead and shouted hurriedly, look, there's someone there. Zyug Boy looked carefully and saw that there was indeed a figure slowly walking inside among the tens of thousands of fallen soldiers. Chapter 125. Just as the two of them were staring at the figure in front of them with nervous expressions, the person in front of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zyug Boy was surprised and asked, Shiuz, where are the people? I didn't see it. He just disappeared like that? Were we seeing things just now? At this time, a voice came from the side. Are you two looking for me? Zyug Boy and Shiuz turned around hurriedly and found that the figure had appeared behind them. The two looked extremely shocked, they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. He hurriedly picked up his magic props, only to see that Zeus was holding a staff in his hand. He waved it casually in the air a few times, and the surrounding buildings seemed to come alive and rushed towards Yaang madly. The surrounding stone pillars turned into spikes and pierced Yaang directly. When Zeus saw that his attack directly defeated the opponent, he felt relieved and felt that he could do it again. Tisk! I thought he was such a powerful guy, but it turns out he's just a pretentious guy, what do you think, Shug Boy? When Shiusi saw that Shiuge Boy I did not answer, he looked at him and saw that Shiuge Boy I was looking ahead with a look of horror, as if there was something in front of him that he could not understand. What's wrong with you, Shug Boy? Zyuj Boy pointed tremblingly ahead. Shiuz turned around and found that the enemy he had pierced was now passing through the stone pillars and appeared in the same place intact. Yaang touched the stone pillar and said, so it's used to control inanimate objects. It can also change the state of inanimate objects. I have to say that Edela's ability to create magic items is indeed powerful. But you can go die. Call out. A ray of golden light flashed across the sky, and just when it was about to hit Zeus, Shugboy took out his magic sword and placed it in front of Zeus. The fierce light energy turned into a liquid-like state the moment it touched the sword. Seeing this, Yaang snapped his fingers. Boom! The golden light that turned into liquid exploded instantly, leaving Zeus and Shugboy no time to react, and they were directly blown away by the powerful explosion. Wow! Yaang looked at the two people who were seriously injured and said disdainfully, "How dare you trash invade our world?" Zyugboy held on and said, "You are the guy from Eslanden. Why didn't you turn into magic? You don't need to know this. Since you have already started a war, the war can only be settled if one side is annihilated." Then Yaang raised his finger, and a golden cross star flashed on his fingertips. Boom! At this time, a black shadow quickly appeared from the side and directly blocked Yaang's attack, but she still underestimated the strength of the attack and quickly retreated behind her. Urza Nightwoka looked at her two injured colleagues and asked, "Shiuz, Zyugboy, are you two okay?" "Nothing for now. Urza, you have to be careful. This guy is very strong. The two of us were no match for him. We were defeated with just one strike." Urza herself knew very well that if the spear had not been used to resist the attack just now, she would have been defeated instantly if she had been hit by it. Yaang looked at the familiar figure in front of him. "Urza. How do you know me, or do you know me from Eslanden?" "Yes, I know him. He is very familiar to me. He is my childhood friend. Get out of my way, Urza, you are no match for me and I don't want to attack this familiar face." Nightwoka laughed and said, "Haha, don't say you will definitely win. You haven't fought yet, so don't be so sure." At this time, deep in the palace. "Oh no! Oh no!" The king sitting on the throne said, "What's going on? Why are you so flustered? What was that noise just now?" "Oh no, your majesty, someone broke in from outside." The king was a little surprised. "Are they the remnants of Eslanden? How many people are here?" Coco said awkwardly, just one." "What? Just one? Where are the guards guarding the palace? And where is the captain of my magic combat unit?" "Your Majesty, all those guards have been defeated, and the captain of the 234th Devil Combat Unit has gone to provide support. I don't really know what the situation is now." When Faust heard that the captain of his magic warfare unit was about to arrive, he felt much more relieved. "Well, I don't know what methods the Eslanden guys used, but since all three of them are there shouldn't be any problems. You go down first, Coco, and let Beloy come to see me." "Yes, your Majesty." Then Coco ran out in a hurry. The other side. After Natsu and the others recovered their magic power, they headed straight towards the royal capital. They decided to split into two groups, one to attract the patrolling soldiers, and the other to go to the royal capital to support Yaang. Then Gajil, Natsu, Wendy, and Happy and Carla went to the palace to find the remaining magic crystals. Urza Grey and Lucy were to attract the enemy and buy them time. At this time in the alley, Urza looked at the patrolling soldiers outside, her expression gradually becoming confused. "Everyone wait a moment, it seems the situation has changed. Have you noticed that there are fewer soldiers searching around?" Everyone secretly turned their heads to look, and just as Urza said, there were obviously fewer soldiers patrolling around, and from time to time some soldiers ran towards the direction of the palace. Lucy suddenly thought of something. "I think Yaang has already started the attack, and the missing soldiers should have been sent to support them." Urza thought for a while and said, "It's very likely. If that's the case, we must speed up our actions. Just as we arranged before, let's get started." Everyone nodded and Urza rushed out first. "Hey! The person you're looking for is here." The patrolling soldier heard the noise and looked back, seeing Urza hurried over. "Greetings, Master Urza. What can I do for you?" Urza then remembered that she was the general of this country, and then Urza ordered, "There is an attack by Fairy Tale over there, you guys go over and provide support quickly." "Yes. Urza-sama." The soldiers followed Urza's order without hesitation and moved the main force over. Seeing that the king's army had almost left, the Dragon Slayer squad quickly ran towards the palace. At this time Gray asked, Urza, what should we do? This is different from the original plan. No. Let's stick to our original plan and create chaos in the capital. We must lead all those soldiers to the periphery, otherwise it will be very difficult for Natsu and his men to move. Gray, Lucy, let's go to the other side. While my identity is still useful, try to lure those soldiers away. Good. Chapter 126. Just as Natsu and the others got through safely, Wendy said happily, we are really lucky. We didn't see any soldiers along the way. Carla said solemnly, don't you think it's suspicious? Before, the streets were full of patrolling soldiers, and it was difficult for us to slip away from under their noses. Now it's so smooth, and it feels a little strange. Happy, Carla, are you being a little suspicious? I hope I'm overthinking it. Just then a voice came from the sky. As transcendents, why do you want to associate with humans? The sudden sound scared everyone. They looked up quickly and found a burly black cat wearing armor and with wings on its back looking down at them. Natsu looked at the creature in the sky in shock, what a big cat. When Lily heard Natsu's description, veins popped up on the back of his head. What a rude human being. I am the captain of the first team of the King's demonic squadron. I am Counsil Lily, guarding here by the King's order. I guess you are the heretics who invaded the King. Now that I have encountered you, I will take your heads. Gajil was instantly attracted by Lily's appearance and aura. Fire Dragon, Mist Yenlong, leave this guy to me, and you guys go find the location of the guys who turned into magic crystals. Hi. Natsu looked at Gajil in confusion. Tisk. Who cares about you? After saying that, Natsu and Wendy continued to move towards the royal capital. Gajil looked at Lily excitedly. Very good, your name is Counsil Lily, right? My name is Gajil, you suit my taste very well, come and be my cat. Lily looked at Gajil with disdain, what an arrogant fellow. Do you think you can beat me? You are overestimating yourself. Lily stopped talking nonsense with Gajil and directly took out his magic weapon, Mother of Destruction. With the influx of Lily's magic power, the small Mother of Destruction instantly turned into a 40 m long sword. He slashed fiercely in Gajil's direction. Boom! Gajil dodged lightly, and the ground was instantly cut open by the great sword. Yes, you can wield such a large sword so easily. I am very satisfied with you. Iron Dragon Stick. Gajil stretched out his arms and quickly attacked Lily, but Lily easily dodged by flapping his wings. However, what Lily did not expect was that the extended arm actually extended several iron rods from the side. Lily hurriedly took back the Mother of Destruction and held it horizontally in front of him to block the attack. Lily immediately swooped down towards Gajil from the air with the Mother of Destruction, and the two of them started fighting. On the other side, Yaang. Shoes. Shug boy. You guys leave here first, leave this place to me. After Zeus and Shuggy looked at each other, they didn't say anything else. Their staying here would not be of any use at all, but would only drag down Urza. Then Shiuz and Zyuja walked towards the palace. Urza looked at Yaang who didn't move at all and asked in confusion, why, with your strength you should be able to keep them both here easily. Yaang nodded, it doesn't matter. Their existence will not affect me at all. Besides me, there will be others who can defeat them. You are so confident. I just can't stand people like you. I want to take off your calm appearance. Sonic gun. In just a moment, the iron gun in Urza's hand instantly transformed into another spear. He stared at Yaang intently, exerted force on his feet, broke through the sound barrier in the air, and stabbed Yaang fiercely. Although Urza's speed was indeed extremely fast in the eyes of outsiders, Yaang had already seen Urza's future steps. Then, to the side of Yaang's body, an invisible impact passed directly past Yaang and directly destroyed the wall of the palace. I didn't expect that you and her even have such similar magic. She changes into armor, and you change into a spear. Both of you rely on the weapons in your hands to improve your strength. Urza pulled out the spear stuck in the ground, and was annoyed when Yaang compared her to her in another world. I'm not her, I'm Urza Nightwalker. As Urza spoke, He focused golden light towards Yaang again and put his hands together, and a lightsaber appeared in his hands. The sword of aim no cum. Come on, let me see how big the gap is between you and her. Exploding gun. Just as Urza quickly approached Yaang, she quickly transformed her spear and swung it towards Yaang from top to bottom. Yaang didn't dodge and slashed at Urza's spear with his sword. A huge explosion occurred at the moment the spear and the lightsaber touched. The two men jumped out from the smoke of the explosion. Urza saw that the other party was not hurt at all, and his expression became more serious. Shave. Yaang disappeared on the spot. Urza's instinct told her that danger was approaching her quickly. He instinctively grasped the spear with both hands and raised it. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! Urza flew backwards and hit the wall hard, causing the thick wall to dent. Urza slowly slid down the wall. Blood continued to flow out from the corner of his mouth. Urza endured the pain and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Sun Spear. The afterglow of the sunset shone on Urza's sun spear. The spear emitted a warm light that enveloped Urza's entire body. The wounds on Urza's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Your gun has so many functions. It absorbs the energy of the sun to stimulate the activity of cells in the body and repair wounds. Just give up. You are no match for me. I have seen your strength. Don't make these meaningless sacrifices. Urza took a breath and said, What do you mean by unanimous sacrifice? Everything is for infinite magic power. How can you guys who live in a world with infinite magic power understand our feelings? The magic power of this world is on the verge of exhaustion. Once the magic power is exhausted, this country will also be destroyed. I can't lose. Yaang shook his head, rely on plundering people from other worlds to obtain magic power, and then use it to satisfy the extravagant life of you so-called nobles. Don't you find it ridiculous to be the general of this country? Who told you that you can't survive without magic? I've been walking along the way, passing through towns and villages, and none of them have magic power, but you saw that they couldn't survive. Stop making excuses for your ridiculous thoughts. Chapter 127. Inside the palace. Bayero, is there a way to convert those magic crystals into magic power faster? My respected Majesty, why are you so anxious? Is it because of those outsiders? Faust nodded, yes, those guys from Eslanden have now broken into my palace. Your Majesty, you have Urza and other generals with you. They will definitely ensure your safety. At this time, a soldier rushed in from outside. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Faust looked up and saw that it was his own guard. Ruth, when have you ever been so impatient? Tell me, have the issues outside been resolved? Report! Report to your Majesty, Lord Shiuz and Lord Xiaojiboy were defeated by each other in just a single encounter. Bayero's expression changed drastically. He knew the strength of these two men, otherwise he would not have become the captain of the magic warfare unit. Are you saying that Shiuz and Xiaojiboy were directly defeated by each other? Yes, Lord Baylo, now only Lord Urza is holding back the invader, but I don't think Urza will be a match for that man. Bayero shouted, where is Lily? Where is the Lily people? Why is he not here when such a big thing happened? I can't find Lord Lily anywhere. Before Ruth could finish his words, Faust waved at him, signaling him to step back. Bayero looked at His Majesty the King with some confusion, Your Majesty. Bayero, it was me who sent Lily away. But why, Your Majesty? Bayero, I have always been dissatisfied with the so-called Queen Shahjet, so I have never liked Lily. If I did not need the power of the Queen temporarily, I would have slaughtered all these cats long ago. They are just some beasts. It's ridiculous that they want to climb over my head. They will also become part of my eternal magic. So this might be an opportunity to obtain eternal magic power. Bayero. Tell me Beloy. Is there any way to quickly obtain the magic power of those magic crystals? Beloy thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, there is indeed a way, but it is almost impossible to achieve it. Explain. As you command, Your Majesty. If you want to quickly obtain the magic power in the magic crystal, the only way is to directly smash the huge magic crystal. In that way, the magic power will dissipate directly into the air. At that time, we only need to place a magic power collection device there to collect the dissipated magic power. Although some of the magic power will dissipate, this is already the fastest way. But the only problem now is that we placed the magic crystal on the floating island. It is almost impossible to shatter the entire magic crystal, Your Majesty. After hearing this, Faust immediately smiled as if he had already thought of a countermeasure. Very good, Bayero. Bayero looked at His Majesty with a puzzled look. Bayero, go and prepare the Daroma Enum. Bayero was shocked when he heard this, but Your Majesty, that is prohibited by law. According to Article 23 of the Kingdom Law. I have my own plans, Bayero, just go and prepare. Bayero felt a little strange looking at the Majesty in front of him, but as a subject he knew very well that he could not persuade him, so he agreed and walked towards the depths of the palace. The other side. Natsu and Wendy arrived inside the palace. Where is this? Wendy looked around in confusion. They had clearly come in from the side door, but what they saw was not the kingdom as they imagined, but a huge indoor playground. Carla looked around with a puzzled look on her face. Could it be that the king of Edalas has a hobby of playing? So he built such a large amusement park in the palace. Happy, hey, Carla, do you think this looks good? Happy was seen holding a skeleton and placing it on his back. Carla glanced at him and said, "Humph. Childish." At this moment, the skeleton seemed to have life and strangled Happy's neck. Help! Happy kept struggling. Natsu looked around and saw no signs of. Happy, stop playing. We should go. At this time, Happy was strangled by the skeleton and couldn't utter a word. Wendy noticed Happy's abnormality and said, Natsu-san, Happy seems a little strange. Natsu heard Wendy's words and looked at Happy, then squatted down and picked up the skeleton behind Happy. Only then did Happy breathe deeply. I almost died. This skeleton is alive. Natsu picked up the skull and shook it in confusion, only to find that it was no different. No? Happy, do you think you're wrong? Suddenly a dagger flew out from the pile of toys and flew quickly towards Natsu and others. Wendy saw this and quickly warned, be careful, Natsu-kun. Natsu reacted quickly, slightly tilting his body, and the dagger flew directly past Natsu's eyes. Who is it? Hughes walked out with a look of contempt. Oh, I know you. You should be Natsu from Fairy Tale, but you are a little different from what is written in the information. Shug boy, they are not from this world. I think he is the same as the monster outside, a wizard from Eslanden. Natsu and Wendy looked over when they heard the noise and saw two people wrapped in bandages. Natsu looked confused and asked, who are you guys? Usse bowed very gentlemanly and said, Captain of the 3rd Magic Combat Unit of the Kingdom Army, Usse. Captain of the Kingdom Army's 4th Magic Combat Unit, Shug boy. Natsu protected Wendy, Carla and Happy behind him, so you are enemies. Boy, it's okay if you think so. Hey, finally there's a fight to be had. Wendy said softly, Brother Natsu, you know I don't have the ability to fight, but I will assist Brother Natsu. Oh, thank you so much, Wendy. Shugiboi could tell from the test just now that Natsu's strength was no match for that monster. If it weren't for Wendy's reminder, Shujiboi's attack might have hit him. Zeus waved his staff, and the entire amusement park moved instantly. You will die here today. This place is super powerful. Yes, I said super powerful. Happy looked at Carla and complained, why did this person say it twice? You ask me, how should I know? Galloping wind. Power of steel arms. Power of armor. Wendy directly cast magic on Natsu. Oh. That's the feeling. My body suddenly feels lighter. Natsu looked at the toys that came to life, and he puffed up his mouth, and a violent flame energy spewed out of Natsu's mouth. Fire Dragon's Roar. Wow! Chapter 128. Natsu's violent flames destroyed the advancing army of toys, and the ferocious flames did not stop, heading straight towards the two of them. Zyug boy looked at the oncoming flames without any panic. This grumpy boy? Your attacks are useless, aren't they? Shug boy raised the magic sword directly, and the moment the flame touched the sword, it turned into a stream of water, separated to both sides, fell to the ground, and continued to burn. Zeus waved his magic wand and a toy roller coaster drove out from another pile of toys. But what was strange was that as the roller coaster drove forward, tracks appeared under the car. It quickly rushed towards Natsu, who jumped up and avoided the impact of the roller coaster. But what Natsu didn't expect was that the roller coaster actually drove directly into the air. Natsu had no time to react in the air and sat directly in the car. Hughes laughed and said, "You are so easily fooled. This is a roller coaster that creates tracks while it is running. A normal person can't last 5 minutes on my roller coaster." Just as Hughes was speaking excitedly, suddenly a drop of liquid fell into his hand. It's raining. When Zeus looked up, he saw that Natsu was now slumped in the car and looked like he was about to vomit. "No. You are too weak. You didn't even last 5 seconds. Happy shook his head. "Oh Natsu, you got caught like this and you still need me to save you, it's really worrying." Then Happy spread its wings and flew into the air. When Zeus and Shugiboi saw that Happy was actually a transcendent, they were about to salute him when they recalled what the king had just said to them. "In this battle, if you encounter a transcendent, just kill him directly. Remember not to let anyone see you when you do it. Kill everyone who sees you. I'm really lucky to have met him so soon. If that's the case, then go to hell." Then Zeus waved his staff again, and a large number of toy weapons flew up from the ground and quickly headed towards Happy. Seeing this, Happy dodged flexibly in the air, but this also made it impossible for it to get close to Natsu. "Natsu, just hold on a little longer, I'm coming to save you." Natsu lay on the roller coaster with a hopeless look on his face. "Happy! Come and save me! Ugh, ugh!" At this time, Shugboy ran towards Wendy quickly, and Wendy panicked when she saw this. "What should I do, Carla? I don't have any offensive magic." Carla immediately used wing magic, grabbed Wendy and dodged to the side. Shugboy swung his sword in the air and looked at Wendy with a smile on his face. "Being able to fly is really troublesome, but how long can you keep it up? The Transcendents do have magic, but they can't fly in the air for a long time." Carla's expression suddenly became serious, because she knew that the other party was right. Although she took the pill, it only allowed her to use magic power. The magic power in Carla and Happy's bodies was extremely small. Moreover, she was holding Wendy, so she couldn't fly for long. But Wendy was not at all panicked at this time, and Shugboy also found out from the attack just now that this little girl really had no means of attack. Otherwise, based on his previous attack, the opponent could easily avoid it if using magic, and there would be no need for this transcendent to take her away. After a while, Carla couldn't hold on any longer and her body began to fall. "Wendy! I can't hold on any longer." Wendy patted Carla's hand. "It's okay, Carla." Carla was stunned for a moment when she saw Wendy's appearance, because this was a Wendy she had never seen before. When Zyugboy saw the man and the cat flying in the air start to fall, his expression suddenly became cunning. At this moment, Carla's wings disappeared instantly, and Carla and Wendy fell directly from the air. Shugboy was already prepared below, ready to swing his sword and kill Wendy directly. Wendy lowered her head and couldn't see her face clearly. At this moment, a lot of wind gathered on Wendy's arms. Tianlong's wing attack. Violent winds poured out from Wendy's arms, and Shugboy was shocked to see that the little girl could use offensive magic. You lied to me." Boom! Ah! Shugboy was directly caught in the storm, which kept tearing Shugboy apart. His originally injured wounds immediately dyed the white bandages red. He fell straight to the ground and fainted. Carla saw Wendy's shocked face. "Wendy, you? When did you learn offensive magic and I didn't even know about it?" Wendy smiled and said, "Hee, it was Brother Yaang who taught me. He told me that as a dragon slayer, how could I only learn auxiliary magic? Offensive magic is also necessary. So I secretly learned the magic of attack with the help of Brother Yaang. And Brother Yaang also told me not to tell anyone about this, so that if I ever encounter an enemy in the future, they will underestimate me and I can defeat them with one strike." Brother Yaang said this was a very powerful method. He really didn't lie to me. Carla looked at Wendy with a very complicated expression, as if her good daughter had been corrupted by a bad uncle. Damn it! When did my innocent Wendy disappear? Woo. Wendy looked at Hughes, gathered the wind energy in her hands, and waved them violently towards the sky. Tianlong's broken fang. The two wind powers surged out and merged together, directly shooting down the toy weapons flying in the air. Seeing this, Happy quickly rushed towards Natsu and took Natsu away from the roller coaster. Natsu instantly recovered. Thank you, Happy. Like. You damn BD, you made me so uncomfortable, look at me, I will beat you away. Fire Dragon's Royal Flame. Zeus saw that Shugboy was defeated. He knew that he would not be their match in a 2-on-1 situation. He waved his wand again, and the toys on the ground instantly formed into a huge giant, which swung fiercely towards the fireball falling from the sky. But before Natsu's scorching flames could get close to the toy couldn't withstand the heat and melted. Boom! The huge fireball directly submerged the toy giant and fell on Zeus. When the smoke cleared, Zeus was lying on the ground with his body charred. Natsu landed on the ground and sighed, the ground is still reassuring. Brother Natsu. Natsu turned around and looked at her, Wendy, you are amazing. Thanks. Hehe, I'm also happy to be able to help Natsu-san. Carla looked at Wendy with resentment, but it was a good idea if she thought about it, but she still felt unhappy if she thought deeply. Chapter 129. The Other Side. I am the general of this kingdom. It is my duty to protect this country. Even though what you said may be right, for the sake of His Majesty the King, I must defeat you. Come on. The strong from the other world. Gravity gun. Urza was seen holding the spear tightly in his hand, with a black sphere condensing at the tip of the spear. Urza swung her spear and threw the black sphere into the air. The black light instantly enveloped the entire venue. The gravity around her changed instantly. Yaang only felt that his body seemed to have become a little heavier, but it didn't have much of an impact. Ice Flame Spear. I saw that the originally long spear had now split into two short spears, one short spear exuded a burning breath, and the other short spear exuded a cold breath. Urza quickly ran towards Yaang and swung the two pistols in her hands quickly. A fierce flame and a bit of ice rushed towards Yaang fiercely. Stubborn. Yaang casually swung the aim no Murasakibara in his hand, and a slash quickly went towards Urza. The two attacks were directly defeated the moment they touched the sword energy. Urza hurriedly switched to the sonic gun and quickly fled from the spot, avoiding the sword attack, and moved quickly to appear next to Yaang. Vacuum gun. A strong true conbolt condensed at the tip of the gun with a bang, and the vacuum shock wave quickly flew towards Yaang. Yaang raised his hand and waved it, and the true conbolt was directly defeated. Yaang raised his hand and a golden light flashed, directly defeating the small gravity ball in the air. He disappeared in a flash of gold and instantly appeared next to Urza, kicking out so hard that Urza had no time to defend himself. The kick hit Urza's armor hard. Urza landed hard into a pile of broken rocks. Just when Yaang wanted to end the battle directly, a monster swooped down towards him in the sky. Yaang flashed to the side and kicked the monster on the head. The monster flew sideways and crashed into the wall, and it was unknown whether it was alive or dead. Urza stood up with difficulty and saw that it was her mount that came to rescue her. Region. UBD. I'm going to kill you. Holy Spear, Holy Stone World. This is a holy spear made by the best craftsman in Edelas. A single strike can bring about a powerful force that will shake the world. I'm going to defeat that calm attitude with this shot. Ha 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 ha. Yaang raised the corner of his mouth slightly interesting. Armed. Yaang's golden AMA Murasaki was directly covered by black. Urza rushed towards Yaang quickly with a spear in his hand. The tip of the spear cut through the air and a powerful red energy wave surged out. Yaang stood in place and swung AMA Murasaki fiercely. A pitch-black sword energy tens of meters high surged out and flew quickly towards Urza, directly touching Urza's spear. At this moment, a large amount of powerful red energy emanating from the tip of the spear gushed out, resisting Yaang's pitch-black sword energy. Ah! I can't lose here. Urza gripped the spear tightly, the spear body glowed with scarlet light, and the red energy was amplified again. Boom! The two energies exploded instantly, and the spear could not withstand the contact of the two forces and shattered. Urza was directly knocked away by the powerful shock wave and slid on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping. Finally, his body couldn't bear it anymore and he knelt down on one knee. My gun is broken. I lost. Yaang slowly walked to Urza's side. Your stubbornness is exactly the same as the Urza I know. At this time, Urza looked a little lonely. The victor goes to the king and the loser goes to the bandit. No need to say more. Kill me. I believe that His Majesty the King will definitely defeat you outsiders and let this world gain eternal magic. If you don't kill me, I will stop you even if I have a breath left. Is this king really worthy of your following? Certainly. At this time, a voice came from the air. Ha 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 ha. Urza, you are right to insist. The world will not be destroyed, magic power will not disappear, and this country will be immortal. I am very pleased to have a subject like you. Urza knew the king's voice as soon as she heard it. Your Majesty. Boom. Suddenly, a huge black shadow fell from the sky, and when it landed on the ground, the entire ground shook violently. As the smoke dissipated, Urza and Yaang could see the huge creature in front of them. Yaang, Mecha, Mecha. Urza, this is Daroma Arnhem. Your Majesty, why did you take it out? Don't you know what that means? Of course I know what I'm doing, Urza. This is what you have to go through to gain eternal magic. It's the only way to drive away those outsiders. Then I'll build a giant F***ck and drain the magic of the entire other world. Then Edelas will possess eternal magic power, and I, Faust, will be a king recorded in the entire history books. Ha 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 ha. Yaang looked at the dragon-shaped mecha and couldn't help but think of an old friend. I don't know which one is more powerful, Jose's magic giant or this dragon-shaped mecha. Young man, your game is over. Yaang scratched his ears. You don't think you can defeat me with just this toy, do you? Ha 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 ha. Toy? You are such an ignorant commoner. You have no idea how great Arnhem is. This is the most outstanding and perfect craftsmanship in the history of Edelas. It's your honor to die at its hands. Yaang said disdainfully, yes, whatever you say is right. But that's fine. I won't feel guilty if I hit you while you're in the mecha. After all, you're just an old man. If I were to hit you directly, as the most outstanding person in the 9-year compulsory education, I might not be able to do it. Faust listened to what Yaang said. He could understand every word, but when they were put together he had no idea what they meant. What a mess! Die under the fire of the Dragon Knights. The common people of Otherworld. The Dragon Knight opened his mouth, and a huge cannon barrel appeared in his mouth, with powerful magic power gathering at the muzzle. Wow! Powerful magic energy shot out towards Yaang and Urza. Call out! Yaang raised his index finger, and a dazzling cross star shone on the tip of his index finger. Boom! The two powerful forces collided violently, causing an explosion of terrifying power. Bang! Yaang rushed out of the smoke holding Urza. Urza looked at Yaang in confusion. Why did you save me? I saved you, but you're still talking so much nonsense. Isn't it good to be alive? Do you have to die to be happy? Urza was silenced by Yaang's words, not knowing whether it was because of Yaang's words or because of her respected king. After all, the Dragon Knight's bombardment just now was intended to kill her together. Chapter 130. Yaang directly mocked, tisk tisk tisk, she is really unfortunate to have a king like you. You really can do it. Faust snorted coldly, as my subject, is there anything wrong with her making sacrifices for this country? Moreover, she is a failed subject. It is her honor as a subject to die for her king. When Netvoka heard his king say this, he was filled with disbelief and felt that his loyalty had been wasted. Why? Asked Netvoka, lowering his head. I should have made it very clear just now. I don't need a failed minister. After I deal with this brat, I will destroy all those who resist me. When there is no one to disobey me, I will start to absorb Eslenden's magic power continuously. By then, I will have eternal magic power. If I can train you, Urza, I can train countless more of you. You're nothing more than a pawn of mine, Urza. After listening to this, Netvoka slowly stood up, looked at his king and then looked around. He shook his head, no longer obsessed with anything, and slowly walked forward. Yaang glanced at Urza who was leaving, and then said, "You are still not a human being." I was right. This corrupt country has become like this because of a BD king like you. Ah! I'm so annoyed. Everything about this country makes me unhappy. If it weren't for that guy and everyone else, I really want to wipe out everything here. After hearing this, Faust laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha. Young man, you really dare to say such big words. I have the magic power of the entire world at my back. You wizards of Eslanden do have endless magic power, but it takes time to recover the magic power. You must have consumed a lot of magic power in the battle just now. Do you think that you can fight against the magic power of the whole world with your tiny personal energy now? Stop laughing so hard. Die at the hands of Daroma Enam, you little brat. Lock on. Dragon Rider shotgun. Fire. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several holes opened on the back of the Mecha Dragon Knight, revealing silver gun muzzles. Suddenly, a large number of shells flew into the sky from the muzzles of the Mecha Dragon Knight. The shells came directly towards Yaang from all directions. Yaang immediately used flash and appeared in another place, but just when the missiles were about to fall to the original place, all the gun muzzles turned and headed towards Yaang. It also comes with a tracking function. Faust in the Mecha Dragoon saw Yaang dodging and laughed, "Ha ha ha. It's useless, no matter where you escape to." Yaang snorted contemptuously, "Escape? You think too highly of yourself." As he spoke, Yaang rushed directly towards the cannonball, holding Tian Quangyun in his hand. His figure flashed, and a sword light flashed in the sky, and Yaang instantly appeared behind the cannonball. The shell exploded instantly. Yaang raised his index finger, and a huge golden cross star shone on his fingertips. The powerful energy instantly hit the Mecha Dragon Rider. Boom! Faust inside the Mecha Dragon Rider suddenly felt a violent shaking, and red light kept flashing inside the Mecha. Warning! Warning! The aircraft is seriously damaged. Warning! Warning! The aircraft is seriously damaged. Warning! Warning! The aircraft is seriously damaged. How is it possible? This is a metal material made of magic crystal that is specially used to resist magic. It is the highest forging technology of Edalas. Any magic should have no effect on Daroma Enam. Why? Why did your attack cause such serious damage to it? Why? Do you even need to ask? Who told you that I used magic? What? Faust was shocked when he heard Yaang's words. You, who are you? The one who will put an end to you. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light, you old BD? Swish! Yaang instantly appeared beside Daroma Enam and kicked him hard. Go to hell with your dreams. Light speed kick. Boom! Yaang's kick directly dented the right-hand wall of the Mecha Dragon Knight, and the huge force of light instantly exploded on the arm of the Mecha Dragon Knight. The powerful explosion directly knocked the Mecha Dragon Knight away, and it crashed heavily into the load-bearing pillars of the palace. Without the support of the load-bearing columns, and with the surrounding walls shattered into pieces by the previous battle, the towering building collapsed instantly, submerging the Mecha Dragon Rider in the stone pestle. At this moment, Yaang sensed that the surrounding magic power was rapidly rushing towards the ruins. After a while, there was a loud boom and a black shadow flew out directly from the ruins of the stone pestle. Ha 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 ha! You little brat, do you think you can defeat me like this? Daroma Arnhem has an extremely powerful repair ability. As long as there is magic power around him, he can continue to repair the damaged areas. So even if you are not using magic, so what? With the magic of the entire world behind me, I am the strongest being. Open it. The power of black sky. Suddenly, a large amount of magic power in the world continued to pour into Daroma Enam's body, and the originally silver-white metal gradually turned black and translucent. At this time, the palace of the Transcendent is on the floating island. A large cat dressed in luxurious white clothes was kneeling before the statue and praying devoutly. God, please guide us, the exit clan, in the future direction. But no matter how much she prayed, her prayers were not answered. And behind Queen Shajit are all the residents of Exeter. When they noticed that the king of Edalas was using Daroma Enum, they realized that the king was going to violate the contract signed by both parties and wanted to completely destroy the Exeter clan. All the Transcendents underground waited patiently for the queen's prayer to end, because they believed that their queen could bring them a bright future. But what they didn't know was that their queen was just an ordinary Transcendent who could only occasionally see some fragments of the future. It is precisely because of this ability, coupled with their publicity, that these already weak Transcendents have been given the title of angels. At this time, Ziyajet was sweating continuously because she knew the reason for everything. She knew that she and her ministers had deceived her people. Chapter 131. The ministers around Ziyajet looked at the queen and were very worried, because they were afraid that their lies would be known by the people. If outsiders knew about this, they, the exit people, might suffer the fate of being massacred. At this moment, the entire island began to shake violently, the queen's prayer was instantly broken, and she fell to the ground. The people below felt the violent shaking and became panicked. It took a while for the island to calm down. What's going on? Aren't we in the sky? Why is the floating island shaking so violently? Queen Shajit was a little confused when she saw this, and then she came out of the palace with the support of her ministers. At this time, the sun had already set and the moon was high in the sky, but there were wisps of thick smoke and fire under the floating island. Edala's fairy tale was teleported to the outskirts of the royal capital through a teleportation device. At this time, all the fairy tale wizards took out their magic props and, under the leadership of Urza, Grey and Lucy, started a fierce battle with the king's army. Queen Shajit looked at the scene before her and knelt on the ground with her hands covering her face. God, please guide our people on the path to the future. Ziyajet had seen these scenes before, but those scattered fragments of the future were gone now. Now the scenes from the future overlap with the present, and the scenes after that have never appeared, which makes Shajit think that their Axit clan may disappear. At this time, the battle between Lily and Gajil also came to an end, and the final winner was Gajil. Gajil walked up to Lily and held out his hand. "You're my partner now." Lily looked at the hand extended to him, snorted coldly, held Gajil's hand and stood up. "I lost this time, but I will win next time." Gajil smiled but did not reply. At this time, Lily looked up in the direction of the royal capital and found a huge black creature in the sky. At this time, the dark clouds dispersed, and the moonlight shone on the Mecha Dragon Knight, reflecting a dazzling luster. Lily also saw clearly what it was. How is it possible? Why would this thing appear in this place? Gajil looked confused and asked, "What's wrong, Lily? What is that?" "That is a weapon that is banned in this country. Once activated, it will continuously absorb all the magic power around it. Until there is no more magic in this world." "Damn it!" Gajil didn't care at all. "Don't worry about Lily, there will be someone over there to deal with it. That guy is very reliable." But this is not what Lily is worried about. If the magic power of this world completely dissipates, their Axter clan will also be destroyed. At this time, Natsu and Wendy ran out of the palace in a panic. Wendy yelled, "Gajil-san!" Gajil saw the little girl Fire Dragon and Sky Dragon come out and asked hurriedly, "How is it? Did you find the group that turned into magic crystals?" Wendy said disappointedly, "No, just now when Brother Yaang was fighting with that thing, the whole palace was demolished. Brother Natsu and I had a hard time escaping, otherwise we would have been buried alive in there." At this time, Lily exited the transformed state and turned back into a black kitten. "You are looking for the magic crystal that can supply this world with 10 years of power, right?" Gajil asked hurriedly, "Do you know where it is, Lily?" Then Lily pointed to a huge island in the sky. "The magic crystal is on that suspended island." Natsu said angrily, "Damn it! I said we couldn't find it, so it's there. Let's go and rescue everyone." The scene changes. At this time, underground on the floating island, Daroma Arnhem was completely covered in darkness, and the magical fluctuations emanating from the Mecha Dragon Rider directly increased by several levels. Yaang felt that there was still a large amount of magic power flowing towards the Mecha Dragon Knight. Ha 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 ha! You little brat! Your death is coming! Ending Dragon Lock Cannon. Launch! Suddenly, the entire palace shook violently, and the purple-red light instantly covered the entire capital. Under the broken stones in the palace, a metal door opened, and a turret that looked like a dragon head slowly rose from the ground. Ha 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 ha! You'll never be able to save your partner. Emission. Bang! The huge dragon head flew directly towards a floating island and directly inserted into the bottom of the floating island. Then the long chain instantly straightened, and the entire floating island began to move slowly under the huge pulling force, and the speed was constantly increasing. Ha 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 ha! You little brat, you probably don't know yet, but that suspended island is where all the magic power you absorbed from your Eslanden is stored. As long as the floating island collides with the island inhabited by those hateful exit kittens, your companions will completely disappear in this world and become part of this world. At the same time, you can destroy the group of transcendents. This is a two birds at one move. What? After hearing this, Yaang rushed forward with a flash of golden light, and quickly headed towards the island where Exit lived. I had expected you would go and rescue them. Black Dragon Knight Shotgun, fire! Swish, swish, swish! Fire Dragon's Roar! Boom! The huge flames instantly covered all the shells, and all the shells exploded in the air instantly. Carla, Happy, and Lily appeared in the air with 3 people. We can't let you stop our general from rescuing people. Faust recognized one of the transcendents at a glance. Isn't this Lily? Didn't you abandon your hometown a long time ago? Why are you trying to stop me now? Shouldn't you join me in repelling these outsiders? Captain of my first demonic warfare unit. Lily said, I did abandon the hometown where I was born, but all this was entrusted by Queen Shajit. We have long been aware of your dissatisfaction with the transcendents. I had no choice but to make this choice just in case. After listening to this, Gajil felt the same way because he was also an undercover agent. The king smiled and said, as expected, I felt something was wrong at the beginning. So this is the case. Fortunately, I didn't believe you so easily. But you 3 really want to fight me, you are just a bunch of lowly dragon slayers. Natsu said angrily, you BD. Everything is caused by you, I must beat you up. Happy. Let's go. Like. Chapter 132. At this time, Exeter and others who lived on the island looked at the rapidly approaching suspended island with despair on their faces. Your Majesty, please save us quickly. If we let that floating island hit us, we'll all die. Ziajet clenched his hands, looked at his people who were full of expectation, and then looked at the huge floating island, knowing that it was too late. I'm sorry my people, actually. The ministers around him also knew what Ziajet wanted to do and tried their best to dissuade him. Nikia, no. Your Majesty. Nadi, yeah, no. Ziajet raised his hand to stop. Okay, ministers, thank you for your assistance over the years, but this secret can no longer be kept from you. Nikia, but your Majesty. No need to say more. When the ministers saw that Queen Shajit was so determined, they stopped talking. Then, under the gazes of the transcendents, Ziajet slowly took off the big coat he was wearing. The appearance of a single wing was revealed. Everyone was stunned when they saw the appearance of Her Majesty the Queen. As transcendents, they all possess a pair of pure white wings, while those with only one wing are regarded as a symbol of misfortune. But such a person could actually be their queen. I'm sorry everyone, I don't have any so-called divine power. I'm just an ordinary transcendent. The transcendents immediately started arguing. Damn it! Why did you lie to us for so long? We have always placed our hopes of survival on you. If you don't have any ability, you should have told us earlier. Now we don't even have a chance to escape. It's you. It's you who killed us. You evil man. It's you who destroyed our exit tribe. Yes. Yes. It's you. At one point, all the transcendents criticized Queen Shajit. Ziajet lowered her head and said nothing. She knew that everything would turn out like this. Since everyone was going to die anyway, she might as well let her people vent their unhappiness. At this moment, a blue middle-aged cat among the many transcendents shouted, "You guys shut up." After he shouted like that, all the transcendents shut their mouths. Have you guys forgotten your previous lives? You young people may say you don't know, but have you old guys forgotten? Who is the reason why you have the life you have now? Who is the reason why you have the stable home you live in now? Many of the older generation of transcendents lowered their heads after hearing this, because they knew that they survived in that dark society. At that time, the Exit clan was not even called transcendents or angels. They were just a group of powerless kittens who could be slaughtered at will. They can only live in those dark places to avoid being hunted by the enemies. It was also because of the emergence of Shajit from the Exter clan that everyone was able to see the light of day again and have the life they have today. When many young transcendents saw that their parents had all kept their mouths shut, they realized that something major must have happened. Mal went forward and hugged her husband. It was obvious that she had also been through that dark time. Ziajet bowed his head and apologized, "Everyone, I'm sorry. It's our fault. I am also the sinner of Exit. If you want to blame someone, just blame me." The transcendents looked at their queen and finally recalled that dark time. It was indeed their own queen who led them to the life they have today. The older generation of transcendents knelt down one after another, and pulled their children to kneel in front of Ziajet. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty." Everyone. Tears kept flowing from Ziajet's eyes. Seeing the looks of the people, she began to let it go. At this moment, it seemed that she was not unable to accept death. The only thing that worries her now is the child she has never met. At this moment, a golden light flashed, and Yaang appeared in front of many transcendents. "There are so many happy people here. Are you in a big meeting? Why don't you think about running away?" The transcendents looked at the humans who suddenly appeared before them with a confused look on their faces. "Loki, the blue cat, who are you, bro?" "I'm here to stop that thing. My partners are up there. I can't let them disappear here." As soon as Ziajet heard it, he understood that the other party was from the world of Eslanden. Yaang looked at the blue cat that was talking to him, and he felt a familiar feeling. "This older-looking kitten, you give me a familiar feeling, just like the kittens in my guild." "Loki, hi." When Mayer heard this, she became excited instantly and came directly to Yaang and asked, "How is the child doing?" "Don't worry, it's doing well and is fighting down there right now." Mal felt relieved to hear that the child was fine, but he fainted the moment he heard that the child was fighting with the huge mecha dragon rider. Loki hurriedly helped his wife up. "What's wrong with you, little brother?" "Haha, don't worry, he's fine. But I don't have time to talk to you. I have to save my friends. You guys move back a little." At this moment, fragments of memories suddenly emerged in Ziajet's mind. "It is a better world, a thriving world." "Grandmaster Shinmei?" Nikiya asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you, Your Majesty?" Ziajet said excitedly, "I saw it again." Nikiya said excitedly, "Really? That's great, our Exit clan is saved. Awaken." Bang! Yaang snapped his fingers, and the entire island was centered on Yaang. Golden light continued to spread around and soon covered the entire island. The transcendents were all shocked when they saw the land beneath their feet turning into a golden field. "Ah! What is this?" Just as everyone was curious, the golden light on the ground began to wriggle, and countless huge golden arms stretched out from the ground and flew towards the floating island. Bang! 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 A large number of golden arms pressed on the floating island, but the impact brought by the floating island was too strong. The golden arms were shattered after a moment, but there were still a large number of golden arms that continued to reach out to the floating island. The golden arms controlled by Yaang kept breaking and growing again, which greatly consumed his physical strength. If he could destroy the floating island, he could do it without much effort, but stopping it now was not as easy as he imagined. Chapter 133. Damn it! It's not as easy to block as I thought. If I had magic power, I could just transform into a humanoid Gundam and hit him directly. Gundam! As Yaang spoke, he gathered golden light in his hands and gathered it in front of him. Suddenly, a 120 tall giant of light rose from the ground behind Yaang. If fellow villagers saw it, wouldn't it be a glowing tiga? Go! Giant of light! So Yaang controlled the giant of light and flew quickly towards the floating island ahead. Drink! The moment the giant of light touched the floating island, Yaang clearly felt that the huge force was reduced a little, but the floating island was still coming towards him. Yaang directly increased the energy output, and the flash of the giant of light became more dazzling, directly illuminating the entire kingdom of Edalas. When the soldiers fighting underground and the people from fairy tale saw this miraculous scene, they all stopped attacking and quietly watched what was happening above. That giant was like a deity descending from the sky, and was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people of the Edalas world. Only Urza and the others looked at what was happening in the sky with worry. They believed that it would be very easy for Yaang to destroy the island, but it would be extremely difficult to stop him without destroying the island. Exeter on the island was concentrating on watching everything in front of him. They looked at this young man who was so small compared to the island, with sweat constantly flowing from his forehead, and they were all worried about him. Go! Brother! You can do it! No! We have to protect our island ourselves. Everybody follow me. Oh! As he spoke, Loki took the lead in unleashing the magic of wings and flew towards the floating island in front. Then hundreds of transcendents took off from the ground and landed on the island. I want to do my best to help. Yaang looked at everyone with a slight smile on his face. Just die. Yaang directly withdrew the giant of light, and suddenly a palm as big as an island appeared from behind Yaang. You all should leave now. The sound of Yaang circulating his energy and roaring resounded throughout the kingdom of Edalas. After hearing it, the transcendents flew to the side and pressed their huge palms directly onto the floating island. Seen from the outside, the movement speed of the floating island suddenly became extremely slow. Sweat continued to drip down Yaang's forehead, and his face became extremely pale. The long period of consumption made his monstrous physical strength unable to sustain. It's just an island, Lao Zi can't stop you. Stop it, Lao Zi. Hey ah! Yaang's whole body was covered with golden light, and the transcendents in the sky were dazzled by the dazzling light and closed their eyes. Bang! Everyone only heard a loud noise and thought that two small islands collided. As the light slowly disappeared, the transcendents regained their sight. Looking forward, I found that the huge golden palm had disappeared, and the floating island that collided with it was now floating quietly in the air. Success, success! We survived! Brother, you are awesome! Just like God! I love you, bro! Many transcenders were immersed in the joy of surviving the disaster, but at this time Yaang, his whole body soaked with sweat, was panting as he looked at the island that had finally stopped. Tired, Yaang just lay on the ground. Really, not a single drop left. This is more energy consuming than destroying the magic spirit power. Just wait for me, old man. Once I recover a little, I will kill you. At this time, Queen Xiajet came to Yaang with the support of the ministers. Thank you for saving my life, sir. The rest of the transcendents also returned and knelt on the ground to thank Yaang for saving their lives. Yaang waved his hand. Okay, you don't have to do this. If possible, can you find me something to eat? I just consumed a lot. Then all the transcendents flew back to their homes and took out all the food in their homes. Natsu and the others were all excited when they saw Yaang stop the floating island. Oh! As expected of Yaang, he's so strong. Yaang is the best. Well, this guy never disappoints. So strong. Are all the wizards in Eslanden so powerful? You think too much. This guy is also invincible in Eslanden. I see. At this time, Faust laughed loudly and said, ha 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 ha. What an idiot. You are obviously a strong man, but you are bound by those so-called emotions. Now no one can stop me. Natsu said angrily, the three of us can defeat you. Let's go. The galloping wind. The strength of steel arms. The power of armor. Wendy directly cast magic on herself and them. Natsu and Gajil immediately felt relieved, and they ran quickly towards the Mecha Dragoon, one on the left and one on the right. Faust looked at them with disdain. You little brats who don't know your own limits. Dragon Rider shotgun. Swoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh. A large number of shells were aimed at the three people, and missiles flew into the sky at a high speed. Tianlong's broken fang. Wendy directly wrapped the gale in her hands and swung it forward fiercely. The strong gale formed two sharp claws, which swung quickly in the air, directly destroying all the missiles. Boom! Boom! Because the explosion was very close to the Mecha Dragoon, the vibrations from the explosion caused Faust inside the Mecha Dragoon to feel a shake. Damn it, little devils! I will crush all of you ants! At this time, Gajil and Natsu had already run to the sides of the Mecha Dragon Knight. Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. Iron Dragon sword. Boom! Bang! Gajil slashed at the Mecha Dragoon with his sword and felt a huge reaction force coming at him. So hard! Natsu's flames did not cause any damage to the Mecha. How could nothing happen? Faust directly controlled the Mecha Dragon Knight, turned around suddenly, and the dragon's tail swept quickly. Natsu and Gajil quickly moved away. The fire dragon uses roar. Just like that time in the cathedral. Oh! Gurgle gurgle! The two men concentrated their energy around their mouths, and their cheeks bulged huge. Fire dragon's roar. Iron dragon's roar. Wow! The two energies merged together to form a dark red energy like lava, which directly hit the Mecha Dragon Knight. The powerful force pushed the Mecha Dragon Knight dozens of meters away. Chapter 134. Ha ha ha, now you know how powerful we are. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the Mecha Dragon Knight's pupils emitted scarlet red. I saw several holes appearing behind the Mecha Dragon Knight, and fierce flames gushed out of the holes. The Mecha Dragoon quickly moved towards Natsu and Gajil, but the combined attack of the two just now did not leave any scars on the surface of the Mecha. Fortunately, Natsu and Gajil had Wendy's help. Their speed and reaction ability were greatly improved, and they quickly dodged the attack. Natsu said angrily, "Damn it! Didn't our attacks have any effect at all?" Gajil, Miss Tianlong, when the time is right, you can also release the roar together. If two won't work, then three will do. Okay. Got it. Faust said disdainfully, I will not give you another chance. First of all, I have to deal with you, the troublesome little devil. Dragon Lock Cannon. Fire. Suddenly, the Mech Dragon Knight's mouth opened, revealing a pitch-black metal gun barrel, with a large amount of energy condensing at the muzzle. Carla yelled, Wendy, be careful. As she spoke, Carla quickly flew towards Wendy, grabbed her and brought her into the air. The powerful energy cannon was released instantly. Boom! It left a huge hole directly on the ground. Want to run? It's no use. Dragon Rider shotgun. Fire! A large number of shells flew out from behind the Mecha Dragon Knight, locked onto Wendy in the air, and flew towards Wendy quickly. Wendy was not at all panicked when she saw this. Brother Yaang has trained me, I can handle this situation. Tianlong's Namikaze. Wendy concentrated her wind power on her hands and clasped her arms together. The two streams of wind energy wrapped around her arms instantly began to spin, forming a huge tornado. All the flying shells were directly sucked into it. Boom! 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 Gradually the tornado dissipated, and Faust could see the situation outside clearly. Huh? Why are those three little ghosts gone? At this time in the air, Happy and others were flying in the air with Natsu and others, and a large amount of energy was condensed in the mouths of the three. Gurgle gurgle! The roar of the dragon. Fire Dragon's roar. Iron Dragon's roar. Three powerful energies gushed out from the mouths of the three people. The three energies continued to converge and finally merged together. The originally dark red energy became extremely bright red with the addition of the wind element. Faust in the Mecha suddenly felt that the surroundings around him became extremely hot. The powerful fusion energy quickly came towards the Mecha Dragon Rider. Boom! A small fiery red mushroom cloud rose from the ground. The three of them slowly fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The roar just now almost exhausted all their energy. Natsu, isn't that enough to deal with the opponent now? Gajil, I hope so. Wendy, I don't have much strength left. Offensive magic consumes too quickly. Suddenly a sound came from the air. Ha 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 ha. That was a close call. I almost got caught. Several people looked up instantly and found that the Mecha Dragon Knight was floating in the air intact. The 3 men and 3 cats were stunned with shock for a moment. They never expected that this Mecha could jump so high. You don't stand a chance anymore, go to hell you little brats. Dragon Rider Diffusion Cannon. Swoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh. A large number of artillery shells poured down like raindrops, flashing dazzling flames in the air. Boom. 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 Ah. The field was suddenly filled with smoke, and Faust slowly landed on the ground in his Mecha Dragon Knight. Looking at the 3 people and 3 cats lying on the ground in front of me, my mood suddenly became better. Ha 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 ha. The ants that were hindering me have finally disappeared. No one can stop me from obtaining eternal magic power anymore. It's not over yet. We haven't failed yet. Natsu struggled to get up from the ground. We can still fight. We will definitely be able to wait for Yaang to come back. Gajil and Wendy also slowly got up from the ground. That's right, we can still fight. We can't rely on brother Yaang for everything. We can do it too. I can't let that guy look down on me. The fire dragon didn't fall, so how could I fall? Faust sneered, how touching. Is this what you call the bond between your guilds? It's really ridiculous. Your brat has probably used up all his magic power to prevent the floating islands from colliding. He must be lying on the ground like you, motionless. Natsu laughed and said, how can you understand him? He never falls down, and no one can make him fall down. He has always been the person I admire the most. Everyone in our guild is targeting him. He is the one who told us that we still have a long way to go on the path of magic. And we will not stop at this moment. Magic power? Isn't it possible to just squeeze it? Boom! Natsu stomped his foot hard on the ground, the temperature around him soared instantly, and the rocks around Natsu began to melt gradually. A golden aura emerged from Natsu's body. Gajil was surprised when he saw this and said, you still have this power, why didn't you use it earlier? Wendy, where have you felt this power before? Ah! It's on brother Yaang. Natsu explained, the dragon flame in my body has been unable to merge with this power. Only after the dragon flame is exhausted, this power can be released. This is the magic power that Yaang sealed in my body. It was also what I requested. I didn't expect to use it in this place. Gajil immediately noticed the power and asked, your body. This little pain is nothing. Faust didn't care at all, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. If you lie down, you can watch me turn your companions into magic one by one, but now you can't see it. Dragon Roar. Start. The Mecha Dragon Knight brought its 2 dragon claws together in front of its chest. A large amount of magic power flowed into the Dragon Knight's body from the air. The magic power was pulled together in the chest by the dragon claws, forming an extremely dense energy ball. The entire ground began to shake violently, and powerful magical fluctuations continued to surge out from the energy ball. Natsu wrapped the magic of the sun around his arms, turned his body sharply, swung his arms with all his might, and a golden slash flew out. Dragon Slayer Secret Technique Modified, Sun Flame, Burning Sky Blade. Wow! The blazing Yang Yan flew towards the Mecha Dragon Rider with overwhelming force. Chapter 135. Dragon Roaring Bullet. The energy ball condensed in the chest of the Mecha Dragon Rider suddenly shot out from his chest. Instantly met the golden fire blade. Boom! The moment the 2 energies touched, a huge explosion occurred, directly flattening the surrounding rubble and ruins, leaving a huge lava pit on the ground. Natsu's body couldn't bear it at this moment. He fell to the ground with smoke coming out of his body and his body turned red. Wendy hurried forward and poured healing power into Natsu's body. How could it be? My healing energy was actually burned by the energy in Natsu-san's body. What should I do? Natsu-san will die if this continues. Gajil was shocked, what? What kind of power is this? What should we do now, Miss Tianlong? I don't know either. Maybe Brother Yang will have a way. After all, this is his magic power. I think he has a way to solve it. Happy immediately spreads his wings and performs magic. Then I'll go find the boss now. Natsu will be fine. At this moment, the Mecha Dragon Rider swung his sword violently, and the air pressure generated directly blew away the smoke. You can't go anywhere. At this moment Gajil hurriedly protected the two of them, and the Mecha Dragoon was not affected at all just like before. How could it be possible? Why hasn't his machine been damaged at all during the battle till now? Li said, this ultimate weapon can not only absorb magic power from the outside world to supply itself, but also has the function of automatic recovery. No matter how serious the damage is, as long as there is magic power in this world, it will always recover as before. Wendy was shocked. How could this happen? Ha 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 ha. Brats are brats. You don't even know what kind of being you are fighting against. Behind me is the magic power of the entire world. I will kill you with my own hands. As he spoke, Faust drove the mecha quickly towards the three people behind him. Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, countless spots of light flashed down from the sky and quickly landed around the Mecha Dragon Knight. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the entire land seemed to have been hit by countless artillery fire, and became tattered under the large-scale attack. Faust was driving the mecha to dodge the attack quickly. At this time, a bright spot of light streaked across the sky and directly hit the Mecha Dragon Rider. Under the powerful force, the strongest metal on the chest of the mecha shattered instantly and slid quickly hundreds of meters behind it. The golden light flashed again and appeared in front of Wendy. Wendy saw the person coming and shouted excitedly, "Brother Yang! Hurry up and save Natsu, he's dying." Yang nodded, took out a bottle of potion from the space, and poured it into Natsu's mouth. Natsu's red skin quickly faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eventually Natsu's breathing evened out. "You are such a fool, are you going to use the magic I gave you recklessly like this?" "Happy. Wendy. And Lily, the three of you take them away from here. I have to do some final work." "Like? I see." Lily took a deep look at Yang, then grabbed Gajil who was holding on and walked away from there. "Why does he know my name is Lily? I should have never seen him before." "Gajil, maybe he knew your name during his previous investigation, maybe." "Perhaps so." Yang flashed with golden light and instantly appeared beside the Mecha Dragon Rider. At this moment, the mecha had just been severely damaged and was now absorbing the magic power of the world to repair itself. At this time, Faust had already fainted in the cockpit. Yang walked towards the mecha step by step. Faust slowly woke up after hearing the voice. Why do you still have such powerful energy? You should have exhausted all your energy by now." "You're right. I did consume a lot of food just now, but your transcendents are so kind that they took out all the remaining food in the house for me to eat. Although I haven't fully recovered the physical strength I consumed, I have recovered about 30% to 40%. It is enough to deal with you." "What an enviable power! I wish this power existed in this world." Yang shook his head. "If you get this power, then who knows what kind of chaos this world will be in, and even other worlds. Human desires are endless. Once you gain this power, you will want even more powerful power." Ahem. As the king of this country, I must be responsible for my people. Magic power will be used up sooner or later. I can't imagine what kind of chaos this country and this world would be in if there was no magic power. People have long been accustomed to the convenience of having magic. I cannot let the kingdom of Edalas be destroyed in my generation. Why can't you understand me? Why do you all want to rebel against me?" Yang smiled and said, "Stop making excuses for your desires. Are you doing this for your zimming? From the moment you used this ultimate weapon, you were only doing it for yourself. According to fairy tales custom, I'll give you 3 seconds to repent." Swish! Yang raised his right hand, and a lightsaber several tens of meters long appeared in Yang's hand. 3, 2, 1. Just when Yaang was about to swing down, a voice stopped Yaang. Yaang! Please let him go. Wow! Yaang's sword light fell, directly cutting Daroma Arnhem in half, and Faust appeared intact in front of Yaang. You finally came to Mist Ogden. I'm sorry, he's my father, I can't watch him die in front of me, even though he did such a ridiculous mistake. But don't worry, I've turned the F***ck around, and everyone will be back to their original world soon. Faust heard that the F***ck was reversed and looked at Mist Ogden in shock. Jalal! You rebellious son! Do you know what the consequences of reversing the F***ck? The magic power of the entire world will flow into Eslanden, and then the entire Eslanden will lose all its magic power. I know, father, but people always have to make amends for their mistakes. It's only a matter of time before Eslanden loses his magic power. Stop it, father! Then Yaang gathered the golden light at his fingertips and shot it towards the sky. A golden emblem representing fairy tale appeared in the air. Oh! 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 The entire capital was instantly boiling with excitement. All the royal soldiers put down their weapons and stood there with lost looks on their faces. Chapter 136. The street lights in the town flickered continuously, and soon went out. The entire kingdom of Edelas was plunged into darkness, the surging spring water also flowed, and everything became calm. Yaang condensed the light energy into a ball and raised it into the sky, which illuminated the entire kingdom of Edelas. Then Fairy Tale, Natsu, and the others all gathered together. Ha ha ha! Great! We finally defeated the king's army. This moment is simply unimaginable. This way we can finally stop using magic secretly every day. Yes, yes. I can finally resume my old life. It's all thanks to you, otherwise we might not have been able to hold on. Yaang looked at the people who still had no idea what was going on, and looked a little worried. Edelas Lucy noticed the difference immediately. What's wrong, Yaang? You look like something's bothering you. Then Yaang said, your difficulties are just beginning now. This world is about to lose all its magic. After hearing what Yaang said, everyone looked at him with confusion. At this time, Mist Ogden, wearing a cloak, stood up. I'm sorry everyone, I did all this. Mist Ogden said as he took off his cloak. Urza looked at Mist Ogden and wanted to ask something, but she hid her doubts. Lily was shocked when he saw Mist Ogden's appearance and said, You are Prince Jalal. Lucy and the others looked at Mist Ogden in shock. Jalal. Prince. Mist Ogden explained, I'm sorry everyone, this is why I don't want you to know what I look like. Actually, I'm from Edelas, and I'm the prince of this country. Lily asked hurriedly, Your Highness, aren't you dead? What's going on? I'm fine, Lily. I've been against this proposal since I learned about the plan between my father and the Transcendent. But I was powerless to oppose my father's release of FCK in Eslanden, so I went to Eslanden myself to stop the release of FCK there. Lily suddenly realized, so that's why I haven't gained any magic power in all these years of releasing F***ck because of you, Your Highness. Mist Ogden nodded. I met you, Wendy, when I first came to Eslanden. I handed you over to President Robinlu. The reason I didn't take you with me was because what I was going to do was too dangerous. I didn't want to involve innocent people. Wendy, so that's the reason. Mist Ogden, after that, I needed a lot of money to stop the release of F***ck here, but I didn't want others to pay too much attention to me, so I joined Fairy Tale, which was not well known at the time, so that I wouldn't be afraid of attracting attention. But I didn't expect that when I joined the guild, I was defeated by Yaang. They also saw my appearance. So I informed Yaang and the president of my identity. Until a few days ago, I failed to stop the F***ck, which led to this situation. Then he looked at Urza with an apologetic look on his face, and Urza finally realized that this was the secret, and then Urza felt relieved. Edelas Lucy was even more confused after hearing this. Your Highness, you said so much, but does it have anything to do with the world losing its magic? Mist Ogden said solemnly, Sorry everyone in Edelas, I turned the F***ck around. At this moment, the magic power of this world is continuously flowing towards Eslanden. As early as tomorrow, all the magic power in this world will be consumed. Fairy Tale of Edelas was a little surprised after hearing this but soon calmed down. They were already accustomed to not using magic very much, so they could easily accept this news. Edelas Lucy put her hands on the back of her head and said casually, "Well, although it's hard to adapt, it doesn't matter. At least we all survived. That's right, this life is better than being hunted every day. Ha 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 ha." Just then a loud noise came from a distance. Under the shining golden light of Yaang, everyone saw that all the floating islands in the sky began to slowly fall towards the ground. The rivers running in the sky all flow into the ground. Although the people of Edelas fairy tale said that it was nothing, they couldn't help but find it hard to accept that the magic power of this world was being lost. At this time, the magic crystals embedded in the magic props in their hands also dimmed and turned into a grey stone. Edelas Lucy, alas, it seems that the Wizard Guild will still be disbanded. After all, how can a guild without wizards be called a wizard guild? Yaang looked at everyone and said, "What keeps the guild going is never magic power, but the power of the heart, the bond between you all. This will never disappear. As long as they exist, fairy tale will always exist." After hearing Yaang's words, everyone looked at each other and the people around them and smiled knowingly. Mist Ogden looked at everyone's smiles, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly unconsciously, but when he thought of other people in this country, he felt very distressed. At this moment, the sun is rising slowly from the horizon. The residents of the capital of Edelas did not hear any noise outside and understood that the war was over, so they all came out and saw the familiar yet unfamiliar streets outside and the floating island falling in the sky. Looking at all this, they all realized that the magic power was disappearing and fell into despair. It's over. Everything is over. The magic is gone. How are we going to live from now on? For a while, cries of grief echoed everywhere in the royal capital. Yaang walked up to Mist Ogden and said, "Are you ready?" Mist Ogden understood what Yaang meant. "I am the prince of this country. I must bear the consequences for the mistakes my father made. I was away when the country was in danger. Now is the critical moment for the country's survival. I must take on this mission." "Okay. Since you have made up your mind, I will approve your application to withdraw from the association on behalf of the president. According to fairy tale convention, I have to tell you. First, any information that is unfavorable to fairy tale must never be shared with anyone else for the rest of your life. Second, you cannot contact past clients without permission and seek personal gain from them. Third, even if the paths are different, you must live strong and never take your life lightly. Never forget the companions you cherished in the past." "I see. Thank you for your care over the years. Please give my regards to the guild master. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye." Chapter 137. Natsu. "Gajil, come with me." Oh. It was noon, and the residents of Edelas were still groaning. "It's over. It's completely over." At this moment, a huge shadow appeared at the top of the kingdom of Edelas. "Stupid human! Your king attempted to usurp the magic power of the demon world, and now your king has been destroyed. Now it's your turn, you bastards." Yaang released a powerful domineering pressure, and the people of Edelas all felt a powerful pressure, which instantly made them kneel on the ground. This feeling of having their life and death controlled by others makes them extremely scared and panicked. Suddenly two dark shadows fell from the sky. Boom! Boom! Natsu and Gajil make a brilliant appearance. As soon as they landed, the two men quickly began to destroy the surrounding buildings, scaring everyone so much that they didn't even dare to look up. Just then, Mist Ogden appeared in front of everyone with a sword in hand. With one swing of the sword, the people of Edelas instantly felt the pressure on them disappear. The people all looked up, looking at the figure holding the sword. You are Prince Jalal. Look everyone! It's Prince Jalal. Prince Jalal has come to rescue us." At this moment, Natsu and Gajil came out from both sides and rushed directly towards Jalal. The three of them instantly started a fierce battle. After a while, Natsu and Gajil were knocked down by Prince Jalal. The people of Edelas were instantly excited. "Ooh! Prince Jalal! Prince Jalal! As the people cheered, a shadow in the sky spoke. You must be the son of that unknown king. You are quite capable and can defeat the 2 demon generals under my command. Only then did the people realize that there was still a big devil that had not been eliminated. At this time, Jalal raised the sword in his hand and shouted, "Everyone, I actually knew that this demon king would come to this world a few years ago, so according to the instructions of the gods, I need to find the sword to defeat this demon king. So I left this kingdom for the past few years just to look for this sword, and now I have finally found it. Everyone, rest assured that I will be able to defeat this demon king." At this moment, the shadow in the air also revealed a hint of fear. The damned gods only know how to ruin my good deeds. But so what? Do you think you can defeat me just by having the divine sword? The people cheered immediately, "Your Highness, you can do it. Prince! Prince!" Then Jalal, holding the magic sword, started fighting with the huge phantom, destroying several houses on the way, and Jalal was almost defeated by the phantom. In the end, Jalal gathered the power of the people, the sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light, and a sword energy was swung out, directly cutting the phantom in half and dissipating in the air. Then, Jikar held up the sword high, and amid the cheers of the crowd, he won the support of all the people. At this moment, a voice was heard in the air. "Foolish human, don't think you can defeat me like this. My demon world will descend upon this world sooner or later. Before that, I will take away all the magic in this world for 200 years. Ha 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 ha!" Jalal shouted, "Don't think that we can surrender like this. We can defeat you once, so we can defeat you the next time, and the next time will be your death." With the support of Prince Jalal, the people instantly gained confidence and began to shout along. It was afternoon in the suburbs of Etala's capital. "Thank you, Yaang. It's okay. These are what I should do. Everything from now on depends on you. Rebuilding this country is not that simple, but I believe you can do it. You will definitely be a qualified king." "Yes. Don't worry, I will." At this time, the figures of Lili and Yaang and others began to fade. "It looks like the time has come." Lily wondered, "Why would we be like this?" Jalal explained, "Don't forget that everything related to magic in this world will be sucked away. You transcendents carry magic in yourselves. So you will be sucked away too." Sure enough, after a while, all the other transcendents rose from the surrounding ground and headed towards F***ck. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light, and everyone disappeared from the spot in an instant. Only Mist Ogden and Etala's fairy tale are left. "We can meet again, everyone. Sister, will Lysina be okay over there?" "Of course. Don't forget, she has brothers and sisters over there, too." The scene changed, and Yaang and others all returned to Magnolia Town. At this time, Magnolia Town has been restored to its original state. Lucy was surprised and said, "Wow! Nothing has changed at all. But why are there so many happies? Like..." At this time Carla hurriedly shouted, "Yaang, kill them quickly. They let us come to this world just to kill Dragon Slayer." When Shajit saw that the white exit in front of him was his daughter, he immediately smiled lovingly. "We did not convey that order to you. We sent you 100 children to this world because we were afraid that one day we would go to war with humans, and the ultimate fate of going to war would be to be slaughtered by humans. So I sent you here to find a new place to live. If we are really wiped out, the Exit clan can continue." Carla was stunned after hearing this. If everything was not as she expected, then what was going on with the memories in her mind? Yaang casually said, "Don't worry Carla, there are only a few thousand happies, they can't make any waves at all." Happy complained, "How did I become a unit of measurement?" Carla thought about it and regained her composure. With Yaang's strength, even if it increased hundreds of times, it would have no effect at all. "You're right. Maybe I'm overthinking it." When Carla looked at Xiajet, she felt the throbbing in her blood. But Carla didn't say much. Instead, Mal and Loki just hugged Happy. "Ha ha ha, my son, Daddy finally sees you. Wow wow wow, my child. Like." Happy looked at the two kittens with the same fur color as himself with a confused look on his face. Dad? Mom? Lucy, Natsu, and others were also extremely shocked. Natsu, happy? Do you still have parents? Love? I don't know. Chapter 138. Yaang said, they are, happy, and your life breath is very similar to theirs. Boss. And Yaang said and looked at Zyajert and Carla. However, Zyajert shook his head, and Carla also turned her head away. Seeing this, Yaang said nothing more. Lucky, you little brat. Your mother and I are relieved to see that you are okay. At this time, Zyajert and other ministers came to Yaang. Lord Yaang, can you give us, the Exit clan, a place to live? Why me? This world is an inclusive one. You can find a place to live by yourselves. But if you really want to go, you can go to my territory. It's surrounded by mountains and there are no ferocious beasts. Lucy was surprised and said, Hi. Yaang, you still have a territory? I didn't even know about it. It's just a small town. All the transcendents bowed in thanks, and then Yaang gave a wisp of magic power to Zyajert. This magic power can take you there. You can live around this town. When the time comes, you can show this magic power to the mayor and he will understand. Thank you, Lord Yaang. Then many transcendents unfolded their wing magic and flew towards the Yaang territory under the leadership of Zyajert and other ministers. Then Yaang and others also walked towards the direction of the guild. At this time, behind the Magnolia Cathedral, Myra and Elfman were putting down the bouquets in their hands and looking at Listena's tombstone, wondering what was going on in their minds. Yaang appeared behind the two of them holding Listena's hand. Sister Myra. Brother Elfman. When they heard this familiar voice, they paused, thinking they had misheard. This voice echoed in their minds countless times. Then he slowly turned around and saw the familiar figure. Listena. Listena. Yaang, come over quickly, your brothers and sisters have been waiting for you for a long time. Myra looked at her sister who was slowly walking towards her, and she didn't come back to her senses until she was right in front of her. Sister Myra. Myra raised her hand tremblingly and touched Listena's face. After feeling the real touch, she hugged Listena into her arms. Listena. Woohoo, that's great, Listena. You're safe. Yaang looked at this warm scene and walked gently out of the church. The scene changes to the fairy tale guild. Listena was surprised to see the completely different guild. Wow! The guild has completely changed. Myra explained, a lot of things happened before, and the original guild was destroyed, so we built the current one. I see. Everyone at Fairy Tale looked at the person in front of them in disbelief. Hey! Am I seeing right? This is Listena. I just had a drink, how come the world has changed so much? Can anyone tell me what happened? The people who turned into magic crystals have no memory of that time, so they have no idea what happened to Edelas. Makarov was also surprised. What the hell is going on, little brat? So Yaang told everyone what happened in Edelas. Everyone suddenly realized. Welcome back, Listena. Then Yaang was called away by Makarov. Listena was surrounded by everyone at this time. Elfman stopped everyone from getting close, but he was knocked out after a while. Makarov, I never thought that Mistogan would be the prince of Edelas. This was totally unexpected to me. But he is all alone here, I am really a little worried. Tisk tisk tisk, maybe your life is not as comfortable as his. Don't forget that he is a prince, and there are 3,000 beauties in the harem waiting for his favor. Makarov took a sip of wine and laughed, ha ha ha, maybe it's true as you said. You little brats. Let me celebrate Listena's return and Lily's joining us by having a party. Ooh. The next day in the guild. Hey! Fire dragon, little dragon girl, let your cat fight with my cat. Lily is the strongest cat. Natsu said unconvinced, Happy is the strongest cat. Happy was ashamed, just don't count me in. Carla said angrily, how can you admit defeat before the fight even starts? What? Am I expected? Lily stepped out to help, forget it, I am also a general in Edelas, let's just get along peacefully. Urza saw this and said, you are unexpectedly mature. How are you getting used to it here? Lily glanced around and said, it's much more lively than I imagined. The guild that His Royal Highness has been in is indeed different. Lily looked at this person who looked exactly like the Urza he knew, but gave a completely different feeling. However, his strength was just as strong. Carla, this guild is like a festival every day, how can it not be lively? Like. On the other side, Lisana looked at Yaang who was still as lazy as before and said, hey, brother Yaang, when are you going to be with Sister Mila? Poof. Yaang, who was drinking tea, sprayed it out. Why do you care so much, kid? Natsu has been snatched away by Lucy, don't you want to take him back? Lisana instantly recalled her childhood. Oh, those are just childish words. Brother Yaang, you still remember them so clearly. I hate you so much. Lucy complained, what does this have to do with me? When did I take Natsu away from me? Look, it's so urgent. Ah! I'm so annoyed by you. Yaang successfully diverted the blame and let Lisana escape and complain to Myra. Wendy was about to go find Carla when she saw Rietu's drawing. Wendy asked in confusion, who did you draw Rietu's? He looks so familiar. Rietu's looked at the painting and said, of course it's you when you grow up. Wendy was instantly sad when she saw the flat chest. She was a little sad when she saw herself grown up, but suddenly she remembered that Edelas is Edelas and Eslanden is Eslanden. Woo. Wendy ran away crying. Rietus became flustered when he saw Wendy crying. He didn't know why Wendy cried after seeing his painting. There's nothing wrong? That's really strange. Chapter 139. A few days later. Magic Council era. Gulindoma said angrily, this is outrageous. What is going on? Why are there so many letters of repentance? And these are all from the same guild. Reggie, is there any need to ask? This is obviously a complaint and review from Fairy Tale. Every time this happens, the number of complaints goes up. Og defended himself, it's not that serious actually. Look at the letters complaining about them, none of them caused any casualties. And they also had the credit of destroying Oration Cease of the Balam Alliance and ruining many dark guilds. Previously, because of the infiltration of people from the two dark guilds of Jalal and Ultair into the Magic Council and the release of elven magic power, almost all the original members of the council were expelled, leaving only the two old men, Og and Reggie. Reggie, Senator Og, you have always been pessimistic about Fairy Tale, why are you making excuses for them now? Ouge, oh? Is that so? I am just speaking the truth. Gulindoma still found problems after reading the report on the expedition against the 6 demons. I just looked at the documents submitted. There is no record in the council's records that allows them to go to war. This is completely something the local guild alliance did on their own. To be honest, even though the other party is a dark guild, they still violated the treaty that prohibits guilds from fighting each other. What's more, this incident is likely to cause the Balam Alliance to formally retaliate against the regular guilds. Who will bear the responsibility then? Ouge said casually, no, I think you are worrying too much about this matter. Although the Balam Alliance belongs to one entity, a dark guild is a dark guild. Most of the people there are selfish. There is little possibility that they will unite without any benefit. Now that the magic spirit power has been restored, it is even more impossible for these people to cause any trouble. Since we are a new council, we should not dwell on what happened in the past. This way, people can see that we are different. Grand Doma said, okay, Og, you don't have to say it. In order to regain the trust that has been lost, we must strictly ban those problematic guilds. This time I will pretend that these things never happened. If it happens again, I will make Fairy Tale pay a heavy price. After Ouge heard this, Yaang's image instantly emerged in his mind. He looked at the inexperienced members of the Freshman Council with contempt. If Fairy Tale was so easy to deal with, you guys wouldn't be in this position. You guys can't see the situation clearly. Alas, how long can this old man do this? Councilman Ouge, what are you underestimating? Oh, no, when I get older I always do things that I can't understand. Don't worry about it. At this time, in the Tianlang Island far away in the holy land of fairy tale, an uninvited guest came to the island. Night is the time when wild animals come out to hunt. At this time, the wolves surrounded the guest who came to the island. The wolves' saliva kept flowing from their mouths. The human in front of them was the source of their motivation. The mysterious man looked at the creatures around him with a look of horror, but he was not afraid of the wolves, but that the wolves would die because of him. "Please don't come near me." The wolves were very hungry at this time and stared at the prey in front of them. "Don't come near me, I'm not your enemy, don't hurt me, or you will die." The wolves only had their eyes on the prey in front of them. Following the order from the Wolf King, the wolves instantly pounced on the prey. Ouch! Just when the wolves were about to get close to their prey, they froze in the air and then all fell to the ground without a sound. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kill you. I clearly had no intention of taking other people's lives. It's this world that's rejecting me. Natsu. I really want to see you." Magnolia Town at night. Lucy finally earned enough money for next month's rent and walked back to her home happily. The moment I opened the door, I saw Kana drinking in her home. There were already a pile of wine bottles around Kana, and she was also drunk. "Hey! You're back, Lucy?" "Yes, I'm back." "No. This is my home. Why are you here?" "Hey, don't be so stingy. I just want to find a place with no one around to drink." "Then you don't have to come to my house. Who said that your home is just right for you, Lucy?" Lucy looked at the wine around her and said, "How much did you drink?" "Hee, not too much, just a little tipsy." "Ah, why do people in fairy tale always do what they want?" At this moment, Kana's expression suddenly became serious. "I want to quit the guild." "Hey! But why?" Kana stood up. "Who knows? Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first." Lucy was confused at this time. "Hey!" The next morning, Lucy told Myra what happened yesterday. "That's what happened. What happened to Kana?" Myra sighed and said, "Alas, actually, Kana always wants to leave the guild at this time every year, but no one knows the specific reason." "Eh? Even you don't know, Myra, but what do you mean by this time of year?" Suddenly Natsu came running back from outside. "I've finished this mission, Myra. I'll take this one." "Okay, walk slowly." Lucy saw Natsu and shouted, "Natsu, are you going on a mission? Take me with you." "I'm sorry, Lucy. We can't do the mission together during this period. Let's talk about it after this period of time." Lucy looked at Natsu leaving with disappointment. At this time, Grey and Elfman also ran in hurriedly from outside. Just like Natsu just now, he completed the commission and took on a new commission. "3 cats, just wait and see, boss, this year will definitely be mine." "Ergu, it's me." Yes, come on." "Lucy, what the hell is going on? Why is everyone in such a hurry?" But looking at Yaang lying motionless in the chair, and some old men in the guild, apart from no changes, the rest of the younger generation were all busy. Lucy stayed in the guild for a day and left in the evening. Something big must have happened in the guild, but why didn't anyone tell me? Chapter 140. Just then, Lucy passed by the entrance of an alley and found Kana lying on the ground drunk. At this time, snowflakes were already falling from the sky and it was almost the end of the year, but Kana was wearing very few clothes. Lucy hurriedly carried Kana back to her home and gave her a hot bath. "Haha, I really have to thank you, Lucy. If it weren't for you, I might have frozen to death outside. I drank too much and fell asleep there." "Hey! Oh, hey, what? What happened to you? Why do you want to quit the guild?" Kana curled up when she heard that. "Actually, I have S-level exam neurasthenia." Lucy asked in confusion. "S-level assessment? What is that?" "Ah, Lucy, you don't know yet, but the S-level test is about to begin. As long as you pass the S-level assessment, you will become an S-level wizard and can accept S-level missions." "Ah. So that's how it is. But I asked everyone, but no one wanted to tell me. So Natsu and the others are working so hard on the mission because of the S-rank assessment?" "That's right, but there is only one S-level spot every year, so the competition is very fierce. Lucy, it's no wonder everyone is like this. But Kana, what does this have to do with the S-rank exam? Kana looked at Lucy speechlessly. How rude. I am very strong and I am always on the S-level selection list every year. Is there such a thing? Sorry, I didn't know about it. Forget it, maybe I'm not destined to become S-rank. If I can't become S-rank this time, I'm afraid I'll have to quit the guild. But why? You can live here even if you don't become S-rank. It's not necessary to become S-rank. Kana's body shrank even tighter, but if I don't become S-rank, I won't have the face to face that person. Then Kana told Lucy all her secrets, and Lucy was stunned after hearing them. How could it be, you are his daughter? Yes, if I were not his daughter, I would not have such troubles. After all, he is so dazzling. If I can't become S, it might be embarrassing for him. Lucy shouted, no way. I don't think he is that kind of person. But Kana buried her head in her knees and stopped talking. Lucy shouted, I will definitely help you. Kana looked up and said, will you be my partner? Huh? What's a partner? Boom. No, Lucy, you don't know the S-level rules at all, and you still say you want to help me. Lucy's face turned slightly red. This is the first time I've heard of it, how would I know? I mean to help you meet him. But it's not impossible for you to let me be your partner. Kana hugged Lucy's hand directly, I knew you would help me. Lucy looked at Kana who had returned to her original state and felt as if she had been betrayed by herself. The next day, in the Fairy Tale Guild. Almost all the guild members gathered in the guild and chattered. Lily wondered, what happened to them these past few days? They have been working so hard on their missions, but today they didn't go out. However, they seemed to be noisier than usual. Gajil also looked puzzled, who knows? Maybe there will be some kind of event. Wendy pointed at the stage, look, the president seems to be announcing something. At this time, Makarov walked to the podium and coughed a few times, but the crowd was still very noisy. Yaang immediately activated his overlord seal and yelled, quiet. Everyone then quieted down, and suddenly the curtain behind the president opened, and all the S-level members of the guild stood behind the president, and Yaang also came to Makarov's side. Ahem. According to the ancient rules of the Fairy Tale Guild, I will now announce the list of candidates for the S-Class Wizard Upgrade exam. Ooh! Gildarts shouted, quiet. The guild master hasn't finished speaking yet. The crowd, who were originally excited, suppressed their excitement in their hearts again. This year, our Fairy Tale S-level selection will be held on our holy land, Tianlang Island. Now I will announce this year's S-Class list. I have carefully observed the abilities, minds, and souls of each of you over the past year. There are 9 participants in total. Natsu Dragneel. Oh! I'm so excited. I will definitely be the S-rank this year. Happy said happily, great, Natsu, you will definitely become S-rank. Grey Fullbuster. The long-awaited moment has finally arrived. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Juvia Loxer. Juvia? What about me? Juvia was confused at this moment. She thought that she had just joined the guild and there would definitely be no S-level for her this year, but who would have thought that she would be on the short list? Elfman. A man should become S-rank. Just watch, boss. I will definitely become S-rank. Lysina said, come on. Brother Elfman. Kana Alberona. Kana didn't seem very happy when she heard her name, after all, this was her 5th time to be selected. Fried Justine. I will definitely become an S-rank and inherit Laxus's wool. Levy McGarden. I was finally selected, but Most pots. When everyone heard this name, they suddenly thought of something, it turned out to be Mest. He almost succeeded last year. Yeah, I wonder what will happen to him this year. 3 cats. Great. Boss, just wait and see. I will definitely become S-rank. The above are all the wizards selected for the S-Class Wizard Upgrade exam this year. Please adjust your status within a week. Since there are new members this year, we would like to reiterate the rules. Myra, the 9 people selected must find their own partners in the following week. Urza, regarding the rules for choosing a partner, first they must be a member of Fairy Tale. Second, you cannot look for S-rank people as your partners. Wendy, there is such a rule. It would be great if I could find Brother Yaang as my partner. Lucy complained, this guy is such a cheat as a partner, is there any need to compete? Lily, indeed, but I recently discovered that there are very few S-level people in the guild. It seems that this S-level assessment will be very severe. Lucy couldn't help but think of 2 people, originally there were 2 more, but for some reason 2 were missing. Chapter 141. Elfman looked at Myra and asked in confusion, Sister, are you going to participate this year? But what about your magic power? Oh, of course, it's because of someone's help that my magic power is back. Elfman broke out in a cold sweat when he thought of his sister's attitude. Lucy was surprised and said, Hey, Miss Myra can also fight. Happy explained, of course you can. Myra is a demon as famous as Urza. She is a very powerful wizard. Grey suddenly felt like the sky was falling. This year's S-rank seems so harsh. Urza alone is already a headache, why does Myra have to participate? Elfman suddenly had a bad idea in his mind, and then looked at Gildarts. Uncle, you're not going to join us, are you? Everyone taking the test looked at Gildarts. Gildarts gave a sinister smile, of course. Not only me, Yaang will also participate. The 3 cats looked at Yaang in horror. Boss, why do you want to participate too? How can we survive? Is this S-level assessment so exaggerated? Lucy asked in confusion, can't I become S-class if I don't defeat an S-class wizard? Happy, how is that possible? If you need to defeat an S-rank to become one, my boss was in charge of it in the past few years. Do you think anyone can defeat him? Well, it seems so. Yaang said earnestly, these are all things you have to go through. Look, Urza, Myra, Laxus, and Mist Ogden all got S-rank from me. What's so difficult about this? If you have time to complain here, why not go find your teammates instead? Alright everyone, you can all go down and get ready. We will depart from Harjanport on time next week. Then some people who didn't hear their names started to get frustrated. Altsak said in frustration, I still didn't get selected this year. Bisksa consoled him, it won't work this year, we'll just try harder next year. Urgu also looked disappointed, and Sanmao hooked his arm around Urgu's shoulders. It's okay, Urgu. You just need to help me get to S-rank. I will take you to do S-rank missions every day. I will never abandon you like the boss did. Then everyone in the guild started discussing who would become an S-class wizard this year. I think Freed, the thunder gods are still very powerful. Mest is, he's just that little bit short. I think both Natsu and Grey are very promising. Sanmao was trained by Yaang. If he teams up with Urgu, those guys may not be his match. Gajil had been a little excited ever since he heard Jovia's name on the S-rank list, imagining that his name would be called out as well. But until the end, I never heard my own name. Why? Even Juvia is there, but not me? I was the ace in the Phantom Flame, okay. Lily then said, it's a pity that your name is not included, but I heard that your reputation in this guild is not very good. Gajil was about to explain, no, this, There are many reasons but I can't tell you, but I really want to tell you. Who told you these things? He told me last time I sparred with Urza. Gajil looked hopeless. Mainly because Gajil is a double agent, Makarov did not select him into the S-rank list. Then Natsu and his group sat in their seats and discussed what to do. Lucy asked, Natsu, who are you going to find as your partner? Ha ha ha, of course it's Happy. Love. I will make Natsu S-rank. Elfman, so cunning. If the test was about speed, you would definitely win. Grey attacked, similarly, Happy is useless if it is a combat type. Happy felt lost after hearing what Grey said. Then Natsu took Happy directly to training. Train. Become S-rank. Like. At this time, Jovia was lying on the table with a lost look on his face. Lysina asked, Jovia, What's wrong with you? Actually, I don't really want to take this exam. Why? Because I want to be in a group with Gray-sama, and I can't be with Gray-sama when taking the exam. Gray shook his head. Sorry, even if you weren't selected, I wouldn't partner with you because my partner was chosen a long time ago. Juvia suddenly got anxious. Hi. How could this happen? Who is trying to steal Gray-sama from me? At this moment, Lucy's key flashed golden light, and Leo walked out. It's me. Lucy was shocked because she didn't summon Leo at all but appeared on his own. You really do whatever you want. Hey, sorry Lucy, I'm going to cut off contact between us for a while, because Gray and I already agreed that if he is selected into the S class, I will be his partner, and vice versa. But don't worry, I won't take up your magic power. Lucy was immediately disappointed. How could this happen? I'm going to lose my strongest fighting force. Also, when did the relationship between you two become so good? Why didn't I notice it before? Jovia's tears immediately flowed down. Wow, Jovia never thought that it wasn't Lucy who stole Gray-sama, but Lucy's celestial spirit. Lucy said helplessly, what does this have to do with me? I was also the one who was backstabbed. Wow, since I can't fight with Master Gray in the thick of it, I can only cheer for him together. At this time Lysina said, how about I be your partner, Jobia? Jobia looked at Lysina with tears in her eyes. Are you, a little girl, going to snatch Master Gray from me? Lucy, how dark is your heart? Lysina shook her head. I had a very good relationship with Jovia when I was in Edelas, so I wanted to help you become S rank. Elfman was not happy when he heard this. What? What should I do? I was thinking that you, Lysina, would go with me. Lysina looked at Elfman apologetically. I'm sorry, Elfman brother, but there's someone over there looking at you with burning eyes. Then everyone looked towards the bar, where Evergreen was staring at Elfman. Elfman was shocked by what he saw. Chapter 142. Lysina, are you sure that's a fiery look? Why do I feel like she wants to kill me? I didn't provoke her. On the other side, the other two people from the engine team were constantly showing their affection to Levi. Both of them wanted to go to the S class with Levi. But Levi was very distressed. It was not right to choose anyone at this time, but the two of them were arguing with each other. Oh, what should I do? At this time Gajil walked up to Levi. If you want to become S rank, I can help you. You can leave all the enemies along the way to me. That guy Huolong has gone. If I don't go, he will laugh at me to death. Levi looked at the fierce Gajil and felt a little scared. But I'm really weak, and I don't have any outstanding qualities. I'm likely to be defeated by them soon. Just when Levi was feeling melancholy, Gajil grabbed Levi. Levi waved his hands in the air anxiously. Don't do this, put me down. Don't worry, I'm here to make you taller. After hearing this, Levi froze for a moment, and his cheeks began to turn slightly red. Then Levi nodded slowly. Great, now I can go and participate. Lily nodded to Gajil with satisfaction. It turns out that taking the initiative will produce results. On the other hand, the remaining Jet and Droid were petrified on the spot. The two fought for a long time, but in the end, Gajil got there first. At this time, Wendy and Carla were walking on their way home, and they were both talking about who would become S level. At this moment, a picture suddenly appeared in Carla's mind. The sea was boiling and Yaang was standing in the boiling magma, staring at the sky. The whole island was riddled with holes, like the end of the world. Everyone in Fairy Tale was looking ahead nervously. Carla suddenly came to her senses, and cold sweat instantly soaked her whole body. Wendy looked at Carla who had stopped walking and asked, "What's wrong, Carla?" "Nothing, nothing. What is this picture? Is it a picture of the future?" A few days ago, Carla went to find her mother Xiaojet. Although the two did not recognize each other, Xiaojet told her why there were messy fragmented images in her mind. Those were scenes from the future. What on earth happened? Why does it look like the end of the world in the picture? Is this the Tianlang Island they are going to? And did Yaang encounter any enemy? What kind of enemy would put Yaang in such a situation? Suddenly a figure appeared and blocked their way. Wendy looked up. "Ah, you are the one. I can't remember it right now." "Haha, it's okay. I'm Mistogen's apprentice. My name is Mest. I'm here to invite you to take the S-rank test with me." "Eh? Why are you looking for me? I don't know any offensive magic." "No need. I know you. You are the Dragon Slayer of the Sky. You know a lot of additional magic. This is enough." Just when Wendy was hesitant, Carla shouted directly, "Wendy, promise him." "Huh? Carla? I can't explain it right now, anyway, Wendy, you have to promise him." Wendy nodded, "Okay, I'll listen to you, Carla." "Great. I believe that with your help I will definitely become S-rank." Carla saw Wendy and Mest standing together in the previous scene. Although she didn't know what would happen, she believed that Yaang could solve it as long as he was there. A week later, everyone arrived at Harjan Port. "Happy, Lucy, look, we are back to the place where you were abducted. You stinky cat, please stop bringing this up every time you come here." Like. Makarov saw that all the participants had arrived. "Very good, it seems that everyone has found their partners. Let's get going without further ado." The scene changes. Everyone was lying on the boat, sweating profusely. The reason was that the temperature around Sirius Island was getting higher and higher as they got closer. "Wendy, hurry up, release your magic for me. I can't take it anymore." "Ugh. No, Natsu-san. We are competitors now. I can't give it to you." Gray took off all his clothes except his pants. "What the hell is this place? Why is it so hot even in winter?" "Lucy, Gray, please release some ice quickly. I feel like I'm dying. There's no way I'm going to waste my magic in this place, and Natsu, you're way too hot, don't get so close to me." Makarov fanned himself. "Boys. We're here." When everyone heard Makarov's voice, they all looked up, and an island appeared in front of them. Makarov then took out a board with a total of 9 roads drawn on it. "Ahem. There are a total of 9 roads for you to choose from. 4 of the roads are guarded by Myra, Urza, Gildarts, and Yaang. There are 4 more roads. You can see the words fierce fight written on them. These are the roads where 4 groups of you will enter and fight each other. Only the winners can enter the next level. And the last one says luck, which means that there is a group of people who can pass through it intact. After all, luck is also a part of strength, so I hereby declare that the S-Class Wizard assessment begins now." "Hi?" Lucy asked, "President, isn't there still a long way to go? How do we get through this? This has nothing to do with me." At this time, Happy grabbed the dying Natsu and flew into the sky, and in a blink of an eye he had flown half the distance. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. "Gray, ah! What a cunning guy! Leo, let's go." Just as Gray released the ice slide and was about to slide directly to the other side, the 2 of them just happened to go out and crashed directly into the technique. "It's Freed. When did he carve a spell on the ship?" Freed and Bixlow went out directly through a small hole on the side. "I'm sorry, everyone, but we'll be leaving now. Don't worry, this spell will be unraveled in 10 minutes. We'll go ahead." Everyone else was locked inside, extremely anxious. "Gray, damn it, is there nothing we can do? If Freed were to enter early, who knows how many spell traps there would be." At this time, Levy took out a pen and walked out. "Leave it to me. I still know how to do such a simple technique." "Oh. Leave it to you, Levy." Chapter 143. Sure enough, Levy lived up to everyone's trust, successfully rewrote the technique, and jumped directly off the boat with Gajil. "I'm sorry everyone, I've rewritten this technique so that only Gajil and I can perform it. You should wait 10 minutes. Seeing this, Lucy shouted, "Levy! At least let Kana and I out." "Sorry, Xilu, we are competitors now." Then he left without looking back. Evergreen also took out a pen at this time. "I've been a team with Freed for so long, I can rewrite these simple things." Then Evergreen and Elfman rushed out. Gray, Leo, Lucy, Kana, 3 cats, 2 dogs, Wendy, Mest, and others were left petrified on the spot. At this time, Natsu, who was among the first to arrive, landed on the island first. Ha ha ha, we're the first happy to enter. Like. There were 9 caves in front of me, with 9 letters written on the entrances, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I. Natsu chose E without further ado. Ha ha ha, this E is obviously Urza's. Like. When Natsu entered, the entrance to Route E was blocked by iron railings. Freed and others then went to the island one after another and chose the route they thought was right. Time passed quickly, the sorcerer on the boat untied himself, and the 3 cats and 2 dogs ran forward rapidly using the moon step. Grey directly used the ice slide and paddled forward with Leo. Kana and Lucy had no means of crossing the sea, so they just relied on the most primitive swimming. By the time Lucy and Kana arrived on the island, there was only one path left for them to choose. Kana said disappointedly, "Sure enough, we are the last one." "It's okay Kana, what if we are the luckiest ones? You never know." "Yeah. You're right Lucy, let's go." At this time, Natsu and Happy passed through the cave in front and came into the cave. After seeing the people inside, Happy's heart sank. The one who blocked them was the biggest boss Yaang. Happy exclaimed, "It's over, Natsu, your S-rank journey is over before it even begins." "Hey! Hello, both of you!" Yaang turned into a Q version of himself and raised his hand to greet Natsu and Happy with an innocent look on his face. Natsu looked at Yaang with unstoppable excitement in his eyes. "Oh, I'm getting fired up. I thought it was Urza who was going this way, but it was you, Yaang. I've been wanting to fight you for a long time." Yaang looked at Natsu and said, "Your assessment is very simple. As long as you get my approval, you can enter the next level." Natsu didn't take it seriously at all. "Of course I'm going to defeat you. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist." Natsu suddenly exerted force with his right foot and quickly moved towards Yaang, swinging a fist filled with flames at Yaang. Bang! Yaang raised his hand to block Natsu's attack. Natsu was surprised that Yaang actually blocked the punch with one hand. Damn it! Fire Dragon's Iron Fist combo. Bang! 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 Natsu swung his fist with great power and speed, leaving after images. But even with such an attack, Yaang stood still without moving at all. At this time, Natsu's hands were directly grabbed by Yaang, who raised his knee and hit Natsu's chest. Natsu felt that he couldn't breathe and he flew backwards. Boom! Happy was sweating coldly watching from the side. "Ah, the gap is really too big. Natsu is no match for the boss." Yaang said, "Natsu, you obviously have many ways to attack, but you chose the stupidest one. You knew that my close combat ability is not comparable to yours, but you still used close combat to fight me. Have you forgotten everything I told you before? A battle cannot be won in one go. A calm mind can keep you invincible." Cough! Cough! Natsu slowly stood up from the ground, his expression suddenly changed, and a raging flame burned on his body, with a hint of golden flame in the flame. Yaang actually sensed a familiar breath in this flame. "Oh? It seems a little different. Fire Dragon's Sword Horn." Natsu suddenly exerted force with his feet, and rushed towards Yaang with hot flames wrapped around his body. Yaang's body slightly tilted, and Natsu and Yaang immediately passed by each other. Fire Dragon's Roar. At this moment, Natsu puffed up his cheeks and a fierce flame rushed towards Yaang. But Yaang, who has the magic power of the sun, doesn't care about the temperature at all. He simply deployed the protective shield to block the roar, then raised his index finger to condense a cross of golden light. Swoosh! A golden light quickly moved towards Natsu. Natsu stepped on the rock wall with both feet and quickly dodged the fast approaching light. Boom! The golden light landed directly on the rock wall and exploded instantly. Although Natsu dodged the attack of the golden light, he could not avoid the aftermath of the explosion and was directly blown away. Natsu slid a few meters on the ground and immediately stood up, his eyes fixed on Yaang. "He is really hard to deal with. The gap between me and Yaang is so huge. He hasn't moved a single step so far. I've made up my mind. I must make you move." Hi! Yaang was a little confused by Natsu's words. On the other side, Fried and Bixlow kept wandering around in the cave, but did not encounter anyone who stopped them. However, the exit door was closed and they knew that this was the door leading to a fierce fight. Sure enough, after a while, Ergu and Sanmao arrived here. 3 cats, oh, I met you here. Looks like I have to defeat both of you before I can get through. Fried, I've been wanting to fight you guys for a long time. Come on, let me see who's stronger, Yaang's guards or Laxus's thunder gods. The 3 cats taunted, there's no need to compare, Bixlow lost to Ergu. Bixlow shouted, that's because my heart wasn't fully focused on fighting him at that time. This time I will avenge the humiliation of that day. Then the battle was about to break out. The 3 cats and 2 dogs used shaving at the same time and disappeared instantly. Bixlow and Fried kept looking around. Although they couldn't see the speed of the 2 people, they could still clearly hear the sound of their voices cutting through the air. They knew that 2 people were moving quickly around them. Here. Dark text, black breath. Suddenly, a spiral of black energy rushed towards him, and sure enough, the figures of the 3 cats appeared there. But Sanmao didn't care at all, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, his body disappeared in an instant, and appeared next to Fried. Gun finger dance. Swoosh. 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 Dark text rebound. Chapter 144. All the attacks of the 3 cats were blocked in front of Fried, and all the force brought by the finger gun was returned to the 3 cats. Ragfoot cat's claw. The 3 cats suddenly felt some pain and kicked out fiercely. 3 air blades in the shape of cat claws flew out and directly defeated Fried's rebound magic. Fried was shocked the moment his magic was defeated. He had never expected that physical skills could be so powerful. He dodged hurriedly, but 3 scratches were still left on his chest. Fortunately, he dodged in time and his skin was not injured. At this time, 4 puppets flew towards this side quickly, and a large number of small lasers flew out. Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! Paper painting, cat turns. Boom! 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 All the attacks were dodged by the 3 cats one by one, and the 2 dogs appeared directly in front of Bixlow and punched him hard. At this time, the remaining puppet appeared in front of Bixlow and deployed a magic circle to block Ergu's attack. Haha, I guessed that you would take this opportunity to attack me. Babies. Line formation. After receiving the order, the 5 dolls immediately lined up in a straight line and rushed towards Ergu. Ergu exerted force with his feet and quickly dodged, and the dolls went straight past Ergu. Turn around. Bixlow gave an order, and the 5 dolls suddenly turned around. Iron. Bang. Ergu had no time to dodge and directly used iron blocks. The 5 dolls hit Ergu's chest hard. Ergu's body quickly moved several meters behind him. Iron blocks are still reliable. Dark text horror. The 2 dogs and 3 cats froze for a moment, feeling a sense of fear. Sanmao wondered, what is this feeling? Then he looked at his hands and found that they were shaking. Damn it, am I scared? Dark words, severe pain. Ah! Ergu's chest, which had been hit, suddenly felt a sharp pain. The pain magic not only amplified his pain nerves, but also stimulated the nerves, making his chest even more painful. Fried then shouted, now, Bixlow. Clear. Babies. Baryon formation. The 5 puppets instantly formed a pentagon, with a large amount of energy gathered in the center of the pentagon. Swish. A powerful energy ray shot out from it, sending the 2 dogs flying. Just then a figure appeared in front of Ergu. Mistfoot tiger roar. Roar. The 3 cats mobilized all their strength, kicked out, and the air blade turned into a tiger shape and pounced fiercely at the energy ray. Boom! At the moment of the explosion, a figure appeared directly behind Fried. Fried instantly felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and cold sweat slowly flowed down his face. 6 Styles secret technique, the largest wheel of 6 Kings spear. Fried, be careful. Baby, X defense formation. Boom! The 5 puppets shattered instantly under the powerful impact. Fried was instantly knocked away and collided with Bixlow, losing consciousness. A large amount of blood oozed out of Ergu's body. Despite the tremendous pain, Urgu didn't make a sound. The whole person stood there motionless. Sanmao hurriedly poured the potion into Urgu's mouth, and the blood stopped flowing immediately, but the mental shock still caused Urgu to lose consciousness. Then the three cats carried the two dogs towards the cave entrance. After a while Fried and Bixlo woke up. Bixlo, it hurts, this move is as powerful as ever. If Urgu hadn't held back, we wouldn't have woken up so quickly. You just went easy on them. Fried smiled and said, these two are really powerful. Even if I try my best, I may not be able to defeat them. Urgu can use his willpower to suppress the pain even when he is in so much pain. It is very admirable that he used such a powerful move without caring about his own safety. This time, just consider it as paying back Laxus' debt. It won't be so easy next year when they are selected. Elsewhere, Gray and Leo met Wendy and Mest. Mest immediately protected Wendy behind him. Gray and Leo felt very alert when looking at this person in front of them who seemed strange but had each other's memories. Leo, you don't think this person is weird at all? You feel the same way, don't you? But doesn't he have the guild's emblem on him? Forget about him, the S-level assessment is more important. I'll hold Wendy back for a while, you quickly deal with this guy. Leo, okay. Ice-style Lancer. Dozens of blue ice energies rushed towards Wendy. Seeing this, Mest grabbed Wendy and moved to the side instantly. Tianlong's broken fang. Wendy took the opportunity to gather the gust of wind in her hands and swung it towards Gray. The gust of wind formed sharp claws and flew towards Gray quickly. Ice-shape shield. A huge ice shield appeared in front of Gray, blocking the strong wind outside. Leo is here. Good. Lion glory. Suddenly the whole cave was filled with golden light. Wendy and Mest closed their eyes under the stimulation of the strong light. Ah, it's so blinding, I can't see at all. Leo rushed directly to Mest's side, gathered the magic power in his hand, and punched hard, knocking Mest to the ground. Ice-shape ocean. Click. Click. Suddenly the whole cave was covered with ice, and Wendy's feet were also frozen. When the golden light faded, Wendy saw that Mest had fainted and she was also frozen, so she simply stopped resisting. Leo, sorry little girl, we'll be leaving now. Wendy looked at Mest and sighed helplessly. Did this guy really almost get S rank in the last session? He's too weak. The other side. Elfman and Evergreen have already fought Myra Jane. The two had no ability to resist the demon Myra Jane. At this time, both of them were covered with wounds, but Myra Jane looked like nothing happened. Evergreen, no, Myra has lost her magic power for many years, so why does she still have such a strong power? Elfman explained, although my sister cannot use magic, her magic power is increasing every year. So what should we do? Maybe we will stop here. I can't do anything about my sister. At this moment, Evergreen suddenly thought of something and said in Elfman's ear. Elfman's face turned red instantly when he heard it. Isn't what you said true? Is this okay? How do you know if you don't try? Do you really want to become S rank? Well then, let's give it a try. Chapter 145. Myra looked at the two of them and said. Allah, have you come up with a plan? Yes sister. Receive the soul of the Beast King. Elfman transformed into the Beast King and quickly moved towards Myra. Shave Beast King charge. Myra looked at Elfman in confusion, you have used this trick before, but it didn't work on me. It's going to be different from here on. This is Evergreen flying out from above, shouting at the top of his lungs. Hi! Myra was stunned on the spot for a moment, and Elfman in the Beast King state directly knocked Myra away. Another way. Juvia and Lysina were fighting with Urza. You can't become S rank if you only have this much. The Sea King's rage. Urza swung the Poseidon sword fiercely, and the water on the ground instantly boiled, forming a water blade that went towards the two people. Damn it, don't think you can defeat me like this, water typhoon. Juvia used his magic power to turn the surrounding water into a typhoon and rushed towards Urza's water blade. Boom! The two streams of water collided with each other, causing a fierce water flow collision, and two waves surged towards both sides. Jovia looked solemn. She never expected that Fairy Tail's S-class wizard would be so powerful. She had been an S-class wizard before when she was inspector, but now she truly realized how powerful Fairy Tail's S-class was. Damn it, how can the gap between us be so big? Jovia can't lose here. Jovia still has to participate in the next session with Grey-sama. At this time, Kana and Lucy, who were the last ones, passed through the cave and entered the cave and saw a familiar figure. When they saw who it was, they were disappointed. Lucy was surprised and said, "How come I met him in the first round?" Kana looked at Gildarts and had an indescribable feeling in his heart. His eyes were fixed on Gildarts. Gildarts saw someone finally coming and slowly stood up. "Oh, two beautiful girls. Once you get my approval, you can move on to the next step." Lucy and Kana looked at each other. "What should we do, Lucy? We are no match for him. There's nothing we can do now. Didn't he say that I can only go if I get his approval? I think this might be an opportunity for you, so let's give it a try." "Really, is it really possible?" "You'll know after trying it." "Open the gate of Taurus, Taurus." Moo. It's been a while since I've seen Lucy's figure, she's still as sexy as ever. Taurus. Attack him. Moo. Watch me. Taurus said, holding a double-edged axe and rushing towards Gildarts. Break down. At this moment, a white net flew out from Gildarts' hand and penetrated Taurus, leaving marks on Taurus' body. "Lucy, the opponent is too strong." After saying this, Taurus turned into a point of light and returned to the celestial spirit world. "Little girl, your attack is too reckless. This won't work." Card magic, fate of summoning thunder. Boom. Kana threw several cards into the air above Gildarts, and the cards suddenly turned into lightning and fell down. Smash! The lightning landed above Gildarts and disappeared. "If this is all you two are capable of, I advise you to give up early. Prepare for another year and maybe you'll have a chance." Kana clenched her fists tighter after hearing Gildarts' words. Lucy also saw Kana's mood and shouted, "What do you know? You have no idea what Kana has endured." Gildarts was stunned. "Huh? Why don't I understand something?" "Lucy, how could someone like you possibly understand? What the hell is going on?" At this time Kana shouted, "Okay Lucy, that's enough." Kana changed her previous demeanor and reached into her bag to pull out several cards of different colors. The fate of summoning thunder. The explosion of the sun. Icicles of death. Kana swung the cards violently, and the three attributes of the cards turned into lightning, fire, and ice, flying towards Gildarts from three directions. Lucy. "New. Open the gate of Gemini." "Jamie. Jamie. Gemini becomes my image." Suddenly, two people who looked exactly like Lucy appeared. Then the two Luces took out two golden keys. "Open. Scorpio Gate Piscorn." "Open. Sagittarius Gate, Sagittarius." "This is Sagittarius, Moses. We are." "Oh? You used the characteristics of Gemini to open three doors directly. This is a great test of your magic power." At this time, three attacks flew towards Gildarts, and Gildarts released crushing magic to crush all the attacks directly. At this time, Kana threw out another card, which fell next to Gildarts. The moderation of fools. Boom! Suddenly a cloud of smoke came out of the card. Gildarts covered his nose and ran straight out of the smoke. "It's a smoke that has a sleeping effect. It's really troublesome." At this time, another card flew out. Gildarts was about to decompose it when he saw the card explode in the air. "Sexy lady." A sexy beauty in a bikini instantly appeared in front of Gildarts. Even an old pervert like Gildarts was stunned for a moment, his cheeks slightly reddened. While he was stunned, Lucy directed Scorpio and Sagittarius. "Attack him." Sagittarius drew his bow and focused his magic power on the arrow. A series of stars. "Call out. Sandstorm." Then Piscorn blew a strong storm, blowing the arrows. With the help of the storm, the arrow's speed instantly increased several times and it quickly flew towards Gildarts. Gildarts sensed the danger and came to his senses in an instant, only to see a long sandstorm tornado trailing behind the arrow. "Interesting. Smash! Immediately, the arrows and sandstorms dissipated in the air after coming into contact with the shattering magic. The attack just now was indeed good, but it was still unsuccessful. Kana's mouth curled up slightly. No, it has worked. Hi! At this moment, the sleeping smoke had drifted around Gildarts because of the tornado. Gildarts then realized that he was surrounded by sleep smoke. Although this level of sleeping smoke did not have much impact on him, he had indeed fallen into the opponent's trap at this moment. Boom! A deep stream of magical power surged out. Ever since Gildarts drank Yaang's mysterious potion, he felt that all his hidden injuries over the years had recovered, and his body had returned to his youth. The shackles that had trapped him for many years were broken, allowing his magic power to break through to a new level. Chapter 146. Gildarts' powerful magic caused the entire mountain to shake several times. Makarov, who was at the end of the first level, also felt this power and his closed eyes opened instantly. I never thought that Gildarts' magic power has reached such a level. It's amazing. Inside the cave. As Gildarts released his magic, the surrounding smoke was instantly blown away. Kana and Lucy faced this powerful magic head-on, without any desire to resist. Is this the magic of Gildarts? This is too horrible. Are you okay, Kana? I'm fine, Lucy. We can't defeat him. I don't even have the will to fight back now. Sure enough, Kana, you still can't get his approval. You are too weak. In fact, it's good to be alone. It's better not to expect the so-called family affection. Swish! Gildarts took the magic back. Your attack just now was indeed very good. If they were to encounter ordinary S-class wizards, they would also be hit. But I must also let you know that there are always people who are better than you. If you encounter an enemy you cannot match, running away is what you should do. Lucy stood up slowly, and just as she was about to pull Kana up, Kana lowered her head and did not move. Gildarts looked at the indifferent Kana, thinking that she was shocked by his magic. It seems that I still overestimated you. The attack just now was indeed good, but your heart is still not strong enough. You have not won my recognition. I can't let you pass this level. Kana clenched her fists. Who cares about these? What S rank is the worst? Tears slowly flowed from Kana's eyes. Gildarts shook his head in disappointment and prepared to leave. At this moment Lucy shouted, "You have no right to say that. Anyone can disagree with her, but you are the only one who has no right to say this." Gildarts stopped and looked back at Lucy in confusion. From the beginning, I didn't understand what you said. I am the examiner. Why am I not qualified to judge her? Because. Lucy looked at Kana, and Kana shook her head at Lucy to signal her not to say anything. Because you are her father. Hi. The word father kept echoing in Gildarts' mind. Father? Whose? Kana? Father? Me. I'm Kana's father. I have a child. That's right. It's because you are so dazzling in fairy tale that Kana wants to wait until she becomes stronger before recognizing you. Only when she becomes S rank, so she can tell everyone that she is Gildarts' daughter, she is very strong, and she has become S rank. She won't embarrass you. Seeing that Lucy had finally spoken out, Kana felt as if the shackles in her heart were instantly unlocked, and then she looked at Gildarts. At this time, Gildarts was still looking at Kana with a confused look on his face. Wait, whose daughter are you? Sarah, Naomi, Kriya, Fina, Mary, Eliza. No, it shouldn't be that your hair is a different color. Bang! 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 Gildarts held his head and slammed it towards the ground frantically. Emma, Leela, Jane, Sydney, Kate, Yook, Françoise. Kana's head veins popped up when she heard Gildarts mention so many girls' names. Uncle, how many girlfriends do you have? I know. It's Sylvia, and you are her daughter. After all, you and she are both women. Ha 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 ha. How could I have a philandering BD father like you? I'm so mad, I shouldn't have imagined meeting you. Kana said as she walked forward angrily. At this time Gildarts hugged Kana. You are Cornelia's child, there is no doubt about it. You look exactly like her when you're angry. Kaina's expression also became lonely when she heard Gildarts say her mother's name. Let me go. Gildarts didn't let go. Why didn't you just tell me? Kaina shook her head. Like Lucy said just now, you are a powerful and respected wizard, and I am just a stinky girl with average strength. If they knew that I am your daughter, it would be embarrassing for you. When Gildarts heard Kaina's words, every word hurt his heart. You silly child, what father would dislike his own child? Cornelia was the only woman I ever loved deeply and the only woman I ever married, but she left me 18 years ago because she couldn't stand my passion for work, and later I heard she had died. I have looked for her many times, but she has never wanted to see me. I never thought that she and I would have a daughter. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were my daughter. Obviously, she is right in front of me. Kaina pulled herself out of Gildarts' arms. Okay, I'm not telling you this to make you responsible. We can just get along like before. You don't have to feel any burden. But now that I've said it, let me make up for the little regret in my heart. Nice to meet you, Dad. After saying that, Kaina walked quickly forward. Gildarts was instantly broken by the word Dad and tears kept flowing from his eyes. Then he rushed forward and hugged Kaina again. You don't have to worry about being alone anymore. Please give me a chance to be a father. Lucy was deeply moved when she saw the father and daughter recognizing each other and hugging each other. Wow! That's great! Aren't we taking the S-rank test? Never mind. Woo. On the other side, Yaang. At this time, Natsu was breathing heavily and staring at Yaang closely. Damn it, how can he be so strong? I can't even make Yaang move one step. Damn it! Natsu, the flame will only rise, and the fading flame will eventually die out. The flame of emotion is a weapon hidden deep inside you, and it changes with your emotions. When Natsu heard what Yaang said, he understood instantly. Then Natsu slowly stood up. I will definitely knock you away. Wow! The originally decaying flame instantly ignited. Damn it Yaang, it hurt so much when you hit me just now. I'm going to hit you. Chapter 147. The flames suddenly became extremely violent, making the entire cave extremely hot. But for Yaang today, it has no impact, after all, he is the sun. Then Natsu jumped up, and a large amount of flame condensed in his mouth and sprayed out violently. Fire Dragon's Roar. Wow! Yaang raised his fingers to condense a cross of golden light and added a little bit of the sun's magic power into it. Call out! Boom! It collided directly with the roar and exploded instantly, with slightly golden sparks constantly scattering around. Natsu, the same move won't work. Natsu didn't care, he opened his mouth wide and sucked all the sparks around him into his mouth. Yaang looked at Natsu suspiciously. Isn't it true that Dragon Slayer can't absorb his own fire? Haha, what I absorbed was not my own flame, but yours. Yaang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You finally found it. Eat it and the power will surge up. Bang! I saw that Natsu was emitting even more golden flames than before. Dragon scales slowly appeared on Natsu's body. Dragon Slayer secret technique modified, Sun Flame, Burning Sky Blade. The red flames mixed with wisps of gold transformed into two flaming blades that fiercely flew towards Yaang. Yaang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, raised his hand and a magic barrier appeared in front of him. Boom! The burning sky blade directly hit Yaang's barrier, causing a huge explosion that made the entire cave rumble. Fortunately, this cave was reinforced by magic, otherwise it would have collapsed. The smoke slowly dissipated, and Natsu continued to breathe heavily. This attack almost exhausted his magic power. When the smoke completely dissipated, Yaang's figure appeared in front of Natsu. Oh! Natsu looked excited. Happy and Yaang looked at each other, indicating that they had no idea what was going on. Boss, Natsu won't be broken by you, will he? Which eye of yours saw me hitting him? Wasn't it him who was hitting me? It seems so. At this time Natsu shouted, happy. Look, Yaang's body moved. Huh? Boss didn't move at all. Look at his feet. Happy flew to Yaang's feet and indeed found traces of 3 centimeters of movement under Yaang's feet. Great! At this rate, I will definitely be able to defeat Yaang, Natsu said as he prepared to charge forward. Yaang stopped him and said, "That's enough, Natsu. I can feel your practice over the years. You have made great progress. You are now qualified to become an S rank." Natsu was not convinced at all. "Are you kidding me? How can I become S rank if I don't defeat you?" Yaang shook his head. "It's a good thing to have the courage to move forward. These words of defeating me are just to show off your strength. If you fail to see the gap between us and the enemy, and act rashly, you will only drag yourself into an endless abyss." Buzz! A huge pressure emerged from Yaang's body, and the weather above the island suddenly changed and became gloomy. The sea seemed to be afraid of this power and the sea water began to surge continuously. Several people in the camp were almost blown down by the sudden strong wind. Makarov sat in his seat with some uneasiness. "It's just an exam, there's no need to make such a big fuss." Bang! "It hurts." Suddenly a coconut fell from the tree and landed on Makarov's head. Suddenly a big bulge appeared. "Just wait for me, you little brat. I will teach you a lesson." At this time in the cave, Natsu lay on the ground, shaking continuously. This was a force that he could not resist at all. Natsu persisted for a while, then slowly said, I give up." Seeing this, Yaang immediately retracted his haki, and Natsu suddenly felt the pressure disappear, taking deep breaths. Don't deny yourself because of your inner fear. The source of fear is essentially a lack of confidence in your own abilities. But this also allows you to see your own strength. No one is born invincible. It is only by surpassing powerful opponents and defeating powerful enemies that one becomes a strong person. Seeing yourself clearly and knowing yourself clearly are the necessary conditions for a strong person. As long as you understand this, you have already qualified. Natsu still felt a little unwilling and said, "But me." Yaang interrupted, "I know what you are going to say. Not to mention you, even if all 9 of you were put together, I wouldn't be able to handle it." When Natsu heard this, he immediately shut his mouth because he knew what Yaang said was right. Natsu saw all of Yaang's achievements along the way. Some of his strengths were so terrifying that their deeds were worthy of being recorded in history. Natsu's rank is never the end of the magic path, but a starting point. But even this is a starting point that countless magicians may not be able to achieve in their entire lives. You have a very good talent. As long as you are given time, you will gain powerful power sooner or later. When your strength reaches a certain level, all the secrets of this world will be revealed to you. You want to know where Gajil is? You want to know why he left you without saying a word? When you are strong enough, you will know where Gajil is. Natsu perked up when he heard Gajil. Are you serious? When I reach a certain level of strength, you will tell me where Gajil is. I think I said you would know where Gajil is. Oh, I'm on fire. Frustrated face, okay, this guy didn't listen at all, but whatever. Go Natsu. Surpass the flame in my hand, Natsu. How embarrassing, but I said it anyway. Ha 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 ha. Ooh. I will definitely become an S-level Yaang. Then Natsu quickly ran forward. It was so tiring to act with him. I finally sent him away. On the other side, Jovia and Lysina were knocked down in a puddle by Urza. Wow, so amazing. Humph, you're still a long way off. At this time Gray and Leo arrived at their destination and saw Gajil and Levi had already arrived. I didn't expect you guys to be faster than us. Levi, because we chose a lucky route, it was very easy along the way. Hey. We were really lucky. We met Wendy and Mest, but we defeated them. That Mest doesn't seem very powerful. Levi, I don't know. I don't have much impression of this person called Mest. I just have this person in my mind. Chapter 148. Gray was surprised and said, even you feel the same way. Leo and I feel the same way too. At this time, 3 cats also ran in from outside carrying 2 dogs on their backs. Hey! Everybody! Gray saw the 3 cats carrying the 2 dogs out and asked in confusion, "Did you encounter those 4 monsters?" "No, we met Fried and Bixlow and the others. Ergo was too hard-working. Look, he's still dizzy." As the 3 cats spoke, they put the 2 dogs aside to rest. Next came Lucy and Kana, and they were surprised when they learned that they met Gildarts. Because coming here means they have passed. When everyone asked, Lucy and Kana told them everything that happened. "What? Kana, you are Gildarts' daughter?" "Ah. Yeah." Even Makarov had never eaten this melon, and he was stunned when he listened in the bushes nearby. After a while, Natsu also ran over from outside, but as soon as he arrived, he sat on the ground without saying a word. Lucy asked, "Happy, what happened to Natsu? Who did you meet?" We met Yaang." "Hi. You actually passed under that big boss." "Yeah, but Natsu was beaten so badly that he couldn't fight back at all." Lucy == haha, I can already imagine it. At this time, Makarov walked out of the forest next to him. After releasing a light attribute recovery magic, Ergo slowly woke up. "It seems like you guys are the ones who have passed the first level." At this time, a voice came from a distance. "Wait. There's us too." Everyone looked back and saw Evergreen helping Elfman out. After the 2 returned to the team, Makarov spoke again. "There should be no one left. Well, I will now announce the results of this assessment." Kana and Lucy followed the Gildarts path and were approved by the other party. 2 dogs and 3 cats met the team of Fried and Bixlow and 1. Natsu and Happy followed Yaang's path and received his approval. Gray and Leo met the team of Mest and Wendy and 1. Levy and Gajil took the path of luck and arrived here safely. Elfman and Evergreen took Marajana's path and defeated Myra Jane. "Pass?" Gray asked in confusion, "Hi? How did you do that?" "Myra is very strong." Elfman instantly recalled the scene in his mind and his cheeks turned slightly red. "This is the only thing I don't want to say. Makarov, at this point, I would like to congratulate everyone for passing the first level." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The first level? Wouldn't it be possible to become S rank if you pass it? What are you guys thinking? It's not that easy to become an S rank. In previous years, there were only 1 or 2 people, so there weren't many levels. But this year, there are 9 people participating, and there is only 1 S rank spot. Gray, yeah, we should have thought of that earlier. How could there be so many S classes? We were wrong. Ahem, now I will announce the content of the second level of the assessment. Happy walked up to Natsu. "Natsu, you should cheer up, the president is going to announce the content of the second level test." Happy, I'm thinking about something." Happy was stunned after hearing this. "Oh my god! Natsu can actually think." Lucy complained, "How much do you despise him?" At this time Natsu suddenly stood up. 3 cats. Gray. Levy. Elfman. Kana. Let's fight for our S-rank qualification. Gray smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't lose to you." Levy, "I'll do my best too." 3 cats, "Don't think you can win just by coming to my boss's level. I will defeat you." Elfman, "I won't lose to you guys." Kana, "Hi? I don't care. S-rank doesn't mean anything to me now." Natsu shouted to Makarov, "Grandpa, please tell me what the second level test is." Makarov looked at Natsu speechlessly. "If it weren't for you, I would have finished it long ago." Ahem. The reason why Tenro Island is the holy land of our fairy tale is because the purpose of our fairy tale's first president Mavis is buried here. What you have to do is to find the tomb of the first generation. Whoever finds it first and brings the token on it to the resting place here will become the S rank this time. I want to make one thing clear here. Because of the powerful magic on this island, the monsters here are extremely powerful. So your enemies are not only your companions around you, but also the indigenous people of this island. Natsu said excitedly, "What? That's easy. I have Happy and I can find him right away." Like. Makarov didn't care at all. "Oh? Really? Then I hope you find it first. The time limit is 6 hours. You can start now." I'll be waiting for you over there. On the other side, Mest slowly woke up. Ah! Why did I faint? Mest stood up and found Wendy sitting next to him. Wendy said slowly, "It has already failed, Mr. Mest." "What? Is this where I'm going to stop this year?" "I'm sorry, Wendy, I disappoint you." Wendy shook her head and said apologetically, "No, it's just that I'm too weak to help you." "I'm sorry, Mr. Mest." After Wendy finished speaking, she heard a chewing sound. She turned around and saw Mest lying on the ground eating the weeds next to him. Wendy felt a chill turn day. "Mr. Mest, what are you doing?" "Sorry Wendy, I can't help but want to try these new plants as soon as I smell them." After a while, Mest returned to normal. "I'm sorry, Wendy, for letting you see this side of me. I know there's a place with great views over here. I'll take you there." Wendy became interested. "Really? I want to go and see." At this time, Carla and Lily were flying over the sea. In front of Lily is the Sirius Island. "Let's speed up." Lily asked, "Is it really okay for us to come here without saying anything?" "Don't worry, nothing will happen. I'm more worried about Wendy being in danger with that guy. I shouldn't have let Wendy agree to team up with him." Chapter 149. Lily asked in confusion, "But wasn't it you who asked Wendy to team up with him in the first place? Did you discover something?" "In fact, there were some sporadic images that kept appearing in my mind, and I didn't understand what they meant at first. It wasn't until that day when I found Zyjet that she told me that the images in my mind were all from fragments of what would happen in the future." Lily was shocked when he heard this. The ability to predict the future, which only appeared in picture books, appeared in Carla. "So what did you see in the future pictures?" "The first thing I saw was Wendy standing with this guy called Mest, so I agreed to Wendy teaming up with this guy. But in recent days when I think back to these images, I feel extremely uneasy. And this guy named Mest, I have always been suspicious of him. Although this guy claims to be Mistogan's apprentice." "What? He said he was the prince's apprentice. But when the prince and I said goodbye, he didn't mention this to me. The prince should have told me such an important matter. I heard that before the prince came to the guild, he made everyone in the guild fall asleep, so as to avoid too much contact with the people in this side world. I find it hard to imagine that a prince like this would have an apprentice." "Carla, yes, I have always been skeptical about this guy's existence, but I asked many people in the guild, and everyone has memories of this person called Mest. But my intuition tells me that this guy is not that simple. I suspect that this guy named Mest is not even a member of the guild." "This." Lily looked at Carla in shock. "If this guess is true, then this guy can sneak into the guild and modify everyone's memory. Even Yaang fell into it. It's really scary." At this time, a magic boat in the sky was heading towards Sirius Island. Demon Heart's magic boat. A girl was looking at the crystal ball, as if looking for something. At this moment, a young man in black clothes appeared in the picture of the crystal ball. "Is this Ziref? The most evil black magician? Reporting to President Hades, we found him. But he looks like he's still asleep." Hades stood up from his seat, walked to the front of the crystal ball and looked carefully at the man in the picture. "Ha ha ha ha! This day has finally arrived, the day when the legendary black magician Ziref will be resurrected. The most important key is already in our hands. As long as we find Ziref and use the key to awaken the power in his body, the world of great magic can come to this world." Altair looked around through the crystal ball and found the people of Fairy Tale. "I have a problem to report to President Hades. I found that the main members of Fairy Tale, the strongest wizard guild in Fiori, are all on that island. I am afraid it will affect our plan." Hades thought for a moment, then remembered that today was the day for the Fairy Tale S-level assessment, and then sat down with a calm expression. At this time, an arrogant voice came out. "What's there to worry about? Don't worry, let me burn them all to ashes." "Ha ha ha ha! This person has long, shaggy blonde hair, red eyes, and the guild's emblem on his chest. This person is Zangkro, one of the 7 kin of Purgatory, the heart of the demon." At this time, a man with a goat's head and a human body said, "Don't underestimate the enemy. It is said that there are many powerful wizards in fairy tale, and I was born for this day. This person is Caplico, one of the 7 kin of purgatory of the devil's heart. I feel the same way, Caplico. My desire can no longer be suppressed. Release it now. My desire. This battle will be our total combat power, tremble under our will. This person was wearing black framed glasses, silver hair, gloves, and a dark blue coat with a fur collar. She was Rusty Rose, one of the 7 kin of purgatory. I think so too. The man who was speaking was tall and strong, with fair skin, black hair, and wearing a tights and a cape. He was Kane Hikaru, one of the 7 kin of purgatory. Hades saw that his members were all excited and stood up and said, "Very interesting, isn't this very interesting, everyone? Young people like fairy tale have not seen the true darkness yet, the darkness that lurks in the abyss. As for our guild, the Demon Heart, today we will stage a show of the devil playing tricks on the fairy. Let's see who will devour the other, or be devoured by the other. The final showdown is here, fairy tale." Fairy tale meeting point. At this moment, Urza was helping Myra clean her wound. "Have you become rusty after not fighting for a few years? How did you get hurt by Elfman and Evergreen?" "Oh, this is because Evergreen said he wanted to marry Elfman, and I was stunned for a moment. Before I could react, he successfully ambushed me." "What? Marriage? When did this happen? When did they get to this point?" Myra shook her head. "I think it should be fake. This should be the countermeasure they came up with to deal with me. I was as surprised as you just now when I heard it. Who would have thought that I would be ambushed afterwards? Sigh, it's my fault for being too careless." Urza calmed down after hearing this. "So it was fake." "Yes, you can tell from the look on my face that their plan was successful. But now I find that the two of them look quite compatible. It would be nice if it were true." At this moment, Urza's mind flashed to the life of Elfman and Evergreen after their marriage. Elfman is in charge of the home and Evergreen is in charge of the outside world. The two are really a good match. It seems to be possible. At this time, Lysina said, "Sister Mila, when are you going to marry brother Yaang?" Myra's face turned red instantly when she heard this. "Oh, I'm not even with him yet, it's too early to get married." Lysina pointed to the turtle dove next to Yaang. "Sister Myra, if you don't stay with brother Yaang, that big sister will snatch you away." Then Myra looked at the dove next to Yaang who was pouring tea for Yaang. At this time, Urza and Myra said at the same time, "This guy has no such plan for the time being." Chapter 150. Myra and Urza looked at each other, and they both understood from each other's eyes that the other also saw Yaang's heart. Lysina covered her mouth with her hands and looked at the two of them in surprise. "What happened to you two?" The two shook their heads and said nothing. At this moment, Yaang, who was lying on the chair, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Turtle Dove asked, "Master Yaang, what happened? Someone has invaded Tianlang Island." Myra and Urza came to Yaang's side immediately after hearing it. Urza exclaimed, "What happened, Yaang? You just said someone was invading." I suddenly felt a very powerful aura in Tianlang Island. This aura is more powerful than I have ever felt before. And I also feel several familiar auras approaching him. I must go there as soon as possible. Who else hasn't come back?" Myra looked around. Gildarts said he had to go back for something, so he took Fried and Bixlow back first. Only Wendy and Mest are not here. Yaang asked in confusion, "Mest? Is there such a person in our guild?" Urza recalled, "I think so, but why is my memory so blurry?" Yaang's expression suddenly turned cold. "There's something wrong with this guy called Mest. Wendy is in danger. Urza, go find Wendy. Myra, go find the old man and tell him something big has happened. The S-level assessment will be temporarily suspended. Turtle Dove, you stay here." "Good. As you command, Lord Yaang." Then Yaang disappeared in a flash of golden light. At this time, everyone who was taking the second round of exams was looking for the grave of the first generation. At this moment, Elfman and Evergreen suddenly saw a person they had never seen before. "Hey! Who are you and why are you in our guild's holy land?" Ziref saw someone coming and suddenly became panicked. No! Don't come near me! Get out of here! Elfman and Evergreen looked confused. What? Who is this guy? Evergreen said angrily, if you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude. Ziref immediately took a few steps back after hearing what the two said. Okay, I'll leave here, but please don't come near me, please. Ziref said as he slowly retreated behind him. Suddenly Ziref felt the power appear again. No! Get out of here now! I can't control myself anymore. Elfman angrily said, I told you that you are the one who should leave. At this time, a black aura was seen emanating from the vicinity of the man in black, rapidly spreading around, and the flowers and plants that passed by withered instantly. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the side and blocked this force. Elfman and Evergreen were so frightened by the aura just now that they collapsed to the ground. When they saw who was coming, they exclaimed, Natsu! Why are you here? Natsu looked at the man in front of him with a serious expression. Elfman, Evergreen, are you okay? We're fine, Natsu, why are you here? I just felt an evil aura coming from this place, so I came to take a look. Like. At this time, Elfman saw that Natsu's white scarf had turned black. Natsu, your scarf? Natsu looked down at his scarf and found it was stained with black. Ah! Damn it, this is the scarf Igneel gave me. What the hell did you do to my scarf? When the man in black saw the person coming, tears slowly flowed from his eyes. Great, I finally get to meet you, Natsu. Natsu's serious look suddenly turned to confusion. Hi? How do you know my name? Do we know each other? At this time, Elfman warned, Natsu, be careful, this person is very dangerous. Look at the plants around you, all are dead. I don't know what kind of magic this guy used. Yes, I know. At this time, Ziref looked at Natsu and smiled, then slowly walked towards Natsu. You've grown up, Natsu, but you still look the same as when you were a kid. At this time, Natsu shouted, I already told you that I don't know you, don't act like I know you very well, and don't ruin my S-rank test, a hole. Bang! Natsu punched Ziref directly on the chin, and Ziref was immediately knocked away. Ziref's mouth curled up slightly when he felt Natsu's fist. It seems that you still can't kill me. Ziref controlled his body in the air, flipped casually and landed steadily on the ground. Then tears flowed from his eyes again. You are the only one who can kill me, but you. The three people and the cat looked at the man in black who started crying again and became even more confused. Happy, crying again. Evergreen, isn't this person too weird? Natsu said solemnly, let's get out of here. This guy gives me a weird vibe. The two people and the cat nodded after hearing this. At this moment, the black air emanated from the black-clothed man again. The man in black shouted hurriedly, quick! Get out of here quickly! I can't control myself anymore. You guys go away! Natsu yelled, quick! Get out of here! Just after everyone took a step forward, black gas once again quickly surged out from the black-clothed man's body and toward the surroundings. Just when the black gas was about to approach the few people, a wave instantly passed through them and blocked the black gas outside. Presumptuous! After feeling this force, several people immediately knew who was coming. Boss! Yaang! Boss! Yaang! At this time, Yaang also appeared among the people, staring at Ziref with a fixed gaze. After a while, the domineering color offset the black energy. Yaang looked around. Are you all right? Several people shook their heads. Elfman, boss, it's a good thing you came in time, otherwise we might have died. What kind of magic is this? Why is it so powerful? Yaang looked at Ziref and said slowly, this is not magic, this is a curse. Curse? That's right. It will take a while to explain it to you. Ziref was extremely surprised when he saw that the curse of the god Angsur Ramel was actually blocked by the other party. Because Ziref, who has survived for 400 years and traveled almost all over the world, has never had any power that could stop the curse of the god Angsur Ramel, but now it has come true on this young man. What kind of power do you have? It shouldn't be magic. Magic can't fight against it. Tell me, what kind of power is this? Chapter 151. Yaang did not answer Ziref's words. Get out of here quickly. This is not the place for you, Dark Mage Ziref. Evergreen was shocked when he heard Yaang's words. Yaang, what did you just say? Who is he? Ziref. Elfman, Natsu and Happy also looked confused. Who is Ziref? Such a familiar name. Are you three idiots? As a wizard, you don't know about the Black Mage Ziref. He was the most vicious dark magician 400 years ago. He is the one worshipped and believed in by all dark magic sects. But didn't this guy die 400 years ago? But Yaang said this guy is Ziref? What the hell is going on? The two people and the cat finally reacted. Oh, now that you mention it I seem to have some impression of it. Evergreen still said in disbelief, Yaang, is this guy really a black magician? But Yaang nodded, the black mage has never died. This guy was cursed by the god Anxur Ramel and became an immortal being. The black energy just emitted is the curse of the god Anxur Ramel. Anyone who touches it will have their life plundered. Only then did they understand. At this time Natsu asked in confusion, but it seems that we were also hit just now, but we are fine, except that my scarf turned black. It makes me angry when I talk about this. This is the only gift Igneel gave me, and it's been soiled like this. I don't know if it can be restored. Don't worry, Natsu. Your scarf has a very strong purifying power that can purify all the curses in this world. But now it has been used up. We have to wait for him to recover slowly. Oh. I'm glad you can recover. Natsu felt relieved when he heard Yaang say that. In fact, Yaang had no idea whether the scarf had any purifying power. Anyway, Natsu wore it from beginning to end, and even if his clothes were torn, the scarf would not be damaged at all. There are always some bug-like props in anime. Ziref was slightly surprised to hear the other party call out his name, you know me. Yaang looked extremely unfriendly, this has nothing to do with you, get out of here quickly, this is not the place for you. Ziref ignored what Yaang said. Tell me what power you just used. I see my hope in this power. What does it have to do with me? If you don't get out now, I will have no choice but to send you away. Call out. Yaang disappeared instantly and appeared beside Ziref. At this moment, the curse of the god Anxur Ramel emerged again. This time the black aura was several times stronger than before, as if Yaang had just stopped the main curse and was regarded as a provocation by the god. The majesty of God cannot be trampled upon by a human being, so Ziref could not control the curse he released this time at all. Buzz! The powerful domineering color instantly emerged from Yaang's body, and the two forces suddenly collided with each other. Boom! The huge energy caused the entire island to shake. When everyone on the island felt this power, they instantly understood that it was Yaang's power. Lucy, what's going on? What happened? Why did Yaang release this power? Makarov sat next to the first generation's grave and suddenly opened his eyes. Is this the brat Yaang? What happened? Why are you using this power? Are you fighting someone? The same thought occurred to every fairy tale member on the island. Gildarts and others who had just left felt this breath and hurriedly looked towards the direction of Tianlang Island. I saw a large number of birds and beasts falling to the ground not long after they took off from the ground. Freed, oh no, there's a problem with the island. Gildarts looked at Tenro Island and nodded, a bad feeling coming over him. Quick! Turn the rudder, we have to go back. At this time, Mest brought Wendy to a sea of flowers. Wendy's mood instantly improved as she looked at the beautiful flowers around her. Wow, this place is so beautiful. How did you find this place, Mr. Mest? Wendy took a deep breath of the air around her, it was so fragrant. Haha, I discovered this when I came to take the assessment a few times ago. After hearing this, Wendy paused. Just as Wendy was about to speak, the entire island began to shake, and Wendy lost her balance and fell into the sea of flowers. Then Yaang's domineering power also entered Wendy's body. This is Brother Yaang's power. Is he fighting someone? The vibration came and went quickly. Mest had no idea what was happening. He saw Wendy fall and rushed forward to help her up. Wendy, are you okay? This island is really weird. There was an earthquake all of a sudden. Wendy broke free from Mest's hand. Who the hell are you? Mest was startled for a moment, then pretended to be calm and said, I am Mest, I am Mistogen's apprentice. You're lying. I sensed something was wrong the last time you told me to take the test. When I was in the guild, I heard from someone that the assessments in previous years were not held on Tianlang Island at all. But you said you've been here a few times before. The most important thing is, the noise just now was clearly caused by Brother Yaang, but you said it was an earthquake. I, who have only been in the guild for a short time, know this, but you don't. Tell me. Who are you? Mest lowered his head and was a little afraid to look at Wendy, because he knew he had deceived everyone. But after spending a few days with Wendy, he found that this little girl was so kind. At this time, Carla's voice came from the sky. Wendy! Wendy! Get away from this guy! Wendy looked up and saw that it was Carla and Lily. Carla! Lily! Lily directly took out his Mother of Destruction, which instantly enlarged and slashed at Mest fiercely. When Mest saw that the truth had been revealed, he simply disappeared from the spot. Boom! Damn it, let this guy get away! Carla flew to Wendy's side and looked around. Wendy, are you okay? Are you hurt? Don't worry Carla, I'm fine. Carla was relieved. Phew, I'm glad you're okay. I'm sorry, Wendy. I shouldn't have let you agree to this guy's request to form a team. It almost got you hurt. Hehe, don't worry Carla, I'm very strong too. At this time, Lily flew over and said, let this guy run away. Chapter 152. Wendy suddenly thought of something. Ah! That's right. Now is not the time to talk about this. Brother Yaang just had a fight with someone on the island. Let's go over and take a look. Lily was shocked and asked, what? Is there anyone who dares to fight that monster? Carla, on the other hand, had a solemn look on her face, and the scene she had seen before suddenly appeared in her mind. What on earth happened? Is it related to what I saw? Yaang. Ziraf saw that the curse of the god Anxur Ramel was indeed blocked by this unknown force, and his expression gradually became excited. I really didn't see that you could defeat this cursed power. That means you can kill me. At this moment, Yaang disappeared instantly and chopped Ziraf on the back of his head with a knife. Ziraf's eyes turned black and he passed out. Phew, luckily this guy losing consciousness won't trigger the curse of the god Anxur Ramel. Otherwise it will be really difficult to deal with. The three people and the cat couldn't help swallowing when they saw that the legendary wizard was defeated so easily by Yaang. Elfman, is the boss too strong, or is Ziraf not as powerful as the rumors say? Evergreen, I'm not sure about this. There is very little information about Ziraf. But from this perspective, Ziraf is really weak. Happy, love. The boss is the best. On the contrary, Natsu looked at the unconscious Ziraf without saying a word. He was only thinking about how to deal with Ziraf. Now that he has calmed down, he feels like he has seen Ziraf somewhere before. But there was nothing in my memory about Ziraf. Yaang lifted Ziraf up and carried him on his shoulders. Ziraf is not as weak as you say. The reason why he is like this is because, just think of him as sealing himself away. After hearing Yaang's explanation, the three people and one cat reluctantly accepted this setting. Okay, the S-level assessment may have to be temporarily stopped. It can't go on after something so serious happened. I have to go find the old man quickly. You should also gather at the temporary base quickly. Do not act alone. The danger may not be over yet. Natsu said unconvinced, no. I still have to take the test. Isn't the crisis resolved now? This guy is not the only one who invaded the island. Just now, another group of people landed on the island. Things are getting a little troublesome. If you want to continue with the S-level assessment, you can defeat all the invaders. Maybe the assessment will continue. Natsu instantly got excited when he heard this. Oh! You counted those. Look at me beat all those bastards out. Let's go happy. Like. With that, Natsu dived into the forest and disappeared. You two should stop running around and go gather with everyone. Got it, boss. Yaang then looked at Zeref and ran in the direction of Makarov. On the other side, Urza came to the route where Wendy was and found that Wendy and Mest were not there. Damn it! Where the hell did Wendy go? Bang! Urza punched the rock wall, causing it to shatter. Suddenly Urza looked up and saw a huge magic boat in the sky slowly approaching this side. This sign is... Urza saw the emblem printed on the magic boat and immediately recognized who the person was. Grimoire Heart. Damn it! How did these guys know this place and come here at this time? Does this have anything to do with Mest? No. We must inform everyone immediately. Urza then immediately pulled out a flare gun from behind him and fired it into the sky. Call out. Boom. A conspicuous red fairy tale emblem appeared in the air. It was used to notify others of an emergency danger and tell everyone to enter attack mode. I have to find Wendy first. Urza then ran out of the cave. When the people on Sirius Island saw the sign appear in the sky, they also understood the seriousness of the matter. They all headed towards the temporary base. The other side. Gajil has been complaining that the S-rank examination is boring because he has not had a proper duel so far. This is so annoying. What the hell is going on with this exam? One moment we are asked to choose a route, the next moment we are asked to find a cemetery. What the hell is going on? I chose to participate because I could beat up Natsu. Levy's mood suddenly turned bad after hearing what Gajil said. You mean my business is not important at all? Hey. When did I ever say that? Because Gajil has been complaining about not having a fight the whole time. When has he ever cared about me? After saying that, Levy ran off, leaving Gajil in a state of confusion. Really? Girls are so easily angered. Of course your business is important. Just then Gajil saw a signal in the sky and knew that things were getting serious. What happened? Oh no. Levy. Then he quickly went in the direction Levy was running. At this moment, Levy was crying while recalling her memories with Gajil. The more she thought about it, the more tears flowed. What? Gajil is the worst. At this moment, two dark shadows suddenly jumped out of the grass. I didn't expect to find the fairy tale members so quickly. Feel the darkness from the abyss. Levy was still immersed in his sorrow, and was stunned by the two people who suddenly appeared. He watched helplessly as the blade fell towards him. Gajil. Swish. Bang. A figure instantly appeared in front of Levy, raised his hand to block the long sword, and swung the hand that turned into the Iron Dragon sword fiercely, sweeping the person away. Levy suddenly felt someone holding him in his arms, and a warm feeling came over him. He then slowly raised his head, and what came into his sight was Gajil's figure. He was stunned for a moment. Short guy, don't run around. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to find you. So, don't leave my side without permission. Levy's cheeks turned slightly red after hearing this yet. Gajil looked at the two figures in front of him with a bad look. Chicken. Orangutan. Who are you two and why are you here? Chapter 153. Levy stood behind Gajil and looked at the two creatures in front of him, noticing the emblems on both of them. Gajil, the opponent is a magician of Demon Heart. Ah? Demon Heart? Isn't that a dark guild that belongs to the Balam Alliance? Why is it here? Could it be that the president arranged this on purpose? That's really interesting. That's impossible. The president would never allow people from the Dark Guild to come here. They could only sneak in secretly. It doesn't matter. Things are finally not so boring. Although I don't know why you are here, you are very unlucky. I am in a very bad mood today. I can only vent my anger on you. Levy pulled Gajil and said, No, Gajil, we can't attack without orders to do so. At this time, the armored gorilla said disdainfully, the people of the Bright Guild are really just like you, only knowing how to follow some disgusting rules. It's so boring. The big white rooster echoed, there are no rules in war. Only the strong can decide the rules. Cluck. 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 Gajil looked at the two creatures with some excitement. Oh? Did you just say war? Am I to understand that you, Grimoire Heart, have officially declared war on Fairy Tale? Big White Chicken, isn't it obvious? Levy was confused as to why Grimoire Heart would wage war against Fairy Tale for no reason. What is the purpose of doing this? The gorilla laughed and said, "We demon hearts don't need a purpose to do anything. You are such a naive girl. You are not fit to live in the future world. Let me send you away from this world. Cover your ears, Kawazu." Clear. Three-dimensional text, boom. Suddenly a deafening noise came towards Gajil and Levy, who immediately covered their ears at the sudden loud noise. Is this 3D text? Levy. Can 3D text be used like this? Levy covered his ears and shouted, "I've seen this kind of magic in books. This is three-dimensional writing from the East, but this is the first time I've seen it. Then you better think of a solution quickly, we can't fight like this." Just as Levy was about to cast a spell, he saw the gorilla on the opposite side quickly coming towards the two of them with a samurai sword in hand. "Be careful, Gajil, the other side is attacking." Gajil grabbed Levy's hand and dodged to the side. Levy quickly cast a spell, three-dimensional text silence. Bang! Levy's word flew directly towards Yumizu's word boom, and the two collided and cancelled each other out. Gajil felt better immediately because there was no noise to bother him. "Oh, I didn't expect a small person like you to have such a skill." "Humph! I'm not weak either." Gajil wasn't the only one who was surprised. Yumizu was also surprised to see his words cancelled out. "You can actually cancel out my words." Gajil took the opportunity to transform his arm into an iron rod, and sent it flying towards Yumizu. Yumizu took a defensive stance upon seeing this. Three-dimensional text, defense. The word defense suddenly appeared in front of Yumizu's samurai sword, and Gajil's iron dragon stick directly hit the word defense. "It's really hard." At this time, the big rooster Kawazu's belly swelled and a large number of eggs came out of his mouth. Egg attack. Thump. 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 Three-dimensional text, flame. The words turned into flames and covered all the flying eggs. Suddenly, the fragrance of eggs drifted into the noses of several people. "Gajil, it smells really good. It makes me hungry." Yumizu shouted, "How dare you be distracted while fighting me?" Three-dimensional text, Guan. Yumizu thrust out with the samurai sword, and a shock wave penetrated and quickly went towards Gajil. Gajil directly transformed his physique into steel physique, and he had absolute confidence in his defense. Bang! Gajil slid quickly behind him. Yumizu was surprised to see that his attack actually penetrated the opponent and said, "How is it possible? How could you block my penetration?" Gajil said disdainfully, "Your attack is really far inferior to that guy. Ever since I was severely beaten by him that day, I have been training my body very hard. If it were the me in the past, I might not be able to block your attack, but now, you are still far from it." Iron Dragon Spear, Ghost Firewood. Gajil's arms transformed into spears, and his arms instantly extended as he stabbed at Yumizu. Yumizu used 3D text defense again, trying to block the attack. Bang! Click, click, crack. The magic with the word defense written on it was instantly pierced by Gajil's iron spear, and the spear stabbed Yumizu's samurai sword fiercely. The huge force made Yumizu's body retreat continuously until he hit a tree. Boom! Seeing this, Kawazu rushed over and kept spitting eggs at Gajil. Gajil raised his arms and turned them into iron shields, blocking all the eggs outside. "I never thought this tiny egg could have such a big impact." "Yumizu, are you okay?" Kawazu helped Yumizu up from the ground. Yumizu looked at Gajil solemnly, "I'm fine, Kawazu. This guy is a little difficult to deal with, but I don't think the girl is very powerful. We can take action against her." Kawazu nodded after hearing this. Levy felt both men's eyes on him and couldn't help but shrink towards Gajil. Gajil glanced at Levy, a bad feeling coming over him. At this moment, Yumizu quickly ran to both sides. 3D text. Speed. Two words speed appeared under the solace of Yumizu's shoes, and his running speed instantly increased to a higher level. So fast. Gajil directly protected Levy behind him. Yumizu's speed was so fast that he could only see a little of his figure. Levi, is there any text that can break his? It's a bit difficult, Gajil, it puts the words on the bottom of the shoe, and my words can't offset it at all. Three-dimensional text, guard. Levi immediately released magic, creating an energy shield in front of him, with his back against Gajil, thus preventing him from making a sneak attack. Suddenly Yumizu appeared in front of Levi. Little girl, your shield is a little fragile. Three-dimensional text, cut. Chapter 154. Gajil hurriedly shouted, watch out Levi. Gajil simply transformed his arm into an iron dragon sword and swung it out, blocking Yumizu's katana outside. This is Counsil leaping into the air with all his might, his mouth puffed up, and a large number of eggs falling from the air. It's raining eggs. Crack! 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 Levi quickly wrote in the air, three-dimensional text flame. Levi thought the flames would burn the egg, but the egg passed through the flames and fell towards the two of them. How could this happen? It was fine just now. Hehe, I'll spin the egg quickly so that the flame can be isolated to a large extent. Gajil struggled to separate Yumizu and directly protected Levi under him. The heavy rain of eggs hit Gajil hard. Ah! Gajil! Soon both of them were covered with eggs. Levi hurriedly pushed away all the eggs around him. At this time, Gajil was kneeling on one knee on the ground, covered in wounds. I'm sorry Gajil, I'm the one who held you back, I'm sorry. Gajil grabbed Levi's head, what are you talking about? I won't let these bastards hurt you. Counsil looked at the expressions of the two and began to taunt them, yo yo yo, they are really a pair of infatuated man and woman, they are thinking about each other at this time. I really want to see what you would look like if this little girl died in front of you. Gajil immediately stood up upon hearing this and shouted, how dare you? Counsil, your weakness is too obvious. If you were alone, it would be difficult for the two of us to deal with you. But with this little girl, you'll die quickly. Let me tell you something. We are just the vanguard troops, here to test the situation. The main force hasn't even arrived yet. It's already so difficult for you to deal with us, you won't be a match for the main force. Gajil's expression became more serious. Levi, please leave here quickly and tell everyone the news. No. I can't leave you here alone. Don't worry, I can handle these two beasts by myself. You have more important things to do. But... go now. Levi was stunned for a moment by Gajil's shouting. I understand. Three-dimensional text, steel. Suddenly the written words turned into steel and fell from the sky. Don't die, Gajil, you haven't made me a titan yet. Haha, don't worry, I'm not that weak. Gajil then grabbed the steel and started gnawing on it. Levi turned around and ran behind him. Seeing this, Yumizu quickly ran forward. I won't let my prey escape from my eyes. Then you have to get past me first. Yumizu looked at Gajil in shock. How did you keep up with me? Eat it and you'll gain strength. Iron Dragon's Steel Fist. Three-dimensional text, defense. Bang! Gajil's powerful punch knocked Yumizu back, and Levi disappeared into the forest. At this time, Levi kept running forward. Gajil, wait for me. I will come to rescue you soon. Crack! Levi tripped over a branch and fell to the ground. Levi, you can't fall down here, there is someone waiting for you to go back. At this time, Yaang was passing by quickly, and suddenly saw Levi's figure and stopped in a hurry. Levi! Why are you here? Aren't you teamed up with Gajil? Levi looked up immediately when he heard the familiar voice. Brother Yaang! Great to meet you here, go and save Gajil, he's fighting Grimoire Heart right now. He was seriously injured just now trying to save me. Go and save him. Yaang looked at the extremely anxious Levi, and felt 3 life auras in front of him, one of which became a little weak. Okay. Leave it to me. Yaang carried Ziref and ran forward quickly. Levi stood up and ran back the same way regardless of the pain in his body. At this time, Gajil was being attacked by Counsil's eggs and had to guard against Yumizu's knife. We were in crisis for a while. Damn chicken, it's really in the way. Iron Dragon Stick. Yumizu hurried to Kawazu's side and blocked the attack with a knife. Kawazu jumped into the air again and a large number of eggs hit Gajil heavily. Gajil dodged hastily, but it was difficult for him to dodge completely now. He was still hit by a large number of rain of eggs, and his injuries became more serious. Who? These two guys are really difficult to deal with. If I attack one of them, the other will come to help. If I continue like this, I will be exhausted to death by them sooner or later. I don't know if Levi has told everyone the news. Crack! 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 Kawazu kept spitting out eggs from his mouth, and Gajil kept dodging. Now he could not withstand any more heavy blows, otherwise he would really die here. Kawazu shouted, "Yumizu is in trouble, hurry up and get rid of him." Yet, Yumizu put his samurai sword back into the scabbard. His eyes became extremely sharp, and he held the knife as he looked at Gajil, who was constantly dodging attacks, veins popping out on his hand holding the knife. His feet continued to exert force and had already sunk slightly into the soil. Gajil's figure continued to slow down in his eyes until it was stopped. At this moment, Yumizu suddenly exerted force with his legs and quickly moved towards Gajil, and in an instant he was in front of Gajil. At this moment, the samurai sword in his hand suddenly flew out. A flash of knife light flashed, and the figure instantly appeared behind Gajil. Dark sword, I. Gajil's iron skin was instantly shattered and scattered on the ground. Gajil was hit so hard that the pain was so great that he couldn't make a sound. His feet could no longer support his body and he slowly fell to the ground. Bye! Kawazu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the other person fall. Phew! This guy is really difficult to deal with. Fortunately, I finally solved it. Yumizu, hurry up and kill this guy. We still have to go after that little girl. Yumizu nodded, and just as Yumizu raised his sword to behead Gajil directly, a golden light flashed. Call out! Boom! Yumizu flew backwards, piercing through the trees one by one, and finally crashed into a big tree. His breastplate was deeply dented and blood was constantly flowing out of his body. Chapter 155. Kawazu stared blankly at the road opened by Yumizu and couldn't help swallowing. Suddenly Kawazu couldn't move, and his body trembled unconsciously. This was the fear that a living being felt when encountering something several times stronger than itself. Fear from those above. Yaang's body continued to emit a dark red aura, and he walked to Kawazu's side. Kawazu moved his head tremblingly and saw the most horrifying scene he had ever seen. Yaang grabbed Kawazu's head and lifted him into the air. Ku! Devil's heart scum, I have a message for your president. If you leave me now, you can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, today will be the end of you, demon's heart. Yaang felt it and confirmed the location of the demon heart magic boat, then threw Kawazu directly in the direction of the magic boat. Call out! At this time, Levi also ran in quickly from outside, and saw Gajil lying on the ground, and immediately rushed forward. Gajil, are you okay? Gajil! Yaang brother Gajil, what happened? Don't worry Levi, this kid is fine, he just suffered some internal injuries. Then Yaang took out a bottle of red potion from the space bag. Give this to him, and he'll recover soon. The crisis here has not been resolved yet. You should gather at the gathering place as soon as possible. I have something to do with the old man, so I will leave first. Then Yaang grabbed Ziref, who had just been thrown aside, and left the place. After Levi gave Gajil the potion, Gajil slowly woke up after a while. Levi! Why are you here? Didn't you run away? Oh right. Where are those two guys? Gajil looked at the mess around him, not knowing what had happened. Levi explained, I just met brother Yaang, and he saved you. It's him? No wonder. Gajil looked at the fallen trees along the way and knew that the other party was killed instantly in one blow. Levi helped Gajil up. Come on, Gajil. Brother Yaang asked me to go to the gathering. Oh. At this time, after seeing the signal sent by Urza, Makarov rushed to the gathering place. Then he saw the demon heart's magic boat slowly descending towards this side. There was also a ray of light appearing directly from the ground in the distance and directly hitting the solid surface of the magic boat, turning into a ball of blood mist and dissipating in the air. How could it be? Is that the symbol of the devil's heart? But why? Why do they know this place? I can't care less. Giant magic. Makarov's figure instantly grew hundreds of times taller, as tall as a hill. He looked at the flying magic boat and punched it directly. Disappear! You devil-heart bastards! At this time, several people in the magic boat, including some of the seven kin of purgatory, had already left to hunt fairies. Zhang Krol looked at Altair, who had changed into a very capable outfit, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Altair? It's just to deal with a little fairy tale, is this all you need?" Altair did not answer Zhang Krol's words. She knew in her heart what kind of monster Yang in fairy tale was, and she would not place all her bets on the devil's heart. Caplico also adjusted his clothes and said, "Don't underestimate the enemy, Zhang Krol. After all, they are the strongest wizard guild of the Guild of Light. They are not on the same level as the ones we encountered before. We must be careful with them." Zhang Krol didn't care, "You just overestimate them. None of the guys from the Bright Guild can fight." Mirdi suddenly saw a huge figure appear outside the spaceship. You, look. When Altair heard Mirdi call him that, anger rose from the bottom of his heart. "Shut up! Don't call me you. Mirdi immediately wilted after being yelled at by Altair. Zhang Krol saw Altair calming down after getting mad. "Okay, everyone, don't be so delicate. By the way, Mirdi, what did you want to say just now?" Mirdi didn't dare to look at Altair and pointed forward. There was a giant. Zhang Krol was confused. What the hell? A giant? Where did the giants come from in this place? Then Zhang Krol looked forward and saw a giant punching at them vigorously. Holy crap! There really is a giant. Boom! Makarov's punch directly shattered half of the magic boat, and the entire magic boat began to shake in the air. Caplico was shocked and said, "How is it possible? This spaceship is made of the strongest magical metal, and it was shattered so easily." Altair waved the crystal ball, and the shattered spaceship instantly returned to its original state. Zhang Krol laughed, "Ha ha ha! That's great, thanks to your arc of time." Makarov was slightly surprised to see that the airship he had just destroyed was instantly restored to its original state, but he quickly recovered. Then he concentrated his magic power on his fist and punched it hard again, smashing the airship directly into the ground. The few people in the magic boat were a little at a loss for a moment when they saw the fist swinging towards them again. At this time, Hades' voice reached everyone's ears. "Caplico, you take everyone to invade the island, and leave this guy to me." "Yes, President Hades." Caplico waved his hand, and everyone except Hades and the vice president disappeared on the spot. Caplico put on the flying device and jumped directly out of the exit. Boom! Makarov's punches followed. Makarov saw someone escaping from the magic boat and immediately concentrated magic power in his hands. "I won't let you escape from my grasp. It won't make any difference no matter where you escape to. According to fairy tale convention, you are given 3 seconds to repent. 1, 2, 3, that's it, you devil-heart bastards. The fairy's law is activated. Plan." A sacred bell rang, and just as Light was about to impose sanctions, a voice came from the magic boat. "Stop it, kid." Hades appeared in front of the magic boat at some point. A black light condensed in his hands. "The devil's law is activated." Makarov was shocked when he saw this magic, and a long-forgotten memory suddenly came to his mind. How is it possible? Could it be that? Chapter 156. The power of darkness and the power of light cancelled each other out, and the people in the demon heart took the opportunity to escape. Hades slowly fell to the ground. "Long time no see, kiddo." Makarov looked at the familiar person in front of him, feeling extremely complicated. President Presheto. Makarov never expected that the second generation of fairy tale, who had been missing for decades, would now become the president of Demon Heart, one of the 3 giants of the Balam Alliance. "Why? Why did you fall into darkness? Answer me." Hades waved his hand, and a black magic blade swung out and hit Makarov directly. Makarov was knocked down instantly, and then he exited the giant state and turned back into the original old man. Makarov still refused to give up and endured the pain and asked again, "Why? Why did you join the Dark Guild?" Hades answered calmly, "What is darkness, what is light, what is good, and what is evil? What are the standards for judging good and evil?" Makarov didn't know how to answer Hades' question. "At least, the fairy tale spirit that I uphold will not change, and you?" Hades looked at Makarov in surprise. "I never thought that the little brat back then has become so eloquent." "Don't call me a brat. I am no longer the Makarov I once was, and you are not the President Preshedo that I knew. I don't want to fight with you, take your people away from this island." Hades ignored Makarov's words and focused the energy into his hands. A ball of energy containing powerful magical power. When you get old, you tend to be nostalgic. I really feel bad about destroying Fairy Tale. I won't let you succeed. "Oh? Are you going to fight me, Makarov? Don't forget that I was the one who taught you all your magic." Makarov quickly constructed a very complex magic circle. Defensive magic circle. Boom! Hades' energy bomb instantly destroyed Makarov's defensive magic. Hades just waved his hands and a complex magic circle appeared around Makarov. Makarov was shocked. "What kind of magic is this? Amaterasu 28 styles. How is it possible? Why is it so fast?" Makarov then constructed a magic circle even faster, but his speed was not even half of Hades. "You can't beat me, kid." Boom! Hades' attack landed directly on Makarov. The smoke cleared and Makarov lay on the ground, supporting himself with his hands with great difficulty. How can he be so powerful? What happened to President Preshedo over the years? Hades looked at Makarov, who was still alive after suffering from his Amaterasu 28 styles, and waved his hand. A glowing white chain appeared in his hand. His hands swung violently, and the chains twisted rapidly, heading towards Makarov. "Call out!" A golden light flashed from a distance, and just as the chain was about to hit Makarov, the golden light directly broke the chain. Hades looked ahead with a confused look on his face, only to see a figure appear in front of Makarov. "Old man, you are such a grown man, and you are still counting ants?" Makarov didn't react yet. "Counting ants?" Suddenly, veins popped up on his forehead. "What are you talking about, brat?" Hades also recognized Yaang, who Otai had mentioned to him many times. "Who was it?" "It's the little monster raised by Makarov. It's just in time for you to come. If it were any worse, your president would have died at my hands." Yaang said without any fear, "The old man is sure to live longer than you. If it weren't for the burden dragging on, you, an old man, would have lived a little longer. You should be thanking me." Hades saw that Yaang dared to speak so arrogantly to him, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Interesting young man, I don't know what gives you such confidence. But that's it. Amaterasu 100 style." Hades just waved his hand, and Makarov and Yaang were surrounded by a more complicated magic circle. Makarov saw the structural patterns of the magic, but was unable to recognize what kind of magic it was. "Run away, little brat. This magic is dangerous." "Don't worry, old man. I have learned all your magic. The strongest defense, the 3 pillars of God." In just a moment, Yaang completed the construction of the magic, and 3 light pillars stood around the 2 of them. Yaang's speed was twice as fast as Hades. Hades was shocked. His current magical attainments had reached the level of dancing with the devil. It could be said that he could make any magic he thought of come true. However, the structure of the 3 pillars magic that Yaang had just cast was not as complicated as his Amaterasu 100 styles, but his construction speed was extremely fast, even faster than his. Boom! The aftermath of the huge explosion directly blew away the surrounding sea water, and a mushroom cloud rose from the ground. The other side. Wendy, Carla, and Lily had just run a few steps when a red magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground. After Lily discovered this, he hurriedly shouted, "Let's go!" Then Lily instantly changed into a big cat and rushed forward with Wendy and Carla. Boom! A pillar of fire suddenly burst out from the ground. Lily hurriedly protected the two people behind him. Who is it? A tall and stocky man with messy brown hair appeared before him. I never thought a cat would have such a strong sense of danger. Interesting. Lily stared at the person in front of him. Who are you? Why are you here? Let me introduce myself. I'm Azuma from Demon Heart, one of the 7 kin of Purgatory. I'm here to hunt goblins. Lily had just arrived in this world not long ago and didn't quite know what kind of organization the Demon Heart was. Carla's expression suddenly became serious when she heard this. Demon Heart, that's the Dark Guild. But why is the Dark Guild in this place? Azuma didn't take the man and 2 cats seriously at all, because he really enjoyed fighting against strong people, and Wendy was obviously not taken seriously by him. I don't have time to waste with you here. You are not the opponent I want. Boom. Azuma waved his hand, and an explosion instantly occurred under the feet of several people. Oh! Here comes another little ant. Wendy, Carla and Lily found that they were not hurt at all. They looked up and saw Mest, who had just left. Mr. Mest. Carla, why would you save us? Didn't you already leave? Chapter 157. Mest stared at Azuma intently. I didn't leave, I just hid aside. At this point there's nothing to hide. I was assigned by the Council to investigate whether Fairy Tail has done anything beyond the law. I haven't found anything yet, but it looks like plans are changing now. Although I don't know why you Demon Hearts attacked Fairy Tail, but now that I have encountered you, I will arrest you. This way, my achievements in the Council can be improved. Azuma looked at Mest as if he were a clown. It turns out that the people on the Council are all idiots like you. They are so weak yet so arrogant. Mest said angrily, what did you say? Break. Wendy hurriedly warned, be careful. Mr. Mest. What? Boom. Fortunately, Carla reacted in time, grabbed the 2 of them and flew into the sky. At this moment, Mest was still in shock. He didn't even have time to react to the attack just now. Azuma looked at the 2 people flying in the air with a calm face. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you fly into the sky? Leaf sword. Suddenly, a large number of leaves were flying around Azuma. Azuma waved his hand, and all the leaves flew quickly towards the 2 people in the air. Wendy took a deep breath. The roar of the dragon. Wow! A powerful roar came out of Wendy's mouth, blowing away all the flying leaves. However, what Wendy didn't expect was that the scattered leaves gathered together again and flew towards her quickly. Lily and Carla flew quickly in the air with the other 2 to avoid the attack of the leaves. But there were too many leaves, and no matter how they dodged, Lily and Carla were still cut by the leaves. Carla cried out in pain and immediately loosened one of Wendy's hands, but grabbed it again in time. Carla. I'm fine Wendy, Lily, let's run separately. We'll all die here if we continue like this. Good. Then the 2 flew in 2 different directions. Azuma laughed, it's no use. You can't escape. H-a-a-a-ah. Azuma's arms transformed into trees and plunged into the grass. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and thick tree trunks surged out of the earth and suddenly emerged from the ground. The 2 people who were about to escape were blocked in an instant. Azuma merged directly into the trees and appeared next to Mest in the blink of an eye. I got you. Mest grabbed Lily's arm, teleported, and appeared next to Wendy. Hold me, I'll take you out of here. Boom. At this moment, the tree trunk next to them suddenly exploded. The powerful explosion directly blew the 2 people and 2 cats away. W.A. Mest tried to stand up with his arms, but a foot stepped hard on his head, and the toes kept spinning. That momentum just now. Didn't you say you would arrest me in exchange for merit? Are all of you in the council just boastful people? Damn it! How can they be so strong? Are Fairy Tail and the others fighting against a group of monsters like this? Why is it completely different from the dark guilds that the council had previously attacked? Ah! Mest fainted. Mr. Mest. Wendy propped herself up and stood up slowly. Azuma saw the council trash fainted and suddenly felt bored. Is this all that's left? You are such a bunch of rubbish. You are different, little girl. I know you have many famous wizards in fairy tale. With you here, you will definitely be able to attract powerful wizards to please me. Just when Azuma was about to get close to Wendy, a beam of light suddenly shot out. Call out! I saw a silver sword inserted into the ground. Wendy! Ms. Urza! Azuma couldn't hold back her joy at the visitor's arrival. I didn't expect someone to come so soon, the fairy queen. Urza quickly came to Wendy. Are you okay, Wendy, Carla, Lily? We are fine. We just had a slight jolt in the head from the explosion. I feel a little dizzy. Be careful, Miss Urza, this man's magic is very strong and he can release explosions anywhere. Urza looked at Azuma angrily. How dare you hurt my companions? I will return the damage they suffered to you intact. Azuma smiled. Oh? Really? I'm really looking forward to it. The other side. Happy was flying in space with Natsu, and suddenly they found a large number of people appearing on the coast. Found it, Happy, let's go over there. Like. At this time, a large number of Demon Heart members who landed on the island began to rush into the forest as soon as they landed, as if they were looking for something. At this moment, a fireball fell from the sky and landed directly in the center of the hearts of hundreds of demons, raising a cloud of dust. Boom! Wa! At the first encounter, dozens of wizards fainted. The rest of the wizards picked up their weapons and dispersed in an orderly manner, surrounding the inside. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the smoke quickly, with flames wrapped around his hands. He threw a punch and blasted the people in front of him away. If you dare to mess with fairy tale, I'll show you how I'll beat you to pieces. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Boom. Wah! Oh no, it's fairy tale's Fire Dragon, hurry up and report to Master Zankro. Wow! Natsu kept moving among the crowd, taking away almost 4 or 5 people with each punch. The circle they had formed to surround Natsu was instantly disrupted, but the wizards on the other side were not attacked by Natsu. They raised their weapons and deployed magic circles. The various magic circles quickly condensed the magic bullets and released them towards Natsu. Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! Fire Dragon's Roar! Boom! Natsu gathered the flames in his mouth and sprayed them fiercely towards the wizard on the other side. The flames directly burned all the flying magic bullets and took away all the wizards on the other side. The remaining dozens of magicians began to panic when they saw this scene. Monster! How can we fight a monster like this? Run! After one person started running, the rest followed suit. Not that great. You dare to provoke fairy tale like this? You must be tired of living. Like. Happy, stay away, I won't hurt you. Like. Chapter 158. Burn out. Just as the wizards were fleeing frantically, a large ball of black flame suddenly ignited. Ah! All the mages who escaped were turned into ashes by the burning black flames. The remaining wizards stopped and looked ahead tremblingly. Thumbs up! Lord Zankro! Natsu looked at the figures on the rock and roared, aren't they your companions? Why did you kill them? Companions? I don't have any companions who would desert a battlefield. Even the strongest guild doesn't need these losers. Damn it! I'm going to beat you up, you BD. Oh? Really? You're just like those people from the Light Guild I met. They were all big talkers, but in the end they all died under my flames. Then Zankro waved his hand and a black magic circle appeared in front of him, and a large ball of black flames came towards Natsu. Natsu said dismissively, the fire has no effect on me. Then Natsu took a deep breath and found that the flame couldn't be absorbed at all. How is this possible? Why can't I eat this flame? How can a mere dragon slayer possibly consume the flames of God? Don't be so arrogant. Zankro exerted his strength violently, and magic power poured into the magic circle, and suddenly a fierce flame burst out, directly knocking Natsu away. Natsu slowly stood up, still in disbelief. This was the second flame he had been unable to eat so far. Zankro jumped down from the rock and said, "Put away your ignorant and stupid expression. It is wishful thinking for you to eat the flame of God that is superior to the flame of dragon." Flame of God. That's right, the Dragon Slayer magic you practiced is used to defeat dragons, and my God Slayer flame is used to kill gods. I am the Fire Slayer, Zhang Crow. Hi. I don't care about your god destroying or whatever. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Fist of the Flame God. Natsu and Zhang Crow each condensed the dragon flame and the god flame in their hands and swung them fiercely at each other. The moment their fists touched, a large amount of flames gushed out. The black flames and the red flames mixed with gold constantly offset each other. Zhang Crow thought that his divine flame would directly devour the opponent's dragon flame, but the opponent was actually on par with him. The two men suddenly retreated backwards, and Natsu said, "What? I thought it was some powerful flame after what you said. Is this the only magic God taught you? It's not that great." Zhang Crow was a little annoyed by what was said. "UBD, I don't allow you to say that about Lord Hades. Tisk, so your magic was also taught by humans. My flame was taught to me by a real dragon. The dragon you are talking about is the flying lizard." He didn't know where Zhang Crow caught the black lizard. "That's the guy. Igneel is a real dragon. Not a lizard." The fire in both of them suddenly ignited, and the anger in their hearts was ignited by the other's words. Then the two of them suddenly exerted their strength and rushed towards each other. Their fists collided violently again, and then the two of them swung at each other quickly. Flames gradually burned on their bodies, and the flames continued to entangle in the sky, and both wanted to suppress the other. At this time, Natsu suddenly exerted force with his feet, jumped into the air, condensed a large amount of flames in his left and right hands, and then merged the two flames into one. Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. The flame god's roar. Zhang Crow gathered the flames at his mouth, and a huge flame gushed out instantly. Boom! The moment the two flames touched each other, they exploded. The two of them kept sliding behind them, and after stabilizing their bodies, they began to breathe heavily. The previous attack consumed too much of their magic power. Zhang Crow suddenly thought of something, then hooked his finger to signal Natsu to attack. Natsu could not stand such provocation, and condensed the flames under his feet, exerted force with his feet, and rushed towards Zhang Crow as fast as an arrow. Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. Bang! Zhang Crow gathered the god-killing flames in his hands and directly blocked Natsu's attack, his body continuously retreating behind him. Then he grabbed Natsu's arm. "You really are just like the rumors say, you get mad at the slightest provocation. Don't you know how to use such a clumsy method of provoking me? I caught you. How could there be a dragon slayer as stupid as you?" Natsu laughed. "Someone in our guild once said that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are a joke." Zhang Crow laughed and said, "I think you are the joke. You have to have this kind of strength too." Natsu smiled without saying anything, and suddenly a raging flame burned on Natsu's body. "I was the one who caught you." "What?" Natsu flipped his hand suddenly, and it changed from Zhang Crow holding Natsu to Natsu holding Zhang Crow. Natsu pulled with both hands, flames gathered on his knees, and tried to lift his knees. Bang! Crack! A mouthful of bitter water spurted out from Zhang Crow's mouth. Wow! Flames burned on Natsu's body, directly surrounding Zhang Crow. Ah! Zhang Crow suddenly felt his skin being burned. How is it possible? How could I be burned by the dragon's flames? Let me go. But no matter how Zhang Crow struggled, Natsu's hands held him tightly like a pair of pliers. At this moment, Natsu felt that his magic power was rapidly draining away. This? My magic power. On the other side, the Grey team and the Kana team met up and dealt with a group of Demon Heart wizards. Just when they thought this was the end, a large number of wizards appeared out of nowhere around them. Grey angrily said, "Damn it! Where did these guys come from when they fell to the ground? How come they can't finish it? Kana, if this continues, we won't have enough magic power. Lucy, be careful, they are coming. Ice-shape Warhammer. Boom. Open. The gate of Taurus, Taurus. Moo. Under Taurus's giant axe, dozens of people were directly knocked away. As the number of enemies continued to increase, the four were directly surrounded. Leo, oh no, we're trapped. I'll clear a passage for you in a moment, you leave here first. Lucy, no. How can we let you take the risk alone? Suddenly, the soldiers who surrounded them disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. The four of them looked at this scene with confusion on their faces. Gray, what's going on? Why are all those people gone? Chapter 159. These people are no match for you. Let me play with you from now on. Lucy immediately saw a figure standing on the rock in front of her. There. Mountain, goat. Hello ladies and gentlemen, I am Caplico, one of the 7 kin of Purgatory of Demon Heart. Kana looked at the goat above with a serious expression. Lucy, be careful, I feel like there's something wrong with this guy. On the other hand, when Leo heard this name, he always felt like he had heard it somewhere before. What a familiar name. I feel like I've seen this face somewhere before. Gray yelled, don't worry about anything else, just take care of this guy first. Ice-style lancer. Swoosh. Whoosh. Several ice spears flew towards Capriccio, but when they touched Capriccio, they were all blocked outside. How is this possible? My attack didn't cause any damage to him. Caplico said calmly, I thought Fairy Tale would be some very powerful people, but it seems that they are not that great. Then Caplico disappeared instantly, appeared in front of Gray, and threw a punch. Leo simply pulled Gray away and threw a punch as well. Bang! Both of their bodies retreated backwards. You guy, have I seen you somewhere before? Capriccio smiled and said, maybe, but that was in the past. The thunder of fate. Kana threw the card directly, and it turned into lightning and fell down instantly. Boom! Similarly, when the lightning fell on Caplico's side, it was directly blocked outside by an unknown force. Although it's ungentlemanly to do so, we are enemies after all, little girl. Caplico disappeared from where he was and appeared behind Kana. Lucy hurriedly shouted, be careful Kana. What? Bang! Ah! Kana was sent flying in an instant. Open. Gate of Ares, Ares. Ares, save Kana. Hey! A ball of white cotton floated directly to the front and caught Kana. Lucy hurried to Kana's side and helped her up. Are you okay, Kana? I saw that Kana had fainted. Anger immediately surged in the three of them. UBD. Ice shape, ice holy sword. Gray rushed directly towards Caplico and kept swinging the ice blade in his hand. But Caplico dodged them all. Damn it, how can I miss the target? I also feel powerless. Caplico kicked out directly, and Gray formed an ice shield, but his foot was shattered the moment it touched the ice shield. Gray's figure kept sliding backwards. Leo concentrated his magic power in his hands, emitting a dazzling light. Lion Star Attack. Roar. The light magic took the form of a lion and headed towards Capriccio. But this time Caplico dodged. Boom. Ice shape, ice cannon. Gray steadied himself and quickly cast magic, and a cannon appeared in his hand. A powerful ice and snow cannonball shot out. Bang! But when it still touched Caplico, it was directly offset. What kind of magic is this? Why does our magic have no effect on him? At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared on both sides of Caplico and swept his feet fiercely. Bang! Caplico crossed his arms and slid backwards. Ergo! 3 cats! Sanmao, are you all right? Ergo and I were dealing with a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers and came over to check when we heard some noise. Gray, just in time. Be careful, this goat is quite strong. Caplico slowly stood up and dusted himself off. There are 2 more of them. The number of people is a bit disadvantageous to me. Come out, my slave. Sanjayasan, the hero of Rubencaludo, Samakan, the hunter of Belbarasso. 2 magic circles appeared in front of Caplico, and soon 2 figures emerged from the magic circles. One is a general holding a broadsword and resembles Guan Yu, and the other is a hunter holding a hunting bow. Kill them! After receiving the order, Sanjay Asan rushed towards the 3 cats and 2 dogs quickly with a big knife in hand. A knife was slashed out quickly, and the 2 dogs and 3 cats hurriedly dodged. Just as Gray and Leo were about to rush forward to help, Caplico appeared in front of them. Damn it, since magic has no effect on him, let's fight in close combat. Then the two of them started fighting with Caplico directly. Open! Sagittarius Gate, Sagittarius! This is Sagittarius, Moses! Darius attacked them. Then Darius drew his bow and 6 arrows appeared from it. 6 stars in a row. 6 arrows flew quickly towards Caplico and Sanjayasan respectively. At this moment, 6 arrows were shot from the other side, directly shooting down Darius 6 arrows. Darius looked at the other party in surprise. He never expected that the other party had someone with such superb archery skills, which was not inferior to his own at all. At this moment, there was a noise in the distance, and the serious tree standing on the island collapsed. Lucy and the others suddenly discovered that their magic power was beginning to fade. My magic power! Without the support of magic power, Sagittarius also turned into a point of light and dissipated in the air. The people who were fighting paused, and a feeling of powerlessness surged in their hearts. Capriccio punched Grey, who had lost his strength. Leo stood in front of Grey, but the powerful force made them both fly backwards. The 2 dogs and 3 cats had little magic power to begin with, so it wasn't a big impact, but they still felt a little uncomfortable. Sanyaosan swung his sword quickly and forced the 2 men back. The 2 men without magic power did not dare to fight against Sanyaosan, who was armed. On the other side, Myra and others were waiting in the camp, but they didn't see anyone coming. However, there were constant explosions around them, and no one could calm down. Then Juvia went to look for her Lord Grey, Lysina and Myra went to look for Elfman, leaving Akariga alone in the camp. At this time, a figure appeared and walked into Fairy Tale's camp. This should be their gathering place, but why is there no one here? If you don't complete what President Hades ordered, you will be criticized again when you return. Suddenly a voice came from behind Cain. Who are you? Cain immediately turned around and saw a long knife lying in front of him. Gurgle. You are not from Fairy Tale, are you? Turtle Dove asked curiously. Oh? Why do you think so? Chapter 160. Your eyes are wrong. I have only seen your eyes on people like us. So you are not from Fairy Tale, you are from the dark. We are all companions. Can you put away the knife first? It's scary. Cain said as he moved Turtle Dove's knife away with his hand. By the way, how did you get here? This place should only be known to our president and the people in Fairy Tale. Did you follow them? You're amazing. How did you manage to avoid being discovered by them? Their leader Makarov is one of the 10 saints after all. Also, where are all the people here? Did you kill them all? But I don't think I saw any bodies. Did you hide them? I've been talking for so long, can you at least answer me? Turtle Dove said slowly, I came here on their boat. Oh, so you came here on their ship. That's great. I wanted to do the same, but I came here on our airship. Wait, you said you came here on their ship. Are you in cahoots with them? The Turtle Dove said jokingly, oh, you just realized it now, you are really stupid. Cain stepped back, damn it. How dare you deceive me? I will make you my puppet. Powerful push. Cain exerted force with his palm. Bang! The palm hit Banjia's knife, and the huge force made Banjia retreat a few steps backwards. Oh? You're really ungentlemanly. You're so angry now. The strength is pretty good too. Turtle Dove moved quickly towards Cain and slashed with the long sword in his hand. Bang! Turtle Dove's long sword slashed across Cain's body, making a metallic collision sound. Cain was seen holding a doll in his hand with a hair stuck in the doll's head, and Cain's body had turned into steel. Weapons are useless to me in this state. Cain exerted force on his feet and rushed towards Turtle Dove quickly. Turtle Dove dodged and a flash of knife came down in an instant. Sword flash! Wow! The sword flashed, leaving a sword mark on Cain's body in an iron posture. Cain instantly exited his steel form. How, is it possible that my steel is broken? Turtle Dove smiled and said, it's just steel. I can break any solid object into pieces. You can go die now. Moonless style Yaksha sky flash. Call out. The knife slid smoothly, and Banjia slowly put the long knife into the scabbard. A bloody streak appeared on Kane's neck. Thump! The turtle dove slowly returned to its original position and sat cross-legged in meditation. Elfman. At this time, the two were being chased by a huge monster. Elfman shouted, "What kind of monster is this? Is this the indigenous people on the island that the president mentioned? This is too exaggerated." Evergreen, "I don't think so. This is a bit too brutal. Think of a solution quickly, Elfman. If you keep going like this you'll run out of strength." "What can I do? This is too huge. Can't you just use your petrifying eye to petrify it?" "I would like to, but my petrifying eyes have no effect on creatures other than humans." Then Elfman stopped. "Receive the soul of the Beast King. If the boss saw me like this, he would probably die of laughter. Let's see who is the beast. Shave Beast King charge." Bang! Elfman used all his strength and slid on the ground for dozens of meters before finally stopping the huge monster. Fairy machine gun, fairy! Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! A large number of small light spots quickly moved towards the huge monster, but the light spots had no effect on the monster. "Damn it, my attacks have no effect on it." At this time, a voice came from above. "Ha ha ha, this is really funny." The two looked in the direction of the voice and found a gentleman wearing glasses. And this person was standing on top of this huge monster. Evergreen immediately understood. "Did you summon this monster?" "Pa pa pa, congratulations to this beautiful lady, you guessed it right." Then Evergreen also noticed the emblem on the other person's body. "What is this emblem? Are you from the Devil's Heart?" "Let me introduce myself. I am one of the 7 kin of Purgatory of Demon Heart. My name is Rusty Rose. And this is my most proud masterpiece, my guardian beast, Barracudas of the Wind." Elfman shouted, "So you were the ones who invaded Tianlang Island. Damn it, you are the ones who disturbed my S-class promotion exam." As he said this, Beast King Elfman leaped up. "Since you are summoning wizards, your weakness is your own selves. Go to hell." Elfman threw a punch with all his might. Rusty Rose lowered her head, her eyes shining in the sunlight, and the corners of her mouth slowly rose. "Golden shield." Rusty Rose's arm instantly turned into a huge shield. Bang! A huge reaction force was transmitted into Elfman's body, and he felt numb all over. What? How could it be? Black sword. The arm that turned into a shield transformed into a pitch-black claw again. He swung it fiercely at Elfman, who blocked it with his arms crossed, but was instantly knocked away by the opponent's huge force. Alba Green saw this and flew towards Elfman in a hurry. Pegasus wings. 2 pairs of wings suddenly grew out of Rusty Rose's calves. "Fly quickly to Evergreen. So you care about him so much, then you can stay with him." Rusty Rose raised his leg and a jet device instantly appeared on his leg. Bang! Under the effect of the jet, his right leg chopped down violently and kicked directly into Evergreen's back. Ah! Evergreen! Fortunately, Elfman made a timely save and prevented Evergreen from crashing into the ground. "Pa pa pa, what a touching couple." Elfman helped Evergreen rise. "Well enough. It's okay, but I feel like my internal organs are a little injured." Elfman directly protected Evergreen behind him. "You leave here quickly and go find the boss. I will stop him here." Evergreen shouted, "Why are you trying to be brave at this moment? You are no match for him. I can do it." "You." Rusty Rose couldn't bear to listen any longer. Okay, both of you, none of you can leave today. Go ahead, Barracudas." The monster disappeared in an instant and reappeared behind the two of them, blocking their way. "You will all die here." Chapter 161. Damn it, the last road is blocked, what kind of magic is this? Rusty Rose looked at the two of them with a haughty expression. "Can you really understand what I am telling you, stupid people?" Elfman looked at Rusty Rose, who looked down on him, and anger suddenly surged in his heart. "What did you say?" Rusty Rose didn't care about Elfman's roar at all. In his eyes, Elfman was just a weak ant. "This is the magic that is closest to the abyss of magic. I can create anything I want just through my imagination. Unfortunately, this magic has very serious side effects." "Ah! What a sad fate this is for me. But this problem can be solved soon. As long as we find Ziref, everything will be different. A new era of magic will begin again, and the order and rules of the world will be rewritten. This is the world of big magic. But this is even more tragic for you. You are just weak ants. It is impossible for you to survive in this new world with your strength. Evergreen asked in confusion, the great magic world. What kind of world is that? It's a world where only the strong can survive, a world where there is only magic. And those who cannot use magic will be eliminated in the river of history. Then Ziref will become the king of the world and rule the entire magic world. All those without magic power will be eliminated, and that place will be the wizard's paradise. Ah! I have been looking forward to that time, always. Ha 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 ha! Elfman roared, don't you know that most of the people in this world are ordinary people? At this time, magic was not very popular in the world of Eslanden. In some larger towns, magic was not even completely popularized, not to mention those villages, big and small. They were afraid and even disgusted by these unknown powers. It was in such a village that Elfman and his sisters were brought out by Yaang. Although he hated those villagers at that time, this cruelty disappeared when he grew up. Rusty Rose continued, so what? We can just kill most of them. They can't survive in the great magic world. Death is the best destination for them. You won't succeed. Although I can't stop you, it's because I'm not strong enough, but my boss won't let the world you talk about come to this world. This world should be diverse. The existence of a living thing is reasonable. Without those people, the world will not be able to function and will eventually perish. There's no need for that at all. Magic can replace everything. Magic is the power of miracles. There is nothing that magic cannot do. It is useless to tell you this. You don't understand how great Master Ziref is. What you are afraid of is that your current life will change. The trend of the greater magic world cannot be stopped, and the guild will be lost in the river of history. The meaning of your so-called guild and the ridiculous bond between your companions will no longer exist. I won't allow you to laugh at the purpose of the guild's existence. The companions in our guild need each other, rely on each other, and trust each other. Wizards provide help, and ordinary people provide rewards. This trust accumulated bit by bit constitutes this world. This is how the guild was born. Rusty Rose shook her head helplessly, alas, I've told you so much, but you still don't understand. That's right. It's not your fault. You have never even approached the demonic abyss, so you don't understand the power of Ziref. If I'm not mistaken, the boss you mentioned is the man named Yaang. Maybe he has been killed by Lord Hades now. Besides, Ziref has been revived. No one can be a match for Master Ziref. Elfman smiled and said, although the boss said that Ziref is in a sealed state, I don't know how strong Ziref is. But you said that your Demon Heart's president Hades would definitely not be a match for my boss. This era is called Yaang. Dark Flow. At this moment, a huge dark claw suddenly appeared behind Barakushas. It swung down fiercely, and the huge Barakushas was torn to pieces by the claw. Elfman! Brother Elfman! Elfman heard the sound and turned to look. Sister Myra, Lysina! Myra and Lysina flew directly in front of Elfman and others. Everyone, are you okay? Evergreen, luckily you guys arrived in time or we would have died here. At this moment, Rusty Rose saw that his guardian beast had died and his expression suddenly became crazy. How dare you? Boom! A huge amount of magical power emanated from Rusty Rose's body. Myra came directly in front of the few people and protected them behind her. Rusty Rose rushed towards them with a crazy look on his face, his hands turned into giant steel claws and swung at them fiercely. Myra rushed forward, transformed into the soul of Satan, her devilish claws clenched tightly into fists, and she threw a punch. Bang! The powerful force directly knocked Rusty Rose back. In the astonished face of Rusty Rose, Myra condensed the dark energy in her hands, and suddenly a huge energy was lifted high into the air by Myra. Boom! Rusty Rose turned his arm into a shield and rushed out of the smoke. He looked at Myra Jane with a serious expression. From the attack just now, he felt that this woman's strength was no weaker than his own. Finally, someone decent has arrived. Myra looked down at Rusty Rose, the anger on her face no longer contained. Then Myra rushed towards Rusty Rose, gathering the power of darkness in her hands. Boom! Rusty Rose saw the other party rushing towards him and dodged directly. Myra punched the ground hard, and the ground shattered instantly. Then he turned around suddenly, and the tail behind him swept quickly. Rusty Rose materialized a golden shield in front of him to block the sweep of the tail. But the huge force had already forced him to retreat continuously. This disparity in power was unacceptable to him, who was already proud. Then two jet devices appeared on his calves, and his speed suddenly increased, rushing towards Myra quickly. His arm materialized into a giant steel knife and swung it down fiercely. Myra turned sideways and the giant knife brushed past Myra's body and hit the ground. The flying debris forced Myra to retreat continuously. Chapter 162. Rusty Rose materialized a giant cannon barrel from his arm. A large amount of energy is concentrated at the muzzle. Bang! A powerful energy beam burst out from the muzzle. Myra concentrated the energy in her hands, and a powerful black shock wave emerged. Soul Exterminator. The two energies collided with each other in an instant, and the powerful force generated a wind wave that blew away all the surrounding trees. Myra took the opportunity to rush towards the smoke, and Rusty Rose looked at the smoke in front of her vigilantly. Suddenly a figure flew out quickly, and Myra punched Rusty Rose's steel shield hard. Rusty Rose slid for several meters before steadying himself. The Undead of Blydia. A large number of undead emerged from behind Rusty Rose, directly covering Myra, Elfman, and others. Elfman exclaimed, "What is this? It gives me a very bad feeling. Evergreen, it felt like something was coming out of my body." Lysina fell into a coma. Myra saw this and quickly rushed towards Rusty Rose, and all the surrounding undead rushed towards Myra. Full body reception, Demon Shutley. Myra Jane had golden protective armor on her ears and chin, her white hair had become curly and long, and she was wearing a devilish dark blue outfit and a black cloak. Hellfire! Wow! The dark red flames instantly ignited the surrounding undead, and the overwhelming undead were all burned to ashes in an instant. Rusty Rose saw the other party rushing towards him, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Emerge! Tower of the Empire! Boom! The ground shook violently, and a circular beam of light appeared under Myra's feet. A tall tower rose from the ground and directly wrapped Myra inside. Go to hell, you woman! Boom! A shining light burst out from the tower, immediately causing a violent explosion. As expected, you are the winner in the end, ha 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 ha. Elfman looked at the huge hole left in front of him, and his sister disappeared. I was stunned on the spot. Elder sister. Your sister died because of your weakness. Don't worry, I will send you down with me. Rusty Rose said as he transformed his arm into a cannon barrel, gathering energy into it. Don't thank me, this is what I should do. Soul Curse. A dark red energy shock wave suddenly appeared in the sky. Seeing that the other party was not dead, Rusty Rose turned the turret towards the sky. Wow! After the dark red shock wave touched the opponent's energy beam, it directly crushed the opponent's energy back with overwhelming advantage. Dark red energy instantly covered Rusty Rose. Boom! The energy fell to the ground and continued to spread around, blowing Elfman and his companions away, leaving a large pit with a diameter of about 50 m on the ground. Myra dropped from the air with a gasp, exiting the receiving mode. This blow exhausted almost all of her magic power, and Rusty Rose lay in the pit, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. Yaang! As Yaang waved his hand, the surrounding smoke dissipated instantly. Yaang and Makarov appeared in front of Hades intact. Hades looked a little solemn. You little brat, I underestimated you. You do have some skills. Yes, I overestimated you. Your ability doesn't seem to be that good. And you disturbed us on our way home, old man. Call out. Yaang turned into golden light and disappeared in an instant, appearing beside Hades. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light? Light speed kick. Shadow of eternal darkness. Boom. Yaang kicked directly on the black barrier released by Hades. Click, click, crack. The black barrier suddenly shattered, and in Hades' astonished eyes, Yaang kicked directly into Hades' body. Hades flew backwards instantly and hit the rock wall hard. Yaang raised his hand, condensed the energy at his fingertips, and a shining golden cross appeared between his fingers. Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! Hades raised his hand and a black magic circle appeared in front of him. A large amount of dark energy surged out and collided with Yaang's golden light. Boom! 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 Yaang turned into golden light and disappeared. Hades looked around vigilantly but did not see Yaang. At this time, Yaang was in the air, and golden light was constantly condensing on his fingertips. After Hades felt the energy fluctuations, he looked up and found Yaang. Hades raised his hand and the dark power gathered in his palm. Dark wave. Flash. Wow! The moment the two energies, one light and one dark, touched each other, they condensed into a huge sphere. Boom! The two repulsive forces exploded instantly, and a mushroom cloud rose from the ground. Hades waved his hand, and several magic circles appeared behind him. A chain flew out of each magic circle and rushed towards Yaang in the air. Yaang gathered the clouds of heaven and cut off the flying chains one by one. Then he activated the armament haki, and the shining aimcun was instantly covered in black. Yaang swung down fiercely, and a black sword energy tens of meters long quickly fell towards Hades. Hades moved to the other side instantly, and Yaang's sword energy fell into the ground, directly cutting out a deep gully, and a large amount of sea water poured into it. Hades waved his hand, and Yaang was directly surrounded by the magic circle. Hades quickly constructed a magic circle. Seeing this, Yaang fired several golden lights in succession, directly destroying Hades' magic circle. But Hades had already anticipated this situation, so the magic circle inside was just a cover, and the real magic circle was in the outer circle. Makarov was surprised when he saw it. Double construction. Is there really anyone in this world who can do this? Those who can use the double construction all have extremely deep attainments in magic and are supported by powerful magic. At this time, after Yaang broke through a layer of magic circle, a larger magic circle surrounded him. Amaterasu Zero type. Boom! It was infinitely more powerful than the previous 100 styles, and the entire Sirius Island was shocked. The residual force of the explosion turned the surrounding area within a radius of 100 meters into dust. Makarov held on and concentrated his remaining magic power in his hands. You deserve to die. Prect. Hades looked at Makarov with disdain. Are you planning to die with me? Ridiculous. Dark Wave. Chapter 163. Call out. Boom. Yaang's figure appeared in front of the two people, and they both looked at Yaang in shock. Makarov exclaimed, You okay, brat? Old man, you really underestimate me. How can such a small amount of damage defeat me? Hades also had to re-evaluate the young man in front of him, who was far stronger than he thought. Snap! 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 A sudden applause broke the silence at the moment. It's amazing that he didn't take much damage after being hit by the President's Zero. Several people looked over when they heard the sound. Why did you come down here, Blue Note? The man in front of him had black hair in a long braid, some stubble, a pointed nose, sideburns that had grown to his cheeks, a white coat, and the guild emblem tattooed on his left arm. Came to Hades very casually. President Hades, it's too boring in there. I can't let you enjoy the fun outside alone. I also want to see how powerful this man who is known as the strongest wizard of the contemporary era is. Are you qualified enough to be crushed by me? Makarov looked at the man in front of him and immediately recognized his identity. Who are you? Be careful, brat. This guy is a powerful wizard who is known for leaving no grass growing wherever he goes. He once single-handedly annihilated the Blue Dragon Company led by Lieutenant Colonel Jura in the Kabylia War. Ha ha ha, I am really honored to be recognized by the famous President Makarov. However, annihilating that Blue Dragon Company is not a record worth showing off to me. Being able to kill you, or the person next to you, may be the greatest achievement of my life. What do you mean, President Hades? How about giving me the position of President of Demon Heart when the time comes? Hades glanced at Blue Note calmly. Wait until you can really do it. Yaang looked at the rebellious Blue Note and sneered, Old man, some of your members are rebellious, and you just keep him in your guild like this. It doesn't matter. In the heart of the devil, strength is everything. Anyway, they are not as strong as me. As long as I am alive, they will always be in my palm. Swoosh, so now you are ready to fight 2-on-1. At this time, Makarov forced himself to stand up. Brat, I'll help you hold Blue Note back, you focus on dealing with Prect. No, old man, you should just concentrate on resting. If anything goes wrong, everyone in the guild will be furious. Don't worry, even if the two of them come together, I'm not afraid at all. One is death, two are also death, it's the same. Blue Note had never been looked down upon like this before, and his expression immediately turned unfriendly. What an arrogant brat you are! I will crush your bones bit by bit and see if you can still say such words. Boom! A powerful magical force suddenly burst out, and the pressure around it suddenly increased. Gravity suppression. Yaang looked at Blue Note calmly. Yaang squeezed his hands and sensed the changes around him. Is it gravity magic? It's really rare. At this moment, Blue Note exerted force with his feet, and his body broke through the air and rushed towards Yaang quickly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Yaang, condensing a gravity ball in his hand. Go to hell, you arrogant brat! At this moment, Yaang turned his head and looked at Blue Note, who immediately felt something was wrong. There was a flash of golden light, and Yaang disappeared instantly. He appeared behind Blue Note and kicked him hard, embedding Blue Note directly into the ground. Boom! Ka! Hades could not help but sneer at this. Foolish, you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength? This kid has been able to fight with me until now without being defeated. Although his strength is not greater than mine, he has also glimpsed the depths of the magic abyss. Yaang also suddenly mocked, Stinky old man, your vice president is not good enough. Hades nodded, how about you become my vice president, and when the great magic world comes, I can let fairy tales survive in this world. The world of great magic will never come, and there is no world of great magic in this world. Hades shook his head, with your and my strength, I thought you could feel the existence of the great magic world, but it turns out you are as pedantic as the rest of the world. Ha 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 ha, I don't even know who is being pedantic. Crash! Blue Note stood up from the pile of rocks with an angry look on his face. You damn brat! I'm going to make you pay. Extreme gravity field. Wow! The ground around him sank instantly, and the ground beneath Yaang's feet shattered due to the huge gravitational field. Although this gravity did not cause any harm to Yaang, it still had some impact on his movements. Then Yaang directly started to transform into elements, isolating all external forces. Blue Note clenched his fist and smashed it directly at Yaang, and the gravity pressure increased sharply under the acceleration. The sunken ground around Yaang suddenly sank into a huge pit. But Blue Note saw that Yaang was still fearless and was not affected by the gravity field at all. Impossible, why aren't you affected by my gravity at all? Who knows? Maybe you're just too weak. Damn it brat! Blue Note waved his hand and all the surrounding rubble and trees floated up and flew towards Yaang. However, what Blue Note didn't expect was that all the stones passed through Yaang's body without causing any harm to him. Light element. I see. That's why I was wondering why my gravity field had no effect on you. It turns out you have been transforming your body into light element. But how long can you hold on? Elementalization will greatly consume your magic power. Oh, and then what? Yaang looked indifferent. This made Blue Note feel like his fist was hitting cotton, very powerless. Then Blue Note raised his hand, and a dark purple magic circle appeared in front of him, and a large number of black balls poured out of the magic circle. With Blue Note's control, all of them rushed towards Yaang. Yaang raised his finger, and golden light continued to shoot out from his fingertips. Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! 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 All attacks were blocked by Yaang. Yaang appeared next to Blue Note with a flash of golden light. Seeing this, Blue Note deployed a magic barrier. Yaang condensed golden light under his feet and shattered Blue Note's barrier with one kick. Chapter 164. Blue Note used the force to retreat backwards, and a gravity ball instantly condensed in his hand. With a wave of his hand, it flew quickly towards Yaang. Yaang kicked out, and the gravity ball quickly flew back towards Blue Note. Blue Note flashed slightly, and the gravity ball fell to the ground, and a smooth round pit appeared on the ground instantly. At this time, Blue Note pointed his hand towards the sky, and a magical power suddenly surged into the sky. For a moment, the surrounding dark clouds continued to condense towards this side under the control of gravity. As Blue Note waved his hand downward, raindrops containing Blue Note's magic power quickly fell to the ground. Yaang waved his hand, and the big golden hand directly wrapped Makarov and Yaang, isolating the raindrops outside. The surrounding ground became dilapidated under the action of raindrops. Yaang raised his hand and condensed the golden light. Flash! Wow! The powerful shock wave directly shattered the dark clouds in the sky. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew, and all the surrounding wind and matter went towards Blue Note. I saw that Branot concentrated gravity in front of him to form a black ball, like a small black hole, attracting all the surrounding matter. Super gravity ball. Golden light condensed at Yaang's fingertips. Call out. The moment the golden light approached the black hole, it was sucked into it. Ha ha ha. No matter what material is, it cannot escape the attraction of gravity. Your light cannot escape either. Yaang directly condensed golden light into an arm and inserted it into the ground to prevent himself from being sucked in by gravity. Arrogant little brat, I told you I would crush all your bones. Repent in the gravity. Yaang looked indifferent, leaving an arm condensed with light energy to protect Makarov. He rushed towards the gravity ball quickly, gathering the Aimkun cloud in his hand. Arm. Hegemonic color entanglement. Crack. Suddenly, black lightning appeared around Aim no Murakumo. Hades looked at this magic that he had never seen before and observed it very carefully. Blue Note was still immersed in his own fantasy. He didn't think anyone could escape his gravity ball. Yaang controlled Aim Murakami to spin at high speed, then jumped up, condensed golden light under his feet, and kicked Aim Murakami on the hilt of the sword. Call out. With this powerful kick, Aim no Murakami broke through the air and directly penetrated the gravity ball. The gravity ball suddenly cracked, emitting a dazzling light, and then the gravity ball continued to expand, directly sucking Blue Note into it. Click, click, click. The collision of the two forces directly broke the wall of space, and a powerful suction force directly sucked the two energies into it, and everything returned to calm. Now you're the only one left, Hades. Snap. 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 Amazing. The magic you used is something I have never heard of in all my years of life. But don't think you are invincible just because you defeated Brino. At this moment, the Sirius tree collapsed, and Makarov and Yaang instantly felt their magic power rapidly draining away. Makarov, how? The other side. Change your outfit, Heavenly Wheel armor. Heavenly Wheel dizzying sword. Swoosh. 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 A large amount of energy swords were released, Azuma directly merged into the trees, and the energy swords were directly inserted into the trees. In the blink of an eye Azuma appeared from another tree and waved his hand, causing Urza's body to explode instantly. Urza crossed her arms and kept moving backwards. Leaf sword. A large number of leaves, controlled by Azuma, continuously attack Urza's armor. Branch sword. The branches beside Urza spread wildly, directly sending Urza flying. Boom! Bang! Urza's sword straight into the sky from the pit. Change your outfit, lightning armor. Urza's speed and destructive power were instantly greatly increased, and with a flash of lightning, she rushed directly towards Azuma. Azuma merged into the tree again and disappeared. Urza took the Thunder Emperor's spear and smashed the thick branches directly. He saw Azuma emerging from the tree and turned suddenly in an instant. Azuma looked at Urza rushing towards him and quickly dodged to the side. The branch was directly pierced. Azuma waved his hand and the branch exploded instantly. Urza quickly put on the diamond armor and deployed the barrier in front of her to block the impact of the explosion. Urza held a shield in her left hand and a hammer in her right hand, and rushed towards Azuma, smashing him down hard with the hammer. Azuma hid in the tree and avoided the attack. He did this several times and almost all the branches around him were broken. Damn it, my explosion didn't do any damage to this armor. And how come you haven't consumed much magic power or physical strength wearing such a heavy armor? Of course. Since this armor was shattered last time, we have not been able to find the right metal to rebuild it. It was not until I defeated Oration Cease that I obtained the metal for making Nirvana, and I put it into this armor. So this armor has the ability to absorb the opponent's magic power. Almost all of the energy from the explosions you released was absorbed by the armor and fed back to me. What? So you've been using my magic to fight me? That's right. Ha ha ha, very good, you are indeed an opponent that I recognize, but now it's time to prepare for your doomsday. The roar of the earth. Bang! Azuma clapped his hands violently, and the entire ground in front of him began to shake and crack, emitting dazzling golden light. Urza quickly deployed a magic shield to protect herself. Boom! But Urza didn't feel the impact of the explosion, and looked behind him with a confused look on his face. The explosion just now came from behind him. What came into view was wisps of thick smoke rising from under the Sirius tree. Squeak! Boom! The entire Sirius tree began to tilt continuously until it collapsed. Urza looked at Azuma with a puzzled look on her face. What are you doing? You'll find out soon enough. Suddenly Urza realized that his magic power was rapidly draining away. How is it possible, my magic? What on earth did you do? Azuma looked at Urza with a playful look on his face. Didn't your president tell you that once a fairy tale wizard approaches this place, the emblem on his body will be connected to the Sirius tree? When one prospers, all prosper, when one suffers, all suffer. So the fall of the Sirius tree will cause your magic to disappear along with it. Because Urza lost her magic power, the little magic power she had left was not enough to support the diamond armor, and she immediately returned to her original state. He lay on the ground helplessly, staring at Azuma intently. Don't look at me like that. The strong prey on the weak. You, fairy tale, have prevented the advent of the great magic world, so you must pay the corresponding price. Chapter 165. The Other Side. Except for Leo, 3 cats, and 2 dogs, all the others including Lucy lay powerlessly on the ground. Grey, what's going on? My magic power is running out. Leo yelled, what happened to everyone? Lucy, I don't know, suddenly, my magic power disappeared. Why, you 3, there's nothing wrong. Ergo said solemnly, no, our magic power is almost exhausted, but we usually use up our magic power every time during training, and we have basically adapted to this state of magic power deficit. 3 cats, that's right, the boss said that we need to be prepared for all situations, and the wizard's lack of magic power is one of his weaknesses. So we have almost overcome the state of magic power deficit, but we are still a little uncomfortable. Leo also looked confused, I'm not sure about this, but I don't seem to be affected at all. Caprico shook his head and said, it seems that Azuma is also in trouble. It's really embarrassing, but this is completely unnecessary for me. It won't take me much effort to deal with these guys. Since it has already happened, there is no need for me to play with you anymore. I've been in this body for far too long, and this isn't the body I want. You said we've met before somewhere, of course we have, but not here but in the celestial spirit world. Suddenly Leo recalled a memory, and the other person's appearance overlapped with the memory. I remember. You are Capricorn Caplico. But I remember you were supposed to be Lucy's celestial spirit. Why are you here? Who is your master? Master? I don't have a master. If I do have one, I am my own master. But things have come to this point, and I have nothing to hide. I am not the Caplico you know. I became like this because I used the lost magic of human subordination. This magic can weaken the strength and magical power of humans, but lost magic always has its drawbacks, and the drawback of human subordination is that it cannot be released on creatures other than humans. Once released, it will merge with that creature. Leo was shocked. What? So you're not Cablico? Let me introduce myself again. I am one of the 7 kin of Purgatory, a dark guild. My real name is Zaldeo. Come to think of it, I have seen you when you were little. It was your mother, Lucy, who personally handed me the key to Capricorn. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain this powerful force so easily. Although I have lost my human body, it is all gone. I will have a new body. It's you, Golden Leo. I have wanted your body for many years. I have been looking for you for so many years, and finally I found you. Lucy said in disbelief, how could this happen? Why would my mother give the keys to someone like you? Impossible. What do you know about what happened back then? You look just like your mother, a real beauty. Because of this body, I have lost my human desires. Don't worry, I will enjoy you well before I kill you. Leo, 3 cats and 2 dogs came directly in front of Lucy. 3 cats, you are neither a human nor a sheep. You look taller with 2 pairs of sheep horns on your head, right? If Laozi doesn't beat the shit out of you, I'll take your last name today. 2 humans who have lost their magic power dare to act rashly. Sanya Asan, Samakam, kill them. Sanjayasan leaped up, and chopped down fiercely with the magic power of the long sword in his hand. Boom! The 3 of them dodged hurriedly, and at this moment, 3 arrows came towards them quickly. Ergu and Sanmao used paper painting to avoid the attack, and Leo directly defeated the arrows with a punch. Leo, I'll leave this goat to you. Once the 2 of us have dealt with these 2, we'll come help you. Be careful, you don't have any magic power now, don't fight head on. Capriccio flashed and instantly appeared beside Leo, and punched him. Leo slightly tilted his body to avoid Capriccio's attack. Your human subordination can only weaken the strength of mankind, and I will not be affected by you in any way. That's why you dodged my attack. I think you just neutralized their weakened attack, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you. Leo threw a fierce punch, and Capriccio caught Leo's fist with one hand. He exerted force with his feet, hung upside down in the air, and kicked hard downwards. Leo raised his hand and pressed Capriccio's knee, using the force to dodge to the side. Come out, 5-star generals! Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in front of them, and 5 warriors armed with weapons rushed out. These are all puppets that I enslaved. Who said that only humans can enslave celestial spirits? Celestial spirits can also enslave humans. Leo said angrily, you just occupied Capriccio's body. All this happened because of you. The glory of the Lion King. A golden magic circle unfolded under Leo's feet, and suddenly a dazzling golden light flashed. The 5 warriors that appeared were all stimulated by the dazzling golden light and closed their eyes. Leo's hands condensed with golden light, and he rushed forward and directly defeated the 5 people. At this moment, Capriccio appeared beside Leo and caught you. Not good. Suddenly, Leo felt that his surroundings became dark, and there was only a strange voice in his ears. Your body is finally mine. Humanity subordinate magic human daylight. Suddenly Capriccio and Leo stood still. Lucy looked panicked and said, Leo, oh. Are you okay, Leo? Thump. At this time, Capriccio slowly fell to the ground, and Leo's skin instantly turned purple. Leo slowly raised his eyes and stood up straight. Ha 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 ha. I finally have a human body. He turned to look at Lucy and said, so, you are my master now. As long as I kill you, I can become a complete human being. But I said, I will enjoy myself before I kill you. Ha 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 ha. The 3 cats and 2 dogs rushed over and swept their feet fiercely. Mistfoot tiger roar. Mistfoot. Roaring sky. The 2 air blades formed into a fierce tiger and a divine dog, and pounced on Capriccio swiftly. Capriccio gathered purple light in his hand and punched out. Boom! He directly defeated the 2 air blades, knocked the 2 dogs and 3 cats away and slammed them hard against the wall. No one will bother us now. Chapter 166. Suddenly, Capriccio stood up and came to Leo. He gathered his magic power into his fist and punched Leo hard in the abdomen, knocking Zaldeo out of Leo's body. Sorry, Leo, I used a little too much force. Leo held his stomach and stood up. If you don't use force, you won't be able to beat him out of my body. Zaldeo looked at Capriccio in disbelief. Why, as my celestial spirit, why did you betray me? Caplico wiped his fist and said, have you forgotten that I have already signed a celestial spirit contract with Miss Lucy? If Lady Layla's offspring embarks on the path of a wizard like her, then I will always protect her. So my master has always been Miss Lucy, so how can there be any betrayal? Zaldeo was shocked when he heard this. Damn it, how could this be possible? Suddenly Zaldeo's body began to slowly break apart. No. My body. No, I don't want to die yet. No. Capriccio, this is the consequence of breaking the taboo. You have occupied my body for many years and committed many evil deeds. This is now your punishment. Caplico slowly walked to Lucy and knelt on one knee. I'm late, Miss Lucy. Now that I see you have grown up, I think Lady Layla will be pleased in heaven. Then Caplico gave his key to Lucy and returned to the celestial spirit world. Lucy looked at the key in her hand, thought of her mother, and tears slowly flowed down her face. The other side. Makarov felt his magic power draining away and fell to the ground helplessly. Damn it! How could this happen? Hades said slowly, the giant Sirius tree that stands in the center of Sirius Island will protect all those with the fairy tale tattoo. In order to prevent them from being sacrificed, it has the property of increasing their magic power. But once the trees are destroyed, the fairy tale wizards will continue to be deprived of their magic power. I'll tell you this, kid. Makarov's face looked very ugly. The second-generation president, Hito, didn't know much more than him. Hades looked at Yaang and said, although you are indeed powerful, anyone who prevents the arrival of the great magic world must die. I have played this game with you for so long, and it is time to end it. Makarov said in despair, it's over, it's all over. The reason why Makarov chose this place for the assessment was because there were too many people and he was afraid that he would not be able to take care of everyone in time, so he chose Sirius Island, which could protect the guild members, as the place for the assessment. But who would have thought that the mechanism to protect the guild would become a weapon to kill them? At this time, Yaang's voice sounded. Don't be afraid, old man. I'm here with you. Don't worry, everything is fine. Makarov's eyes suddenly widened. Yeah, I almost forgot about you little brat. You little brat, why don't you give me some strength? If you delay any longer, we're all going to die here. Yes, I will drive them away right away. Hades looked at Yaang with a puzzled look. Little ghost, why are you not affected by the Sirius tree? Me? Yes, my magic power is indeed disappearing, but who told you that I just used magic power? What? Not magic? Hades looked at Yaang in surprise. I see. It seems that I really haven't seen through this world. Now that I think about it, your attack just now did not contain any magical fluctuations. It's an unknown force. I really want to study it. You want to study it? It's simple. I'll give it to you right away. Call out. Shadow of eternal darkness. Boom. After Yaang was released, his figure turned into golden light and appeared directly in front of Hades, with a cross of golden light condensing under his feet. Light speed kick. Bang. Crack. Hades' barrier was shattered instantly, and Yaang kicked Hades hard. Hades bent his waist and flew backwards, falling into the sea and creating a huge wave. Yaang flew into the air with the moon step, his hands drawn on his chest. Yashakani no Megatama. Swoosh. 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 A large amount of golden light fell into the sea, and the sea water seemed to be eroded by heavy rain, creating layer upon layer of ripples. Yaang sensed Hades' position and found that all the attacks just now were blocked by Hades' magic barrier. Bang! Hades rushed out of the sea in an instant, gathering a dark whip in his hand and swinging it violently. The long whip turned into Kurahibi and quickly rushed towards Yaang. Yaang disappeared in a flash of golden light. When Yaang appeared, Kurahibi appeared soon after. Boy, Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you run around. I'm very sensitive to energy fluctuations. Tisk, so what? You can't touch me at all. It's just a long black worm. Call out. Boom. Kurohibi was directly defeated by the golden light that defeated Yaang. Hades saw that it would take a lot of time for him to defeat Yaang now. Then he took off his blindfold. Devil's Eye. Open. Hades's sealed eyes opened instantly, and a terrifying magical power instantly emanated. This is the abyss of the Devil's Way. From here on, it is a realm that you will never imagine. The enormous magical power instantly swept across the entire Sirius Island, and everyone on Sirius Island felt the unprecedented powerful pressure of the magical power. Makarov was surprised and said, "How is it possible, this magic power, how can you have such powerful magic power?" Natsu was already weak all over, and under the pressure of this magic power, he began to tremble all over, and Happy also fell from the air. "Happy, are you okay? Love is just a little powerless. What kind of power is this?" Zangkro laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, you feel it, right? This is the power closest to the abyss of magic, and it is also the power of Lord Hades. In the face of this power, there is no way you can survive today. Happy, this magic power is still rising, as if there is no limit. Don't worry Happy, Yaang will defeat him. Love, the boss is the strongest." After Myra and her companions dealt with the other party, they returned to the gathering place and reunited with Banjio. After a while, they felt the pressure of Hades' magic. "Myra, this magic. Elfman, it makes people unable to raise the slightest thought of resistance. Is this really a magical power that humans can possess? Myra, we have to believe in Yaang, he won't lose." As Urza's magic power faded, he stuck his sword into the ground, holding on tightly to prevent himself from falling, and the pressure of magic power instantly hit him. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Urza's forehead. This creepy magic was something she had never felt before. Chapter 167. Azuma looking down at Urza. "There is no way you, fairy tale, can defeat the demon heart. The terror of President Hades is something you cannot contend with. Yaang's power is beyond your imagination." At this moment, Yaang looked at this powerful magical pressure coming towards him. For a moment, the earth trembled and the sea surged. "Old man, you are not afraid of killing yourself even if you put so much effort into it. This is your trump card." Buzz. The domineering color rose to the sky, and the clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. There were lightning and thunder for a moment, and the terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire Sirius Island. The moment the domineering pressure and the magical pressure came into contact, the already shaking Sirius Island shook even more violently, and the sea water desperately slapped the shore. Creatures in the sea kept floating up from the sea and lying on the water, their life or death unknown. Suddenly, the two pressures cancelled each other out, and everything around slowly returned to calm. Yaang's domineering color also swept the entire Tianlang Island, and all the members except the 7 followers of the Demon Heart member fainted. Zangkro suddenly felt as if something was strangling his throat and his body was shaking continuously. What is this?" Natsu said confidently, "This is the power that can slaughter your god." On the other side, just as Azuma was about to kill Urza, a powerful aura instantly passed through Azuma. Azuma's raised hand suddenly froze in place, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. This power. Urza forced herself to stand up and raised the sword in her hand. "This is the power we have always relied on. It is this power that has protected us and helped us grow till now. Now, it's time for us to respond to this power. Change clothes, pure heart clothes." Urza summoned the demon sword Benizakura, squatted slightly, held the sword in her right hand and supported the sword with her left hand, and closed her eyes tightly. The aura on his body gradually became fiercer. He listened to the wind around him and felt the breath around him. "Is this the iron-slashing realm that Yaang mentioned? I see. My previous swordsmanship relied too much on the armor. Now that my magic power is running low, this is the first time I have been able to calm down like this." Suddenly Urza's eyes flew open. When Azuma saw Urza's eyes, he was startled. Just now he felt as if his body was stretched out by a sword. With the cancellation of domineering and magic power, Azuma quickly returned to normal. The look he gave Urza became extremely solemn, because he found that Urza was a little different from before, but he couldn't tell why. Damn it! I can't think about it anymore, I have to end this as soon as possible. As Azuma said this, he condensed the earth's magic power directly under Urza's feet, but at the moment of condensation, Urza swung his sword, and a long sword mark appeared on the ground instantly. Azuma felt that the earth's power that had just been condensed was cut off. Swish! What? What just happened? What did you do? Urza said calmly, I didn't do anything. I just cut it off. Impossible. You should have no magic power now, and all the magic power of the Sirius tree should be under my control. This is not magic, this is pure swordsmanship. I should thank you for allowing me to break through 2 realms in a row and reach the so-called swordsman realm. Otherwise, I don't know when I will be able to break through to this realm. Azuma was immediately confused. In his opinion, swordsmanship without the blessing of magic was just a show. Stop joking. Call out. Urza swung her sword, and a stream of sword energy rushed directly towards Azuma, passing by Azuma's face and cutting a row of trees behind him in half. Boom! Boom! Azuma looked in disbelief at what had just happened. How is it possible? I don't believe this. It must be the magic of the armor you just used that is feeding back to you, which is why you have magic power. Azuma waved his right hand, and the surrounding trees quickly spread towards Urza. The branches immediately surrounded Urza and continued to shrink. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Urza easily slashed a few times in the air, and the spreading branches immediately stopped spreading, were cut into pieces, and fell to the ground. Urza exerted force with her feet and rushed towards Azuma. Azuma hid directly into the trees. Urza found the right direction and swung her sword. The sword energy flew quickly and directly cut off a branch. Azuma's figure suddenly appeared, and the sword energy hit Azuma directly. Boom! Ahem! How is it possible? Why did you know where I was in advance? Because the tree's breathing sounds wrong. What breathing? I have no idea what you're talking about. Your mind is in turmoil. Urza quickly ran towards Azuma. Go to hell! Boom! Boom! Why are you always one step ahead of me? Whenever Azuma tried to gather the earth's magic power to cause an explosion, Urza would just dodge to the side as if he knew it in advance, avoiding the explosion. Leaf sword. A large number of leaves flew towards Urza, and Urza quickly waved the red cherry blossoms, and the leaves were chopped into pieces in the blink of an eye. You can't run away, Azuma. Run. There's no such word in my dictionary. You can chop it, right? Then chop this. Bang. Azuma clapped his hands together, and the magic power of the earth suddenly condensed into a ball, floating in the air. The roar of the earth. Wow! Unlike the direct detonation just now, Azuma did not detonate in the center of the earth's energy, but instead created a gap in front of the magic ball. Suddenly, a powerful energy shockwave fiercely rushed towards Urza. Urza was not afraid of the energy fluctuations coming towards her, and held the red cherry tightly in her right hand. The magic power of the Sirius tree was not controlled by Azuma and chose Urza. Azuma was shocked. Impossible. Why would the magic power that I control be out of my control? And choose to protect you. This is the holy land of our fairy tale. The Sirius tree is also one of us. Isn't it normal for partners to protect each other? How can you, the Dark Guild, understand the faith between our guilds and the bond between our partners? Hey! Desperate. Urza slashed down fiercely, and a sword energy dozens of meters long flew out, directly cutting the energy shock wave in the middle. The sword energy directly swallowed Azuma, and the sword energy flew all the way, directly cutting the sea in front into 2 halves, and the sea water could not heal for a long time. Chapter 168. Azuma had disappeared to who knows where. Without Azuma's control, the magic power of the Sirius tree returned to the fairy tale people. Yang. Hades felt the pressure and showed an expression of disbelief. My dear kid, your strength has impressed me. You have such strength at your age. It is not for nothing that you are known as the number one in the magic world today. I recognize you, you are qualified to fight me. You old man, you really know how to flatter yourself. Do I still need your approval? At this time, Makarov was a little worried about whether Yaang could fight against Precht. Even he was afraid of this magic power. Be careful, little brat. Even I am afraid of Precht now. Don't worry, old man. I know what to do. Suddenly, dark magic power emerged from Hades' body, causing the pressure around him to deepen even more. On the path of the devil, the further you go, the less you can see. You can only see a hazy void. You will never know what is inside. You can only immerse yourself in this endless darkness. That is the origin of all magic, the place where miracles are born. Only there can you see the magic of one flickering in the abyss. But I am just a little bit away. Just that little bit and I can obtain the magic of one. Even though it is only a little bit, it is still impossible to touch it. You have no way of knowing how profound it is. And the world that can fill this tiny abyss is the world of great magic, and that is also the world where Zeref exists. From now on, Zeref will awaken, the world will change, and I will obtain the magic called One. Makarov listened to what Hades said. The magic of one seemed to be recorded in the guild's library, but he had forgotten it. Boy, you are qualified to go to that great magical world. How about you join me in witnessing the coming of a new generation? Yaang was unmoved. Old man, you have such good talking skills, but it's a waste of your talent if you don't do MLM. I still have a lot of empty rooms that I can't rent out. Would you like to help me promote them? Or you can just come and work with me. I will provide you with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, as well as food and accommodation. I see you are not young anymore, and you don't want to bother with that anymore. I am going to build a manor, how about you show me the gate? Seeing that Yaang was still teasing him, Hades could only shake his head. It seems that you still don't have the courage to face the abyss. In that case, you will just disappear in the long stream of history. Hades made a gesture. The Book of Zeref, Chapter 4, Section 12, Magic, Divine Punishment. Suddenly, black sticky liquid emerged from the broken ground and turned into a tall monster in the blink of an eye. Makarov was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. How is it possible? Can a demon be created just from these stones? In history, only Zeref has the ability to create powerful demons. Hades said disdainfully, as long as you have the magic power of the abyss like me, the dirt can also generate demons. Not only can they become demon dancers, but they can also become judges of the sky. This is the magic of the inner world. Boy, I will give you another chance. As long as you join me, you can also have this ability. Then you will have countless wealth. Haha, no, I still want to live a life of collecting rent. It's not because I love money, but because I like the feeling of collecting rent. Otherwise, you should guard the gate for me. With these lumps of soil, I can save security. I've already given you the chance. If that's the case, there's nothing more to say. You are truly admirable for having such a powerful force, but every demon here possesses extremely strong power. No one can contend with such an army of demons. Kill him. Following Hades' order, all the earth demons flew directly towards Yaang. Giant magic, enlargement. Yaang's height instantly increased by several meters, and a giant man 10 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the approaching earth demon, Yaang punched the ground hard. Boom! Boom! The earth demon was smashed into pieces, and the entire ground began to shake violently. Seeing this, Hades waved his hand, and more earth demons emerged from the ground and flew quickly towards Yaang. Yaang returned to his original state and snapped his fingers. The entire ground instantly turned into golden light, and everything around it turned into light elements. Makarov and Hades were stunned when they saw this scene. Converting all the power into one's own energy was simply not something a human could do. Magicians are basically driven by the magic power in the resonant environment. Even Hades only creates demons from materials containing magic power. Yaang has become so powerful that he can influence the environment. Great, we can be saved now. Yaang waved his hand and a large amount of golden light emerged from the ground, destroying all the flying earth demons. Yaang manipulated the light energy, and a huge light arm emerged from the ground and grabbed Hades. Hades waved his hand and a book appeared in front of him and kept flipping through it. The Book of Zeref, Chapter 4, Section 13, Magic, Trinity. All the earth demons that were not destroyed in the air merged together to form a huge demon. He flew directly in front of Hades, with powerful dark magic condensing in his mouth. Wow! A powerful magic shock wave gushed out from the earth demon's mouth and quickly collided with Yaang's arm. Boom! The book in front of Hades flipped again. The Book of Zeref, Chapter 5, Section 1, Magic returns to nothingness. As Hades thought about it, he found that the earth demon had not changed at all. Why can't I absorb this magic power? Yaang entered the light and instantly appeared behind Hades. Didn't I just tell you that I don't have any magic power? The fist in Yaang's hand instantly enlarged, and a large amount of golden light condensed on the giant fist. Boom! Hades was knocked out with one punch, but Yaang directly controlled the light ground and erected a wall in front, and Hades hit it hard. Blood slowly flowed from Hades' body. This was the first time he looked so miserable in all these years. Damn it, little devil! The Book of Zeref, Chapter 5, Section 2, Magic, Death is honorable. The huge clot of earth demon turned into a huge ball and quickly moved towards Hades. Chapter 169. Hades was directly wrapped in the sphere. Yaang raised his finger, and the golden light on the ground continued to gather, and the 10 golden lights sparkled. Flash! Wow! A strong shock wave rushed towards the black ball, and suddenly a demon claw stretched out from the black ball, directly blocking the powerful shock wave outside. For a moment, the two were in a stalemate, and suddenly another claw stretched out from inside, with a black energy ball condensed in the hand, and it was thrown with all its might, flying directly towards Yaang. Seeing this, Yaang waved his left hand, and a beam of light instantly emerged from the ground, directly pushing the light ball out and exploding in the air. Boom! Suddenly, a huge figure flew out from the black ball, and it flashed through the energy ball, leaving only an empty shell. The golden light directly cut through the sky, dividing the sea in the middle. Boom! A huge black shadow fell to the ground, with black skin and red glowing lines on its body. It had a pair of devil wings behind it, black eyes with red light emitting from its pupils, a pair of goat's feet on its head, a layer of black scales covering its body, and a faint black flame emanating from its body. Dark clouds continued to gather in the sky and black raindrops continued to fall. They were raindrops condensed from magic power. This feeling is truly amazing. You are the first person to force me into this form. You can go and die now, boy. Makarov was surprised to see Hades' appearance and said, he has turned into a demon. Yaang looked at Hades who had turned into this posture and complained, I really envy you villains for being able to become so handsome. It's a pity that I was originally handsome, and wearing those armors hides my good looks. At this moment, Hades instantly appeared beside Yaang and punched him. Yaang tilted his head and the fist passed by him directly. Yaang appeared behind Hades with a flash of golden light, wanting to fight back, but Hades disappeared again. Yaang directly predicted the future and saw the point where Hades would appear. With a flash of golden light, he appeared directly with Hades. Hades was surprised to see Yaang appear directly in front of him, but before he could do anything, Yaang's foot had already swept over and kicked Hades directly in the chest. Hades flew backwards and unfolded a magic circle in his hand, and a large number of black energy bombs flew towards Yaang like raindrops. Yaang looked at the energy ball coming towards him, and turned into golden light and passed through it. Suddenly, the energy ball exploded in the air. The moment Hades was about to land, he instantly spread his wings, offsetting the force of the impact and standing firmly on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the Book of Zeref appeared in front of him. The Book of Zeref, Chapter 1, Section 1, Dark Magic, Ghost Cry. Suddenly, a white head appeared from the magic circle. The eyes opened instantly, emitting a faint green light, and the mouth opened instantly. A powerful sound wave instantly swept across the entire venue, and the impact of the sound surged towards Yaang. Yaang turned into golden light, dived into the ground, appeared in front of the head, and swung out with the sword of Ama no Kuro. The head was instantly cut in half and dissipated in the air. Yaang clenched his hands and swung them vigorously. A sword energy dozens of meters high flew out. Hades condensed the dark power in his hands, and a pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand. With a swing of the sword, a pitch-black energy wave appeared. Boom! The moment the sword energy and the energy wave touched, the two of them rushed towards the center quickly. From a distance, they could see a golden light and a dark light colliding rapidly together. When I got closer, I saw that the two men were holding their swords and waving them quickly. Ding! Ding! Old man, your swordsmanship is not up to par. Yaang separated the opponent with a sword, and with a quick flick of the lightsaber, Ama Murakami cut directly on Hades' armor. Hades flew backwards quickly, and Yaang turned into golden light and flashed forward quickly, catching up with Hades in a blink of an eye. Arm! The sky suddenly turned dark. Yaang swung his sword fiercely, and a dark sword energy emerged. Seeing this, Hades disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in the air flapping his wings. Then Hades caught a drop of magic water in the air, and exerted force with his index and middle fingers, and the magic water drop flew out as fast as a bullet. Yaang's head tilted almost to death, and the water droplets fell directly onto the open ground. Hades gathered energy in his hands, combining the two forces into one, and quickly lifted his hands upwards. The energy in his hands instantly amplified, and an energy ball tens of meters wide appeared in the air, constantly absorbing the surrounding energy. Pluto! Hades waved his hand, and a black energy ball fell quickly. Raindrops fell on the energy ball, constantly filling the sphere, causing the magic fluctuations emanating from the sphere to continue to expand. Yaang stretched out his hand forward, the golden light around him continued to condense, and a golden longbow appeared in his hand. Yaang slowly pulled the bowstring, and a golden arrow appeared in it, and the surrounding light elements continued to gather in the arrow. The golden light illuminated the entire dark land, and at some point, everyone around Makarov gathered around. Natsu said excitedly, "That's amazing, the magical fluctuations emitted by the two of them excite me. Grey, you'll be killed instantly. I know, I'll ask you if you need it." Just when the two were about to fight, Urza punched them both. "Be quiet you two. Love." Seeing that everyone was safe, Makarov felt a little relieved. Gildarts looked at the battle ahead and couldn't help but feel excited. He hadn't had a serious battle for a long time. "I didn't expect this brat to have gone this far. He really got beaten to death on the beach." Lucy said, "Isn't this the move Yaang used to fight against the magic power of the elves?" When Lucy said this, she immediately realized something and quickly covered her mouth. "Nothing, nothing." Lucy looked around. Everyone was so attracted by the scene in front of them that they didn't hear what Lucy said at all. At this time Makarov opened his eyes and said, "Here it comes. Destroy the sky arrow. Call out." The golden arrow shot out and was directly sucked into the black energy ball. After a while, cracks appeared in the black energy ball, and dazzling golden light emerged from the cracks. The golden arrow directly penetrated and flew out. Cracks continued to appear on the energy ball until it could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded instantly. Click! Click! Boom! The powerful waves directly blew away the surrounding sea water. Fortunately, Yaang protected Makarov and others with a light wall, so they were not affected. Chapter 170. Hades saw the golden light approaching him quickly, and he pushed with both hands. A magic shield appeared in front of him, and the arrows were instantly blocked by the shield. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. How can there be such a powerful force? No. My great magic world cannot stand still here. Swish. The arrow directly penetrated the shield and came out from Hades' back. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Hades' demonization was instantly defeated and returned to his original appearance. And the huge heart in his magic airship gradually became weak because it released too much magic power. Hades fell directly from the air. Yaang stretched out his golden arm, grabbed it directly, and sent it in front of Makarov. "Master, I'll leave the rest to you." "Oh, I almost forgot about that guy." Then Yaang directly controlled his arms to grab Ziref. "Old man, he is the dark mage Ziref, the one Hades has been looking for. This guy is not suitable to stay here. Since they want it, give it to them." Makarov looked at the unconscious young man in front of him and his expression became extremely solemn. In just this short morning, what he saw and felt was more exciting than his entire life. Whether it was Precht falling into the evil path and becoming Hades, or the abyss-like magic of one, or Ziref who had been dead for 400 years, but the other party was not dead at all. "Yes, I understand. Just make your own decision. I trust your judgment." Gildarts then led everyone towards the base, while Yaang went to the island to look for another person. Makarov came in front of Hades, who was looking at the sky with his eyes open, wondering what he was thinking. At this time, I saw Makarov slowly walking over. Hades said calmly, "Are you here to give me the last blow? Then hurry up." Makarov did not choose to take action but sat on the ground. "You have taught me a lot of things, and I have never known how to thank you. I will let you go this time as a token of your kindness in teaching me over the years. Please leave here quickly. You are still as naive as ever, little brat. If I survive, I will definitely come back again. The next time we meet, I will completely destroy Fairy Tale." "Oh? Really? I can't defeat you, but my child will still stop you. You won't be his opponent. Where did you find that brat? His strength is far more than this. I can deeply feel that in addition to that power, he also has a deeper magic power than me. What an enviable talent. He was brought here by Gildarts. I cannot fathom his strength at this point. As long as he doesn't use this power for evil, that's fine. Why did you fall into darkness? You were not like this before." Hades replied, "I have told you before, magic comes from darkness. The power of miracles born from darkness is magic. Ever since I quit the guild, I have been searching for the abyss of the devil's way to peek into the truth of this world. Until I found out that only Ziref had arrived in the world of great magic. I have found all the keys to awaken Ziref, and I am just a little short of that. I can find the magic of one, just a little bit. Makarov, even if you find it, nothing will change. The operation of this world will not change because of one person. Magic comes from darkness or light. Magic is alive and comes from the power of the heart. It will continue to evolve with the development of the times. This world has become more wonderful because of magic. It helps people in their daily lives and resists monster invasions. It has become an inseparable part of human life. Similarly, magic is also a powerful weapon. People with bad intentions use it to do evil and destroy countless families. Magic is free. It can be light or dark. There is no right or wrong in magic. It's only people who are wrong. Fairy Tale will live on with its own freedom. You told me all this, but you just forgot it. You want Ziref? Here it is." Hades looked at the unconscious Ziref in front of him and his expression suddenly became fanatical. This was his last hope. "You really don't regret giving him to me, right? You have to know that once I get the magic of one, I will come back and destroy Fairy Tale." Makarov turns away. "It's up to you. I don't know whether the world of great magic exists or not. I just want to protect this home. Anyone who wants to destroy this home, I will stop it even if it costs me my life. Besides, there is a brat in the guild, so I feel at ease." The scene changes. In the forest of Tianlang Island. "Mirdi, Altair, we can't find Ziref, what should we do? Does Ziref really exist? We can't find it. We came out in such a hurry that the crystal ball is still in the magic boat. We can only search the entire Tianlang Island. Ziref exists." Altair was surprised, "Who is it? Call out." Yaang appeared in front of the two of them in a flash of golden light. Mirdi directly protected Altair. Altair immediately recognized who was in front of him. "It's you. Why are you here? You are here to say that Hades has been defeated. Don't worry, he's not dead, he's alive and well. As for whether he'll be fine in the future, I don't know." Altair asked in confusion, what do you want to do here, want to kill us? Don't worry, the war is over. There is no need for me to do anything to you. I am here to ask you to restore the Sirius tree. Why should I listen to you? If you want to kill me, just come directly. Yaang shook his head, I can tell you your mother's secret. Now, there is no one else in the world who knows this secret except me. Altair's emotions immediately rose when he heard Yu's name. Why are you talking to me about that woman? Yaang said calmly, don't you want to know why she abandoned you? What else could it be? Isn't it just because of his 2 disciples? It seems that you really don't know anything. Everything is just your fantasy. You. Okay. I can help you restore the Sirius tree. Tell me, what was the reason back then? Then Yaang told Altair everything that happened that year. Altair's face became terribly gloomy after hearing it. She had been living with hatred for her mother for so many years, but who knew that it was all a misunderstanding and that everything was to blame on those dead members of the Institute. Chapter 171. Yaang looked at Altair, who was keeping his head down without saying anything. If you don't want to believe it, go back to your hometown and take a look. There are signs that Ulu once lived there, and you can also find out what you want to know there. Then Yaang stopped paying attention to Altair, and disappeared in a flash of golden light, while she stood there motionless. Mirdi looked at Altair with worry, wanting to hug the girl in front of her, but she didn't dare. After a moment, Altair raised his head and returned to his original appearance, using his magic power to restore the Sirius tree to its original state. Come on, Mirdi, we should go back. In the base area, everyone who was resting instantly felt a surge of magical power flowing into their bodies. Natsu, this feeling, I feel like all my magic power is back. Grandpa, I can continue to take the test. The assessment has been temporarily cancelled. There are too many things to do right now and I don't have time for the assessment. What? No. I've been waiting for so long, how can you just cancel it? Besides, Yaang promised me that as long as I drive away the intruders, the S-level assessment will proceed normally. Oh? That kid said you should go find that kid. At this time, a golden light fell, and Natsu saw it and hurried forward and shouted, Yaang, hurry up and tell the old man that the S-level assessment will continue. You said so, just drive out the invaders and continue. Oh? Really? Did I say that? Of course I have. I have a very good memory. Lucy complained, you have a good memory. Don't keep calling me Louise when we first met. Well, since you said so, let's continue with the S-level assessment. As long as you defeat me, you can become S-level. Oh! I'm on fire! Fire Dragon's Iron Fist! Natsu stood up and jumped, swinging his fist towards Yaang with all his might. Yaang dodged to the side, grabbed Natsu's head and sent it directly into the ground. Boom! Natsu's whole body straightened instantly. Okay, who else wants to take the S-level test? Everyone taking the exam couldn't help swallowing when they saw Natsu's appearance. No. No more. Magic airship. After Altair restored the Sirius tree, he returned to the magic ting and used magic to restore the magic ting to its original state and flew into the sky. At this time, Altair and several other surviving 7 kin of purgatory were all sitting there with dejected looks on their faces. Rusty Rose, I never expected that we would lose. Hades saw that everyone's morale was low and immediately said, this matter cannot be blamed on you. The main reason is that I did not expect that the child trained by Makarov would be so powerful. But we have achieved our ultimate goal. As long as we use the key to revive Zeref, the world of great magic will come. Then we can wash away all the shame of today. At this time, Zeref, who was sitting unconscious on the chair, slowly opened his eyes. It won't come. Everyone turned around when they heard the sound and saw that Zeref had woken up and was slowly sitting up. Hades stood up from the main seat with an excited look on his face. Zeref! Zeref, you finally woke up, hurry up! Tell me how to get to the world of great magic. Zeref said calmly, that's not necessary. There is no such thing as a key, and there is no such thing as a great magical world. These things are all fictitious. It was all made up by my stupid followers. It was just a fantasy. I never thought that a lie that strengthened a sect would have so many fools believing in a great magic world. And I am not asleep at all. The one in front of you is the black mage Zeref. Hades felt as if the sky had fallen when he heard the news. Impossible. You must still be asleep. Hades then took out the book of Zeref. You see, this is the key to you. Zeref took the book and looked at it. This is just a magic book I once wrote. It is not a key at all. Impossible. If you weren't asleep, then why were you knocked out so easily by Yaang? Hades has been giving his all for this so-called big magic world, but now he is told that this world does not exist at all. He simply cannot accept this fact. Zeref said slowly, I have lived for 400 years and witnessed countless battles and deaths, but from one day on, I understood the value of life. It was also from that time that my cursed body began to feel that life was more precious and that I would take the lives of others. In order to stop others from dying under my curse, I forced myself to forget the preciousness of life. At this time, Zeref exuded an amazing death aura. Hades was surprised and said, have you been resisting the preciousness of life? That's right, so I can't cast magic as I wish, but when I give up this idea, that's another matter. That boy gave me hope in death. He can fight against the curse of the god Angsur Ramel. He has the power to kill me. At this time, a cry was heard from the sky. Roar! Are you here already? Acnologia has announced the end of the era. It is your evil that has attracted him here. And you, as the culprit, must be punished. At this moment, Otai unleashed the Arc of Time and fell through the broken hole with Mirdi. Zeref saw this and did not stop it. The Arc of Time? If so, it means that you are not destined to die at this moment. Then a burst of black gas spread out, and all the people in the magic boat lost their lives. On a ship at sea, Mest appeared on it with bandages wrapped all over his body. Lahar hurried forward and asked, Doranbolt, are you okay? What happened on the island? The message you sent back earlier told us not to take any action. We saw people fighting on the island, and the magic was extremely powerful. It was Grimoire Heart. Grimoire Heart and Fairy Tale started a war. In the end, Fairy Tale won. I was also saved by them. Lahar was shocked when he heard this. What? The demon heart of one of the Balam Alliance. That's right. Both Grimoire Heart and Fairy Tale are too powerful. We can't contend with them at all. I was defeated by the opponent in just one encounter. Regarding the plan for Fairy Tale, I think we should cancel it. There are too many monsters there. Especially the wizard named Yaang, who defeated Hades, the leader of the demon heart, with just one move. Lahar still couldn't believe it. Is everything you said true? Yes, I saw everything with my own eyes. I think we are still too naive. I think this may be the reason why Mr. Ouge is against it. Chapter 172. At this time, the people of Fairy Tale did not know that danger was approaching them rapidly. Everyone, look, this is my daughter. Gildarts was seen introducing Kana to everyone with a lewd and happy expression. Kana's face instantly turned red because she felt very embarrassed. Ah! How could this be? I shouldn't have told you if I had known. Now I feel so embarrassed. At this time, Wendy said, I see everyone is injured, come over here and I will treat everyone. When everyone heard Wendy's voice, they immediately lined up to receive Wendy's treatment. Urza refused to give in and immediately changed into a nurse outfit. I won't admit defeat on this one either. Wendy was about to start treatment when she noticed that there were no more people in line in front of her. She turned around and saw that everyone was lined up in front of Urza. XX, how can this be possible? Carla said angrily, Humph, this is what a man is like. Happy, Carla, I can't. Humph carrot. Yaang stared at the sky. Makarov asked in confusion, what's wrong, brat? Master, I have a bad feeling. Will everything be the same as history? I don't know if I can change the future now. You are overthinking it, brat. Grimoire Heart has already left, so what crisis can there be? At this time, Yaang saw a black spot appear in the sky, and the black spot was flying towards this side quickly. Damn it! Is it still coming? Everyone listen up. Get off this island now. When everyone heard the voice, they looked at Yaang in confusion. Lucy, hi? What happened? Myra, what's wrong Yaang? Suddenly there was a loud noise in the sky. Roar! Natsu and the others hurriedly covered their ears. Ah! What's that sound? Natsu heard a familiar voice yelling, that's the roar of a dragon. Dragon! Everyone looked up and found a black figure swooping towards them quickly. Gildarts looked carefully and confirmed that this was the dragon that had injured him. Everyone listened to Yaang, leave this island and head towards the boats on the shore. As soon as Natsu saw the dragon, he immediately shouted excitedly, do you know where Acnologia is? Wendy, and Grandin. Gajil, and Metallicana. Gildarts shouted hurriedly, you are idiots, to attract this guy here. Yaang, it's useless. His target is us. Old man, Gildarts, you should take them away from here quickly. I'll stop him. Makarov, what do you want to do, brat? This is a dragon, we can't fight it. How can we know if we don't try? Besides, he can't leave here without anyone stopping him. 3 cats and 2 dogs, boss. Will accompany you. Natsu yelled, damn it. Now is the time for Dragon Slayer to show up. Yaang turned his domineering look and looked back at everyone. Get out of here. The look in everyone's eyes when they saw Yaang was so strange. Makarov looked at Yaang solemnly and said, you little BD, you have to come back safely. Don't worry, Turtle Dove will take the old man away from here. Then everyone left the base unwillingly, leaving only Yaang. Giant! Suddenly, Yaang, who was dozens of meters high, rose from the ground. When the black dragon saw that someone dared to resist, it swooped down towards Yaang. Yaang saw that the black dragon was attracted to her, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Very good. Yaang gathered the light energy in his hand and punched hard, hitting Black Dragon directly in the face. Black Dragon immediately felt a huge force coming from his cheek. The huge body flew sideways and slid for dozens of meters. Makarov and the others were shocked to see that Yaang actually fought off the Black Dragon. Has this kid grown to this point? Natsu, great, Yaang can defeat this dragon. Ah, I want to defeat a dragon too. 3 cats, I knew the boss could do it. Lucy, monsters are still monsters after all. Gildarts said solemnly, it's not that simple. Yaang's attack just now didn't cause any damage to it at all. Roar! Just as Gildarts said, the black dragon that was just knocked away did not suffer any damage at all. Yaang looked at the black dragon that was roaring at him and shouted, I know you can speak, stop yelling here. But the black dragon did not respond to Yaang's thoughts at all. After all, in the black dragon's eyes, the humans in front of him were nothing more than ants, just like humans would never talk to ants. If you don't want to tell me, I'll beat you until you tell me. Then Yaang's body quickly shrank, turned into golden light and quickly moved towards the black dragon. Call out. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light? Light speed kick extreme. Yaang rushed to the side of the black dragon, and the golden light under his feet instantly magnified, and a huge cross of light shone. Boom! A powerful kick directly kicked the black dragon's head to the side. The black dragon suddenly became furious, and a huge amount of magic power surged out instantly. Boom! Boom! The entire Tianlang Island began to shake violently. The black dragon raised its claws and swung them towards Yaang. Yaang disappeared on the spot with a flash of golden light. Several air blades flew out and rushed forward quickly. Boom! Leaving several long and deep traces on Sirius Island. Yaang flashed to the black dragon's chin again and kicked it hard, but the black dragon deployed a side barrier underneath, and Yaang kicked the barrier hard. Crack! The barrier shattered, but the black dragon was not hurt. The black dragon's claws had already reached Yaang, and Yaang crossed his hands in front of him and unfolded a barrier. Bang! Call out! Yaang was knocked flying in an instant, and the powerful force directly destroyed the barrier. Fortunately, with the protection of the barrier, Yaang did not suffer much damage. Yaang quickly transformed into an element, passed through the trees, and finally slid on the ground for hundreds of meters. After Yaang steadied his body, he snapped his fingers and the surroundings instantly turned into a place of light. Yaang controlled the light energy to transform into arms, rushing towards the black dragon frantically. The black dragon looked at these energy bodies with disdain, waved its claws, and the flying arms were directly defeated. The moment Yaang entered the light land, he appeared in the shape of a black dragon. The fist in his hand instantly grew bigger. A large amount of light energy condensed on his fist, and he swung it out fiercely. Bang! Roar! The powerful force directly lifted up Zhang Heilong's huge body, and the black dragon immediately felt pain from his chin. This was the first time it felt pain in hundreds of years. Chapter 173. Yaang retracted his arm, and the cloud of clouds instantly condensed in his hand. Arm. Hegemonic color entanglement. God avoid. The dark thunder continued to surround Yaang. Yaang gathered a lot of domineering energy on Tian Kusun cloud and swung the sword fiercely. Shua. Squeak. The sword energy directly hit the black dragon and pushed it backwards, directly pushing the black dragon into the sea. The sword energy split the sea into two and it could not heal for a long time. Yaang retracted the golden light column of Ama Murakami and dragged Yaang in the air. He looked at the sea in the distance and breathed heavily. In the fierce battle just now, he had used all his strength in every move, which consumed a lot of his physical strength. Bang! The black dragon emerged directly from the sea, and drops of blood flowed from the corners of its mouth, dyeing the sea red. The black dragon opened its mouth, and a large amount of energy gathered in its mouth. Wow! The huge roar rushed directly towards Sirius Island. Yaang directly transformed the golden light into a longbow, and drew the bow and pulled the arrow in one go. All the golden light around gathered towards the tip of the arrow. Arm. Hegemonic color entanglement. The arrow instantly turned black, and dark red lightning surrounded Yaang. The fairy tale people who had already boarded the ship looked at the two people in the air with worried expressions. The pressure emanating from the man and the dragon made this sea area extremely turbulent, with surging sea water and howling winds. Myra clasped her hands together and prayed continuously, praying that Yaang would return safely. Destroy the sky arrow. Call out. Boom! The two powerful energies collided violently, and the surrounding space and time were distorted on a large scale under the two forces. The waves generated by the collision directly created a tsunami tens of meters high on the sea surface, and the energy center spread towards the surroundings. Gildarts shouted on the boat, "Hurry up and find something to hold your body. The tsunami is coming. Destroy evil and reveal righteousness in one day." Gildarts condensed the shattering energy in the water and swung it hard towards the tsunami in front of him. A surge of white energy directly opened a hole in the center of the tsunami. The sea water tens of meters high suddenly collapsed from the middle and surged towards both sides. But the surging waves continued to hit the boat. Such a small boat simply could not sail in such a turbulent sea. Not long after, the boat was overturned. After a long while, the sea calmed down a little, and the people from Fairy Tale were washed back to Sirius Island by the waves. Everyone stood up without paying attention to themselves and looked up at the sky. They found that Yaang and Acnologia were confronting each other, and everyone felt relieved. Human. Yaang heard Heilong speak and immediately said jokingly, "Why, you finally spoke up. Get out of here, this is not the place for you." "What a joke! I am the Black Dragon King Acnologia. There is no place in this world that I cannot go. What I never imagined was that in just 400 years, a strong man like you would appear among humans. You are the first human being who can injure me in the past 400 years. And I also feel a different power in your body. My strength has not improved for a long time. Your power will soon be mine." After saying that, the black dragon swooped down towards Yaang quickly, and Yaang rushed towards the black dragon with a flash of golden light. With the black dragon's powerful perception, it immediately knew where Yaang was, and then swung its sharp claws fiercely. Yaang's arm immediately grew huge, and he condensed his flowing cherry and punched out. The moment the black dragon's claws touched Yaang's fist, the black dragon felt a force entering his body. He suddenly cried out in pain and his whole body paused. Yaang found the right opportunity and swung out with his huge fist again. The black dragon reacted quickly and deployed a barrier in front of its body. The shield cast by the black dragon after getting a little more serious was much stronger than before, and Yaang's fist was unable to break the barrier. After reacting, the black dragon stretched out its head violently, trying to swallow Yaang into its stomach. Yaang appeared on the other side with a flash of golden light. Thus, a man and a dragon started an epic battle. In the magic boat, Ziref was surprised to see that Yaang could fight Acnologia on equal terms. I didn't expect that in just 400 years, a human of Dragon King level would appear in this world. Maybe with him, Acnologia can really be killed. On the sea were the people from the Magic Council, all looking in disbelief at the man and the dragon fighting in the sky. Laharl, this is Acnologia, the black dragon of the end of the world. According to historical records, this is a powerful monster that can easily destroy 10 countries. And he can actually fight the black dragon on equal terms. Is there really such a powerful human being in this world? Dolan Bart, quickly send the footage back to the council and let them discuss what to do. Yes. Black Dragon felt very frustrated in the battle with Yaang. He Long had been fighting in the air until now, but he had not hit Yaang once, while Yaang could easily hit him. Human, you can only hide and dodge. Tisk, what kind of physical fitness do you have? What kind of physical fitness do I have? You have such a big face and you dare to say that. If you are not good at it, practice more. As Yaang spoke, his arm grew huge and he stretched out his index finger. You gathered your armed color and swung it vigorously. The black dragon unfolded a barrier. Your finger hit the barrier, but it didn't last long before you heard the sound of the barrier shattering. Crack! 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 Yaang poked Black Dragon hard with one finger, directly hitting Black Dragon's heart. Roar! The Black Dragon endured the pain and turned its body violently, swinging its tail violently. Yaang immediately wanted to dodge by transforming into an element, but the Black Dragon was faster. Bang! Call out! Boom! This blow hit Yaang's body hard, and his body flew backwards quickly and landed heavily on Tianlang Island. Yaang! Boss! You little brat! Myra ran directly to where Yaang fell. After the black dragon coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, it roared angrily. Roar! Boom! Acnologia landed directly in front of Yaang, his appetite uncontrollably high, saliva constantly flowing out of his mouth. Makarov grew huge and grabbed the black dragon's tail, using all his strength to pull the black dragon away. With me here, no one can hurt my child. Black Dragon didn't want to pay any attention to Makarov. In his eyes, the other party was just an ant and had no qualifications to talk to him. The tail moved casually, directly throwing Makarov away. Boom! At this time, dark clouds continued to gather in the sky, and a large amount of thunder gathered in the air. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and struck Acnologia on the back. Chapter 174. At this time, a figure floated in the air. What do you want to do to the old man? Everyone looked up and found that it was Laxus. With Laxus's obstruction just now, everyone bought a lot of time, and everyone ran to the shore. When the black dragon reacted, he just felt irritated because his desire to eat was broken. Makarov got up from the ground and rushed towards the black dragon quickly. Bang! But no matter how much strength Makarov used, he could not shake the black dragon at all. The black dragon raised its claws and pressed Makarov to the ground. Ugh! Laxus was enraged upon seeing this, and he immediately grew huge, activated thunder and swung it fiercely. Boom! The black dragon's head paused slightly. He would not allow any ants to trample on his dignity as the Dragon King. Then he released his claws on Makarov, and Makarov shrank back to his original size. Happy flew out and grabbed Makarov and left. The black dragon swung its claws and Laxus was knocked away, returning to his original form. At this time, everyone from Fairy Tale rushed away from Acnologia. You are not allowed to lay hands on our grandfather. Then everyone cast magic on Acnologia, but this magic attack did not cause any damage to the black dragon whose anti-magic attribute had reached the extreme. Natsu yelled, "Damn it, I'm the dragon slayer! How is it possible that there is no harm to the dragon at all?" At this moment, there was a flash of lightning, and Laxus appeared in front of everyone, covered in wounds. "Everyone, let's fight with all our might. Let this beast see the strength of our guild." "Oh! Natsu, do you remember the moves you and Gajil used on me?" Natsu suddenly remembered. "Gajil? Wendy? Use roar." "Oh! Got it Natsu nii." At this time, in the deep pit of Tianlang Island, Yaang was hit by the dragon's tail. Although he turned into an element in time when he landed, Acnologia was hit hard by the dragon's tail while enduring the pain. Yaang felt as if his body was falling apart. The speed was so fast that although Yaang's observation haki noticed it, his body was unable to react at that time. At this time, Myra hurried over, exited the receiving mode, saw Yaang lying motionless in the deep pit, and hurried forward. "Yaang! Yaang!" Yaang held on and saw Myra's figure. "Myra!" Myra slowly helped Yaang up. "Are you okay, Yaang?" "It's okay, it just hurts a little." Then Yaang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I'm glad you're awake. We're trying to buy you some time. We're fighting Acnologia right now." Yaang suddenly thought of something. "Oh no! You can't cast magic on Acnologia. It will eat up all the magic." After saying that, Yaang left the spot without paying any attention to Myra's flash of golden light, and Myra used receiving magic to quickly catch up. "Yaang! Wait for me!" At this time, the scene of Yaang fighting the black dragon had been transmitted back to the council. Everyone was deeply shocked watching the battle between the man and the dragon. Only then did they realize how stupid they were. Uj was the only one who was worried about whether Yaang could really defeat Acnologia. The council chairman looked at everyone and made a decision. "Everyone, I propose to release the magic spirit power. Only it can defeat Acnologia." When everyone saw the speaker's proposal, they thought about it and felt that this method was indeed feasible. Ouge slammed the table. "Don't forget, Fairy Tale and the others are still on Tianlang Island. Do you want to kill them too? Besides, Yaang might be able to destroy that dragon." The chief counselor shouted, "Senator Oak! That is the black dragon from the apocalypse. Their strength can easily destroy our entire country. Do you want the whole nation to gamble? How can humans possibly defeat a monster like that?" Ouge didn't know how to refute what the council chairman said. Indeed, he didn't quite believe that Yaang could defeat the monster. Only Fairy Tale can be sacrificed in exchange for peace in this world. Now let's start voting. Everyone can vote on whether to release the magic spirit power to attack the black dragon Acnologia. As soon as the chairman of the council finished speaking, all the council members except Ouge raised their hands to show their agreement. Bang! 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 Activate the magic spirit power immediately. Following the order from the chairman of the parliament, his subordinates immediately began to act. The members of Fairy Tale are gathering the magic power of the entire guild. The roar of the thunder dragon. The roar of the dragon. Iron dragon's roar. Fire dragon's roar. The roars of the four attributes exhausted all the magic power of the four people and rushed towards Acnologia. The roars continued to rub against each other during the impact, and finally merged together. The red roar was surrounded by violent thunder. Seeing this, the others released the last of their magic power. Tianlun Liaoluan Sword. Super Ice Cannon. Water Typhoon. Three-dimensional text, Flame. Sagittarius is now. Dark Light Bullet. Goblin Machine Gun. Magic Doll Light Killing Cannon. Lion Star Attack. Destroy evil and reveal righteousness in one day. 6 Styles Secret Technique, the largest wheel of 6 Kings Spear. All the magic power was integrated into the roar, and the roar instantly expanded. The black dragon looked at the energy coming towards him, opened his mouth wide and sucked it in, and all the energy was sucked into Acnologia. "Lucy, how could it be? Grey, damn it! Can this dragon absorb magic of all attributes?" Roar! Acnologia roared, and powerful magical power surged out. After absorbing this magical power, the wounds healed quickly. The surge of magical power directly blew away the Fairy Tale people around. Acnologia opened his mouth to gather energy, and everyone felt a sense of despair rising from their hearts as they looked at the energy so close to them. Makarov, this is the end. No. I haven't fulfilled my qualifications to be an elder yet. Makarov then stood up, ready to focus his necessary magical power and unleash the fairy law. At this moment, a golden light flashed out instantly. What do you want to do to the old man, you reptile? Call out. Boom. Yaang kicked the black dragon's jaw hard, directly tilting the black dragon's head, and a huge roar burst out from the black dragon's mouth. Wow! Boom! The roar instantly caused a huge explosion when it landed on the sea surface. A water mushroom emerged from the sea, and the sea water spread around. The people in the council who were hiding in the dark and watching saw the tsunami rushing towards them and directly deployed the ship's defense system. A layer of energy shield enveloped the ship, and the sea water directly swallowed the ship. Chapter 175. Yaang waved his hand, and a solid wall of light directly surrounded everyone. Makarov yelled, "What are you doing, brat? Don't worry, old man. I just want to protect you. It might be very hot next." When everyone heard Yaang's words, they had no idea what he meant. Only Makarov, Natsu and the 3 cats who lived with Yaang knew. Myra flew over quickly and was grabbed by the arm of light and dragged in. "What's going on, President?" Makarov shook his head, "I don't know either. I have never seen that brat in that posture. I just know something bad is going to happen." Natsu yelled, "Yaang, you asked us to help you. You might as well kill us than let us watch you like this." 3 cats, "That's right, boss, I can still fight. We agreed that no one can hurt you when we are here." "Ergu, me too." After hearing what his partner said, Yaang's mouth corners slightly raised. "I'm sorry, everyone. Let me be a hero this time." Yaang then took off his coat, and everyone saw complex lines carved on his skin. Urza asked in confusion, "What is this?" "Gildarts, it's the seal. Grey, sealed." Makarov, "Yes, this is after the brat awakened his magic power. It took me and a few seniors several days to seal that power." Lucy asked in confusion, "But Yaang can also use magic normally." Makarov, "That is the second magic source. The giant magic that Yaang is using now all comes from the second magic source, but this power only occupies a small part. Most of the magic power is sealed inside. If this power is unlocked, I don't know how powerful this kid will be." Yaang concentrated his magic power in his fingers and tapped them on the sun pattern on his heart. "Sun magic, liberate." Suddenly, the lines faded away quickly, Yaang's meridians suddenly bulged, and his originally strong body expanded instantly. The temperature around him quickly rose, and a large amount of heat emanated from Yaang's body. Boom! A huge amount of magic power surged out instantly, the dark clouds in the sky quickly dispersed, and the fierce sun shone directly down. Yaang's body began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Urza asked in confusion, "President? Is this your Titan magic?" Makarov shook his head, "No, it's the first time I've seen it. When the brat came to see me that day, his body was a little swollen. I thought this guy had taken some hormones, but he told me that it was given to him by the sun. Just look around and you'll see." I saw that the ground around Yaang was constantly emitting hot steam, the moisture in the land was instantly lost, the surrounding trees quickly dried up, and the rocks around Yaang gradually turned red, and finally began to melt. "Myra, what a terrible temperature." Makarov, "Yes, this magic barrier has a very strong temperature isolation effect, otherwise we would not be able to stay safe around him." At this time, Yaang's height had grown to 3 meters and his body was covered with bulging muscles. The aim no cum in his hand changed, and Yaang carried a very imposing golden double moon halberd on his shoulder. "Hey! Reptile, the way you look at me makes me uncomfortable. I don't allow anyone to look down on me from a higher place than me. Ha ha ha, human, you look so delicious. This magic power really fascinates me. As long as I eat you, I will become a higher being." Then the black dragon's head rushed forward, trying to swallow Yaang directly into its stomach. Bang! Yaang stretched out one hand and directly pressed down the black dragon's head, then slid back a few meters and stopped. Oh my, you came all the way here to die. You really have a commendable spirit. Then Yaang raised his right fist, powerful magic power gathered in his fist, and punched out fiercely. Bang! The black dragon was knocked away and slid hundreds of meters away. Everyone looked at what was happening in front of them in disbelief. Laxus, hey, are you kidding me? Is this guy really human? Yaang looked back at everyone. Of course, I am a human being, but at the same time, I am also a person who is above all species. When Laxus saw Yaang like this, the corners of his mouth twitched. What's going on? Why has this guy's personality changed? I owe you so much. Natsu and the others nodded. At this moment, the entire island shook violently, and a surge of magical power emerged into the sky. Human! You deserve to die. I haven't been this angry in a long time. Acnologia transformed directly into a human form and instantly came to Yaang's side. Everyone was stunned when they saw Acnologia had turned into a human. Lucy, human, human. The black dragon turned into a human. How do we get back here? Wendy, I don't know. We have never seen our dragons transform into humans. The scene changes. Black Dragon King's 100 splitting strike. Bang! Is this all your strength? The two fists collided with each other in an instant, and powerful waves spread directly to the surroundings, tearing the entire Sirius Island into two halves. This was going to be developed into a sea view base by me, but you just ruined it like this. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Makarov yelled, I won't let you build a sea view house. BD. Yaang swung his halberd fiercely and smashed it towards the black dragon. The black dragon dodged sideways and Yaang's halberd fell to the ground, splitting the island in half again. The black dragon suddenly transformed into a giant dragon, and its dragon claws fiercely raised from bottom to top. Yaang gripped the halberd tightly and swung it with all his might. The powerful force of the dragon claw directly shattered the halberd. The dragon claw swung into Yaang's body, directly piercing Yaang's skin and knocking Yaang flying. The black dragon exerted force with both feet, flapped its wings and flew into the sky, then clenched its dragon claws and swung out fiercely. Yaang steadied his body and his arms instantly grew larger. Bang! The dragon claw and fist collided violently, and the strong wave instantly dispersed the surrounding clouds. The man and the dragon engaged in a fierce battle in the air, punching each other flesh to flesh, and neither of them showed any intention of dodging. At this moment, a large amount of magic power in the sky suddenly gathered together, and a huge magic circle was quickly constructed in the air. The man and the dragon were completely immersed in the fight and paid no attention to the magic circle in the air. Makarov was stunned when he saw the magic circle in the air. Magic spirit power. Damn it! What the hell are these idiots on the council doing? Chapter 176. Wendy suddenly thought. It must be Mr. Mest, he's from the council. Carla said angrily, this guy, we were the ones who saved him. Urza, the guys on the council don't think they can defeat Acnologia with just magic spirit power, do they? Gildarts, oh no. If Acnologia absorbs the power of the magic spirit force, Yaang will be in danger. Makarov said solemnly, this is what I am worried about. Although Yaang has unlocked the magic of the sun, with the power of light in his body, he can fight Acnologia back and forth. If the magic spirit power is absorbed by Acnologia, then Yaang will not be his opponent in terms of physical strength or magic power. Yaang and Acnologia both had scars of varying sizes on their bodies, but that did not affect their ability to perform. Yaang, you can be proud of yourself for being able to fight me to this point, reptile. The next period of time will be the countdown of your life. At this time, the sun was high in the center, and the strong sunlight shone on Yaang. Yaang's magic power once again reached a new level. I am the only one who reigns supreme in heaven and on earth. Boom! Yaang's muscles swelled again, and his body rose directly to 4 meters in height. Acnologia looked at Yaang who was looking down at him, and a trace of fear actually arose in his heart, and this fear was also captured by Yaang. I am the Black Dragon King Acnologia. How could I be afraid of a human? Fear is a normal psychological state for a living being. Besides, you are just a king of the lizard tribe. You have to know that you are facing me, who is at the top of the food chain. The merciless sun. A blazing fireball rose from Yaang's hand. Call out. Yaang shook his palm, and the fireball quickly flew towards Acnologia. Acnologia looked at the magic ball coming towards him and opened his mouth wide to swallow it. Crack! He bit the fireball in his mouth, and just as he was about to swallow it, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his mouth. He immediately spat out the fireball in his mouth. How is it possible? How can there be magic power in this world that even I cannot devour? Who told you that you could devour my son? Exploding arrogance. Boom! The fireball exploded instantly, and the scorching flames directly evaporated the underground sea into a huge puddle. Acnologia was blasted directly into the ocean. At this moment, the sea suddenly shook, and suddenly a ray of light emerged from the bottom of the sea. Wow! A huge roar emerged directly from the bottom of the sea. Yaang raised his index finger, and a huge cross of red and golden light condensed at his fingertips. Flash! Wow! The powerful energy and the black dragon's roar collided with each other and continued to dissipate, and the huge energy generated was vented towards the surroundings. Huge tsunamis came one after another, but fortunately everyone was protected by energy and did not suffer any harm. Bang! The black dragon suddenly flew out from the bottom of the sea, staring at Yaang intently. At this moment, the black dragon was in a very miserable state, with marks of burns all over its body. Human, I really underestimated you. The abyss of extreme evil, open. Suddenly, the muscles of Acnologia's limbs bulged, and the entire dragon body expanded. Sharp teeth, black dragon scales, and boundless darkness emanating from its body directly dyed half of the sky black. Yaang looked at the energy with a little surprise and said, "Oh, it's quite beautiful. You ruined the good weather." Suddenly, the black dragon rushed towards Yaang and swung out with its dragon claws. Yaang resisted with one hand and was directly knocked away. The black dragon quickly flew towards Yaang, and Yaang stopped in midair. The fist instantly became huge and unchanging, and a punch was thrown out, and the black dragon also threw a punch again. Bang! Wow! The powerful fluctuations made the entire atmosphere tremble. Every punch they threw consumed a huge amount of their own magic power, no matter whether it was Yaang who was the only one in the world at the beginning, or the black dragon who opened the abyss of evil. Although the two were evenly matched, Yaang's time arrived earlier. Due to the location of Tianlang Island, the noon time was longer than other places, reaching 5 minutes. But now it was past noon, Yaang's strength was slowly dissipating, and his body slowly retreated 3 meters. In order not to fall behind, Yaang could only increase the output of magic power. Such high energy consumption was too much for him to bear. The two men who had fought to this point were already covered in wounds, which healed quickly after the blood flowed out. Now Yaang's entire body was almost stained red with blood. The black dragon was no exception. The aura it emitted gradually weakened. The broken dragon scales on its body and the blood flowing from its mouth also showed that it had almost reached its limit. Plan. The sound of sacred bells resounded across the sky, and several magic circles merged into one, with powerful magic power gathering in the sky. At this time, the battle between the man and the dragon was being watched by several people on the council. Emission. Yes. Magic power is fully charged. Target locked. 3 to 1. Bang. Emission. At this moment, a strong magical pulse suddenly fell directly on the man and the dragon who were fighting. Yaang turned into golden light and instantly appeared above Sirius Island. He originally wanted to stop the magic spirit power from attacking Sirius Island, but he didn't expect that the magic spirit power would directly hit Acnologia. Roar! Acnologia cried out in pain, opened its mouth wide and swallowed the elf's magic power. Roar! Gurgle gurgle! Boom! After Acnologia absorbed the magic power of the elves, a powerful wave of magic power emanated from his body. Acnologia opened his mouth, and a huge amount of magic power gathered around his mouth. Wendy, oh no! Is that a roar? At this time, Yaang looked up at the black dragon. The scene at this time was exactly the future that Carla saw. How could this be the result? Are we really going to die here? Yaang said, "Don't worry, little kitty, I will stop it." The sun in my heart. Yaang's whole body was burning with golden light. The heat emitted by the huge energy directly melted the surrounding rocks, and the surroundings instantly turned into a lava field. Makarov suddenly felt something was wrong. "What did you do, little brat? Old man, please let me be willful for a while. I am the only one who is supreme in the world, fake." Yaang's figure grew several dozen centimeters taller again, his body circumference also expanded, and wisps of golden flames burned around his body. Yaang slowly raised his right hand, and a huge golden fireball condensed from his hand. The merciless sun. Yaang shook his palm, and the energy ball was violently pushed out, heading towards Acnologia. After Acnologia gathered all the energy, he released an enormous amount of energy that was even more powerful than the roar just now. Chapter 177. The blazing fireball and the roar collided violently, and the fireball was pushed back instantly. Yaang hurriedly stretched out his hands and exerted force to slow down the falling speed of the fireball. Suddenly, Yaang felt a mountain-like pressure pressing on him. Yaang knew that his body could no longer support him, so he held up the fireball with one hand and turned his right hand into a hand knife. Arm. Hegemonic color entanglement. The enormous pressure caused blood to slowly seep from Yaang's facial features. When everyone saw Yaang's appearance, tears slowly flowed from their eyes. Natsu and the others all felt guilty because they were not strong enough to help. Myra yelled, "Enough! That's enough! Makarov, your body won't be able to take it, brat. If this is the fate of fairy tale, I will accept it." When Yaang heard the voice, his eyes, washed by blood, could no longer see clearly what was in front of him. But with the perception of observation, he felt the emotions of everyone. "I will take you home." As soon as he finished speaking, Yaang released his left hand, and the fireball was instantly defeated by the roar. Yaang concentrated all his energy in his right hand and extended his index finger. A huge amount of energy condensed at the fingertips, and a black energy ball with red light appeared at the fingertips. Yaang poked with all his strength. Black energy suddenly surged out from the fingertips. Holy spear, nothingness! Wow! Boom! The power of the black dragon's roar and Yaang's concentrated whole body strength, the moment the two touched, they continued to consume each other. Blood continued to seep out of Yaang's body. This was the most serious injury he had ever suffered. None of the time, place, and people were on their side. Swish! After holding on for a moment, the powerful roar released by Acnologia was completely neutralized. On the other hand, Yaang has already exited the sun mode and returned to his original appearance, but his eyes have turned blood red from the impact of blood, and he stands there motionless. The protective shield protecting everyone was also shattered at this moment. Everyone ran towards Yaang with all their might. When they looked closer, they found that Yaang's body was soaked in blood. Myra stretched out her trembling hand, trying to touch Yaang, and Yaang slowly raised his lifeless eyes. "Is it, Myra?" Myra immediately covered her mouth to prevent herself from making any sound, but her tears could not stop flowing. "Did I, still, lose?" Yaang said this and then he collapsed. Myra and Urza hurried forward to support Yaang and carefully let him lie between them. "Three cats, how could that be? Boss, you are the strongest. How could you lose to that beast?" "Ergo, that's right, if it weren't for those idiots on the council, you would have killed this beast long ago. Here it comes." Yaang raised his lifeless eyes and looked towards the sky. Acnologia gathered his roar once more, ready to annihilate the island that gave him access to. Myra paid no attention to the powerful energy hanging over her head. "Really? Just stay with me for the last minute." "Good." Everyone looked at the roar in the sky and were no longer afraid. Instead, they chose to face it with joy. They held hands and surrounded Yaang and Myra. "Three cats, hey, boss, let's take you home." "Ergo, yes, yes, we will take you home." "Turtle Dove, I have never regretted following you. You have allowed me to experience a different life, which is very good." Natsu, I will definitely master that power when I get back, and then I will help you beat up this dragon. Gray, you promised to train me, but it's only been a few days. You must teach me some practical skills next time. Laxus, you are really embarrassed. I should record this moment. It would be nice to show it to you later. Gildarts, I still owe you a lot, ha ha ha, I'll pay you back next time. Urza, we'll take you home. Makarov, that's right, everyone should go back together. Go back to Fairy Tale. The emblems on everyone's bodies glowed instantly, powerful roars were vented, and after a flash of light, Sirius Island completely disappeared into the sea. Ha 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 ha. I'm still the winner. Because of the influence of the magic fluctuations, they only saw the scene of Acnologia devouring the magic spirit power and releasing the roar. The subsequent scenes were all invisible due to the influence of the magic fluctuations. When the picture came back, Acnologia and Tenro Island had disappeared. Chairman of the Council, it's impossible. Magical spirit power is the strongest. It's impossible. Yes. Yes. Acnologia must have been repelled by the magical spirit power just now. It is impossible to swallow such a huge amount of magic power. It must have been injured by the magic spirit power just now and retreated. Maybe it is already somewhere, being devoured by the power of the magic spirit and is about to die. Yes. That must be it. Except for Ouge, the other members of the council heard what the chairman said, paused for a moment, and then echoed him. Yes, it must be as the councillor said. It must be. Acnologia must have been defeated by the magical spirit power. On December 16, X784, Tenro Island was attacked by Acnologia and disappeared into the sea. Many regular magic guilds have been salvaging on the beach for half a year, but have not found any trace of Sirius Island, so the council announced that all members of Fairy Tale had died. The king of Kingdom of Fiori sighed upon hearing the news of the death of Yaang and others, and then held a grand funeral for General Yaang according to the highest standards of the kingdom. As time went by, 7 years passed in the blink of an eye, and during this period, the Fairy Tale Guild, which was the #1 guild in Fiori, also fell into decline. In order to strengthen the country's foundation, the kingdom began to popularize magic throughout the country, and as a result, guilds sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Harjan Harbor, X791. A young man stood at the harbor, looking at the sea in the distance, as if he was expecting something. Bisksa said to the boy, Romeo, how long do you want to see? It's time to go back. In 7 years, the 26-year-old Bisksa has long lost her youthfulness and has become extraordinarily mature and charming. Oh, I see. This young man is Macau's son Romeo. The loss of Fairy Tale's main force caused Fairy Tale to fall from the strongest guild to the weakest guild. A large number of members chose to withdraw from Fairy Tale because they could not receive any tasks. Macau, as one of the most senior members, was forced to become the 4th-generation president of Fairy Tale. Chapter 178. As he was busy with guild affairs every day, he had no time to take care of the child, so he entrusted the child to everyone in the guild. His relationship with his son became worse and worse. In 7 years, Romeo grew from a crybaby to the teenager he is today, and he also joined Fairy Tale. Altsak touched Romeo's head and said, "Let's go. The mission is accomplished. Your father will be worried if you go back too late." The boy turned back calmly and walked forward. "Well, let's go." Before they left, they looked in the direction of the sea and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Time flies. It's already been 7 years. If only everyone was still here. Well dear, it's been 7 years. We have to move on. Haha, that's right. Magnolia Town. Over the past 7 years, Fairy Tale gradually fell into decline. Because it had spent too much money on finding the main force, it had sold the previous guild and moved to a remote tavern. At this moment, Macau, who has entered middle age, slammed the table. It's already so late, Romeo hasn't come back yet. Will Altsak and Bisksa abandon Romeo and go make out? That's unreliable. Macau was 43 years old 7 years ago, but he looked much older 7 years later. His hairline was almost reaching the top of his head because of taking care of the guild's affairs. Wakaba said, "You are really making so much noise. It's just a mission. Why are you so noisy?" They both know their limits. It's not a difficult mission. Look at your age. Be careful that your blood pressure goes up again. Macau said angrily, "How many times have I told you to call me president? 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 We two brothers should stop being so formal. Besides, I have never seen a president as unreliable as you." Macau sighed helplessly after hearing what Wakaba said. Alas! Max looked at the small guild and it didn't seem as lively as before. "Are there fewer and fewer people in our guild?" Wakaba said helplessly, "What can we do? The guild is not like before. We can't get any good commissions at all. They also need to survive. We can't tie them up in the guild. Look at the number of tasks on this commission board. There are simply not enough to go around." "Nab, that's right," Macau complained, "you have been staring at the task bar for 7 years, but you never do any tasks. Anyway, you just look at it and don't do it. What difference does it make to you if you do more or less?" "Nab, that's not the case. The number of tasks gives me different feelings when I look at them." Wakaba, as long as you are happy." Vegeta twisted his body tremblingly and said, "Everyone, come and see my new dance. I call it the dance of weakness." Macau, the guild is in such a state and you are still making sarcastic remarks. It makes me feel so upset. Someone, drag him out and beat him up. Loki came to Droy with a drink and said, "Droy, you seem to be getting more stressed about the earth again. Loki used to be inconspicuous in Fairy Tale, but now she has grown into a graceful young lady. She has taken over Myra's job and is now the poster girl of Fairy Tale." Droy angrily took a bite of the meat in his hand. "Damn it, are you going to say I'm fat again, woman?" Jet casually said, "What Lucky said is not right, look at how fat you are now, and look at Rieda's, he was so fat before, and he is so thin now. Haha, actually this is my original appearance. If Levy saw you like this, I don't know what he would say to you." Droy's mood instantly dropped when he heard Jet mention Levy. "Droy, why are you mentioning Levy? I'm not in the mood to eat meat anymore. Levy is never coming back." Droy regretted what he said the moment he finished speaking. He knew he had said something he shouldn't have said, and the guild fell silent instantly. Everyone has always believed that Makarov and others will definitely come back, but 7 years have passed, and their hearts have actually begun to waver. The expectations in their hearts will be erased day by day with the passage of time. Suddenly, the door of the guild was kicked open with force, the door panel flew out instantly, and several thugs armed with weapons walked in from outside. "Tui! It's still so quiet this early in the morning. No wonder I hate weak guilds so much." The younger brother beside him echoed, "That's right, he's not domineering at all, he can't compare with us at all." Macau saw the people coming and said, "Tipo! Didn't I forbid you to come here?" When Tipo heard Macau's tone, he immediately became unhappy. Hey, hey! Watch your tone. We are the Dusk Ghosts, the Wizard Guild representing Magnolia Town. Please understand your position clearly. Do you really think you are still the strongest Fiori? It's been 7 years. Your time is long gone, you old fool. I don't understand you. What's the point of guarding such a shabby tavern and waiting for them to come back? You are dying but still holding on to these unrealistic fantasies. Only under the leadership of our New Age Guild will Magnolia Town become better." After hearing what Thibaut said, everyone looked angry and clenched their fists. Macau suppressed his emotions and said, "What on earth do you want to do?" Thibaut said calmly, "Is there any need to ask? Of course I am here to collect this month's salary." Wakaba shouted, "Macau, haven't you given it to me yet? I told you to call me president." Thibaut patted the mace in his hand and said, "You have been paying off your debts more and more slowly in recent months. Our boss is very dissatisfied." Macau explained, "Because there is no task to do this month, I will return it to you next month." "Hi." Thibaut came over to Macau and looked at him with a bad look on his face. "Have you forgotten who paid your debt? In the end, you should be thanking us." Jet whispered, if we had known the interest rate was so high, we wouldn't have borrowed it. The interest we pay is almost half of the principal. When Thibaut's little brother heard what Jet said, he kicked the table and chairs and broke them. What did you say, a hole? Seeing that the other party wanted to attack, Jet was about to attack. Macau also saw Jet's thoughts and hurriedly shouted, stop! Jet! But, after hearing what Macau said, Jet realized that things are different now and he has to consider the consequences before taking any action. Macau said, please wait until next month, we will definitely pay it back next month. Chapter 179. Thibaut smiled contemptuously and kicked Macau away, knocking over several tables. Macau! President! You bastards! Macau, who fell to the ground, shouted hurriedly, don't attack! I'm fine. When the Dusk Ghost's thugs saw that no one took action, Potapo gave his subordinates a look. The subordinates understood what he meant and started smashing the tables and chairs in the guild, making a mess of it. Ha ha ha, you're so useless. You've completely lost face. This is the strongest fairy tale, it's too bad. When Thibaut saw the beautiful Loki, he went up to her and teased her, girl, why don't you come to our guild? What's the point of following these losers? Ha 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 ha. Loki slapped his hand away. Oh, you have a pretty fierce temper. I wonder how long you can hold on. It's really hilarious. Let's go. Yes. Boss. Thibaut turned around and said, don't forget, I want to see the money next month, otherwise it won't be like this. The members of the guild sat on the ground angrily as they looked at the smashed guild. At this time, picture frames with all the members fell from the wall, and photos full of smiles appeared in front of everyone. Jet, if they were here, we wouldn't be bullied by these low-class guys. Wakaba took a puff of his cigarette and said, it's been 7 years. Macau, it's been so long. I really missed those days, but everything has changed since that incident. Nab said, if the Magic Council's report is true, they were destroyed by Acnologia's roar. Yes, the Council directly denied that he had used the magical spirit power. Droy, at that time, all the major guilds that were friendly with us came to help us search, but we found nothing. Loki, of course. The magical spirit particles near Tianlang Island at that time were extremely dense, and far beyond the range that living things could withstand. It was impossible for anyone to survive under that kind of power. Droy covered his head and said sadly, why is Acnologia's roar so powerful that even Yaang can't stop it? Jet, of course, that dragon can easily destroy 10 countries in the apocalypse. No matter how strong Yaang is, he is still within the scope of humans. Droy, but why is it fairy tale? Wakaba sighed helplessly and said, maybe this is really destined. Loki immediately shouted, please don't say such things. I believe everyone will come back. Wakaba looked at the silent Macau and said, what's wrong with you, Macau? Macau's body kept shaking. I can't hold on any longer. Since that day, Romeo hasn't smiled for a single day. Wakaba, you've done a great job, President. Suddenly the entire guild began to shake violently. What's going on? What's that sound? Could it be that the ghost of dusk has returned again? The fairy tale group came outside and found that Pegasus's magic boat, Christina, was heading towards the guild. Why did Tianma come here suddenly? Everyone saw a figure jumping out of the spaceship. What is that? No way. It really smells bad, full of depression, men. Boom. It actually fell directly down. Fairy Tale was stunned. Yi's forehead penetrated directly into the ground, making a negative centimeter contact with the earth. I kept twisting my body all night but couldn't pull my head out. Can you help me? I'm stuck and can't get it out. At this time, 3 figures slowly fell in an air bubble. Hibiki, I knew you were anxious, Ichia-sensei, but I didn't expect you to make such a brilliant debut. Yvonne, as expected of a one-night teacher, we are not as good as him. But as soon as the 3 of them landed, they surrounded Loki and ignored their teacher Yi yet. Ms. Loki is still as beautiful as ever. You are really suitable for wearing glasses. Can I call you sister? And Yi was being pulled hard by Droy and Saruksu. Boo! Hi, I almost thought I was going to suffocate to death. One night, he saw his 3 apprentices doing their jobs. You guys! We are here to do serious business, so calm down. After hearing what Yi said, the trio came straight behind him. Yes, teacher. Wakaba asked in confusion, Hey! Ichiya, what on earth are you guys doing here? Yi looked thoughtful. The scene of fighting with you fairy tale is still vivid in my mind. It is the fragrance of friendship that I will never forget. Hey! What the hell is going on here? In fact, it's not just you. We, the Pegasus, have been searching for them for the past 7 years. Loki suddenly thought of something. So you found them now? Everyone in Fairy Tale immediately raised their heads and looked at Yi expectantly. Not found. Bang! Everyone fell to the ground. What? Xiang explained, according to the information analysis of the ancient documents and the magic fluctuations detected by Christina, we found that the magic spirit particles in the sea area near Tianlang Island have undergone new changes. Everyone at Fairy Tale looked confused and said, So what exactly do you want to say? After fiddling with the shape for a while, Yi said, That means that Tianlang Island may still exist. Everyone at Fairy Tale was so shocked by the news that they were speechless. The scene changes to the ship heading to Tianlang Island. Bisksa asked in confusion, Is it really in this area? But there is nothing there. Max, according to the Tianma people, it's nearby. I don't understand the technical terms, so they just gave me a coordinate. Altsac, but at a glance, all you can see is sea water. Valen, but what are those particles that Pegasus mentioned? What about ether values? What are they? Droy, who knows? It should be something similar to the magic elf particles. Max said and compared his current location to the map Tenma gave him. But then again, it would be a good idea not to bring Romeo. He wants to see the return of the Fairy Tale people more than anyone else. Altsac, but we don't know whether it's true or not. If it's just a false alarm, I'm afraid he will be even more sad. Let's forget it. Chapter 180. But Jet and Droy were very determined and believed that the information was correct. They danced happily hand in hand. I get to see Levi. Finally I get to meet Levi. Valen, I say, you two, don't be so happy too soon. The situation is still uncertain, so be prepared for the worst. The two of them were instantly disappointed and said, Yes. Suddenly Bisksa saw a little girl standing on the sea. Look! There's something on the sea. Everyone looked at it. Jet, what is that? Droy, but, maybe it's a person. But can people stand on the sea? We won't encounter ghosts, will we? Jet, don't scare me. Bisksa, look, that little girl is moving. I saw the little girl waving her hands on the sea. Boom! The sea surface began to shake violently and a huge round sphere emerged from the water. Crash! Soon an island with a huge tree on it emerged from the sea. When the Fairy Tale guys saw this, they were all in disbelief. Altsac, am I seeing right? This is Tianlang Island. Suddenly, the little girl took a step and floated into Sirius Island. Bisksa slaps Altsac on the head. Still looking, she's almost gone. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Everyone reacted after hearing Altsac's shout. Max, hurry up! Hurry up! Let's catch up quickly. She seems to be taking us somewhere. Droy, wait! Wait for me! Jet, I told you to lose weight a long time ago. Now you know how much you weigh. Following the girl's guidance, everyone continued to go deeper into the island. When they walked into the forest, they suddenly saw a figure lying in the mud. Everyone couldn't help but shed tears when they saw it. Yes, Natsu. Everyone, pull him out. Hey! Natsu is doing something. Natsu! Snap! Natsu, wake up! Bang! Wake up! Natsu was rocked and fanned by several people before he slowly woke up. Huh? Where is this place? Hiss, why does my face hurt? When they saw Natsu wake up, they rushed over to him. Whoa! Great, you're still alive! Huh? What's going on? Natsu is still in a state of confusion. Why are you guys here? You look different. Max, you you haven't changed at all. Natsu suddenly thought of something. That's right. Weren't we hit by Acnologia's roar? Droy, that was 7 years ago. At this time, a girl's voice sounded, everyone else is here. Soon everyone recovered and looked at the people with tears on their faces. Before they could react, they rushed over. After a round of greetings, Myra discovered that Yaang was missing. Why can't I see Yaang? Where is he? Everyone looked around and found that Yaang was not there. Little girl, over here. Makarov looked at the girl in front of him and felt she was very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but Yaang was more important now, so he didn't think about it any further. Then, under the guidance of the little girl, they came under the serious tree. At this time, Yaang was lying quietly under the tree. Because Acnologia's roar shook him over here. Myra walked towards Yaang, swaying gently. Yaang, wake up! Wake up! Yaang heard someone calling his name and slowly opened his eyes, but all he saw was darkness. Is it Myra? It's me, your eyes. Haha, I can't see it anymore. Myra hugged Yaang directly. It's okay. I like them all. Now, don't take advantage of me just because I can't see. I can see everything clearly in my heart. Ha 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 ha. After playing for a while, everyone looked at the little girl who helped them find their partners. Makarov stepped forward and said, have I seen you somewhere? The little girl said, my name is Mavis, and I'm the first president of Fairy Tale, Mavis Vermilion. Hi. The first generation. The scene changed, and everyone accepted the fact that this little girl was the first generation of their guild. Woo. I didn't expect that you, the first generation, would save us in the end. I'm so touched. Urza looked at the crying Makarov and hugged him into her arms. That's great, President. Don't cry. Bang. So hard. Mavis then explained, at that time, I turned everyone's bond and trust into magic power. It was everyone's wishes that activated the fairy ball, one of the 3 great super magics of Fairy Tale. This is an absolute defensive magic that can protect the guild in any desperate situation. However, after activating this magic, your time will be frozen. It took me 7 years to unlock this magic. Makarov nodded, so that's how it is. Mavis looked at Makarov and said, you really made this guild great, Makarov. I hope the spirit of Fairy Tale can continue. After saying that, Mavis disappeared from everyone's sight. The group then took a boat back to Harjan Port and took a carriage back to Magnolia Town. Magnolia Town. Fairy Tale Guild. Macau looked at Romeo, whose expression did not change at all, and said, Romeo, are you really not going? This is the only news in the past 7 years. Romeo said calmly, if we don't go, even if we can find Tianlang Island, will everyone still be alive? No way, if even you don't believe it, then. But they haven't heard from us for 7 years. Seeing Romeo's look, everyone in the guild who was waiting felt a little disappointed, because even Romeo, who believed most that they would come back, was no longer firm. Bang! Suddenly, the newly repaired gate was kicked open again. It was the group of people from Tibo who came a few days ago. Hey, what's going on? How come your guild is missing more than half of its members? Are you going to disband soon? Can you still pay back the money? Ha 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 ha. Wakaba looked at them in annoyance and said, Tipo, didn't you say you would pay me back next month? Why are you here again? Tibo kicked the repaired table in front of him away. Speaking of this makes me angry. When I returned, I was severely scolded by our boss because of your matter. Our boss said that's not possible. We have to pay it monthly. We are very principled in doing things. Actually, we have developed some feelings for you guys after so many years. How could I not agree to play for a month? Well, our boss has said that we must pay. Chapter 181. Romeo walked up to them with an angry look on his face and shouted, we don't have any money to give you guys. Get out of here. Shut up, Romeo. Thibaut was immediately embarrassed when a kid yelled at him, what? What's your attitude, you little brat? It's your president who owes us money. Romeo's hands were ablaze as he shouted, I will never bow down to someone like you. Dad and everyone else are cowards. Fairy Tale's reputation will be ruined. I won't just sit there and wait for death. I will fight for the reputation of Fairy Tale. Thibaut looked at the ignorant little brat in front of him and laughed out loud, ha 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 ha. Reputation? What kind of reputation can a rubbish guild like yours have? How dare a little brat like you be so arrogant? Even your dad doesn't dare to act so presumptuous in front of me. As he said this, Thibaut took out the mace behind him. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Romeo looked determined, and he used the magic in his hand to throw a fireball directly over. Thibaut swung the mace and the fireball was instantly defeated. Tisk. That's all. I thought you were such a strong brat. The childish games are over, it's time to be punished. A rubbish guild like yours really wants to climb over our heads. Go to hell, little devil. Macau looked at his son and went straight up to hug Romeo. Buzz. A powerful aura passed directly through everyone's body. Macau raised his head immediately, because he hadn't felt this familiar feeling for 7 years. It's him. Wakaba, it's not wrong. He is the only one in this world who has such momentum. At this time, Thibaut's mace had been frozen in the air, and the breath made him feel the feeling of death. What are you going to do to my partner? At this time, the guild gate was already filled with a group of people. Ergo walked straight forward and threw a punch. Bang! The mace in Thibaut's hand shattered with a sound. When Thibaut saw the weapon shatter, his face fell in panic. The younger brothers still don't understand. How dare you, ABD, destroy our boss's weapon? Fairy Tale will be held responsible for this. Suddenly, a few of the younger brothers felt a chill on their backs. When they turned around, they found dozens of pairs of eyes staring at them. Yaang said, how dare he come to Fairy Tale to cause trouble? Get him out of here. Give him a good beating. It's the boss. After hearing Yaang's words, the people who stayed behind instantly became emboldened and dragged the few people outside and gave them a severe beating. I told you not to hit me. And you smashed our guild. Just because we are easy to bully, right? Oh, stop it. Stop it. Oh. Then Thibaut and his companions were kicked far away by San Mao. Yaang walked to the front with Myra's support. Why don't you use Kanbunshoku? It's more impressive to have a beautiful woman by your side. Then everyone started looking at the small guild in front of them. Lucy, the guild has become so small. Wendy, there aren't many people here, it's so quiet. Natsu, ha ha ha. I'm finally back. It feels good to be in a guild like this again. Like Makarov, after 7 years, my guild has become like this. Sigh, sad face. The few people who stayed in the guild looked at their companions and found that they were still the same as they were 7 years ago, without any changes. Macau and everyone else's eyes suddenly became sore. You guys, are finally back. Woo woo woo. Makarov then told everyone everything that happened that year, and how it was the first generation who saved them in the end. Macau cried, none of this matters, it's so great that you guys can come back. Natsu looked down at the little boy who had been staring at him, and looked him over carefully. Oh! Isn't this Romeo? I didn't expect you to be so big. Romeo saw that Natsu, whom he had admired since childhood, had really returned. Tears flowed unconsciously, but he could no longer suppress the smile on his face and said, welcome back, Natsu. When Macau saw that his son finally laughed, the old father burst into tears. Woo, woo, woo. Great, Romeo finally smiled. Wakaba, you are so old, and you are still crying like this. It's shameful. None of your business. Woo-woo-view. The scene changed, and the guild returned to its former bustle, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Romeo showing Natsu his fire magic. Look, Natsu and I also learned magic. It's the same as you, Natsu and I, fire magic. Natsu said excitedly, Romeo, you've also awakened your magic, let me see it. Then Romeo condensed magic power in his hands, and a ball of ice blue flame appeared in his hands. Natsu touched it and it felt cool. What a cool flame! Romeo said excitedly, not only that, I can also release purple flames like my father, and smelly yellow flames. Natsu's eyes lit up as he watched Romeo release different flames. Gajil looked at Romeo's constantly changing flames and said, "Your magical attainments are much better than your father's, but why do you look so familiar?" Romeo leaned over and whispered, "Actually, I have been learning fire magic from teacher Todomaru without telling my father." Gajil's mouth instantly lifted when he heard the name of his former companion and said, "I didn't expect this guy to be doing something like this now, teaching others magic, haha, not bad." Makarov and Macau sat on the stools and learned about the past 7 years of the guild. "I didn't expect you to become the 4th generation president of Fairy Tale. You've worked so hard. It must have been a difficult time for you." "Yeah, you see my hair is getting thinner every year, I'm so worried. After becoming the president, I realized that there are so many messy things." "Well, now you know how difficult it was for me." "Haha, actually, I am not a competent president at all, otherwise I wouldn't let everyone be bullied by those little hooligans. Now that you are back, I will give you the position of president." Makarov waved his hands hastily and said, "No, no, no, just continue sitting there. For me, not even a day has passed. Just let me enjoy a few days of peace and quiet, ha ha ha." Macau suddenly thought that now that the main members have returned, it seems there will be no problem for him to continue to be the president. If anything goes wrong, there is always the tall guy to take charge. "Hehe, I'll just stay on as your boss for a few days with reluctance, Sandame." "Oh, thank you for your help, Yandame." Ha 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 ha. Wakaba couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable watching this scene. "I think this indescribable sense of disparity is quite funny. Do you feel the same? My stress is gone all of a sudden." Chapter 182. The other side. Get married, you guys are getting married." Urza heard that her good friend Bisksa got married in these 7 years. Bisksa said happily, "I'm telling you, Urza, I was the one who proposed. If I had relied on Altsak, I don't know how long it would have taken. So you have to hurry up, the men in our guild are a little slow, you should quickly take down Yaang, you see how proactive Myra is now." The two turned around and saw that Myra was sitting next to Yaang, feeding him food bit by bit, while Banjio was standing next to her. Myra didn't feel embarrassed at all and completely ignored her. "If you don't work hard, Yaang will be snatched away by Myra." Urza suddenly thought of something and her cheeks turned red. "Get married, ah!" Urza's head suddenly felt hot. Elfman looked at Urza with a puzzled look on his face. "What did you say to her that made her so excited?" Lisana explained, "Maybe she is fantasizing about marrying brother Yaang." "No, I have to ask Sister Mila to work harder." Elfman was even more confused. What the hell is going on? How is it related to the boss? Lisana looked at the little girl next to Bisksa and asked, "So she is your daughter?" "Yes, she's cute, right? Her name is Asaka. Come and say hello to my brothers and sisters." On the other side, Rietas took out a picture and gave it to Wendy. "Last time I felt like you, Wendy, were not satisfied with yourself after you grew up. I drew this again for you." When Wendy took it and looked at it, she found that it looked much better than before, but the place where it should be bigger was a little smaller. "My breasts." Wendy just froze in place. The 3 thunder gods surrounded Laxus and asked him about his well-being. "Great, Laxus, you're finally back. The thunder gods are now complete again." Gildarts hooked Laxus with a lewd look on his face. "I heard you were kicked out of the guild? So lame. Ha 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 ha." Laxus blushed instantly. "You're so nagging, you old man." "Freed, now that Laxus is back, can we rejoin the guild?" Bixlow, haha, sure. Natsu, oh. You can fight me when you come back. Laxus felt relieved when he saw that no one minded what he had done, but whether he could return in the end still depended on his grandfather. Makarov objected immediately after hearing this. "No. What he did was really too much. Although it has been 7 years, it has only been a few months here. I don't agree." Laxus looked at his grandfather and refused. There was nothing to say. After all, what he had done was really too much. Then he prepared to get up and leave the guild. At this time, Yaang said, "Really? Macau is the chairman now. Your opinion is not that important. Get out of here. Macau got the message. Ahem. As the fourth generation president of Fairy Tale, I now agree to Laxus joining. Oh, everyone cheered instantly. Makarov's face suddenly changed when he saw the steps coming down. Mom, since the fourth Hokage has said so, I must give him this favor, so let's come back. In fact, Makarov wanted his grandson to come back more than anyone else, but he was the president and couldn't do that before. Wakaba gave a thumbs up and said, Macau, this is the most correct decision you have made since you became president. I told you to call me president. I've told you several times. At this time, the door of the guild was opened. Several people from Blue Pegasus and Lamia Scale all came. Leon, it's really as lively as always. Sharia, it's been 7 years since we last met. Jura, 7 years have passed and nothing has changed. Yuka, it was 7 years for us, but it was just a moment for them. One night, This is the scent of joy. Gray, Leon, why are you here? As your senior brother, of course I have to come and see if you are dead. UBD. Macau said, when we were searching for you, Tianma and Snake Princess helped a lot. Ye pretended to be serious and said, it's nothing, we are all partners who have been through thick and thin together, this little favor is nothing to worry about, men. Snap. 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 As expected of a teacher. Gray suddenly felt distressed, so we owe you a big favor. Leon, haha, don't worry about it, it's just a small matter. Yang, long time no see everyone. Jura stepped forward, yes, it's been a long time, Mr. Yang. Suddenly Jura noticed that Yang's eyes were red and expressionless. Sir Yang, your eyes. Haha, it's okay, I just can't see it. The people who rushed over were shocked. Yi, do you need our Tianma to help you? We have the best treatment equipment and will definitely be able to restore your eyes. No, I think it's just a little congestion. I'll go see Granny Polyasica some other day. Jura, then I wish Mr. Yang a speedy recovery. Haha, don't worry, your magic power has improved very quickly in the past 7 years. Haha, Mr. Yang, you are joking. You are far worse than me. We can have a sparring match if we have a chance. That's great. I've always been looking forward to fighting with you, Lord Yang. Then the two of them started chatting. Then Leon saw Juvia at a glance and came directly to Juvia's side. Oh! What a beautiful girl! Is this the legendary love at first sight? Juvia was at a loss as he saw someone suddenly appear and confess his feelings to him. Lucy covered her mouth in shock, how, so bold? Mr. Gray, this, is the love triangle that is mentioned in the legend. Jubia imagined a scenario in which the heroine fell in love with the hero, and the hero's senior brother fell in love with her and started to snatch her away. Lucy, you're really good at imagining things. What? Lucy, you want to come in between this relationship? What the hell is going on here? Sharia, Lucy, let me tell you something. We, the Snake Princess, have become the second-ranked guild in Fiori. Lucy was shocked when she heard this. The second one? Then who is number 1? Is it Pegasus? Chapter 183. Toby was immediately unhappy when he heard this. How is this possible? How can Pegasus be number 1? Yuka was a little embarrassed and said, it's not, Toby, can't you just calm down? Jura, it's okay, it's okay. None of this matters. The best thing is that you are safe. The other side. Gildarts had a lewd and happy expression on his face, just like he had on Sirius Island. Let me introduce to you all, this is my daughter Kana. The few people who stayed behind all looked incredulous when they heard this explosive news. Max, no way, Kana, if you feel threatened just blink. Kana looked at everyone helplessly and nodded. She had already experienced social failure once on Tenro Island, so the second time would not matter. In the afternoon, at Grandma Polyasica's residence. If your eyes were replaced by someone else, they would basically be ruined. But your recovery ability is really strong. Then, Polyasica walked to his medicine, grabbed a few herbs, twisted them all into a sticky state, and applied it to Yaang's eyes. Take this and apply it once every other week. You will be back to normal in less than a month. If you have nothing else to do, get out of here. I hate humans the most. Yes, I'll leave now. Then Yaang took out another medicinal herb from his space bag and placed it on the table, then he took the medicine and left. Polyasica looked at the precious medicinal herbs on the table, with a slight smile on his face. This brat. Magnolia Town, Ghost of Dusk. At this time Makarov brought Urza and Myra Jane here to discuss money. The president of the Dusk Demon is extremely evil. You old fool, I've made it very clear. As long as you return my money, we'll be even. And the money my little brother needs to pay for the medicine he received from you guys will be included in the amount. Do you understand? Mom, young people should not be so irritable. Our guild does owe you money and we have to pay it back, but our guild is extremely poor right now and we simply cannot afford to pay this huge debt. And I looked at all the details over the years and found that many places didn't match up. Bang! Bonaposta slammed the table. What's the point, old man? Don't you want to pay your debts? It's only natural to pay back your debts. I tell you, if you don't pay me back today, you won't be able to leave this place. When the surrounding members heard their president's words, they immediately surrounded Markov and the other two. Haha, don't be so angry. Didn't I say I would pay it back? I will pay it back when I have the money. You are fooling me, old man. My fists do not respect the elderly and love the young. Call out. Bang! A suitcase flew out and hit Bonaposta hard on the head, and the money in the box flew out instantly. They were scattered everywhere, and then 2 dogs, 3 cats, and a dove supporting Yaang appeared at the door. Yaang, all the money you want is here. This money was the rent that Yaang had paid for the past 7 years, but it also made Yaang feel a little strange because the rent had been prepared in advance by the shops and was collected very smoothly. Bonaposta covered his head and slowly stood up. He looked at the money scattered around him, his eyes lit up and he completely forgot the pain. You guys have money, why don't you just take it out earlier? In that case, we are even now. You can leave now. If you need money in the future, you can contact me. Ha 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 ha. Makarov instantly gained confidence. Clearance. I'm afraid not. Bonaposta suddenly felt something was wrong. He saw that the little old man, whom he could only look down upon, was constantly expanding until he had to look up at him. Gilu old man, what are you doing? What do I want to do? We have already paid off all the money and interest for the past 7 years, but you guys smashed my guild and bullied my children over the past 7 years. Do you want to be at peace with me too? If you don't need it, you should pay back your debts. That's only natural. Now my child is being bullied by you. Can I understand that you, the Dusk Ghosts, are going to go to war with us? Fairy tale. Myra and Urza directly used magic, and 2 dogs and 3 cats rushed into the crowd directly. No one could match them. In just a few minutes, the entire Dusk Ghost was destroyed, and Myra walked out with a smile on her face, holding Yaang's hand. It's too dusty inside, let's go outside. By the way, what did Granny Polyasica say about eyes being able to be healed? My mother-in-law said it's not a big deal. I can apply the cream once a week and with my amazing recovery ability, I'll be healed in a month. Yeah, that's good. Macau and Wakaba saw Yaang and Myra coming out and immediately asked. What's going on? Why is there such a big commotion? Yaang, needless to say, this is of course our guild's old tradition. After paying back the money, of course we have to take revenge. Macau immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Is this really okay? If it gets to the council. Wakaba, why are you panicking? With Yaang on the council, what can we do? We have already gone back to 7 years ago. Ha ha ha, yes. Don't worry, I will settle the account with the council later. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been sealed for 7 years, these idiots. After a while, the noise in the Dusk Ghost suddenly quieted down, and Makarov walked out with a happy face, followed by Ergu and Sanmao holding several boxes. Wakaba, you just took a box in, what are these? 3 cats, these are the compensation gifts from the guild leader. Now we can give the guild a good renovation. Macau looked at the people leaving and couldn't help but sigh, I really miss this feeling. Wakaba, okay, stop reminiscing. Everyone has left. Oh, here it comes. After returning to the guild, Yaang was about to leave when Makarov hurriedly stopped him. What are you going to do, little brat? Ah? Some accounts have been delayed for so long, it's time to settle them. Natsu and Grey, along with the 2 dogs and 3 cats, hurried forward. Boss, are you going to take action against the council? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I just went to see an old friend. Take one of us. Yaang simply waved his hand and refused, what are you thinking? I can only go alone for this matter. If there are more people, the nature of the matter will be different. Hey, how can this be possible? The most important thing is that I didn't use any light force because I was afraid that you would perish there. Okay. Chapter 184. What do you want from me, old man? Let's put this matter aside for now. Come with me to a place later. Ah? Is there anything more important than my revenge? Yaang saw Makarov nodded seriously and understood that something really happened, and then the 2 of them headed towards the former site of Fairy Tale. Why did you bring me here, old man? This place is so run down. Did you hide any treasure here? Why are you talking so much nonsense, brat? Just follow me. Yaang then followed Makarov into a secret underground passage. Sure, old man. I've been in the guild for so long and never found such a passage under the guild. What's stored underneath? Don't ask, you'll know in a moment. Then the 2 of them walked underground and what came into view was a huge door. Brat, what's inside this door is the biggest secret of our fairy tale. Meteor star shine. What the hell? Shooting star. Isn't that what Ivan has been looking for? So it's hidden here. Then Makarov pressed his hand on the wall, and the door responded instantly. The magic circle on the door lit up and the door slowly opened. Yaang saw through the light that there was a huge container inside, but because of the bright light, he couldn't see it very clearly. What are you doing here, little brat? Come here quickly. Yaang approached and was shocked by the sight in front of him. What is this? The first generation. Behind the gate is an empty hall, and in the center of the hall is a huge magic crystal, and inside the magic crystal is a young woman sealed, the first president of Fairy Tale, Mavis Vermilion. Makarov looked solemn, this is the appearance of meteoric star. This is a secret that only President Fairy Tale knows. A magic with infinite power, the heart of the fairy. As for why the first generation's body became magical, I have no idea about this, and President Precht never told me either. All I know is that this is a spell with infinite power, and it is also the last trump card of our fairy tale. Wait. Old man, are you planning to give me the position of president? That's right, haven't you always wanted to be the president? No, I don't want to be the guild leader now. I feel at ease with you, old man, in the guild. Look at Macau's bald head. It will affect my appearance. I don't want to be the president. Makarov, you are the next president of Fairy Tale, brat. It is a done deal. No one else in the guild can be the president except you. Let's talk about it in a few years. Now is not the right time, you know. Nothing is decided yet. Makarov knew what Yaang was talking about, Acnologia. But I don't know how long I can live, you little brat. I'm already over 80. If I hadn't slept for 7 years, I might have been buried in a coffin. Oh, old man, your vitality is still strong. Don't worry. Even if you get sick, I will travel thousands of miles to find the elixir of life for you. Just sit back and relax in this guild president position. Makarov thought for a long time and realized that now was not the right time. Hey, are you sure? Of course, as long as those idiots don't make trouble, I can beat that lizard now. Makarov suddenly remembered something. Your seal, brat. I can already control this power, but I have redrawn the seal just in case. Otherwise I'm really afraid that my house will burn down while I'm sleeping. That's all money. Makarov asked in confusion. Speaking of money, where did you get the money to pay back the Dusk Ghost? Of course it's the rent of those houses over the past 7 years. Makarov's eyes widened immediately. Oh my god! How come I didn't realize that you had such a good eye for investment before? You can get 7 years rent just by sleeping. I should have been. No, I was almost led astray by you. Alright, old man, let's go out and talk about this. It's a bit perverted to look at a naked girl like this. Makarov looked around and it seemed to be true. Ahem. Why didn't you say so earlier? Magic Council era. Elder Ouge, thank you for your hard work. Ouge nodded. His appearance had not changed much in 7 years, but he felt a little worried after hearing that Fairy Tale had returned. Lahar said, has the bill on trade between guilds been revised? You're talking about this. I think it will take some time, but I think you should have heard about it. Lahar said, you mean the return of the main force of Fairy Tale? Then he turned to look at Erlanbart and said, you can rest assured now. This guy is really the mest who took the Fairy Tale S-class wizard exam. All these years, he has been living in guilt because the little girl he brought there died there, and she didn't have to die. The magic world is going to be in chaos again. It's been 7 years since we learned that Zeref and Acnologia really existed. Doranbolt lowered his head and said, I'm very sorry. After 7 years of exploration, we can't find any signs of a man or a dragon. It's as if they don't exist in this world. It doesn't matter. If they can't be found, then they can't be found. After all, they are all legendary people and objects. If they were found, they would have been found long ago. These 7 years have been too quiet. The whereabouts of the Balam Alliance and the last Tartaros have become so erratic that we don't even know where their guild is. The remaining members of the Demon Heart also disappeared without a trace that day. This seemingly quiet magical world is actually the most dangerous. You never know when darkness will appear around us. Doranbolt said, Teacher Uj, you said that the opportunity for all this would not come from Fairy Tale. Who knows, but the next thing we should worry about is the revenge of that monster. That kid is not someone who will suffer any loss anytime soon. Lahar and Alanbat were stunned. This isn't the first time the council has been destroyed. I hope that guy can be gentler. Then Ouge slowly left under the gaze of the two. Chapter 185. Two people walked out of the old site. Master, if there's nothing else, I'll go get busy. Makarov advised, forget it, brat. After all, they don't know that Acnologia has the ability to absorb all attributes of magic. And I also heard from Macau that the Magic Council has never caused us any trouble in the past 7 years. Yaang thought for a moment, okay, I understand, old man, I will just go and find out some information. After all, they did send someone here. Just be sensible, kid. When the guild is in your hands, don't be careless. Makarov said as he walked forward. As he walked, he found something wrong. He looked back and found that Yaang had disappeared from the spot. This brat left without even saying a word. Alas! Magic Council! Call out! Oh wow, after 7 years, the Magic Council has been renovated very nicely. It's much more magnificent than before. Just then, a voice came. Little Yaang. Yaang looked down and found that it was Ouge, and then a golden light flashed and he appeared in front of Ouge. Hey! Old man, I haven't seen you for 7 years. You look very energetic. Oh, that's right. Without those shocking complaints from you Fairy Tale, I would have slept well and eaten well. Ha 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 ha, is that so? No wonder the council is decorated so luxuriously now. You must have talked a lot. What you said is not important to me now. I just want to retire well. Suddenly Ouge's expression turned serious. It is true that the council did a bad job back then. I am here to save face. Come on, old man. What's your relationship with me? I came here just to know some things that happened in the past. I don't want to destroy this place again. Fairy Tale is a place where you spend money now. I see. Then I understand. Og then revealed the whole series of plans that the freshman council had made 7 years ago in order to consolidate their position, and sent people to look for evidence of fairy tale. Yaang shook his head after hearing this. Alas, as expected, even if a group of people are replaced, they are still a bunch of idiots. This is clearly a world with powerful magic, but the rules are controlled by a group of weak people. Ouge, we have been discussing this since you showed up, but those old guys have been in that position for a long time and will not give up their own rights. If it weren't for the Jalal incident, maybe it would have continued like this. But even the current freshman council hasn't changed much. Just like you said, its strength is totally insufficient. Although we have trained many outstanding newcomers, in my opinion, these people are still not as good as top wizards like you. It's enough to arrest some small dark guilds, but it's not enough to fight against the Balam Alliance or even the stronger dark guilds outside the Balam Alliance. In the end, I still have to rely on you, the Wizard Guild. Tisk, 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 if only those old guys could think like you, old man. I am helpless on my own. I am the only member of the parliament who stands in this position. I am powerless and alone. Seeing that he understood almost everything, Yaang was about to leave. As soon as he turned around, Ouge asked. Yaang, who is stronger between you and Acnologia? How can I answer that? If you hadn't released the magic power of the elves to restore that guy's energy, we wouldn't have been sealed for 7 years. After hearing this, Ouge's expression eased a little. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. Acnologia was too difficult to deal with. Even if they were able to find its location, they would not be able to kill it. After all, even their ultimate weapon, the magic spirit power, could not do anything to it. Yaang then condensed the golden light into a ball and threw it at Ouge. Ouge looked at the glowing ball in his hand with some confusion. Take the old man and throw it away when you are in danger. It can save your life. Oh? Is that so? Then I will accept it with peace of mind. Call out. Help me remove her from the council's wanted list. Ouge looked at the girl in the portrait. 7 years had passed and for a moment he couldn't remember who she was. The girl in the portrait is Turtle Dove. After Yaang left, Balandot instantly appeared next to Ouge. Teacher. Ouge put the photo away and said, it's all right now. He just came here to learn some information. Let everyone below evacuate. You can't hide it from this kid. And in my opinion, it's unnecessary. You've seen his strength. Haha, aren't you worried that the teacher might be in danger? All right, I have to go back too. I have so much to do today. Yaang returned to his home and quickly opened his panel. Host, Yaang. Age 26. Panel, Porcelino 100%. Ability, Armament Haki top level, Observation Haki top level, Pika Pika no Mi awakened, Magic awakened Sun, Navy 6 styles top level, Great Swordsman, Conqueror Haki top level. Moves, Fake Flash, Light Speed Kick, Aim Kun, Divine Avoidance, 8-foot Mirror, 8-foot Ninja Megatama, Annihilating Heaven Arrow. Money 246917664J. Sun ability release, 67.4%. You can unlock abilities by spending money or sunbathing. The amount required for the next stage of liberation is 1 billion, and the liberation ability is the blessing of the sun on the host. Backpack, none. Note, 67.4% liberation, at noon the host will receive a comprehensive 674% improvement. I was wondering why I felt so differently about solar magic. It turns out that my progress has increased so much. What's going on with the system? Since the host has been in the tropics for a long time, although in a sealed state, the host is still bathed in the sun every day. After 7 years of accumulation, the host's accumulation of the sun has reached the current level. Damn, system, you can talk. System? System. Zhao, it crashed again. A few days later. Soon, the news of the return of the main members of Fairy Tale spread throughout the Kingdom of Fiori. Jason, who had interviewed them before, also did an exclusive interview with them. Although magic has become popular nowadays, only a few people know about fairy tale in the past, and it did not cause much impact. Instead, what made the headlines was the incident where a mysterious person attacked the general's tomb and stole treasure. Yaang was very angry because he knew that he was not dead but had an extra grave, so he rushed directly to the Fiori Royal City Cemetery and smashed his own single grave. However, the king was very happy when he learned that his general had returned. He just smashed the things and thought about having a good chat with Yaang, but Yaang ran away after smashing the things. Chapter 186. Fairy Tale Guild. Macau gathered everyone in the guild together and he was about to begin his resignation speech. Hello everyone, I am the 4th generation president of Fairy Tale, Macau. We have gathered here today to announce something big to everyone. 7 years ago, due to some unexpected events, the main force of the guild was lost. I couldn't resist the enthusiastic recommendation of everyone and took on the position of the 4th generation. Thank you for your support over the past 7 years. Wakaba listened for a long time but didn't get the point of what Macau said. Alright, stop talking nonsense, Macau. It's just resignation. Why is there so much nonsense? I told you to call me president. I've told you several times. Not only Wakaba, but others also started to get impatient. Alright Macau, if you have anything to say, just say it. Oh. This is really the same old thing. That's it. I told you to call me president. You bastards. Ahem, I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. I hereby announce that Makarov Driar will be appointed as the 5th generation president of Fairy Tale. Everyone applaud and welcome. Snap. 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 Ah. Makarov staggered as soon as he heard his name. What the hell? How come it's my turn so soon? I've only had a few good days. Now let's welcome the new president to the stage. Oh. Makarov knew he couldn't escape, so he stood up and took his short steps to the makeshift podium. You bastards, you made me the guild president again. Can't you just let me enjoy my old age in peace? My head starts to hurt when I think about the endless scolding I will receive in the future. But I'm leaving this to you. This position is only temporary. The next president will be Yaang. After I deal with a certain important matter, I will give this position to this brat. Oh. Quiet. The process cannot be skipped. Come on, everyone. Let's have a party. You bastards. No one was dissatisfied with Yaang being the president. The next morning, everyone was looking at what was reported in Magic Weekly. In addition to the robbery of the general's tomb, there was another report that also occupied a large part of the weekly. Who is stronger, the king of the old era or the tiger of the new era? Gray looked at the unfamiliar guild name with a puzzled look on his face. Saber-tooth? Saber-bite tiger? What kind of guild is this? I've never heard of it. Lucy, yeah, I have no idea. How did they become the strongest guild in Fiori? Max explained. The Swordbite Tiger is a guild that rose not long after your incident. I heard that their president found 5 extremely powerful wizards. Lucy was shocked and said, what? Just by adding 5 powerful wizards, they can defeat Pegasus and Snake Princess and become the #1 guild. Are they that powerful? Could it be that Jura, one of the 10 saints, was also defeated by them? Romeo, how is it possible, Sister Lucy? Jura is the 5th ranked great wizard among the 10 great magicians. How can the Saberbite Tigers defeat him? But come to think of it, Jura seems to have never fought against them. Natsu asked in confusion, that big bald guy? Is he that powerful? I don't think I felt that much when I was defeating the 6 demons. Lucy complained, that's because Yaang almost dealt with all the enemies, so he didn't have a chance to show off. Wendy, so where does our guild rank now? Romeo was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to start. We, Fairy Tale, are the last in the entire Fiori. The mood of the people who stayed behind instantly dropped. Wendy knew she had asked something she shouldn't have asked and apologized immediately. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Carla, it can't be helped. The main members are not here anymore. We are lucky that we didn't disband. Natsu immediately got excited when he heard that. Oh! Climbing from last to first place, just thinking about it makes me excited. Natsu's words immediately heated up the atmosphere. Gray, although I don't want to admit it, I totally agree with your idea. Lucy, it's really Natsu's style. Urza, Natsu is right, we just need to take back what we lost. Romeo, haha, Natsu-san is still as optimistic as ever. But this is still a bit difficult. You can see from our task bar that there are no commissions at all. The only ones that do exist are tasks like finding cats and dogs. Otherwise, we wouldn't be gathering here. Romeo's words immediately brought everyone back to reality. Lucy said dejectedly, yes, in the past 7 years, all the missions must have been taken over by other large guilds. After all, our fairy tale has no reputation at all now. Although Yaang waived my rent for those 7 years, I still have to pay for the rest, XX. Natsu lay on the table, ah. It's so boring, there are no missions and nothing to do. Is there a way to become the first in an instant? Gray, what are you thinking? How is that possible? It took us several years to get to the top. How can this be that simple? Makarov, how about I save my dignity and let Yaang complete a century-long mission? Yaang was unhappy when he heard this. Forget it, old man, the 100 years mission takes too long. Besides, I'm blind now. Be careful or I'll sue you for abusing the disabled. Tisk. Makarov said with disdain. You can see things more clearly than anyone else, and you let Myra and Kakaju take you around all day. I heard your plan on the snowy mountain of Bida Road. Yaang, Abba Abba Abba. Romeo shouted directly, yes. There is a way to become the first directly. Natsu immediately became interested. Really, Romeo? Is there really a way to become number 1 directly? The people who stayed behind immediately started complaining. Max, no. This is the only thing I don't want to go to. It's too embarrassing. Warren, that's right. There's no need to go. It would be embarrassing if you went. On the other hand, Natsu and the others just waved their faces. Lucy asked, what are you talking about? Max explained, in fact, a few years after you disappeared, the kingdom and the council began to popularize magic. After that, a magician festival was launched, called the Great Magic Battle. Chapter 187. Great Demon Martial Arts Demonstration. Lucy, what is this? Gray, sounds interesting. Romeo, actually, the kingdom gathers guilds from all over the country in one place for a competition. The winning guild will become the number 1 guild in Fiori. The reason why Saberbite Tiger is the number 1 in Fiori is that they are number 1 almost every year. Gray, so that's how it is. It sounds interesting. Natsu said excitedly, ooh. I'm getting excited. Lucy asked, so what is this big magic fighting competition about? Romeo, we don't know about this either. It's different every year. The only thing that is clear is the big melee on the last day. Altsak cried, there was a shooting competition the year I didn't participate. Jet, there was a running race that year that I didn't participate in. So our fairy tale always comes last every year, and we are just ridiculed when we go. Romeo said excitedly, but this year is different. This year everyone is back. As long as Yaang brother, Laxus brother, Urza's sister, Myra's sister, and Gildart's uncle form a team, they will definitely get good results. After hearing Romeo's analysis, Macau and others actually felt that it seemed feasible. At this time Kana raised his hand and said, if you want to participate, don't count Gildarts. He has already left. He said he wanted to regain his lost face. Macau thought about it for a while and still felt that it was inappropriate. No, too many powerful wizards have been born in these 7 years. Even Urza and Myra may not be able to defeat them. Besides, the competition cannot be won by force alone, but also requires wisdom. Makarov, since we can't agree, let's vote by raising our hands. Raise your hands if you don't want to participate. Except for Romeo, everyone in the remaining group raised their hands. But now the number of people in the remaining group is not as large as that in the serious group. At this time, Romeo reminded, the first place winner will receive a bonus of 3000 WJ. When Makarov and Yaang heard that there was 30 million to be won, they said at the same time, "Participate. We must participate." When the two heard each other saying the same thing, they looked at each other with an expression that said, "You understand me." But Makarov wanted to use the money to renovate the guild, while Yaang was thinking about how to put the money into his own pocket. Macau said reluctantly, "No fifth generation. Makarov, you pay if you don't have money." Macau was speechless for a moment. "With Yaang here, this is just an event to give me money, why bother holding it? Just transfer the money directly to my card." Natsu and the others immediately became excited. "Oh! Leave it to us." Max hit back, "It's not as simple as you think. You have to know that Tianma and Snake Princess have trained for 7 years longer than you. These 7 years can't be pulled back so easily. How about this, Natsu, come and spar with me. You'll understand then." Natsu immediately became interested when he heard about the competition. "Oh! Come on then." Then, everyone from Fairy Tail walked outside the guild. "Then I'll go first." Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu quickly rushed towards Max, condensing flames in his hands and swinging them fiercely. Sand Wall. Max gathered his magic power and a yellow magic circle appeared in front of him. A ball of sand quickly emerged and formed a wall. Bang! Natsu punched the sand wall hard, but what Natsu didn't expect was that the sand wall did not break. Looking back 7 years ago, Max was not even ranked in the guild and was always killed instantly by Natsu, but now Natsu's punch didn't even break him to pieces. Everyone in the serious group looked incredulous. "Lucy, no way! That Max! Gajil, Fire Dragon, are you letting me down?" Natsu also felt unbelievable. While Natsu was still in a daze, a ball of sand directly surrounded Natsu. "I have practiced magic hard over the years, but I was never defeated by you so easily." Sako Rebellion. Wow! A large amount of sand directly knocked Natsu away. Natsu quickly stabilized his body and condensed flames in his mouth. Fire Dragon's Roar. Wow! Sand Wall. The fierce flames hit the sand directly, and the scorching flames melted the sand directly, but did not hurt Max at all. Max looked at Natsu in surprise. "When did your flame temperature get so high?" Sand and dust. Suddenly, sand and wind began to blow around, blocking Natsu's vision. "Damn it, I can't see anything at all. It's so annoying." Wow! Hot flames mixed with golden flames shot up into the sky and burned up the sand and dust directly. Natsu rushed towards Max. "Stop! I give up." Natsu stopped in his tracks, but he knew what Max meant. "Well, you've seen what these 7 years mean. It's so hard for you to deal with me, let alone Pegasus and Snake Princess, who are much stronger than me, or even Saberbite Tiger." Carla asked in confusion, "Since you all have such strength, why are you still bullied by such hooligans?" Max said dejectedly, "There are many frustrations here. After all, we are the ones who owe the money. If they report us to the council, we will suffer a lot. Wendy, I didn't expect Mr. Max to have such strength. Lucy, it is true that Natsu had a hard time dealing with Max's level. It is indeed difficult for him to win the game." Max was even more sad after hearing this. "Wow, what do you mean by Max's level? I also put in a lot of effort. And I'm the one who lost, can't you just comfort me?" Makarov thought deeply, "How long is it until the game starts?" Romeo, "About 3 months. Natsu, oh. Then use these 3 months to train hard and you will definitely win." The scene changes and the strongest team that wants to participate in the competition has begun discussing how to train. Lucy asked, "But how can we significantly improve our strength in 3 months? Wendy, is there any way to quickly increase magic power?" Happy suddenly had an idea, "Why don't we go ask Granny Polyasica, she must have some random potions that can improve our strength." When everyone heard this, they immediately thought it made sense and took action. Chapter 188. Bang, 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 bang. Polyasica opened the door and saw Fairy Tail and his group coming to her cabin. He said seriously, "What are you doing?" Natsu asked directly, Granny Porosika, do you have any potions that can quickly increase my strength? It would be best if it can directly increase my magic power by 100 times. After hearing this, Polyasika's face was filled with black lines. Bang! No! Get out of here! Natsu still didn't believe it. Really? We really need it. Suddenly the door opened and Polika waved the broom quickly. I've already told you, why don't you get out of here? I hate humans the most. When everyone saw this situation, they retreated directly to the back. Lucy said, "Wow, what a fierce mother-in-law. Happy, I heard she was the president's ex-girlfriend." Polyasika roared, "No way." Seeing that the other party was really angry, everyone hurried back to the guild. Seeing that there was no hope, everyone became disappointed. Lucy sighed and said, "After all this trouble, it still doesn't work. When will we be able to get back to number 1 in Fiore? Ah, what about my rent?" Happy complained, "Lucy, you can go and be a nanny for the boss, maybe the boss will waive your rent. After all, the boss has so many houses and needs to hire people to clean them." Urza's eyes lit up when she heard Happy's words. "That's right. Instead of sitting here and thinking about how to become stronger, why don't we go ask the strongest person?" Natsu, "Oh. As expected of Urza, this is indeed the best solution." Then everyone looked at Yaang, who was lying on a chair outside basking in the sun, and gathered around him. Yaang sensed that someone was gathering around. "What are you doing? You're blocking my sun, don't you know?" Urza stepped forward and asked, "Yaang, do you have any way to quickly improve your strength? You are the strongest in the guild, so we wanted to ask." "Yeah." Everyone nodded in agreement. "No." Everyone shouted immediately, wondering if they heard it. Yaang shook his head helplessly, "What are you all thinking about? It took them 7 years to get this strength. You want to catch up with their 7 years of hard work in a short period of time, do you think it's possible? Strength is accumulated bit by yourself. Trying to gain strength through other means is a crooked way. Don't forget that we are still a formal guild." Everyone felt lost. Lucy said helplessly, "Alas, is there really no solution?" Yaang touched his beardless chin. "It's not like there isn't any." Natsu and the others gathered around when they heard this. "What can we do?" Yaang stood up from the recliner. "You want strength, right? Come with me tomorrow." When everyone heard this, they immediately became happy again. "Really?" Yaang stood up slowly, and Banjiu supported Yaang. "Really? Don't you want to gain strength? Okay, but you have to be prepared to die." He. Everyone looked at Yaang's appearance and heard his laughter, and suddenly they got goosebumps all over their bodies. "Wendy, brother Yaang is so scary. Lucy, can we really come back alive?" Natsu, "Oh. I will definitely become stronger." Like. Soon, the news that Fairy Tale would participate in the Grand Magic Fighting exercise in 3 months began to spread among the major guilds. Lamia scale. Swear. Jura slowly walked to the side of Grandma Appa. "What's wrong, Grandma Appa, what do you want from me?" "Of course there is, and it's a very important matter. I just heard from Xiao Ma that they will also participate in the Grand Magic Fighting exercise in 3 months. Jura also became excited when he heard the news about Fairy Tale. "Does that mean Mr. Yaang will also participate?" "Yes, so you have to participate for me this time, and Leon too." "Haha, that's great. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." When Leon and others heard that Yaang was going to participate, they immediately flattered themselves. "No way, that monster wants to participate. This is too unfair." Looking at everyone's expressions, only Sherry was confused. "Who is Grandma Appa talking about?" "Leon, you'll know when the time comes." The same situation also occurred with Tianma and the three-headed hound. When they learned that Yaang would also participate, they all boasted. The other emerging guilds didn't know the strength of Fairy Tale and thought it didn't matter. The next day, everyone came to Yaang's house: Natsu, Gray, Lucy, Wendy, Laxus, Myra Jane, Urza, Elfman, Gajil, Jovia, Happy, Carla, and Lily. Then Yaang took everyone to a private island. Yes, it was Yaang's own. Alright everyone, you will be training here from now on. As for the training plan, in the first month, I will improve your physical fitness so that you can have a stronger body to accommodate more magic power. Now all of you run around this island 100 times. Natsu asked in confusion, Hi? That's it, it's not that difficult. Yaang grinned and said, you will know when the time comes, hee hee. Then everyone started the first day of running. Yaang appeared in the center of the island with a flash of golden light. This was also the place where he usually trained. After training here for a long time, he simply built houses around it. He saw that there was not even a blade of grass in the center of the island, and there were signs of cooled lava all around. Yaang directly unleashed his own magic power, and everyone who was running suddenly felt a strong pressure coming towards them, and hurriedly unleashed his magic power to resist the pressure. Yaang's control over magic power is now such that he can exert different pressures on different people. The magical pressure exerted on him by Yaang, who is as powerful as Laxus, is even more powerful. Everyone who had originally looked relaxed suddenly felt under tremendous pressure. The running speed slowed down instantly, but everyone continued to run forward under the pressure. After a few rounds, everyone was exhausted, and the magic power used to resist was almost consumed. Now they had to rely on their own will and body to run forward. After another lap, the only ones who could run were Urza, Myra, Laxus, and Acariga, but their speed was extremely slow. The others were basically unable to move and were lying on the ground. Only Natsu and Gajil were still walking. Grey panted and asked, 2 dogs, 3 cats, is this how you usually train? Ergu, it's not as exaggerated as it was today. Usually I stay in my own yard, doing horse stands under the pressure of the boss. After the magic power is exhausted, we will train our bodies. We can't stand it now. After a while, several S-level people couldn't bear it anymore. After all, the pressure on them was much greater than that of Natsu and others. Only Laxus was still struggling. Yaang took back his magic power and everyone felt relieved. They all lay on the beach, sweating profusely. Yaang then appeared and distributed the medicine in his hand to everyone. After they drank it, they immediately felt their bodies constantly absorbing the power of the medicine and they were able to stand up soon. Chapter 189. Yaang looked at them and nodded with satisfaction. Although you didn't complete the task, you persisted for a long time. Next. As soon as Yaang finished speaking, everyone thought there was still something to do. Anything else? Yaang looked at everyone with a puzzled look, aren't you guys going to eat? Wendy looked relieved, I thought we were going to have to practice, but it turns out we're just eating. Then everyone followed Yaang into the hall, and as soon as they walked in, they smelled a mouth-watering aroma. As soon as Natsu entered the door, he shouted, I want to eat meat. Pa! Yaang gave Natsu a direct punch. What are you shouting for? Afterwards, the exhausted crowd began to show off the food on the table. When Laxus and other S-class people took a bite of the meat, they found that it was not ordinary meat at all but the meat of some unknown monster. And they clearly felt a force that was repairing the fatigue and pain of the day. After eating and drinking, everyone was taken to the hot spring by Yaang. Lucy and other girls said excitedly, I didn't expect there is a hot spring here. Yaang really knows how to enjoy it. Turtle Dove explained, this is not an ordinary hot spring. This hot spring was built by Lord Yaang who found an old man who is as tall as a tree. It is said that it can increase magic power. When everyone heard this, they immediately showed incredible expressions. What good thing is there? Turtle Dove, I'm not too sure about that. After all, this island was just built and we hadn't had time to use it when that incident happened. But I think it should be true. I can't see through the old man who looks like a tree. He exudes unfathomable magic, but he is very gentle. Lucy, hey, there is such a thing. Then I must enjoy it. Men's bath. It was the first time for so many people to take a hot spring bath together. They all lay comfortably in the hot spring pool without moving. Natsu, it feels so good, happy. Love boss, can I live here forever? Of course, you can stay here forever as long as you pay. Hey, boss, I have to pay for my visit, can I pay with dried fish? I don't like fish, but I like money. Well, okay, I can only enjoy the present moment. In the following month, everyone underwent inhumane training every day. In addition to running during the day, there were other physical trainings, and everyone felt the pressure on their bodies was getting greater day by day. After about half a month, Yaang directly added the domineering color into the training, which directly increased the difficulty of the training to a higher level. Fortunately, with the help of Yaang's potions, food, and hot springs, everyone was able to stay energetic the next day. One night a month later, after everyone had finished taking a hot spring bath, Yaang gathered everyone together, and everyone looked confused. Gray asked, "What happened to Yaang?" "Yes, it's a good thing for you guys. After this month, I think you should have felt the changes in your body." Natsu said excitedly, "Oh! I feel my strength and magic power are increasing rapidly. If I can keep going like this, I feel I will surpass you soon." Yaang looked at Natsu with a smile on his face, "If you want to keep going, you can. Really? As long as you can afford the money, you're always welcome to stay here, Natsu." "Ah, I need more money." "Nonsense, what have you eaten and used these days that doesn't cost money? Do you know that the meat you eat every night costs tens of thousands of pounds for a small piece of meat?" When Lucy heard this, a bad thought suddenly came to her mind. Could it be that everything we use now costs money? Lucy's words instantly woke everyone up. Yaang smiled evilly and said, "No, no, I know you don't have any money now." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. "But, I want a 10% commission for all the tasks you do in the future." Hey, the total amount of food and drinks you've spent these days is nearly 1000 WJ. Becoming stronger doesn't come at any cost. This. Everyone scratched their heads embarrassedly. Indeed, they have felt these days that the meat they eat every day can greatly strengthen their bodies, and the variety of meat will be changed every 10 days, which is obviously not cheap. Urza nodded, "Well, if it's only 10%, it won't affect me much." Laxus, "I have no objection either." Lucy and the others sighed and agreed. "Okay, now that things are settled here, it's time to give you a big upgrade, for free. Come out." Lucy asked in confusion, "Ah? Is there anyone else?" Then Otai and Mirdi came out from the side. Lucy and the others immediately recognized who they were. "Isn't she a member of Demon Heart? I remember her name was Otai. Altai's wanted warrant is still hanging in the Council. After all, she is the culprit who destroyed the magic elf power." Gray said solemnly, "Did you call Yaang and the others over?" "Yes, they are the key to helping you become stronger." "And Gray, how can you be so rude? She is your senior sister." "What? Senior sister? Hi. She is your master's daughter. Isn't she my master's daughter?" "Okay, after this conversation, you can ask her yourself. Now comes the key point. Have you heard of the second source of magic?" Everyone nodded in unison, and this scene made Yaang a little confused. You know? Forget it. I won't explain any more. They can help you awaken the second source of magic." "What?" everyone exclaimed in unison. The scene changed, and Natsu and the others were covered with red lines, all lying on the ground in extreme pain. "Lucy, this is too painful." "Wendy, it felt like my body was being torn apart." Only a few S-level people closed their eyes and did not make any sound. Yaang stood on the beach looking at the bright moon in the sea. "Well, now you understand everything clearly." Otai nodded, "I see. I have been living in Bida Road all these years. That is the town where Ulu once lived. I have wronged her all these years, and I have been trying to atone for my sins. After all, I have hurt many people since joining Grimoire Heart, and the person I feel most sorry for is her." Otai looked at Mirdi who was watching Natsu and the others. "Did you tell the child about it?" "I did, but she still chose to forgive me." People's emotions are really complicated, don't you think? Who said it wasn't? What are your plans for the future? Still living on Bida Road? There's nothing I can do about it. I'm still wanted here. Chapter 190. Then Mirdi came over. You are you, they are already well. Thanks for making the two of you come all the way here. If you need any help from me in the future, just come to me. Otai teased, oh, a favor from the greatest wizard of the time. I have to think about how to use it. Haha, you're welcome anytime. After seeing the two off, Yaang walked into the room and saw that everyone was sitting with their eyes closed, emitting amazing magic power from time to time. Yaang knew that they were consolidating their magic power. The next morning, when Yaang woke up, he saw that everyone was waiting excitedly. The awakening of the second magic source doubled their magic power, and their strength had undergone a drastic change. Natsu, we have been waiting for you for a long time. I can't wait to see how we train next. Yaang sensed the magic power in everyone's body and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, the physical training can be put aside. The next thing you need to train is your respective application of magic. Now that you all have a relatively strong magic power as a foundation, if you want to go further, you need to improve it, which requires you to have a deeper understanding of your own moves. So the next 2 months will be your own time. After all, that is your own magic, and only you are most familiar with it. I can only give you some appropriate advice. Urza said, your opinions are enough. Yaang then explained all of their respective strengths and weaknesses, and after listening, everyone ran off to train. Urza started fighting directly with the Karaga. After all, both of them were using swords, and they could improve faster by feeding each other's moves. Juvia ran to the beach, continuously casting water magic, while Grey sat on the beach, emitting cold air all over his body, freezing all the magic cast by Juvia. Laxus found a cliff by himself and released lightning to generate a magnetic field, attracting the surrounding thunder clouds. He wanted to rely on natural lightning to strengthen himself, but this was an extremely dangerous thing. The energy contained in natural lightning was simply not something humans could withstand, even if Laxus was the dragon slayer of thunder. Lucy followed Yaang's advice and went to ask her celestial spirit for advice, and then began training in celestial spirit magic. Although Ergu and Sanmao opened the second source of magic, their own magic power was still scarce, so they continued their 6th-style training. Natsu and Gajil also chose to spar, and found an open area to start fighting. Wendy saw that everyone had their own things to do and she really didn't know what to train. Then Yaang handed 2 books to Wendy. After taking the books, she was shocked, because one book wrote about the sky dragon slaying magic and the other wrote about more profound additional techniques. Brother Yaang, what is this? How do you have Tianlong's magic? Brother Yaang, have you seen Grandine? Yaang shook her head, no, this is what Grandma Polyasica asked me to give you. Her? But why? Because Granny Polyasica is from Grandine of Edalas. What? This? No wonder I always feel familiar when I see her. Wendy held the book tightly in her arms. I will definitely learn it. After Yaang patted Wendy's head, Wendy found a quiet place to read with Carla while holding the book. Yaang watched as everyone had their own things to do. This past month he had been manipulating magic power to exert it on everyone because he wanted to improve his control over magic power. Although he had already managed to add the magic power of the sun when releasing the sparkling fruit, it was only a very superficial application. What he wants to do now is to completely integrate the energy of the spark fruit and the magic of the sun, but this requires great control over both. Then Yaang appeared in the center of the island and began to merge the power of the devil fruit and magic. Let's guide them little by little first. Then, golden light emanated from around Yaang, and hot air rose from the surroundings. Yaang gathered the 2 energies together, and the 2 energies continued to blend in Yaang's body, but as long as Yaang stopped outputting energy, the 2 forces would dissipate instantly. No. Although the 2 energies can be fused, there is no place to store them. Source of magic. Then Yaang introduced the power of the devil fruit into the magic source, but soon Yaang found that the power of the devil fruit could not be integrated into it at all, or it could be said that the solar magic power in the magic source was too huge, and the power of the devil fruit was like a stone sinking into the sea. It really doesn't work, let's try another method. Yaang then transferred the magic power from one of the magic sources to another, emptying one magic source to store the power of the devil fruit. But Yaang found that he couldn't do it, because the two magic sources were interconnected, and after directing the magic power to one side, the magic power on the other side would return to the original source. Phew! It's really not easy. A few days later, Yaang was still trying but to no avail. That's right. I can condense magic into droplets, so the space will be bigger. Then Yaang began to control the sun's magic power to condense continuously, and gradually the magic power began to liquefy and drip into the magic source drop by drop. Yes. But you can't condense it during the day. The sun's magic is too active during the day. In the following time, Yaang continued to condense the magic power at night and sealed the magic power during the day. After 2 weeks, Yaang finally condensed all his magic power into liquid and successfully emptied a magic source. Okay, the next step is to channel the power of the devil fruit into the source of magic. As Yaang channeled the power of the devil fruit into the magic source, he suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. He felt that the magic source was rejecting this power. But Yaang still endured the discomfort and injected the power of the devil fruit into it. Soon the power of the devil fruit filled the magic source, and the feeling of discomfort became stronger. Damn it, I just don't believe it. A dragon's stomach can store other magic power, but mine can't. Yaang then turned his domineering power around and began to attack his own magic source. As the saying goes, your enemy's enemy is your friend. Now that the magic source has been emptied, Yaang has also isolated the magic factors from the outside world, which makes it impossible for the magic source to absorb magic power replenishment. However, after the magic source felt threatened by domineering, it had to resist, and was forced to begin absorbing the power of the devil fruit under oppression. Chapter 191. As time went by, seawater continued to emerge from Yaang's forehead. At this moment, he was suffering from great pain, which was to transform one of his magic sources so that it could accommodate the power of his devil fruit. Yaang had to control his domineering power to threaten him, but he couldn't harm the source of magic and had to stimulate the opponent from time to time. This required Yaang to concentrate highly at all times. Gradually, Yaang's frown began to relax. He felt that this magic source had accepted the power of the devil fruit. Hey! It seems that the first step was successful. The magic source has accepted it. We can proceed to the next step. Yaang then closed the isolation array for the surrounding magic particles and began trying to absorb the magic particles. Just after the magic particles entered, Yaang found that the same situation as before occurred. The power of the devil fruit was too huge. Although Yaang absorbed the magic particles very quickly, it could not affect the power of the devil fruit at all. It seems that this is the only last step to take. Then Yaang directly released the solar magic power sealed in his body. The two energies instantly merged together, and suddenly Yaang's energy began to violently increase, and the temperature of the entire island instantly rose. Yaang's veins popped out, the two energies now constantly fighting against each other in his magic source. It's just two energies, don't be so presumptuous. Wow! Yaang immediately unleashed his full domineering power, wanting to imitate the previous method and merge the two energies. The powerful domineering aura soared into the sky, and the sky suddenly became restless. Everyone who was training immediately felt this unprecedented pressure, and all of them used their magic power to fight against this pressure. Lucy, what the hell is wrong with Yaang? Capriccio, focus, Ms. Lucy. Now is your time of testing. If you want to gain great power, you must endure hardships that ordinary people cannot endure. Feel the wind, feel the earth and nature under this pressure, and empty your body and mind to blend in with them. I know Caplico. Wendy, this is Brother Yaang's aura. This power is much stronger than before. Is he training? Huh? Carla fainted. Ah! Laxus, what a powerful force! But I won't give up just like that. Let me use this pressure to break through the next level. Boom! A bolt of lightning instantly fell and landed directly on Laxus. Laxus swallowed the lightning directly into his mouth, and suddenly thunder began to rage around Laxus. Laxus' aura continued to rise, directly blocking Yaang's domineering color outside. The thunder from the sky kept moving around Laxus, stimulating his source of magic. With the stimulation of the thunder from the sky, his source of magic began to transform under the constant flushing. Drink it! Boom! The thunder struck again and landed on Laxus. Then a large part of it was conducted into the ground, and a part of it was absorbed by Laxus. Gradually, the thunder on Laxus' body gradually subsided, and dragon scales continued to emerge from his body. Crack! He slowly opened his eyes, and could see traces of lightning flowing through them. This power is really soothing. Is this the power of the dragon? Very good. Laxus looked towards the center of the island and saw a flash of lightning disappearing from the spot. Natsu and Gajil still did not stop their attacks, but instead endured the pressure, looking at each other with a look that showed they would not admit defeat. Natsu burst into flames, and the dragon's scales were faintly visible on his body. I discovered a new ability. Gajil laughed, "Hi, I was 1 second faster than you." "I don't believe it. How can you be faster than me? It's obviously me who is faster." "Then let's see who can master this power first, Fire Dragon." "Humph! Just what I want." Ergu and Sanmao paused, and although they were already drenched in sweat, they did not stop and continued to do physical exercises. Happy had fainted, and Lily was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, not sure if he had fainted or not. Jobia felt the fury of the sea, with waves constantly washing over him. Gray was sitting cross-legged at this time, and the cold air around him had frozen the coast into ice. "I won't let you disturb Master Gray's training." So Jobia began to fight against the sea. Laxus saw a flash of lightning and saw that Yaang was surrounded by flowing lava. As soon as he landed, a scorching storm mixed with dark red lightning came towards him. Laxus quickly used magic to separate the heat wave from the dark red lightning. "Red lightning! I really want to try it if I have a chance, but the lightning in my body seems to be resisting. Does it feel threatened? That's really interesting." Yaang relied on his powerful domineering power, the power of the sun and the power of the devil fruit to fight back. As time went on, as he expected, the power of the sun and the power of the devil fruit with light attributes began to merge to fight against the power of domineering because the two were highly compatible. Gradually, Yaang's aura calmed down, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and everything around him returned to calm again. Yaang slowly opened her eyes and looked at Laxus in front of her. He smiled and said, "Is this the awakening of the dragon power?" "Yes, this force is very strong. Now that I have mastered this power, I want to fight with you once." "You seem different now, what did you do?" "It's simple. I merged the two powers in my body into the source of magic. Before, the two forces separated, one consumed my physical strength, and the other consumed my magic power. Now that they are fused together, their power has increased dramatically, but the energy consumed has also increased. I'm not familiar with this power yet. If you want to compete, let's do it next time. You also need to strengthen it, right?" "Sure. I'm looking forward to it." After saying that, Laxus disappeared in a flash of lightning. Yaang felt the two forces coexisting in the magic source and immediately mobilized them. A fireball emitting scarlet light appeared in his hand, and the temperature around him instantly rose. "Very good." Then Yaang came to the surface of the sea and put down the fireball in his hand. The moment the fireball touched the sea water, it evaporated the water directly, making a hissing sound. Then with a loud boom, the sea water with a diameter of 100 meters was evaporated in an instant. Wow! A large amount of sea water poured in, replenishing the missing sea water. Very good. Now I don't need to seal the solar magic. The improvement of the template has also improved my control over it. Chapter 192. Time flies and soon it is time for the big magic fight. Are you all ready? Several members of Fairy Tale's main force raised their right hands. "Oh! Natsu, I can't wait." "Okay, let's go." It was already evening when the members of the Sirius group arrived at Crocus, the flower capital. Makarov and others were waiting for Yaang and others to arrive at the city gate. Makarov, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Because he felt several powerful auras coming from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was Yaang and his group. What on earth happened to them in the past 3 months? Their aura has completely changed. Hey! Old man, everyone! We shouldn't be late. Ahem, brat, I would have exceeded the time limit if I had been counting on you. We have already reported your names a long time ago. Ha ha ha, it's just a small problem. It's nothing to worry about. Tisk. Makarov then threw a 10 centimeters thick book directly to Yaang. Yaang looked at the book in his hand in confusion. What? This is, old man, this is the first time you've encountered a bookseller since you came to the capital? Why are you just watching me get cheated? Hey little brat, this is the rules sheet for the Great Demon Fighting Ensemble. As the captain, you have to finish reading this book. Yaang flipped through the book casually and threw it on the ground. Let's go, let's not compare anymore. It's better to kill me than to read such a thick book. I don't know which idiot made up such a thick set of rules. They just had nothing better to do. Then Levi came out. Leave the reading to me. Then Levi took out his Fengyang glasses and looked at them quickly. I finished reading the entire book in less than half an hour. In fact, there seem to be many rules, but most of them are just procedures. The rules are actually very simple, that is, anyone who joins the guild must have the guild's emblem. Makarov nodded and said, of course it is necessary. Also, the president cannot attend. Well, this condition is acceptable. It was a close call. I almost missed out on 30 million yuan. Fortunately, this guy didn't agree. But the last rule is a bit strange. It says that we have to be back to the hotel before midnight. Natsu and the others looked confused. Lucy, what's the rule? Makarov said, okay, forget about that for now, you should go to the hotel and register first. Then Fairy Tale and his group walked towards the inn. When they got closer, the people around them all started whispering when they saw that it was Fairy Tale. Look, that's Fairy Tale. He always comes in last in every competition. That's right, you dare to come out and embarrass yourself like this. Who says it's not true? But I heard that the main force from before has returned. Those were people from 7 years ago. They were eliminated long ago. Ha ha ha, that's right. Natsu's hearing was very good and he became furious when he heard such remarks. Makarov hurriedly stopped. What are you doing, Natsu? Now is not the time to cause trouble. Natsu looked unconvinced, but Grandpa, how can the reputation of Fairy Tale be insulted by them? Yaang raised his finger slightly, and a small laser was fired out, landing directly at the feet of the few people who had just laughed the most happily. Bang! The ground exploded instantly, and the 2 people were so scared that they sat down on the ground. Makarov could tell at a glance who had done this. Didn't I tell you not to mess around, little brat? Don't accuse me, old man. I didn't move at all. Even if you are my beloved president, I will still be sad if you say that to me. Woo woo woo. Makarov secretly gave him a thumbs up. Good boy, your acting skills are even better than mine. Same here. Ha 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 ha. The 2 fallen citizens immediately came to their senses and saw Fairy Tale's Yaang and Makarov speaking out without any hesitation. Unconvinced, they walked straight up. Hey! Did you guys do that just now? Everyone, look, Fairy Tale is beating someone up. Everyone, come and see. Makarov calmed down his expression and said earnestly. I don't understand what you 2 young men are talking about. We are standing here fine. What does it have to do with us if you 2 fall down? Are you trying to blackmail an 80-year-old man like me? The 2 men looked at the few people with anger on their faces, but they really had no evidence. At this time, the soldiers who heard the noise hurried over. What happened here? The 2 men felt more confident when they saw the soldiers arriving. Sir, it's these people who just tried to hurt us. The soldiers looked at the 2 men, then looked at the people at Fairy Tale, and suddenly they saw a familiar figure among them. This appearance is exactly the portrait that was conveyed from above a few days ago, and it is the general of the kingdom. They also heard the legend of this great general from some elders and they all admired him very much. Your subordinate greets the general. Yaang looked confused, do you know me? After all, it has been 7 years, and there are probably not many people who remember Yaang, so he was surprised that these young soldiers could recognize him. Yes, General. Your portrait has been circulated throughout the army some time ago. I am afraid that some people may not recognize you and offend you. Excuse me, sir, what happened here? Oh, it's not a big deal. These two people were just slandering this kind old man and me. I don't really want to see these two during the grand martial arts show. Yes, sir. Someone take these two away. When the two men saw that the matter did not get out of hand, and instead they got themselves involved, they immediately became panicked. No, we just exchanged a few words. General. General. Who is your grandfather? Get away. The farce was over quickly, and after Yaang and the others checked in, they found it was still early, so they went their separate ways and went for a walk. The three women, Urza, Myra, and Banjio, left immediately, leaving only Yaang and three rough guys, Ergu and San Mao. 3 cats, boss, let's go for a walk too. I haven't been here before. Ergu, me too. Yaang looked at the two people with shining eyes and scratched his nose. Let's go, I'll take you to see it. The two of them were like mountain cannons entering the city, looking around at the prosperity around them. Wow! Yaang, wow! After all, our family is worth tens of millions. Stop being such a fool, okay? Chapter 193. As the three of them were walking, they saw the crowd in front of them becoming restless. Ergu, go check it out. What's going on ahead? Just as Ergu was about to go forward, Yaang stopped him. No need to go. Ah! Ergu looked confused. At this time, the three members of the Swordbite Tiger slowly walked towards this side, causing the people around them to cheer continuously. Ah! Master Rufus! So handsome! Orga on the side teased, haha, it has to be you, Rufus, why isn't there a single girl cheering for me? Minerva said calmly, you are not as handsome as Rufus. Tisk, but I'm strong. So what? Rufus is no weaker than you. Woo woo, how can you be like this, young lady? Suddenly Minerva saw Yaang and the other two, and his expression suddenly became serious. Olga and Rufus also noticed it, and both sides just walked away looking ahead without any interaction. Rufus said solemnly, Miss, do you feel it? Well, I can't figure this guy out. Have I seen him somewhere before? Rufus said, you forgot that he is a member of Fairy Tale. After Rufus's reminder, Minerva suddenly remembered. It seems that there is such a person, but he is just some little goblin, not worth my attention. Ujia said casually, haha, don't worry, miss, I don't think that man is that great. Look at the two people next to him, they are too weak. I can't get interested at all. Minerva smiled confidently and said, that's true. No one can stop us, the Swordbite Tiger. The other side. 3 cats, boss, are they the new guild Swordbite Tiger that emerged in the past 7 years? Yaang nodded, yes, it's them. Ergu, it feels quite arrogant. 3 cats, that's true, but don't be afraid, we will meet them sooner or later. Yaang asked in confusion, what's the matter? Are you guys going to join too? It seems like the old man wants to form a second team. The 2 dogs and 3 cats all shook their heads. San Mao, of course we want to participate in the competition, but the 7-year gap is really too big for us. Ergu and I don't have good talents. Although we have awakened the second magic source, our magic power has not increased much. In the past 3 months, only your physical strength has improved a little. We still won't embarrass you. Yaang also knew that they had ordinary talents. If Yaang had not fed them a lot of secret treasures in the past few years to improve their physical fitness, it would have been difficult for them to achieve great accomplishments in the way of magic. Don't worry. After the festival, I will go and look for a dragon-slaying crystal. This thing may be able to change the current situation of the 2 of you. I have been asking around for years, but there is no news at all. The 2 dogs and 3 cats smiled foolishly, hee, just go with the flow. San Mao, it's also good to collect money from you, boss. The other side. Natsu, Happy and Lucy were walking on the street and encountered a bustling scene. Hurry over there, there seems to be a fight over there. Natsu immediately became excited. What? A fight? Happy, Lucy, let's go check it out. Lucy complained, really, what's so good about fighting? Didn't you fight enough when you were in the guild? Happy also spread his hands helplessly, when will Natsu grow up? Lucy agreed, that's right. But the two did not stop, and walked quickly towards the lively direction with an expression of watching the fun on their faces. Bang! 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 After Natsu squeezed over, he found dozens of people lying around the two people and two cats. The blonde man said disdainfully, do any of you want to continue? Lecter, you want to attack us with this little strength? You are simply vulnerable. Floxio, Flo thinks so too. The people around them immediately recognized who the two were. Aren't these Sting and Rogue from Saberbite Tiger? How could anyone dare to do anything to them? Who knows? Maybe some small guild caused some trouble. When Natsu slipped into the crowd, the two noticed him immediately. Natsu Dragneel. Natsu was confused when he saw the other party called out his name directly, you two know me. At this time Lucy and Happy also came over. Lucy, what's wrong Natsu? Oh, nothing much, it's just that they seemed to know me, but I don't seem to have any memory of them. Lucy, you came just in time to help me recall. Hashtag, how can I know your memory? Happy was also surprised to see that there were two cats standing like him. Leggett felt uncomfortable when he saw the way the other person looked at him. What? You look so stupid. Happy was immediately surprised and said, the cat is talking. Lucy was a little speechless, should I complain here? Sting looked at Natsu with disdain and said, of course I know you, the dragon slayer that even Acnologia couldn't defeat. I'm really ashamed of you. Natsu heard that the other party was looking for trouble. What did you say, a hole? Sting said casually, I am just stating the facts. After all, as fellow dragon slayers, we would feel embarrassed. Natsu asked in confusion, you guys are dragon slayers too? No, don't compare us to you. Please call us the real dragon slayer. The fact that even Acnologia couldn't kill dragon slayer proves the gap between you and us. Lucy said unconvinced, you haven't faced it, so of course you can say that. Rogue said calmly, there is no connection between the two. This is the difference in talent between the third generation dragon slayer and your first generation dragon slayer. Natsu and the other two were completely confused. They had never heard of the terms first generation or third generation. Lecter looked at the few people who didn't understand anything and sighed helplessly. Well, let me explain it to you. Natsu-kun, people like you who were raised by dragons and taught magic are called the first generation dragon slayers. And people like Laxus from your guild and Viper from Oration Cease, who devoured the dragon slayer crystal and became dragon slayers, are called the second generation dragon slayers. However, our Stingkun and Roguekun were also raised by dragons since childhood and swallowed the dragon slayer crystal, so they are called the third generation dragon slayer. He is also the strongest generation of dragon slayer. Chapter 194. Natsu still looked confused. Third generation? So your dragon also disappeared on July 7, 777. Sting spread his hands, in a sense, you can say that. At this time, Rogue said, let me tell you that the dragon that raised us was killed by our own hands, and we ate their dragon-killing magic crystal. Yes, that's it. Natsu and the other two were stunned when they heard this. What did you just say? You killed your parents. They are the family that raised you. You two bastards. Lucy and Happy covered their mouths with disbelief. Humans killed dragons, that's a lie. Sting and Rogue didn't want to pay any attention to them and walked past. That's the truth. If we meet you or Gajil in the next game, I will let you see the difference between me and you. Natsu said angrily, fine. I won't lose to people like you. Natsu and the other two lost all hope of going shopping and could only walk along the street with unhappy looks on their faces. The other side. As Gray walked, he felt the people around him looking at him strangely. Gray didn't want to cause any trouble, so he could only mutter, what the hell is going on? Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me? At this moment a voice suddenly sounded. That Gray-sama, your clothes. Gray subconsciously looked over and found that he was only wearing a pair of underwear. Ah! When Gray heard the voice and looked over to find it was Juvia. Hi? Why are you here? Juvia said shyly, I want to have dinner with Mr. Gray. Oh, let's eat. I'm a little hungry. I haven't eaten anything since I rushed all the way today. Since you're here, let's go together. Juvia immediately became happy. Yes. Gray-sama. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. If you want to eat, I can recommend the shop in front. The food there is pretty good. Leon appeared directly from Gray's side, startling the two of them. Leon. Why are you here? Leon didn't want to pay any attention to Gray, he just grabbed Juvia's hand and walked forward. As soon as Juvia came to his senses, he found himself being dragged away. What's going on? Gray adult. Gray quickly stepped forward to block Lion's way. A hole, don't attack anyone from my guild. Leon stopped and shook his head, saying, why are you a nuisance everywhere? Hashtag, I should be the one saying this. Then Leon let go of Juvia's hand and Juvia hid directly behind Gray. You should also participate in this year's Grand Demon Fighting exercise. Yeah. What's wrong? That's right, you may not understand the current situation very well. Let me put it this way. Mr. Jura and I did not participate in the Grand Magic Fighting Games in previous years. However, even under such circumstances, our Lamia scale still won the second place. Do you know what this means? Gray looked confused. What does it mean? Leon held his forehead helplessly and shook his head. How could I have such an idiot junior brother like you? You guy, I really want to beat you up. Leon directly blocked out what Gray just said. This means that the first place in this Grand Demon Fighting competition will be our Lamia scale. Gray asked in confusion, Huh? How dare you think that? Don't forget who we have here. You are right. Mr. Yaang is indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, this is a martial arts performance, not a one-man show. Your presence is completely holding Mr. Yaang back. What did you say? You know what I'm talking about. 7 years. Do you think you can catch up with us just by practicing for 3 months? That's wishful thinking. Gray didn't say anything, because he had no idea how strong his senior brother Leon was. After all, the other party's talent was no worse than his own. Leon then said, how about we make a bet? Huh? What's the stakes? It's simple. If Lamia Scale wins, Juvia will join our guild. If he loses, he will stay in Fairy Tale. Gray touched Lion's forehead and said, you don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense? Juvia is a member of our guild, this can't be used as a bet. Leon once again filtered through what Gray had just said. Okay. Then it's settled. After saying that, Leon glanced at Juvia and left. Hey! Did you hear what I said? Gray saw that the other party had gone far away and shook his head helplessly. What the hell is going on here? Gray adult. Jubabia, don't pay attention to him. He's just a little crazy. Juvia shook his head and said, don't worry, Gray-sama. I won't leave you. Juvia loves Gray-sama the most. Gray blushed immediately after hearing the other party's confession. Idiot, why are you talking about this, really? Gray said as he walked towards the restaurant in front. Juvia smiled and followed. Wait for me, Master Gray. After shopping, the participants returned to the designated hotel. Lucy looked at the rules and wondered, why do we have to be back at the hotel before 12 o'clock? Urza, I don't know. Since the organizer has written it, I think he must have his intention. It will be 12 o'clock in a few seconds. Die. 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 Bite. The clock struck 12 midnight. Bang. 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 Several spotlights shone on the sky above the royal capital, and a huge projection wearing a pumpkin mask appeared in the air. Good morning to all the wizard guilds gathered here. Due to the increasing popularity of the Grand Magic Fighting Games, the number of participating wizard guilds has reached 113. In order to avoid the huge gap in strength between the guilds, which would affect the audience's mood, and also to avoid unnecessary casualties. So we decided to hold a qualifying match to reduce the 113 teams to 8. Lucy asked in confusion, "Huh? There is a preliminaries? I haven't heard him mention that at all." "Urza, it can't be helped, 113 teams is indeed a bit too many, and there's nothing wrong with this. Gray, it looks like the game is about to start." Natsu said excitedly, "Yoshi! I can't wait to beat them up." "Turtle Dove, this pumpkin looks delicious, Master Yaang." Note: Turtle Dove has joined Fairy Tale. Chapter 195. Okay. Now I will explain the rules of the preliminaries. Bang! Suddenly, all the rooms in each guild's residence were extended upwards. Yaang was also shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. This must cost a lot of money. What a waste! It's not even for me. Forward! Now, all the major guilds are invited to compete. The first 8 teams to arrive at the final competition venue will be eligible to participate in the following competitions. The starting point is your hotel. At this time, wooden boards appeared out of thin air, and each guild's board extended toward the top, while a huge corridor was being built in front of the boards. You can use magic at will during the game. If all 5 members of a team cannot reach the target, they will also be disqualified from the competition. Another thing is that we are not responsible for any casualties in this maze. Then the Grand Demon Fighting Martial Arts Preliminary Tournament, Sky Labyrinth, officially begins. Swoosh! Bang! Following Pumpkin's command, all participating teams rushed forward in unison, including Natsu and others. "Oh! Look at me rushing to the top in one go and getting first place in the qualifying round," Urza said as she ran. "This competition is called the Sky Labyrinth, but it doesn't look very complicated." When they looked up, they could see the finish line ahead. Just after a few people ran to the corridor above, there was a sudden violent shaking. Boom boom! Several people stopped immediately. Lucy asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why did it suddenly start shaking?" Gray looked around. "The whole corridor is rotating." Urza said, "I see, no wonder it's called the Sky Maze. Now there's no way forward, what should I do now?" Yaang smiled and said, "Simple." As he spoke, Yaang raised his index finger in one direction. Golden light condensed at his fingertips, and a golden cross appeared at his fingertips. The light emitted from the fingertips covered all the light around. After seeing the light, several guilds familiar with Yaang realized that it was the man who took action. "One night, no matter how many times I see it, this light is still shocking." The 3 cowherds echoed, "That's right. Jura, Lord Yaang has taken action. Leon, we have to hurry too. Call out." A ray of golden light cut through the sky and directly pierced through the complex maze to create a path. Natsu said excitedly, "Ha ha ha. As expected of Yaang, this is good. Ice-shaped stairs." As Gray's shape started, the ice stairs moved towards the finish line one by one. But after a while, the corridor began to rotate again, and the ice ladder made by Gray was shattered in an instant, and several people stopped again. "Damn it, this corridor is moving again. It's okay, we can just make it again." Just as Yaang was condensing golden light again, a voice sounded in the air. "Add one more rule, wizards cannot destroy the corridor." Natsu and the others were immediately angry when they heard this. "Damn it, there is no way out now." Just when they were at a loss, the Dusk Demon Wizard saw Fairy Tale and rushed over immediately. "Look, it's that blind man." Everyone turned around and saw that it was the bastards of the Dusk Ghost. When Yaang heard the other party calling him blind, a burst of momentum was released immediately. Boom! The entire corridor began to tremble, but it soon stopped because Yaang kicked the 5 people away with one kick, and they turned into meteors and disappeared without a trace. The contestants felt the vibration and thought the corridor was starting to move again, but when they looked closely, nothing happened and they thought it was an illusion. Only Tianma and Snake Princess felt a palpitation. The cowherd trio, Teacher Yaang, Mr. Yaang will not demolish the entire corridor, will he? I was sweating all night and pretending to be calm. It shouldn't be. Yaang is still very sensible. After Yaang knocked 3 people away, a map floated down from the sky. Come and take a look. Several people gathered around Yaang. This may be the map of this maze. We have a map in our hands, but it is not complete. This is the map of the Dusk Ghost just now. Urza thought thoughtfully, in other words, as long as we defeat other contestants and obtain their maps, we can piece together a complete map. Yes, that should be the case. The rest of the work will be left to Natsu and Gray. Gray said confidently, leave it to me. We are the best at this kind of thing. Then Natsu and Gray kept looking for the teams around them. None of those people were a match for them. After collecting many maps, they finally pieced together a complete map. They followed the direction of the map and finally arrived in the sky. Bang! Congratulations to everyone who made it to the preliminaries. Natsu said excitedly, ha ha ha. Of course, we are the first ones to arrive. Pumpkin was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Not really. You were the last one and barely made it. Natsu and the others were shocked when they heard this. Yaang looked at the pumpkin with a bad face. Didn't you just say that I could use magic freely? Why did you restrict me all of a sudden? Pumpkin. Well, because we didn't expect anyone to destroy the maze, Pumpkin. Little old man, tell me this rule sooner next time. If our team fails to win the lottery and I can't get 3,000, if I can't win the championship, I won't get any of this. Pumpkin was shocked when he heard the other party calling him old man. It seemed that the other party had discovered his identity, because Yaang was the only one in Fiori who would call him that. I know, Pumpkin. Then several people walked into the passage. The scene changes to daytime. Bang 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 bang. Brilliant fireworks were set off at the main venue of the Grand Demon Fighting Games, and a large number of balloons slowly flew into the sky. Boom! There was a deafening cheer from the audience at the Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts Show. In Fairy Tale's lounge, everyone was a little surprised when they heard the cheers outside. Urza said excitedly, "What a loud cheer!" Lucy said nervously, "How many people are here? It makes me a little nervous." Yaang, it must be full. With the popularity of magic now, everyone seems to be more enthusiastic about the pursuit of magic. Maybe it will be a golden new era. Those idiots on the council finally did something good. Natsu ignored the cheers outside and just fiddled with his clothes. What kind of clothes is this? It feels so awkward. Gray agreed, I feel the same way. Lucy complained, why don't you wear it? Wow! When? And why is Yaang's costume different from ours? It's obvious that he prepared it carefully. Urza explained, this is the president's decision. Fairy Tale is a little unpopular right now, and Yaang's looks are top-notch, so we want to increase its popularity this way. Yaang glanced at Natsu. What's wrong with me dressing like this? As soon as Natsu saw Yaang's look, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. No, Yaang is the most handsome. Chapter 196. The Great Demon Fighting Martial Arts Arena. The long-awaited moment is finally here. The annual Grand Demon Fighting Competition is about to begin. I am the live broadcaster Jabadi Rolla. I would also like to solemnly introduce the person next to me, Mr. Yakima, the former council member. Mr. Yakima will be the commentator for this performance. Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Yakima. Oh, it's my honor. I'm looking forward to the performance of these young wizards. And my other guest, we invited Miss Jenny from Blue Pegasus. Let's welcome her. Boom! Our guild will definitely win the championship this year, please wait and see. Okay. Next, let's welcome the 8 selected teams. First, let us welcome the players. The 8th place winner in the preliminaries is the returning champion from 7 years ago, the strongest guild in Fiori, Fairy Tale. Natsu and others walked out under the leadership of Yaang. But when the audience saw it was Fairy Tale, they all booed. After all, in their perception, Fairy Tale is the weakest guild. Yaang did not indulge them at all. The powerful pressure disappeared in an instant, and the sighing sound stopped instantly. Just now they felt the breath of death, What just happened? No. I don't know. It feels like something is choking my throat. The commentator saw the atmosphere suddenly turned cold and continued, although they have always been the last in previous years, this time is different. Can the strong return of the main force of the serious team once again create their own strongest legend? Yakima said happily, oh, this year's competition will definitely be more lively with their participation. I am really looking forward to it. At this time, there was a warm cheer from somewhere in the venue. Come on! Come on! Fairy tale! Go! Go! Fairy tale! Boss! Good job, kill these guys! Ooh! Makarov led all the guild members in cheering on their exclusive viewing stand. And a barefoot little girl next to them was also calling out. Makarov and the others looked back, and some members saw the confused look on the little girl's face. But Makarov and the members of the serious group were shocked when they saw it. Ma! President Mavis! Others, President Mavis! Mavis said happily, it's so boring on Tenro Island, I'm here to support you too. Makarov said in a panic, you came to support, but you... Mavis saw what Makarov wanted to ask. Don't worry, only people with the fairy tale tattoo can see me. Romeo looked puzzled and asked, President Yaang, who is Mavis? You still call her the president? Ahem, you guys should listen carefully, she is the first president of Fairy Tale, Mavis Vermilion. What? The first president? Hi. Hello everyone. Okay, all you need to know is that she is the first generation. As for why she still exists, don't ask. After Makarov said this, everyone stopped asking questions and continued to look at the competition venue. Now let us warmly welcome the 7th place in the qualifiers, the war dog from the underworld, Quattro Cerberus. Oh! There were quite a few people in the audience cheering for Quattro Cerberus, which shows that Quattro Cerberus is quite famous, worthy of being a member of Fairy Tale. The next guild to appear is the 6th place in the qualifiers, an all-female guild, the Dancers from the Deep Blue Sea, Mermaid Heel. Bang! It is obvious that Mermaid Heel's popularity is several levels higher than Quattro Cerberus. The audience cheered continuously, of course, a large part of it is because Mermaid Heel are all cute girls. The 5th team coming up next is the Wings That Shine in the Darkness, Blue Pegasus. Blue Pegasus stepped out handsomely after a night of leading the way, appearing to be gleaming in the sunlight. When the women in the venue saw Xiang and others enter, they screamed continuously, because without Yang, Xiang once again topped the list of people who most wanted to be boyfriends. He has captured the hearts of many women. The 4th person to enter is the Holy Crusader of Love and War, Lamia Scale. Lamia Scale walked out slowly under the leadership of Jura. The moment everyone saw Jura, the atmosphere instantly became lively. Bang! Isn't that Jura from Gantetsu? No way, Lamia Scale even moved him out this year. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult for the Saberbite Tiger this year. Of course not, he is the Holy 10. In order to consolidate people's definition of the strong, the Council promoted the Holy 10 extensively, telling everyone that those 10 people were the 10 strongest people in Fiori. So even though Saberbite Tiger was the strongest guild in their hearts, they didn't think they could defeat Jura, who was one of the 10 saints. There is not a single Saint 10 in the Saberbite Tiger Guild. Granny Uba, the president of Lamia Scale, was very dissatisfied and said, how come you guys are only 4th? Are you serious? Turn it up. A little girl in Lamia Scale said, sorry Grandma Uba, it's all because of me. Oops. Leon felt helpless when he saw Sharia falling down even on flat ground. After a few teams entered the venue, they started chatting. Natsu asked in confusion, who is this person? I seem to have seen him somewhere before, but I don't have any impression of him. Gray looked at the team and said, and the guy who always talks about love doesn't seem to be seen either. Lucy looked at Blue Pegasus and the one wearing a bunny costume and felt even more strange, there's a weird person over there too. It seems that your guild has had a lot of new members in the past 7 years. Yuka explained, Sherry is Sharia's sister. Toby shouted, oh. Yes, she is very strong. Don't think she is weak just because she is small. Sharia said seriously, Well, it seems my love is still not enough. Toby was stunned for a moment after hearing what Sharia said. I was just praising you. Ah, I'm sorry, Toby. Leon said, okay, everyone calm down. Then he looked at Gray with a smile on his face. Don't forget the agreement between us. Who made a promise with you? You are just imagining it all. You're really not candid, Gray. Ah. UBD. Jura smiled and said, it's good to be young. Yaang said, you are not young anymore, do you have someone you like? Jura's face immediately turned red when he heard this. Sir Yaang, please stop teasing me. I just want to keep going down the path of magic. Ha ha ha, you're a little dishonest. Chapter 197. Next, let's invite the third selected team. Oh. It's really surprising that the third team has achieved such a high position in their first participation in the Grand Magic Fighting exercise. Let's welcome the Midnight Plunderer, Raventail. Although they ranked third, it was the first time for the audience to hear such a name, so the cheers were not very loud. However, Yvonne and others did not care about this. After they appeared on the stage, everyone felt that they looked evil. Makarov was shocked when he heard the name. What? Raventail? Isn't that Ivan's guild? Damn it! Since when can dark guilds participate in the competition? Makarov looked at Yakima, who was sitting on the judges' panel, and Yakima also looked at Makarov. He knew what Makarov wanted to ask, and then said that he had no idea what to do. What method did Ivan use to whitewash his guild? Ivan stood in his own viewing stand and stared at Makarov. I have waited for this day for 7 years, my dear father. Ha ha ha. At the same time, all the contestants of Raventail stared at the fairy tale players with ill intentions, just like hunters staring at their prey. Yaang glanced calmly, and his huge aura instantly passed through the people of Raventail. Several people suddenly felt a palpitation and their expressions immediately restrained. Makarov felt relieved when he saw Yaang was there. After all, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is just nonsense. Mavis stared at the team and said, there is indeed an evil aura, but do you have any grudge against them? I feel like they are targeting you specifically. Alas! This is my son. I didn't teach him well. Mavis nodded and ignored the matter and turned to look at Yaang. Where did you find that child? Are you talking about that brat Yaang? Yeah, I saw it when we were on Tenro Island, his battle with Acnologia. Even I didn't expect that he could fight against the Black Dragon King Acnologia with his mortal body. Now the power of light in his body has become even stronger. I didn't find him. Gildarts found him from a bandit's den. At that time, this guy was still the king of the mountain, robbing the wizard who came to attack us. Haha, I didn't expect he has such a cute side. This child is carrying too much burden. The survival of mankind may depend on this child. Makarov's expression was solemn, but as he looked at the children around Yaang, his expression slowly relaxed. He still has those friends. They have been catching up with him. I believe it won't be long before these kids grow up to the point where they can help him. Judges. Okay. Let me see who will be the second place team in this qualifying round. It's really surprising. The second place winner of this qualifying round is actually the invincible one. The absolute king. Sword-biting tiger. Boom boom. The shouts came like a heat wave, showing how powerful the position of the saber-bite tiger is in the hearts of the people. After the sword-bite tiger appeared, the heat wave of sound instantly reached its peak. The people of Saber-bite Tiger also enjoyed the honor at this moment. Regiment, Stinger Kun. Come on. Flo is rooting for you guys too. Lucy was a little bit incredulous looking at the enthusiastic audience around her. What's going on? Is it that exaggerated? Gray, that can't be helped. They are the #1 guild in Fiore. Natsu said unhappily, what the hell, they're invincible, it's really annoying. Urza was confused at this point, but they could only get second place, so what guild would be ranked first? Lucy finally realized, oh, that's right. Now that you mention it, who will be the first place? It seems that the well-known guilds have already come out. Is there a dark horse in this competition? Not only Fairy Tale and the others, but other audience members also started whispering after cheering for their favorite guilds. No way, if Saberbite Tiger could only get second place, which guild would get first place? I don't know. It seems that strong and weak guilds and some familiar guilds have all come out. I'm really looking forward to which guild will take first place. As the atmosphere at the meeting continued to ferment, Buddy knew it was time to announce the next name. Alright everyone, I know you're all very excited to see who will be the first in the qualifiers. I'm going to reveal it to you right now. Did I see it wrong? Fairy Tale actually has a second team. This really surprised me. There are actually 2 teams from the same guild selected. Let's welcome the Fairy Tale B team, who won first place in the qualifiers. Except for Yaang, Natsu, and others were all confused. Grey was surprised. What? There is also Team B, what is going on? At this time, Laxus walked out of the passage with Jovia, Gajil, Myra Jane, and Wendy. The eyes of the people watching widened. Natsu was even more surprised when he saw who it was. What? It's Laxus and the others. At this time, Yaang said, this was arranged by the old man, because not only the first place will get money, but the second place will also get a bonus of 10 million yuan, so the old man asked Laxus and others to form a team. The confused audience did not cheer but were puzzled. Can the rules be like this? 2 teams from the same guild. Jabadi explained, according to the new regulations this year, a guild is allowed to have 2 participating teams, but it is already amazing for a guild to enter the top 8. The fact that 2 teams enter together is a sign of the guild's strength. Maybe Fairy Tale can really continue the glory of 7 years ago. Makarov looked at the surprised people and suddenly became happy. Ha 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 ha. See, this is Fairy Tale's strength. Jenny, who was on the judging panel, immediately expressed her concern, but this is too unfair. If 2 teams from the same guild help each other in a group competition, wouldn't it be extremely unfair to the other teams? Jabadi, I am also concerned about other guilds. But after all, they made it into the top 8 based on their own strength. We never thought that there would be a guild that could have 2 teams enter at the same time. Yakima said calmly, don't worry. This kind of thing may happen in other guilds, but it will never happen to Fairy Tale. Even if they are partners living together, they don't want to lose to each other in such a competition. Chapter 198. Natsu said excitedly, ha ha ha, of course, I've been wanting to have a serious fight with them for a long time. Gajil laughed and said, how come you only got 8th place? It's not because you, Fire Dragon, are holding us back. What? UBD, I'll beat you up in a bit. Wow! You're so bold. I haven't had a proper fight with you in the past half month. Let me see how much you've grown, the 8th ranked Fire Dragon. Hashtag damn it, UBD. At this time, someone from the Raven Tail team started to act up. Null pudding, no. I object. They say they won't do it now, but when the time comes they'll start fighting. That's too unfair to us. Yaang said disdainfully, so what? You can also shoot 2 teams. If you don't have the strength, stand aside. If you are short, you must admit it. If you are beaten, you must stand firm. UBD. Seeing that the 2 teams were about to quarrel, Jabadi immediately stopped them and said, okay, everyone, this is indeed something that we organizers did not expect, but the other side did rely on their own strength to get in. Since you 2 have objections, why don't we let the other teams decide? If they don't agree, then we will reduce the 2 teams to 1. Jura, I have no problem with that. Kagura, it doesn't matter. Yeah, perhaps it will be more beneficial to us. Bacchus, I don't mind that either. Rufus, as far as I can remember, having 2 teams from the same guild didn't have any impact on the outcome of the game. We would be the winners anyway. Jabadi, okay. Since the other guilds have no objections, let us welcome the 8 selected teams. We will hold the first game of the day in a moment. Boom 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 boom. Then the 8 teams returned to their respective rest areas amid the cheers of the audience. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a huge stone tablet was erected in the venue, recording today's competition events. Everyone watched the progress of today's game through the big screen. That's great. I didn't expect to see the competition on the first day of this year's competition. Yeah, I feel like this year's competition will be unusually lively. Jabadi said, first of all, there will be a ranking from 1 to 8 in this competition, and each position corresponds to a corresponding point. Each team can send one player to participate in the competitive part, but players who have participated cannot participate in the competitive part again. The next part is the duel. First, the audience votes, and then we randomly match the contestants. This means that unlucky contestants may have to continue the duel without magic power right after the competition. This is also a competition that tests luck very much. The scoring for the duel is also very simple. The winner will get 10 points, while the loser will not get any points. If the two sides tie, each will get 5 points. Now I declare that the first match of the Grand Demon Fighting Games, Hidden, has officially begun. Each team please select the contestants to come on stage. Fairy Tale A. Natsu spoke first, I'm going. Urza thought, hide? The name sounds like hide and seek. Needless to say, I'll play the first game. I'm very good at hide and seek, and I have to win the first game. Urza thought for a while, Yaang is right, we must win the first game, and we feel relieved to let him go. Gray and Natsu could only accept it helplessly. Okay. Then Yaang walked straight forward. When the other participating teams saw that Yaang was the first to take action, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Lamia scale. Leon was surprised and said, what? Mr. Yaang showed up in the first game. Sharia was confused, what's wrong, Leon? Is there any problem with his first game? Leon didn't know how to explain, you'll know in a moment. Toby volunteered, then I'll take the first round. Leon patted Toby's shoulder gently. Just enjoy the game. Ooh, I will. Blue Pegasus. Ye thought deeply and said, since he has shown up, there should be no suspense in this match. Who among you three will go? The three cowherds looked at each other in bewilderment. Ivan raised his hand and said, teacher, leave it to me. If I can't get first place, I will definitely get second place. It's okay Ivan, just enjoy the game. 4 hounds. Yego said, let me go to the first game. Don't forget, the soul is always wild. Mermaid heel. Beth said, let me go gather intelligence first. Kagura looked at Yaang with a serious look, be careful. Don't worry, little Kagura. Raventail. Narabudinku, come on. Understand President, I will bring pain to Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale B team. Gajil was surprised and said, what's going on? Yaang is the first one to appear. Laxus, that's normal. The winner of the first game can make a good name for the guild. Gajil asked in confusion, who will go on our side? Myra raised her hand directly. I. Well, you might be the best choice. Be safe. Don't worry, he will show mercy. Swordbite Tiger. Sting and his friends looked at Tianma and Shurji and were the most surprised when they found Yaang coming out. Who is that guy called Yaang? Why did the two major guilds react so strongly when he appeared? Rufus said, Yaang, known as the Son of Light, defeated Jose Porla, one of the 10 saints, 7 years ago. He was also known as the strongest magician of the time. Sting said disdainfully, Tisk, the strongest wizard? That was 7 years ago, and we don't know what he is like now. Rufus, even so, he will be the strongest person in this competition after Jura Gantetsu. I'm quite interested in him, so I'll take charge of this one. Okay. I'll leave it to you. Pumpkin Man, please allow the contestants to enter. Null Pudding walked up to Yaang and whispered, you must be Yaang. I will let you know what despair is in the next game. Yaang looked ahead calmly, oh. Seeing that Yaang didn't react, Null Pudding smiled evilly and stopped talking. Jabadi said excitedly, it's about to start. I don't know what kind of competition it will be. It's really exciting. Mr. Yakima, do you have any favorite players? Yakima said, ha ha ha, of course it's Yaang. Jabadi, what about Miss Jenny? Jenny, of course it's our Yvonne Kun. He's not only cute, but also very powerful. Pumpkin Man, well, it looks like everyone is here. I declare the stealth competition officially open. All of a sudden, all the contestants disappeared from the spot, and the empty ground instantly materialized into a part of Crocus Street. Chapter 199. Makarov was shocked when he saw the magic manifesting in front of him. I never thought that magic has developed to this level in just 7 years. That's really amazing. As the street materialized, everyone was scattered all over the street. Along with them came a large number of puppets that looked like them. Job 80, the next scene cannot be seen by people in the venue, so the audience can watch the image of the magic crystal in front to understand the situation of the street, but our players cannot see the direction. Pumpkin Man, the rules of hiding are very simple. Everyone should have played hide and seek before, but the only difference is that everyone is a ghost, and everyone is also caught by the ghost. You can use magic as you like in there, and magic doesn't have to hurt the opponent. As long as the attack is successful, you will get a point. You all have seen puppets that look exactly like you appear around you, right? These are all your copies. They won't have any attacking effect. If you attack someone else's copy, you will lose a point. Plan. Then the hiding officially begins. Duration, 1 hour. After hearing the rules, Natsu and the others became excited. Natsu, ha ha ha, that's great, Yaang has never lost a game of hide and seek. Just as Natsu said, Yaang knew exactly where everyone was the moment he appeared on the street. Never mind, just treat it as a festival. But before that, let's get rid of the guy who's in the way. Call out. Yaang turned into golden light and disappeared instantly. The audience saw a bright light through the screen, and Yaang disappeared on the spot. Job 80, oh! What kind of magic is this? It's so fast that the magic tracker can't keep up with Yaang's picture for a while. Yakima, this is actually light magic, but Yaang's light magic is very different from ordinary magic. It can be regarded as an extremely destructive magic. It can move at the speed of light. Job 80, oh! It's really amazing. Perhaps the audience may have no idea about this magic. It can be called the ultimate super destructive magic, which means that this magic has extremely powerful power and cannot be compared with ordinary magic. The audience more or less understood from the commentary, which meant that this man's magic was very powerful and dangerous. Before the screen could detect Yaang's new location, the audience saw a golden light appear in the null pudding picture. Call out. Yaang flashed behind null pudding and kicked out. Bang! Yaang kicked null pudding directly, sending it flying and smashing the wall. Null pudding disappeared from the spot and was teleported to another place. Fairy Tale A+1. Job 80, Yaang has appeared. Attacking null pudding. It was really too fast. The null pudding player couldn't react at all. Yaang didn't use much force in the kick just now. He wanted to torture this guy. Null pudding reappears somewhere on the street. Damn it, I didn't go looking for you but you came looking for me instead. I must torture this BD. Just as null pudding was about to stand up, Yaang appeared beside him again. Yaang punched null pudding directly on the chin. The chin, which was as long as a butt, suddenly sank. Bang! Fairy Tale A+1. Job 80, it appears again. What is going on? It seems like Yaang knows where null pudding is. It's incredible. In this way, null pudding was brushed by Yaang 6 times again, and when Yaang appeared in front of null pudding again. At this time, he was already bruised and swollen, lying on the ground unable to move. How dare you challenge me? Didn't your guild leader Yvonne tell you not to provoke me? Null pudding couldn't say a word at this point. You should be thankful that this is a competition. If it were any other time, you would have been dead. But you won't get away with provoking Fairy Tale so easily. Giant magic, fist. Boom. Yaang's fist instantly became huge, and he punched null pudding hard. The entire ground shook slightly, and after null pudding put away his fist, he lay limp on the ground. Job 80 watched everything happen in shock. This is too brutal. I didn't expect that contestant Yaang not only has light magic, but also giant magic. Yakima, Makarov gave all his magic to Yaang. Null pudding player is unconscious. According to the rules of the competition, the first person to faint will be the last one in line. The person who is defeated and fainted afterwards will have 2 points reduced from the total score, and will then be teleported out. Then Null Pudding was teleported out directly. The audience couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw Yaang, who looked harmless but was so brutal in fighting. I don't think he would have thought of us when we first started. Should, probably not. On the other side, Yvonne came to the place where all the dolls of Toby were. Yvonne immediately cast a spell, and an ice blue magic circle appeared under his feet. Snow magic snowy day. Suddenly white snowflakes floated in the sky and the temperature around gradually dropped. Yvonne kept paying attention to the puppets around him and found that one of them was spitting out white mist. Found it. Then Yvonne controlled the snowflakes and all of them fell on the puppet that was exhaling mist. Blue Pegasus +1. Toby disappeared in an instant. Dolls can't breathe out mist. Just then a carrot fell from the sky and landed in Ivan's hands. Hi! Carrots! Boom! The carrot exploded instantly, and Yvonne disappeared from the spot. Mermaid heel +1. Eat more vegetables. On the other side, Myra was strolling leisurely on the street when suddenly a person rushed out from the side. I'm sorry miss, I got the first point. Myra looked back and saw the demon's arm suddenly appear in her hand, grabbing Yego's fist. I'm sorry, I may disappoint you. Myra's expression suddenly became serious, and she grabbed Yego's fist and smashed it hard on the ground. The moment Yego's back touched the ground, he felt a heaviness in his chest and then disappeared on the spot. Fairy Tale B Team +1. Goldmine watched as his members actually provoked Myra. This idiot, doesn't he know the title of a demon? Why would he mess with her? Chapter 200. At this time, Rufus stood at the highest place very proudly. He stroked his hat gracefully. I have